In the dark age of disarray, Lin Luo, who still adhered to moral principles, met a tragic demise at the hands of others. Fortunately, he found himself transported back to the moment just before the era of universal job changes commenced. Reborn, he resolved to no longer suppress his murderous talent for leveling up through plunder. He embraced utter madness. Villain, my strength talent, the Book of Wishes, can fulfill any desire. Villain, my S-strength talent, the dumbing aura, possesses the power to deceive all. Villain, my SS-strength talent, linking the future, allows me to borrow strength from my future self. Villain, my SS-strength talent, space-time traversal, enables me to summon my parallel selves. Villain, my rank talent, lawlessness. Lin Luo clapped with a smile. Your talents are impressive, hand them over. Villain, he single-handedly forms an army. Who truly is the villain here? At the moment Lin Luo stepped out of the dimensional wormhole, a nuclear bomb was plummeting towards him from the sky. Do you think a mere nuclear explosion can kill me? Strong arm spoils. The power of a nuclear blast is now mine. Chapter 1. Dismissal. On the night of November 5th, 2024, a mysterious, colossal stone tablet fell from the heavens in the capital of the Sakura Nation, Winter Capital. The immense shockwave shattered this island nation in an instant, leading to its obliteration. Simultaneously, the 5 great powers of Blue Star dispatched numerous troops to secure the area surrounding the giant stone tablet and summoned scientists to commence immediate research. Due to the news being tightly controlled, people initially believed it to be an ordinary meteorite until 1 year later. Lin Luo, look at this. This netizen has made such a divine comment, humanitarianism at its finest, offering to adopt single girls aged 16 to 25 from the Sakura Nation for free. The ID shows it's from Tianjing. I can hear the calculations from Hangchong, Lin Luo's colleague, Zhang Wei, approached with a lewd grin. While showing him the comments, he continued to chuckle. The girls from the Sakura Nation who have fled to various countries are still the most sought after in Huaxia. Who wouldn't want to woo a girl from the Sakura Nation and bring glory to their country? Zhang Wei rambled on, but he suddenly noticed Lin Luo's lack of reaction. Curiously, he glanced over, only to find Lin Luo's expression vacant, with silent tears streaming down his cheeks. Lin Luo, why are you crying? In the moments preceding this memory, Lin Luo had been fighting against numerous ferocious tiger-class magical beasts to enhance his talents, only to be ambushed by members of the Sakura Nation's restoration organization, who deliberately lured a cruel ghost-class superior spirit into the fray. His brother died, tragically, while trying to protect him. Although Lin Luo managed to escape the secret realm with the help of an item, he was brutally killed by lurking enemies waiting outside. In that chaotic era about to unfold, weakness was indeed a sin. Turning to gaze at the familiar yet strange office, he hastily inquired, "What is today's date?" Zhang Wei, startled, replied, "It's November 12th, 2025. Are you out of your mind? Did you study too much last night? The girls from the Sakura Nation are great, but you should know when to reward yourself." Before he could gather his thoughts, a sharp, scornful voice echoed from behind like a quacking duck. "Lin Luo, your performance is the worst in the group. You are dismissed. Go to finance to settle your wages. You need not come to work this afternoon." Eager to avoid any association with Lin Luo, the supervisor, Wang Jichao, was well known for his disdain towards Lin Luo. He looked at him with contempt, muttering, "A wild child raised by a thief dares to seek the admiration of Wenyusi? You should take a look in the mirror." When the shirt-clad man noticed Lin Luo was unafraid and dared to stare back, he cursed, "What are you looking at? Get lost." Lin Luo regarded this supervisor, who resembled a clown, and suddenly smiled a peculiar grin that radiated both excitement and wickedness. Wang Jichao felt a chill run down his spine from Lin Luo's gaze, muttering crazy before turning away. Lin Luo cast a deep glance at Zhang Wei and remarked softly, "It's all right. Perhaps fate will bring us together again." Without tidying his desk, he turned and departed, leaving Zhang Wei bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Moreover, Lin Luo's gaze had been remarkably strange, entirely unlike his usual demeanor, akin to that of a stranger. Not far from Lin Luo, a few employees brazenly congregated to gossip, seemingly unconcerned about him overhearing. The supervisor has long disliked him. He deliberately waited until Lin Luo was about to be confirmed to make his move. I thought he would put up a fight, but he simply gave up. No, there's no drama to witness. Alas, Lin Luo has had it tough. His poor performance is entirely due to the supervisor's harassment. Who told him to get involved with Wenyusi? It's only natural for the supervisor to make life difficult for him. Believe it or not, Lin Luo truly has the worst luck. An orphan raised by a thief encountering a benefactor like Wenyusi is astonishing. How could a wild child raised by a thief even deserve to be associated with Wenyusi? He's as foolish as a toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. If I were the supervisor, I would have fired him too. Chapter 2. Fuel for the Wicked. Their voices were not suppressed. Some even spoke a bit louder, seemingly fearful that Lin Luo might not hear them. Lin Luo's story. Due to the incessant proclamations of Zhang Wei, a rather superficial acquaintance, was no longer a secret among them. He had lived under the weight of others' disdain since childhood and had grown accustomed to it. Yet, few were aware of, and even fewer cared about, the tale that lay behind him. Adapted from true news, any resemblance is purely coincidental. His brother was indeed a thief. However, to Lin Luo, his brother was the sole beacon of light in his otherwise bleak existence. Being an orphan himself and lacking an identity card due to his tender age, his brother resorted to theft to provide for Lin Luo. The money he pilfered was never spent on himself for new clothes. Instead, it was entirely devoted to buying food for Lin Luo. He never permitted Lin Luo to assist in his unlawful endeavors, sternly admonishing him that even as he grew up, he must never emulate his illegal actions. The burdens of suffering, darkness, and the heaviness of life were his brothers to bear alone. Although they referred to each other as brothers, there was no blood relation, yet their bond surpassed that of many biological siblings. Each night, his brother would regale him with stories, count the stars alongside him, compel him to drink milk, and assure him that once he grew strong, no one would dare bully him. Alas, such joyous moments were fleeting. Soon, his brother was apprehended for his involvement in a significant crime and sentenced to a lengthy 15-year prison term. Lin Luo was subsequently discovered in the wilderness and sent to a local orphanage. In his previous life, he had been mocked by his supervisor, leading to an impulsive altercation. His brother was his unwavering line in the sand. Others could deride him, but any insult directed at his brother was absolutely intolerable. In the aftermath, the youthful fervor of his actions led to his reporting to the supervisory institution, resulting in his arrest and a 10-day detention. This misfortune caused him to miss the critical initial wave of the national job transition era. By the time Lin Luo awakened his talent and emerged from detention 10 days later, everyone else had already reached level 10 or higher. Who would want to team up with someone who was merely level 1 with a fledgling talent? With a record, his progress in dungeon runs was painfully slow, plunging his life into increasing hardship until his brother awakened his own superior talent and made significant contributions to the nation, leading to his early release. With his brother's assistance, Lin Luo's life gradually improved. However, such good fortune was short-lived. Soon, terrifying dragon-class disasters erupted worldwide, plunging the globe into an unprecedented era of chaos, shattering the order of the peaceful age. One fateful day, when Lin Luo found himself the target of someone coveting his prey and inadvertently killed in self-defense, he was astonished to discover his talent. Remarkably, without actively utilizing it, he could elevate his own talent level by killing others. Yet, when he shared this exhilarating revelation with his brother, however, he was cautioned by his brother that even in the most tumultuous of times, one must never resort to murder for the sake of power. If he were to discover such actions, he would sever all ties between them. While the enhancement of one's abilities is indeed commendable, Lin Luo undoubtedly valued his brother more, thus he acquiesced. Regrettably, his kind-heartedness, even amidst the darkest chaos, led him to assist others, and in the end, he did not perish at the hands of fierce beasts or within treacherous realms, but met a tragic demise at the hands of his own kin, humanity. In this world, whether in times of peace or in the shadow of calamity, virtuous souls seldom reap rewards. They merely strive to safeguard themselves from being slain or plundered, ensuring that the downtrodden do not rise in rebellion. History has always shown that the construction of bridges and roads leaves no corpses, while the act of killing and arson garners golden rewards. Lin Luo descended the stairs with haste, his fists clenched tightly. The expression in his eyes grew increasingly frigid. A burgeoning ambition took root within him, flourishing uncontrollably. He was acutely aware of the swiftest methods to conquer renowned realms near Hang City, following the onset of the era of universal job transitions, as well as the locations of opportunities and legacies within all secret realms. He knew precisely when the chaos would commence, allowing him to stockpile resources in advance and gather gifted experts under his command. Most crucially, he understood how to elevate his own talent to the next level at an astonishing pace. With careful planning, he could even strive to break through to the legendary pinnacle of talent. In this new life, he was determined to completely reverse all the helplessness and regrets of his previous existence. Those wicked individuals would no longer be able to snuff out his life and the lives of those around him as easily as crushing an ant. A flame of ambition and vengeance ignited in Lin Luo's gaze. If virtue goes unrewarded, then in this life, he shall act as heaven's agent. Using the wicked as fuel, he would propel himself to an invincible throne. Only by being more ruthless, more cruel, and more malevolent than all the villains could he bury those who caused his demise in the past. Only then could he truly seize control of his own fate. He would become the undisputed sovereign of the impending chaotic era. Current publicly available information: disaster levels, mouse, wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, abyss, god. Chapter 3. Acting as Heaven's Agent. Upon leaving the building, Lin Luo swiftly hailed a cab to a hardware store, where he procured a pair of work gloves and a length of thin wire. To alter the grim trajectory of the future, his first step was to enhance his strength through the elimination of wrongdoers. For a talent of level 1 provided insufficient combat enhancement, The first target he selected was Wang Jichao, a man who had fortuitously awakened a level 1 talent. Albeit of a supportive nature, Lin Luo felt a great deal of confidence in his ability to eliminate this opponent. The reason for choosing him was not only due to the fact that Wang had persistently harassed him, desperately seeking the contact information of Yuci, and subsequently targeting him in various ways. Because in his previous life, he had beaten the man for humiliating his brother, he was subsequently imprisoned. During his incarceration, that same individual took the opportunity to further disgrace him and even hired inmates to inflict harm upon him. Moreover, this Wang Jichao transformed into a veritable demon amidst the chaos of that tumultuous era. His most infamous misdeed involved imprisoning innocent refugees and harvesting their organs to tend to the injuries of the affluent and powerful. Beyond that, he frequently coerced individuals into servitude and recklessly engaged in murder and theft of equipment. Good men like my brother were forced into prison, while scoundrels like Wang Jichao awakened superior talents and roamed freely, unchecked by fate. If the heavens have turned a blind eye, then I must take it upon myself to enact justice. Soon, the moment of awakening for the entire populace that lingered in his memory finally arrived. He calmly observed a silver, diamond-shaped crystal, one he recognized all too well, manifesting before his forehead. It then gradually sank into his brow, followed by a clear and melodious voice echoing in his ear. Greetings, Lin Luo of Blue Star, and welcome to the new era. From this moment forth, Blue Star will unveil various levels of dungeons and secret realms across its lands. Please awaken your talents and embark on a journey to discover your combat profession. May I proceed to awaken your talent now? Lin Luo quietly intoned within himself. Awaken. Congratulations. You have acquired the level talent. Plunder. Plunder. Level. Growth possible. Effect. When a life is taken, seize one random attribute value at 1% or 1% of its skill talent effect. Cooldown. 5 days. He chuckled, for it was identical to his previous life's awakening. Lin Luo recalled the helplessness he felt when he first awakened this talent, trapped within the inspection bureau, where neither heaven nor earth answered his calls. Upon his release, he found himself delayed in entering the dungeons, his level too low. Moreover, due to the weakness of his talent, no one was willing to team up with him, causing his leveling progress to lag significantly behind the main cohort. It was only later, when his brother emerged and expended considerable effort, that he managed to elevate Lin Luo's talent using the costly Spirit Crystal. However, this also hindered his brother's own progression, leaving his brother's talent stagnant at its base level. Had he not been a burden, perhaps his brother would have long since surpassed that level. Yet, my level talent is not as simplistic as it appears. Its potential is, in fact, far more formidable than that of an ordinary level talent. With the wisdom gleaned from my rebirth, I shall not remain so naive. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to be a hero. Let me enumerate your transgressions and hunt down all who have succumbed to darkness. You do not deserve to wield extraordinary power. Before long, a cacophony erupted outside the restroom. Shortly thereafter, the familiar voice of the supervisor, Wang Jichao, resonated from beyond the restroom door. Haha, Xiaomei. I have awakened my level talent, the grip of healing. Stick with me, and I assure you a life of luxury. You have awakened a level talent? That is quite commendable. Many of the employees here have awakened to extraordinary talents. Do not be disheartened. Wang Jichao spoke with an air of confidence, when suddenly the sound of urination echoed from outside the restroom. Xiaomei, rest assured. Times have changed. I have awakened to a remarkable talent. Does my wife, with her plain demeanor, still deserve me? Let us leave it at that for now. Goodbye. Love you, darling. After finishing his call, Wang Jichao set down his phone, shook his body slightly, and let out a satisfied sigh as he zipped up his pants, preparing to depart. He was oblivious to the figure of a janitor emerging behind him, pulling down the brim of their hat. As he walked out, he murmured delightfully to himself, my extraordinary talent seems quite impressive. I'll check online to see what has transpired. I can postpone Xiaomei's matters for now. Perhaps with my newfound status, I could find a more beautiful and youthful companion. Just as he reveled in his dreams of a promising future, a thin wire suddenly shot out from behind him, tightening viciously around his neck. The sharp pain at his throat interrupted his thoughts, followed by a powerful force that yanked him backward. Pain, an excruciating agony surged through him, making it difficult to breathe. Wang Jichao desperately clawed at the wire with both hands, but the force continued to pull him back, ultimately dragging him into a squat toilet. Unfortunately, he stepped into the pit, causing his footing to slip, and his body instinctively lurched forward, while the wire harshly yanked him back. His vision blurred, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. Veins bulged from his neck, and saliva dripped from his mouth as he struggled in agony. You disgusting fiend. Even with your awakened healing talent, you Haven tea cured your chronic condition. Lin Luo's eyes were bloodshot as he pressed his foot against Wang Jichao's back, pulling the wire with all his might. You shall become my first offering in this rebirth. Chapter 4. Extraordinary Talent. The Awakening of the Stand. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is to be expected. With Lin Luo's devilish whispers, Wang Jichao's life entered its countdown. Yet, a slender green arm suddenly materialized in the void, resembling a ghostly hand. This green arm appeared and clenched fiercely in the air, and to his astonishment, the injury at Wang Jichao's neck began to show signs of improvement. Lin Luo's heart raced at this sight, instantly recognizing it as a special manifestation of the opponent's extraordinary talent, known in later times as a stand. The ability of this arm was evidently related to healing. However, it was fortunate that the healing pace of this stand was clearly slower than the rate at which Wang Jichao was sustaining injuries. Die! Lin Luo's heart roared as he tightened his grip once more. As Wang Jichao's life force dwindled, it seemed to reach a critical threshold, finally activating the most terrifying aspect hidden within his extraordinary talent. You have seized the soul power of your opponent. Your extraordinary talent has evolved into an even greater form. Your extraordinary talent has evolved into an even greater form. Your extraordinary talent has evolved into an even greater form. As his innate talent began to flourish, the green arm gradually faded away. At this moment, Wang Jichao's consciousness became hazy. If he still possessed the ability to hear, he would have caught the sound of a despairing notification echoing in his mind. Warning, your talent level has diminished to a lower tier. Warning, your talent level has diminished to a lower tier. Warning, your talent level has diminished to a lower tier. Lin Luo heard the notifications reverberate in his mind. And as that green arm began to dissipate, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. After all, even a healing-type stand's power was beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him. He had mentally prepared himself to endure several blows. Clearly, Wang Jichao, caught between life and death, had no time to familiarize himself with the stand's capabilities. He made a grave error in choosing between healing himself and attacking Lin Luo. Ultimately, Wang Jichao completely lost all signs of life, his body collapsing to the ground. In that instant, Lin Luo's talent soared from a lower tier to an astonishing level. Plunder. Level. Can grow. Effect. Upon slaying a living being, one may choose to plunder one of 4 attributes: total attribute value, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power. Cooldown 1 day. Lin Luo felt a powerful force surging within him, filling his heart with exhilaration. His talent could grow through defeating monsters, albeit at a painfully slow rate. Conversely, by slaying a human with a higher talent level, he could directly elevate his own talent to match that of his opponent. In his previous life, he and his brother toiled for 3 years, barely managing to elevate his talent to its peak. Yet now, within less than an hour of his rebirth, he surpassed the limits of his former existence. According to the official announcements from his past life, the average probability of a human awakening a talent of level was approximately 1 in 10,000. The probabilities for awakening levels were respectively 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million, and 1 in 10 million. Those who awakened talents of level or higher were revered as extraordinary awakeners, as they manifested a stand, a tangible force of reality. In contrast, those below level were considered ordinary awakeners. Once everyone entered the dungeon and began their class transitions, most ordinary individuals would form teams, gradually tackling the dungeon. Meanwhile, those blessed with level talents, provided they possessed an offensive type, could often single-handedly conquer lower-level dungeons with ease. Lin Luo sensed that in addition to his talent evolving to level, a profound power was surging forth from the depths of his soul. He suddenly bellowed, "Arise, my stand." A shadowy figure swiftly manifested before him, transitioning from ephemeral to corporeal. This robust form donned a dark bullhorn helmet, at the center of which was a white circular clock embedded within. Its entire body was encased in fearsome, sharp metal armor, and a flowing black cloak billowed behind it in the wind. Black Emperor. Simultaneously, a virtual attribute panel for the stand appeared before him. Chapter 5, at last. I am reaping the benefits of the era. Stand, Black Emperor. Level, 5. Strength, 200. Normal human, 10. Agility, 200, 10. Intelligence, 110. Defense, 55, 10. Health points, 5,200. Energy, 50. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Growth, 200 max. Action range, 1 meter. Strong arm robbery. Active each time an attack lands on an enemy and inflicts damage. It will siphon off 1/5 of one of the opponent's attributes, skills. Ineffective against stands. Cost, 10 energy. Cooldown none. How formidable. Even in the chaotic era to come, my stand remains among the pinnacle of its kind. Although Lin Luo had never possessed a stand in his previous life, he was well versed in its lore. Before the onset of chaos, many individuals boasting talents above level 5 had publicly shared their stand's attribute panels online. Stands generated from level 5 talents have a maximum of 200 points in all attributes except health. The highest single attribute for a level 5 stand can reach 400 points, while the most potent level 6 stand can achieve a maximum of 600 points in a single attribute. Lin Luo's stand, the Black Emperor, excels in strength, agility, and growth, each reaching the pinnacle limit of 200 points. However, its deficiencies are glaringly apparent, with intelligence, defense, and action range falling woefully short. Intelligence signifies the stand's ability to engage in autonomous combat. The Black Emperor, in particular, can only be wielded by Lin Luo. Action range denotes how far the stand can stray from its host. It appears my Black Emperor is a close combat powerhouse, a premier type for the early stages. Although strong arm robbery does not affect stands, my talent compensates for this limitation, allowing me to eliminate foes and fully seize their stands. Undoubtedly, its most remarkable attribute lies in its 200 points of growth. While level 5 stands can reach a maximum of 600 points in single attributes, few of the level 6 stands previously disclosed boasted growth attributes exceeding 200 points, which is said to represent a stand's potential. No wonder it is said that level 6 talents are extraordinary awakeners. Once awakened, they can instantly manifest their exceptional powers in reality. This stand is simply divine. Even against firearms, it might hold its ground. At last, I am reaping the dividends of a universally awakened era. Under Lin Luo's command, the Black Emperor extended a robust, obsidian arm from beneath its cloak, deftly closing and locking the restroom stall door. It then extracted a mobile phone from Wang Jichao's pocket, crushing it with brute force before nonchalantly tossing it into the sewer. Subsequently, the Black Emperor lifted him and placed him into another restroom stall. Soon, amidst the sound of flushing from the adjacent stall, Lin Luo emerged expressionless from another restroom compartment. Regrettably, he had not yet achieved success and had perished in this neglected restroom. In this new era, the authorities of Huaxiao would deploy a significant portion of their manpower to maintain order. The incident involving Wang Jichao would not be discovered for at least a week, and by the time inquiries led to him, a month would have passed. By then, he would have become invincible. At that moment, he would embody the law of the land, the very essence of justice. Upon exiting the company, Lin Luo sought a secluded spot to change out of his cleaning uniform. He then casually entered a quaint milk tea shop, ordered a drink, and opened his phone. The university class group, which had grown desolate since graduation, suddenly buzzed with activity as everyone enthusiastically discussed the phenomenon of universal talent awakening. Xiao Ji Ba, I have awakened the talent of speed, and I must say, the effects are remarkable. The delivery speed has significantly improved, and this month, I am poised to become the king of delivery. I feel like a natural-born delivery champion. Kai Yifan, can you all help me assess whether my talent can still be salvaged? Ikuan, just 2.5 years. And you could master a skill to its peak. Zhang San, you two are truly brilliant. I heard there are dungeons appearing in many areas of the city. With the new era upon us, does that mean we 1T have to work tomorrow? Wang Tung, huh? You little novices, my talent is far superior. With the potential of a grand emperor, I am ready to skip work and dive into a dungeon. I've heard there's S1 on the second floor of the nearby Intai department store. Tata Kai, Wang Tung, what is your Grand Emperor potential compared to mine? I have awakened the talent of the Book of Wishes, and with a call of Daddy, I can take you all to new heights. Wang Tung, Daddy, I may have raised my voice a bit. I apologize. Please, do include me in your team. Zhou Shui, you men are always thinking about play. Has the world changed so much that we no longer need to earn a living? Does high talent negate the need for sustenance? My talent, the Silent Beauty, may only be at level 6, but it surpasses any cosmetic enhancement. Sisters, securing a wealthy husband is the true application of talent. Lin Luo scrolled through the chat history, his gaze soon fixating on the name Tata Kai. Tata Kai's real name was Lu Ming, who had been a sycophant during their university days. In his previous life, after awakening his talent, he quickly entered a relationship with the goddess Feng Mengqiu, whom he had pursued throughout college. It seemed likely that Feng Mengqiu had been drawn to him due to the power of the Book of Wishes. When an individual awakens an unstoppable force, few would choose to become altruistic heroes. Rather, most would undoubtedly embrace the freedom of becoming self-serving beings. Day 1. Superhero, I shall protect the earth. Day 2. Self-serving, I will safeguard my planet. Day 3. Hee, I do not consume beef. Chapter 6. The Book of Wishes. The Master of Wishes. Of course, how Lu Ming chose to evolve was not Lin Luo's concern, as he was not his father and had no authority over him. The reason for fixating on him was quite simple. He was the most accessible target with exceptional talent suitable for acquisition. After Lu Ming acquired his extraordinary abilities, his true nature was swiftly revealed. Subsequently, he became a fugitive, relentlessly pursued by the Supervisory Bureau, yet he vanished completely after eliminating several pursuing officers. With the onset of chaos, Hangzhou descended into disorder. He resurfaced, brazenly aligning himself with the nefarious organization known as the Smiling Coffin. Such a person is inherently steeped in malevolence, deserving of their fate. To eliminate him and seize his talents would undoubtedly benefit the entire city of Hangzhou. Although their relationship during university was rather distant, they were classmates and shared mutual acquaintances. Lin Luo promptly clicked on Lu Ming's avatar and initiated a private chat. Meanwhile, the spirited Lu Ming was examining the panel of his stand-in. Stand-in, Master of Wishes. Attributes. For detailed information, please click to view. Book of Wishes. Fulfills one wish of the host. Consumption. Determined by the difficulty of wish fulfillment. Cooldown. No cooldown period. The Master of Wishes is depicted as a frail man clad in blue, adorned with a scholar's cap, cradling a massive tome, and due to his exceptional intellect, he is entirely capable of communication. Through his interactions with the Master of Wishes, Lu Ming comprehended the limits and applications of his stand-in's abilities. Thus, he eagerly declared his first wish. Master of Wishes, I desire to completely possess Fong Mengchu's body and soul. As you wish, my master. I shall fulfill all your desires. Upon hearing this, the Master of Wishes immediately began to leaf through the enormous book in his hands, which radiated an indescribable brilliance. Master, your wish has been granted. Accompanied by a respectful tone, the figure of the stand-in, the Master of Wishes, gradually faded away. However, Lu Ming was not surprised. He had learned from the stand-in that altering a person's body and soul required immense energy. When the stand-in's energy was depleted, it would temporarily vanish, necessitating a recharge before it could be summoned again. Upon hearing that his wish had been fulfilled, he eagerly opened the messaging app. He sent a message to Fong Mengchu. Are you there? Baby, what's up? I'm chatting with my best friend. By the way, what talent did you awaken? Lu Ming, filled with excitement, clenched his fist in jubilation. Once indifferent to him, she now seemed unperturbed. Haha, Master of Wishes, you are truly remarkable. With you by my side, I could conquer the world. By the way, since she now belongs to me body and soul. Hee. Lu Ming stepped out from the staff area of the hotel and sent another message to Fong Mengchu. Minger, come to room 414 at the Ru Family Hotel on Pingzheng Road. I have something to discuss with you. Baby, what do you want to do in a hotel during the day? Besides, I'm at work. Yet, to his astonishment, the once aloof goddess did not express anger at his audacious message. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably upon reading her response. He pursued her diligently for 2.5 years, but alas, upon graduating from university, the chasm between them widened. She became a renowned internet celebrity, while he remained merely a front desk clerk at a hotel. Unexpectedly, in this era of collective awakening, he transformed overnight from a mere toad into a true dragon soaring in the sky. The thought that the beautiful and alluring goddess, Fong Mengchu, would willingly submit to his whims made his fists clench with excitement. If her numerous admirers and fans were to learn of this, they would surely be consumed by envy and jealousy. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and register the guests. The hotel supervisor approached, noticing Lu Ming's foolish grin, and immediately expressed his displeasure by shoving him. Staggered by the push, Lu Ming quickly regained his balance and retorted angrily, what was that for? Do you know I'm quitting? The supervisor, taken aback by Lu Ming's newfound boldness, so different from his usual timid self, was about to reprimand him when Lu Ming swiftly removed his front desk uniform and tossed it onto the floor. He bolted out of the hotel, heading towards the neighboring Ru Family Hotel, seething with anger as he thought, once the Lord of Wishes regains his power, I shall ensure that this supervisor meets with an unfortunate accident. At that moment, he received a message from his university classmate, Lin Luo. Lu Ming, do you wish to uncover the secrets of advanced talents? Chapter 7, The Sleeping Dragon and the Young Phoenix? A multitude of question marks flooded his not-so-bright mind. In a class of just over 30 students, 2 awakened beings with advanced talents had emerged simultaneously? Could this be what the internet often spoke of? Within 5 steps of the sleeping dragon, there must be a young phoenix? Was it possible that advanced talents were not as rare as imagined? Then why did relatives and friends posting on social media, along with numerous influencers on Douyin, all seem to awaken talents below the advanced level? I, too, possess an advanced talent. My stand is strength-based and boasts formidable combat prowess. Moreover, I have discovered a secret about my stand. Lu Ming understood the power of his stand and was eager to grasp more about his talent, unwilling to miss any opportunity. He eagerly inquired, what secret? Please tell me. Such significant matters cannot be discussed over the phone. Where are you in Hangzhou? I shall come to see you in person to relay the information. Instantly comprehending the gravity of Lin Luo's words, Lu Ming harbored no suspicion. He casually discarded his milk tea into the trash bin, hailed a cab, and hurried towards the Ru Family Hotel. Inside the room, Lu Ming was engaged in a video chat with Fong Mengchu. On the other end of the screen was the goddess he had long pursued, clad in a seductive qipao, gazing at him with a shy expression. Dreamer, how much longer until you arrive? I can hardly wait another moment. The once indifferent Fong Mengchu now acted like a lovesick maiden, playfully saying, Darling, I'll be there shortly, don't be impatient. It'll be no more than 10 minutes. Just as Lu Ming was about to utter some overly sentimental words, Lin Luo's call interrupted him. Frowning slightly, he ultimately decided to answer the call first. Lu Ming, which room are you in? I have arrived. Lin Luo's voice resonated immediately upon picking up the phone. I am at 414. Please come in directly. Move swiftly, as I have pressing matters to attend to shortly. Rest assured, this will be over in no time. After hanging up, Lu Ming exchanged a few sweet nothings with Fong Mengchu. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the door. Reluctantly, he said, Minger, I have something to attend to. Let me end this video call for now, and we shall continue our conversation shortly. As the door swung open, Lin Luo stepped in with purpose, casually shutting the door behind him, and began to survey the room. Observing Lin Luo's thorough inspection, Lu Ming, feeling a surge of impatience, exclaimed, Did you not mention a secret regarding the tiered talent? Please, enlighten me, for I have a date to keep. Confirming that no one else was present, Lin Luo approached Lu Ming without hesitation. Leaning in close, he whispered slowly into Lu Ming's ear, "The secret of the tiered talent is..." Just as Lu Ming focused intently on him, the words were barely out when a shadow cloaked in black materialized before him in an instant. Before he could react, a powerful black fist surged towards him, rapidly magnifying in his vision. Black Emperor. And him. Lu Ming barely had time to process the situation before he was struck with tremendous force, crashing against the wall, reduced to a crumpled heap. The force of the Black Emperor's punch was 20 times that of an average adult, leaving Lu Ming's features grotesquely sunken in. He collapsed to the floor, bloodied and battered, gasping for breath, slipping into unconsciousness. Lin Luo directed the Black Emperor to check for any signs of life, discovering a faint breath still persisted. Without hesitation, he commanded the Black Emperor to deliver a few more blows. As this unfortunate soul departed from the mortal realm, even hours of watching advertisement videos would not resurrect him. A notification finally echoed in the air. Your tiered talent Plunder has activated. Please select one attribute value, talent effect, skill effect, or soul power to plunder. As a mere ordinary person, Lu Ming's attribute values barely amounted to anything, and without having entered a dungeon or learned any skills, he was ill-equipped. The soul power, akin to energy from spirit crystals, could elevate one's talent level. However, to elevate my talent to tiered status, merely plundering a tiered talent would not suffice. Rather than accumulating experience, acquiring another tiered talent would be far more beneficial at this juncture. Activating the tiered talent Plunder. Successfully plundered the target's talent. Congratulations. You have obtained the tiered talent Book of Wishes. Book of Wishes. Level. Effect. Can switch between 3 forms of wishes. 1. Warrior's Wish. Increases hit rate and critical hit rate by 20%, while doubling experience gained from monster kills. 2. Iron Wall Wish. Enhances evasion rate by 20%, negating any form of attack once every 10 minutes. 3. Fortune Wish. Amplifies luck tenfold. Cooldown time. After each transformation into the wish form, a 5-minute cooldown ensues. Concurrently, upon acquiring the second tier talent, Lin Luo felt an exhilarating surge of power emanating from within his being. He exclaimed fervently, "Lord of Wishes, come forth to my side." Chapter 8. The Limits of the Book of Wishes. A frail young man, draped in a black robe, cradling a massive tome in his right hand and wielding a staff with his left, materialized beside the Black Emperor. After bowing respectfully, he spoke with elegant composure. "My esteemed master, the Lord of Wishes heeds your call. Can you communicate?" Lin Luo was astonished to find that this second avatar possessed a degree of autonomy and immediately inquired with excitement. "Indeed, master, any desire you hold, the Book of Wishes in my grasp can fulfill. Here is my attribute panel for your perusal." The Lord of Wishes spoke with respect, gesturing through the void. A virtual panel detailing his attributes materialized in the air. Avatar, Lord of Wishes. Level, 1. Strength, 20. Average human, 10. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 180. Defense, 50. Health points, 4,000. Energy, 200. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every 2 hours. Growth, 80. Action range, 15 meters. Book of Wishes, fulfills one desire of the host. Consumption, determined by the complexity of the wish. Cooldown, no cooldown period. Noticing that Lin Luo seemed to have finished reading, the Lord of Wishes respectfully introduced himself. "Esteemed master, as you can see, I am a functional avatar, not particularly adept in combat. However, my capabilities far surpass those of other combat-oriented avatars." He cast a glance at the immobile Black Emperor beside him before continuing. "My intelligence greatly exceeds that of other avatars, and I can assist you in devising strategies. Moreover, the simpler the wish, the lesser the consumption on my part. Conversely, the more complex the wish, the greater the consumption. Theoretically, my Book of Wishes can fulfill any desire. Yet overly difficult wishes may lead to my permanent collapse, significantly slowing the process of fulfillment." Though Lin Luo had some understanding of avatars, this was his first encounter with an intelligent one. He promptly posed a question. "How can one best utilize your abilities for maximum benefit?" The Lord of Wishes pondered for a moment before decisively responding. "I believe the most advantageous approach is to inquire for information. Information cannot be directly transformed into value. Thus its actual consumption on my part is minimal. However, armed with knowledge, you can strive to obtain what you desire." Lin Luo, not lacking in intelligence himself and possessing foresight regarding the future of the world, grasped the concept immediately. A smile graced his lips as he joyfully remarked, "I see. For instance, if I were to request that you directly provide me with the treasures from the secret realm, that would entail a considerable consumption on your part. However, I made a wish. I desire to know the precise location of the treasures within the secret realm, which would not deplete your energy significantly. Once I ascertain the exact location of the treasure, obtaining it would be rather effortless, provided my strength is sufficient. Your energy recovery rate is not particularly swift, and it is unnecessary to squander your energy on matters that alternative methods could address." "Master, you are truly astute," the Wish Master remarked, subtly flattering. He continued, "Moreover, Wishes with higher feasibility entail lesser consumption, while those that conjure something from nothing require greater expenditure. For instance, wishing to enhance the probability of winning the lottery consumes less energy than merely manifesting a bottle of water out of thin air. Furthermore, a wish for perpetual obedience from another will depend on the target's will and strength. A person of weak resolve may be compelled with minimal energy, whereas a steadfast individual might lead to my utter collapse. Additionally, if the counterpart possesses formidable strength, the difficulty of fulfilling such a wish escalates accordingly. In essence, the realization of wishes must align with the logic of reality. Resurrecting the dead, conjuring objects from nothingness, or teleportation are fundamentally unachievable. Lin Luo nodded contemplatively. After all, the Book of Wishes is a power of a higher tier. If it could genuinely fulfill any outrageous desire, it would be patently unrealistic. However, with the Wish Master's elevated talents, it is reasonable to believe that the capabilities of this wish book would correspondingly strengthen. After a moment of thought, he inquired, "If I wish for my brother, Zhou Xingdong, to be released from the inspection bureau, how much energy would it cost you?" Upon hearing this, the Wish Master immediately began to leaf through the Book of Wishes. Due to the considerable difficulty of this wish, your brother will not be directly released from the inspection bureau. Rather, the time until his release will be expedited. It appeared that the cost of fulfilling this wish was too great. Rather than making a direct wish, it would be wiser to wait until he could employ simpler methods to rescue his brother ahead of schedule. Alright, my Plunder talent has now entered a cooldown period of 1 day, and I am currently unaware of the specific locations of the others on the death list. Next, I shall devise a way to locate them, while simultaneously exploring dungeons and secret realms. Lin Luo employed his previous tactics, commanding the Black Emperor to physically obliterate Lu Ming's phone. After completing this, he suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something, exclaiming, "Wait. I possess the names of many targets along with their approximate information." After confirming with the Wishmaster that it was indeed possible to use this general information to pinpoint the target's locations, he was filled with joy. With the Wishmaster's tracking abilities, combined with the Black Emperor's formidable combat prowess, he was confident that those targets, still in a peaceful era and utterly unprepared for danger, would be no match for him. If all went well, he could reap a talent of level 1 or above each day. Thus, the next step was to enter the dungeons to enhance his own strength. The battle type, stand above level 40, is comparable to a player of similar prowess. The Black Emperor, being a stand that engages in combat without the need for energy, serves as a tremendous asset to my advancement. As I embark on this journey of progression, it feels as though I have gained wings. In this chapter, we delve into the truth of rebirth. At this moment, he cast a contemplative glance at the Black Emperor. At the center of his black-horned helmet, there lay a diminutive white clock, adorned with a solitary, delicate second hand that remained motionless. Do you possess substantial knowledge about stands, Wishmaster? Is their appearance indicative of their abilities? Lin Luo mused, his heart fluttering slightly. The capability of his stand, the Black Emperor, bore no apparent connection to the white clock. Could it be that the presence of this clock on the helmet was due to his reborn soul? As Lin Luo exited the elevator, he chanced upon Fong Mengqiu, clad in a revealing qipao and alluring black stockings. She was engrossed in her phone, her expression twisted in discomfort as she muttered to herself. How on earth did I send this insufferable person so many nauseating messages? I actually agreed to meet this pathetic loser in such a place? What has he done to me? I must block him immediately. It's utterly revolting. Fong Mengqiu was not in Lin Luo's class, but was the belle of the neighboring class. A dream for many boys. While he recognized her, she evidently did not know him, and there was no need for formalities. However, upon hearing her soliloquy, he quickly grasped the essence of Lu Mingqiu's wish and why she awaited him in the hotel room. How foolishly naive. Despite his own lack of intelligence, he managed to evade capture by the Bureau of Inspection in his previous life and turn the tables on them. This suggests that beyond the Wishmaster's inherent capabilities, this stand must have provided him with strategic counsel as well. After all, following the awakening of the populace, the Bureau of Inspection housed formidable adversaries. As Lin Luo pondered these thoughts, he approached the hotel front desk with calm resolve, requesting, "Please extend the stay for room 414 for an additional 7 days. Kindly refrain from housekeeping during this period. My friend prefers not to be disturbed." As he turned, he noticed Fong Mengqiu exiting the hotel with a look of disgust on her face, and a wave of sympathy washed over him. Had he chosen not to intervene, this girl would undoubtedly have faced disgrace, for the power of the Wishmaster was beyond the reach of an ordinary, awakened individual. Is delayed justice still justice? He was uncertain. Yet, he believed that preemptive justice must surely be just. He quickly dismissed such thoughts. His talent for plunder had a cooldown of 1 day, and he could not afford to squander this time. If the power of his talent could not be enhanced, he would augment his strength through dungeon runs. He could not relent in his pursuit of strength. For aside from the two ineffectual and oblivious individuals, Wang Jichao and Lu Ming, there was one person he was determined to eliminate, Bai Honglai, the man who had slain Wen Yuxi's entire family in his previous life. Wen Yuxi's family was among the most important to him, second only to his brother. After his brother was captured, he was sent to an orphanage, finding himself in the depths of despair during what was perhaps the darkest moment of his life. Despite his brother having stolen from the family of Wenyusi, this family chose to extend a helping hand to Lin Luo during his time of need, bringing him a glimmer of hope. In his previous life, upon learning of the tragic demise of Wenyusi's family at the hands of Bai Honglai, he felt utterly powerless due to his own weakness. However, the present him is quite different. Possessing dual extraordinary talents and two formidable avatars, one for martial prowess and one for intellect, he is determined to secretly investigate his adversaries, ensuring that those who harbor malicious intent towards him will meet their demise. Simultaneously, within the study of a villa in Hangzhou, a stylish young man, sporting a fashionable hairstyle, gazes grimly at his avatar. His avatar, the King of Time, manifests as a petite girl adorned with a white beret and a blue dress, clad in white stockings. Suspended behind her is a colossal ivory clock. In her hands, she wields two sharp white hands of different lengths, resembling the hour and minute hands of a clock. From the onset of the era of universal awakening, he awakened an exceedingly rare talent for time travel. He fought valiantly against all who obstructed him, even daring to traverse the rifts of space alone. Yet, in that very rift, he encountered a foe that plunged him into utter despair, one who claimed to be a member of the illogical clan. Despite unleashing his full potential, he was effortlessly eradicated by this adversary. Had he not decisively activated his time travel ability, he might have remained trapped in that rift for eternity. This extensive journey through time came at a staggering cost. The power symbolizing the second hand of the clock vanished along with the clock itself from his forehead. The King of Time closed her eyes to sense her surroundings and suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Wait, Master, I can feel the power of the second hand. It seems to reside within someone in Hangzhou." Chapter 10, Alone in the Instance. What? Yu Taijia asked in astonishment, "Are you certain? How could your power be transferred to someone else? Taken away?" Yu Taijia murmured, a grave expression clouding his features. He pondered. If the other party can seize your power during time travel, their strength must be formidable. You are not a combat-type avatar, and we are currently at our weakest. We shouldn't rush to find this person. The King of Time asserted confidently, "Master, rest assured. My power is indeed within a human." Only then did Yu Taijia release a heavy sigh of relief. "Very well. Let us first tackle the instance. No, we should first seek out our former teammates. Hehe. I wonder what they are all up to at this moment. Once I have accumulated enough power through prophecy, I will settle the score with the one who has stolen our strength. I am keen to discover who dares to pilfer from me." Yu Taijia? With the advent of the era of universal awakening, countless instances and secret realms have abruptly materialized across the globe. At the same time, the official authorities of Huaxia issued an urgent announcement across various platforms. Exercise utmost caution when entering perilous dungeons. If entry is necessary, ensure a party of 5 is formed. During the exploration, please be exceedingly vigilant. Simultaneously, streamers on major platforms engaged in live broadcasts related to this announcement. The majority of workers, distracted by the excitement, found themselves longing for the end of the workday. Meanwhile, business owners and those with leisure time flocked to the nearest dungeon. At an intersection near the Ru family residence, traffic had come to a complete standstill. The cause, a colossal cube, measuring 100 meters on each side, stood ominously at the center of the crossroads, impenetrably dark. Several vehicles, unable to halt in time, collided with the structure, rendering them utterly wrecked. In the distance, several police officers hurried through the gaps in the traffic jam, preparing to maintain order at the scene. Curious bystanders gathered, brimming with excitement and speculation, snapping photographs to capture the moment. Wow, is this what a dungeon looks like? Absolutely surreal. I must share this on my social media. I wonder how to enter. If I go in, will I be able to change my profession? Are there extraterrestrials inside? Is this an alien invasion? I can feel the resurgence of spiritual energy. Didn't anyone hear the prompt in their mind just now? A new era has arrived, and it's the age of awakening for all. Everyone now possesses a system panel. Ha ha ha, it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Finally, no more playing on hellish difficulty on Earth. Despite the enthusiasm and fervent discussions, no one dared to approach the ominous cube too closely. After all, who knew what malevolent entities lurked within? The authorities had also cautioned everyone to prioritize safety. Those familiar with gaming understood that it was wiser to let others venture in first and devise strategies before entering themselves. No one was foolish enough to be the pioneer in such a perilous endeavor. Just then, a young man, exuding calmness, stepped out from the crowd and swiftly approached the dark cube. The onlookers erupted into excitement. Someone is actually walking toward that cube. Quick, get the camera on him. Finally, someone dares to be the first. I'm sure this video will go viral. That young man looks so bold. Isn't it true that youth begets courage? But wait, didn't the officials advise us to enter in teams of 5? How can he go in alone? Among the crowd, some were astonished, some attempted to dissuade him, while others wore expressions of amusement, reveling in the unfolding drama. An elderly man approached with a serious demeanor, admonishing, "Young man, do not be too reckless. You must heed the official advice. What if something goes amiss? Will your family not be worried?" Can you bear the consequences should you incite a disaster? Lin Luo rolled his eyes at the elderly man's moral grandstanding. Old man, if the youth aren't spirited, what does it mean to be young? The surrounding crowd, witnessing this exchange, felt a mixture of admiration for Lin Luo's audacity, yet some couldn't resist making snide remarks. It is evident that he is merely a show-off, heedless of advice, and will soon learn humility after receiving a beating. The youth, eager to be in the limelight, remains oblivious to the dangers that await him. However, Lin Luo paid no heed to these voices and resolutely continued his journey. As he gazed upon the familiar design of the dungeon ahead, a smile graced his lips. Despite having traversed this dungeon countless times in his previous life, he felt a surge of excitement in this new existence. This time, he was accompanied by two powerful substitutes and possessed a wealth of experience. As Lin Luo's form gradually entered the obsidian cube, his vision shifted, and he soon found himself in a room encased by white walls. A luminous screen appeared before him, accompanied by a melodious notification sound echoing in his ears. Your body is undergoing data backup. Any damage incurred within the dungeon will be completely restored upon exiting. Should you perish within the dungeon, you will be resurrected and expelled. However, after 3 deaths, resurrection will no longer be granted. Please select from the 6 foundational classes: Mage, Archer, Warrior, Shield Bearer, Assassin, or Priest. Chapter 11. Hidden Class. In his previous life, Lin Luo had chosen the conventional Warrior class, which, until the second advancement at level 20, was rather mediocre, lacking extraordinary strengths but excelling in versatility. Yet now, armed with 2 powerful talents and substitutes, coupled with extensive combat experience, he was inclined to select a class that would allow him to fully exploit these advantages. By the way, O Lord of Wishes, do you have any recommendations regarding class advancement? If you choose the Level Talent Wish book as your guiding beacon, there is a high probability you will advance to the hidden class of Prophet Mage. While other mages may boast high burst damage, they falter in close combat. However, with the protection of the Dark Emperor, you can perfectly mitigate this weakness. Lin Luo's heart stirred at these words. Although he had surpassed level 20 in his previous life, he had only transitioned into the ordinary Berserker class due to his low talent level, unaware of the existence of such classifications. His brother, possessing a high-level talent, had never advanced into a hidden class. It seems that high-level talents truly possess remarkable prowess. No wonder it is said that there is an essential disparity between high-level and low-level talents. It appears that not only does he have a substitute, but his class also stands far ahead. Although the future described by the Lord of Wishes sounded splendid, upon reflection, there were numerous aspects worthy of scrutiny. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the information he provided was indeed invaluable. If I were to choose Mage as my initial class and select the level talent of Plunder as my guiding beacon for the second advancement, what class would I transition to? Would it also be a hidden class? The Lord of Wishes gently closed the wish book in his hands and respectfully replied, if you select the level talent of Plunder as your guiding beacon, it is highly probable that you will advance to the hidden class of Melee Mage. However, he paused, continuing earnestly, I do not recommend using the talent of Plunder as your guiding beacon for the second advancement. After all, the Melee Mage resembles the fundamental Warrior class, lacking distinctiveness and being overly mediocre, thus failing to harness the true potential of a mage. It is by following the guidance of the Grimoire of Aspirations that one may aspire to become the hidden class of Prophesying Mage, a path that is far purer, more powerful, and more comprehensive. Lin Luo was uncertain if it was merely his own illusion, but he consistently felt that the Lord of Wishes was persistently advocating for himself, asserting that the realization of the splendid future he spoke of hinged entirely upon the Grimoire of Aspirations. He did not deny the formidable nature of this talent, yet he was not swayed to the point of losing his clarity of thought. He reminded himself that his innate talent was still that of Plunder. Although the substitute Black Emperor possessed low intelligence and lacked significant self-awareness, rendering him incapable of disputing with the Lord of Wishes, the core of everything ought to remain centered around the Black Emperor. However, since the Melee Mage was not as formidable as the Prophesying Mage, it seemed that the compatibility of the Mage class with the talent of Plunder might not be particularly high. Lin Luo summoned the robust and enigmatic Black Emperor, contemplating his attributes while observing his panel. The Black Emperor had reached the pinnacle of strength and agility in combat, truly embodying the essence of a melee king in the early stages. Of course, his glaring flaw was his excessively short attack range. Conversely, in terms of combat experience, an agile assassin could, in fact, perform better than a warrior. After all, in the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Most individuals with combat experience in his previous life had opted for this more versatile profession. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Lord of Wishes, if I choose Assassin as my initial class and select Plunder as my guiding talent upon my second class transition, what class will I become? A flicker of subtle surprise crossed the Lord of Wishes' gaze, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor as he replied, Master, you are highly likely to transition into the hidden class of Outlaw, a profession that, like the Prophesying Mage, excels in maximizing the advantages of your Plunder talent. The Lord of Wishes was inwardly astonished. With 6 foundational classes paired with 2 talents, there existed a total of 12 possible hidden class options for the second transition, among which the prophesying mage and outlaw stood out as the most distinguished choices. As a substitute, he naturally would not deceive his master. Yet he chose to withhold the equally viable option of outlaw. Esteemed master, I advise you to pursue the transition route of the prophesying mage. This class allows for the conclusion of battles with ease and grace. Lin Luo smiled and replied, very well, I understand. Chapter 12, Nightmare Level Dungeon. A smile also graced the face of the Lord of Wishes, as he had expended considerable effort to demonstrate that he was superior to the Black Emperor. He believed Lin Luo would make the right choice. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. I choose to transition into an assassin. Lin Luo declared resolutely. You have successfully transitioned into an assassin. Your attribute panel has been generated. Lin Luo. Level 1. Experience points 050. Class Assassin. Health points 180. Constitution multiplied by 20. Mana points 200. Spirit multiplied by 20. Attack power 186. Strength multiplied by 2 plus equipment attack power. Power 99. Agility 105. Attack speed 12 strikes per second. Movement speed 105 meters per second. Mental intelligence 1012. Physical and magical defense 96. Shadow kill 1. Swiftly blink behind the enemy to launch a lethal strike. Inflicting 10 strength multiplied by 2. 2 in physical damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Cost 10 mana points. Phantom/1. Channel all your strength into a single blow, dealing 20 strength multiplied by 2. 2 in physical damage, while briefly repelling the target. Cooldown 20 seconds. Cost 15 mana points. Swiftness 1. Grants an additional 5 agility. Reduces stamina consumption by 30 during movement and combat. Rapid reaction 1. Increases dynamic vision by 10 during combat. Mighty strike 1. Increases critical hit chance by 1. Equipment. Novice dagger. Attack power 6. The assassin, a fundamental class, is perfectly suited to Lin Luo's doppelganger, the Black Emperor. In the early stages, it's simply a matter of rushing to the enemy and letting the Black Emperor send them to their demise. As the game progresses, he can demonstrate even more impressive maneuvers. Will you explore the dungeon alone or wait to form a party? Note, the maximum party size for this dungeon is 5. Solo entry. Lin Luo declared without hesitation. Although there are numerous types of doppelgangers and talents, it is undeniable that the aggressive type provides the most assistance during early level progression. The attributes of those entering the dungeon are not particularly high. With the Black Emperor alongside, it is akin to being escorted by a level 30 plus veteran. Why bother with a party for such a low-level dungeon? Soloing is more than sufficient. Furthermore, completing the dungeon alone yields higher evaluations and better rewards. Goblin Den. Recommended entry level 14. Dungeon difficulty options: easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Dungeon description. Though a paradise for novice adventurers, caution is still advised against these green-skinned, diminutive creatures, especially for female adventurers who should avoid venturing alone. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Nightmare difficulty. Warning, recommended level for nightmare difficulty, 5 to 10. You may only exit upon completion or death. Your current level is 1. Please confirm whether to enter. Confirm. Entering the dungeon. Goblin Den, nightmare level. Lin Luo's vision blurred, and he was instantaneously transported into the true dungeon. Before him lay a dimly lit forest with a low-hanging, overcast sky. Ahead, 15 red-eyed green-skinned goblins brandished their clubs, shrieking as they charged towards him. Red-eyed goblin. Level 5. Health 300. Defense 30. Attack 40. Experience 15. Skills: Red-eye, reproductive urge. When health falls below 20 or when encountering female adventurers, attack speed increases by 30. Indeed, this dungeon is not for the faint of heart. It commences with a formidable onslaught of 15 level 5 red-eyed goblins, all eager to unleash their wrath. Any ordinary novice player daring enough to venture forth would find themselves swiftly overwhelmed, each goblin capable of reducing them to a mere pulp with a single strike, leaving no chance for survival in subsequent stages. Alas, for me, they are merely trifles. The attributes of the Dark Emperor alone are sufficient to rival those of a level 30 player. With his presence, these red-eyed goblins are nothing but refuse. Lin Luo felt no trepidation. With a resolute sigh, he charged forth into their midst. As the goblins closed in, mere inches away, he bellowed, "Manifest, Black Emperor." In an instant, the talent of his wish, the Book of Aspirations, enhanced the critical hit rate of his stand, the Black Emperor, elevating it to a remarkable 20%. In his previous life, he had lacked the companionship of a stand, forced to engage foes one at a time while kiting them, always wary of being encircled. Yet now, a powerful, obsidian figure materialized beside him, moving with a speed unfathomable to ordinary eyes, unleashing a furious barrage of 15 punches in the blink of an eye. Aura, 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 aura. Aura, aura, aura. When impoverished, one resorts to tactical interspersing. When affluent, one employs overwhelming firepower. Perish. beholding the might of the brawny Black Emperor. A surge of exhilaration welled within Lin Luo. He found himself instinctively roaring along, as if at that moment, he was unleashing all the pent-up frustration and fury from his prior existence. In this life, he vowed to annihilate all obstacles and ascend as the unrivaled sovereign. Chapter 13. Level up in a second. Your stand, the Black Emperor, inflicted 770 points of critical damage on the red-eyed goblin. Your stand, the Black Emperor, dealt 370 points of damage to the red-eyed goblin. With a flash, the 15 red-eyed goblins were sent sprawling, their health extinguished. As a chorus of battle notifications rang in his ears, you have slain a red-eyed goblin, earning 150 experience points. For slaying monsters 4 levels above, you gain 500 experience points. Book of Aspirations, effect, 200 experience points per kill. You have defeated 15 red-eyed goblins, accumulating 2,250 experience points. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 6. Current experience, 700-1600. A radiant golden light enveloped Lin Luo as he experienced 5 successive level ups, soaring from level 1 to level 6. The agility of the Black Emperor is 200, allowing for 16 attacks per second. Thus, he obliterated all 15 red-eyed goblins in an instant, propelling Lin Luo to his new level. While this may appear impressive, in truth, these wretched creatures were hardly worthy of the Black Emperor's formidable prowess. After all, his energy was limited, permitting only 5 uses of his power before depletion, necessitating caution for encounters with more formidable foes. With each level gained, players receive 4 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Thus, he amassed a total of 20 free attribute points and 10 skill points in one fell swoop. With the wisdom gleaned from his past life and the understanding of his current circumstances, Lin Luo made a decisive choice to elevate his agility by 16 points and strength by 4. For an assassin, the ability to stack poison effects and those akin to the Blade of the Apocalypse on weapons, alongside equipment that inflicts true damage with each strike, makes the enhancement of agility an unequivocal advantage. Furthermore, after his second-class advancement, he would gain a professional skill that converts agility into attack power, solidifying the merit of his investment in agility. He allocated all 10 of his skill points to enhance the skill of swiftness, raising it to level 11. Swiftness 11 increases agility by an additional 15, reduces stamina consumption by 40 during movement and combat. Were it left to other players, many would undoubtedly gamble on the damage skills of Shadow Hunt and Phantom Slash. However, Lin Luo, with the clarity of experience from his previous life, understood that this dungeon was far more than merely a game. The actions required real stamina expenditure. For instance, with his agility now at 41 points, his maximum movement speed reached a staggering 287 meters per second. Yet, one must ponder how long an ordinary university student could maintain such a peak speed while sprinting. Indeed, without any investment in constitution, it is likely that they would tire within mere seconds. After the dungeon's unveiling in his past life, countless players eagerly rushed in, only to discover that what appeared to be the simplest dungeon often exceeded a distance of a kilometer. This was not a matter of clicking a mouse in front of a computer, it required genuine physical exertion. Not only did they have to traverse distances, but they also had to engage in combat with various monsters. Completing even the most straightforward dungeon left most players utterly exhausted, especially considering that in modern society, beyond physical laborers, the average individual's daily step count rarely surpasses 500. Consequently, only the shield bearer class emerged as a viable option in the early game. Many players, even those who chose other classes, found themselves compelled to allocate some of their precious free attribute points to Constitution in order to endure several dungeon runs. The passive skill of swiftness eventually garnered attention from numerous gaming streamers. One aspect that many players overlooked was the significant reduction of stamina consumption by 40 during movement and combat. As the saying goes, youth often fails to recognize the value of passives, mistaking actives for true treasures. Of course, warriors, shield bearers, and archers also possess similar skills to reduce stamina expenditure. Ironically, priests and mages became the least favored classes among skilled teams, as their slow movement speed and low stamina often resulted in delays after defeating waves of monsters, leaving them to recuperate before proceeding. Naturally, female players were an exception, as there were always willing souls ready to carry them through dungeons and secret realms. Lin Luo disregarded the scattered copper coins and debris strewn across the ground and charged directly towards the next scene. He was well aware of the small tricks of dungeon running, knowing not to squander time collecting items. After completing the final encounter, all loot within the dungeon would automatically coalesce into a single treasure chest. Having traversed the darkened forest, he soon came upon a flickering campfire ahead. By the flickering light of the campfire, a group of diminutive goblins clad in animal hides danced exuberantly, embodying the spirit of their culture. In the heart of the flames sat several green-skinned goblins, indulging in hearty feasts of meat and drink, while across the fire stood another goblin, staff in hand. Engaged in fervent prayer, Lin Luo cast a swift glance, instantly discerning the general characteristics of these green-skinned creatures. Wolf-skin goblin. Level, 6. Health, 400. Experience, 20. Quantity, 15. Stone-throwing goblin. Level, 7. Health, 420. Experience, 30. Quantity, 7. Frost goblin. Level, 8. Health, 450. Experience, 50. Quantity, 1. The frost goblin, stationed opposite the campfire. Proved to be a mage-type creature, for despite the flames obscuring its line of sight, it was the first to sense the encroaching enemy. Abruptly ceasing its prayer, it cried out and brandished its staff. The dancing wolfskin goblins immediately halted their revelry, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Lin Luo en masse. The stone-throwing goblins, previously drinking by the fire, discarded their cups and skewers, following suit to mount an attack. Chapter 14. Prioritize the elderly and children. Attack. Unfazed, Lin Luo charged forward as well. In his previous life, he had to lure and gradually whittle down these foes. But in this rebirth, he had no such qualms. He unleashed his full potential. As the whistling stones hurled by the stone-throwing goblins approached, the imposing figure of the Black Emperor shielded him, unleashing a flurry of 7 punches that sent the projectiles flying. Then, a wave of 15 wolfskin goblins rushed in. Alas, their fate was akin to that of the gored children rescuing their grandfather. Each one met a swift demise. In less than 2 seconds, all 15 wolfskin goblins were vanquished. With the melee foes eliminated, the stone-throwing goblins found their attacks ineffective. In an instant, Lin Luo, an agile assassin with all his attributes invested in dexterity, closed the distance, declaring, "You goblins shall all be sent flying. Prioritize the elderly and children." With a surge of will, the Black Emperor let out a fierce roar, delivering 14 punches in a heartbeat. In less than a second, these fragile stone-throwing goblins were sent hurtling through the air, their health plummeting to 0 before they could even react. By the time the frost goblin finally grasped the situation, it hastily raised its staff. However, the icy power it had barely begun to summon was no match for the Black Emperor's might, who dispatched it with a single blow, sending it to meet its maker before it could cast a spell. With an astonishing attack speed and Lin Luo's explosive movement akin to that of a cheetah, covering 28 meters in a second, he annihilated the second wave of foes in under 5 seconds. You have slain 15 wolfskin goblins, earning 40 experience points. Wish Battle, effect. Gain 200 experience points for killing monsters. You have slain stone-throwing goblins, earning 120 experience points. Gaining 200 experience points for each level of monster killed. Wish Battle, effect. Gain 200 experience points for killing monsters. You have slain a frost goblin, earning 300 experience points. Upon achieving a level 2 monster kill, you gain 300 experience points. Wishful Warfare, effect. Monster kills yield 200 experience points. You have slain a total of 15 wolfskin goblins, 7 stone-throwing goblins, and 1 frost goblin, accumulating 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 7. Current experience points, 8, 403, 200. Lin Luo continues with his previous allocation strategy, investing 3 points in agility and 1 in strength, while dedicating all skill points to enhancing swiftness. He swiftly traverses past the campfire, hastening towards the next scene. This nightmare-level dungeon is the most rudimentary, likely comprising only 3 scenes. The next should be the final one. The gatekeeping level. The global dungeon has just opened, and he recalls the achievement of soloing a nightmare-level dungeon from his previous life. It was accomplished in the dead of night on the day of universal awakening by a player named Grey Wolf. Now, this achievement is within his grasp to seize ahead of time. Beyond the campfire lies a narrow path winding through the dense forest. At this moment, the ominous clouds in the sky slowly part, allowing a sliver of cool moonlight to spill through. After traversing a few hundred meters of the narrow trail, the path opens up to a wider area. Several campfires cluster together, their flames licking the sky. A group of goblins is mercilessly assaulting a few male humans clad in simple garments. Meanwhile, on the other side, several female humans are being dragged away by hulking goblins, subjected to unspeakable acts, revealing the brutal nature of this merciless workshop. In his previous life, some players discussed in forums how to join the goblins without slaying them. Simultaneously, information about all monsters appears on a virtual panel before him. Wolfskin Goblin. Data, omitted. Big Goblin. Level, 9. Health, 700. Experience points, 60. Quantity, 10. Characteristics, robust and hefty. Of considerable height, with a reproductive drive far exceeding that of ordinary goblins. Goblin Shaman. Level, 9. Data, omitted. Skills, Frenzy, Heal. Flame Goblin. Level, 9. Data, omitted. Skills, Fireball Toss. Goblin Guardian. Level, 10. Health, 1200. Experience points, 80. Quantity, 5. Characteristics, a formidable goblin excelling in both offense and defense. Though not as towering as the Big Goblin, it possesses greater strength, swiftness, and defense, often clad in light armor. Lin Luo's arrival evidently captures the attention of a group of goblins, who immediately howl and charge towards him with their massive blades raised. Meanwhile, the other goblins continue their rampage, seemingly indifferent to this human presence. 7 or 8 wolfskin goblins succumb in the hands of the Black Emperor, not lasting even a second. One big goblin drags a struggling human girl, preparing to enter the adjacent grove. Suddenly, a strong and shadowy figure swiftly approaches him. A torrent of fists rains down upon him like a tempest. An uncatchable attack speed. Overwhelming power. 16 punches per second, with 700 health points and a defense of 50. The level 9 Great Goblin met an untimely demise, failing to endure even a single second. Your stand, the Black Emperor, inflicted 750 points of damage upon the Great Goblin. Subsequently, it dealt an additional 350 points of damage. You have successfully vanquished the Great Goblin. As the lifeless body of the Great Goblin collapsed, the girl finally broke free from his demonic grasp, sobbing. She intended to express her gratitude to her savior, but the figure of her benefactor had vanished from her sight. These scenes, no matter how many times I witness them, ignite a fury within me. May they all perish. Black Emperor. Lin Luo erupted in a furious roar. It seemed the Black Emperor sensed its host's emotions. Its movements grew increasingly ferocious. Despite being able to defeat a single Great Goblin with just 2 punches, it unleashed a relentless barrage of 16 punches, each one landing with brutal force. This realm, filled with dungeons and secrets, is rife with such occurrences, where humans are persistently tormented by these monsters. It appears to foreshadow the tragic fate of humanity in another world. Chapter 15. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. As 2 great goblins fell, the remaining goblins finally reacted. They screeched and turned to charge at Lin Luo, the unwelcome intruder. Just what I needed. I won't have to hunt you down one by one. All of you shall perish here today. Lin Luo swiftly took refuge behind the Black Emperor. He was of no help in this moment, as the goblins possessed high damage output, and his frail health could not withstand many hits. Fortunately, his agility was high, allowing him to evade and move behind the Black Emperor in the nick of time. Due to the overwhelming ferocity of the Black Emperor's attacks, the wolfskin goblins and great goblins fell almost instantaneously. The masked goblin shaman could hardly provide them with healing, desperately leaping about in the background. Whoosh, whoosh. Several fireballs surged toward Lin Luo, unleashed by the flame goblin. However, the Black Emperor dashed forward like a phantom, shattering the fireballs with a single punch. Countless shadows of fists erupted instantaneously. Goblins of various sizes surged toward the duo like a tidal wave. Yet, the Black Emperor stood firm, an unyielding rock amidst the onslaught. Within 10 seconds, all the melee goblins were annihilated. Countless tattered green corpses lay strewn across the ground. Just as Lin Luo was about to exhale in relief, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Looking up, he beheld a towering figure, slightly shorter than the Great Goblin, clad in light armor and donning a helmet, steadily advancing toward him. It was none other than the final Goblin Guardian. In his previous life, he had witnessed the cowardice. In this rebirth, he would strike with unbridled force. Lin Luo, confronted by the oppressive figure, felt no fear. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Yet, even faster was the Black Emperor, whose fists were larger than a cooking pot. Black Emperor, Goblin Guardian. A agility value of 200 is an unrelenting force against such lowly foes. Without a hint of suspense, the sword in the Goblin Guardian's hand had not yet descended upon the Black Emperor before he had already endured a solid 16 punches. This ferocious power indented the light armor he wore, leaving 16 distinct imprints clearly visible under the glow of the campfire. As it fell helplessly, it seemed perplexed, questioning whether the matchmaking system had indeed malfunctioned. It was utterly nonsensical, even more so than the matchmaking in honor of kings. For heaven's sake. This was a nightmare-level guardian. Is it not a breach of courtesy to eliminate me so swiftly? Am I truly that insignificant? How weak? At my current strength, I am already at the pinnacle of this tier with just a slight exertion. Lin Luo gazed down from above at the fallen Goblin Guardian and remarked coolly, "Only the dead goblins are good goblins." A level 10 monster was still far too weak for the Black Emperor, unable to withstand even a second in a one-on-one confrontation. As a fireball soared toward him from behind, the Black Emperor effortlessly shattered it with a single punch. By the time he had swept away the remaining frail goblin mages, he was once again enveloped in the radiant light of 2 level-ups. You have slain a total of 62 wolfskin goblins, 10 big goblins, 5 goblin shamans, 5 flame goblins, and 1 goblin guardian. With the experience boost from your relentless battles and defeating higher-level monsters, you have accumulated a total of 9,700 experience points. Congratulations, player. Your level has risen to 9. Current experience points, 734, 012, 800. As all the goblins succumbed to the might of the Black Emperor, the unfortunate humans they had captured gradually faded from existence. Yet, before their disappearance, they all knelt towards Lin Luo, as if to express their gratitude for his life-saving intervention. In the next moment, hundreds of beams of light erupted from the corpses of the slain goblins. Soon, these lights converged upon Lin Luo, coalescing into a golden treasure chest. You have cleared the goblin nest, nightmare level. Damage taken, 0. Time taken, 5 minutes. Single-player dungeon completion, triple score bonus. Your level is 4 levels below the dungeon's minimum recommended level, 5-fold score bonus. Treasure chest quality ranges from bronze, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, holy, earth, heaven, immortal. Each major quality is further subdivided into 3 minor qualities: common, rare, and exceptional. This dungeon completion score, 1,500 points, great. Congratulations. You have obtained a golden, exceptional, treasure chest from the Goblin Nest. The damage taken and time spent determine the base score, with a maximum of 100 points. The number of players and one's own level dictate whether the base score is doubled. If one's level exceeds the dungeon's recommended level, it may even reduce the base score. Scores from 90 to 100 fall within the grade evaluation, 100 to 200 represent a higher grade evaluation, and scores exceeding 200 up to 500 reflect an even loftier grade evaluation. Only by achieving a score above 500 can one attain a commendable rating. Do not be deceived by the triviality of mobile games or computer pursuits. The reality of entering a dungeon is starkly different. Take, for instance, the dungeon recommended for level 510, the Goblin Nest, Nightmare level. It is a formidable challenge for average players who struggle even at levels 7 or 8. Let alone Lin Luo, who is merely at level 1 and, to add to the difficulty, is tackling it solo, and at the fastest pace possible. Typically, players require over 5 minutes merely to traverse this dungeon. However, before the radiant light converged upon him, Lin Luo adeptly switched from wishful warfare to wishful fortune. In this state, his luck surged tenfold, combined with his exceptional rating, culminating in the astonishing creation of a golden level, superior, treasure chest. Chapter 16, The Butterfly Effect. It is important to note that in such a basic dungeon, the simplest difficulty usually yields a bronze, common, chest, while the ordinary difficulty grants a bronze, rare, chest. The hard difficulty offers a bronze, superior, chest, and the nightmare difficulty provides a black iron, common, chest. Yet, he transcended 8 tiers of quality to obtain a golden level, superior, chest. If experienced players from his past life were to witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. Generally, only dungeons with a recommended level of 30 or higher in nightmare difficulty could possibly generate such high-quality treasure. It feels akin to cheating. What a thrilling experience. Let us see what lies within. With exhilaration coursing through him, Lin Luo anticipated that the golden level, superior, chest would contain at least one piece of golden level, superior, equipment. An indomitable presence in the early stages of the game. He swiftly reached out to open the chest, and in an instant, a dazzling array of golden, silver, and black light dazzled his vision. High-grade life recovery potion, black iron level, X10. High-grade mana recovery potion, black iron level, X8. High-grade stamina recovery potion, black iron level, X5. Great Goblin Helmet, black iron level, superior. Goblin S Wolfskin Coat, black iron level, common. Beginner S Frost Staff, silver level, rare. Class restriction, mage. Fireball Throw, silver level, superior. Class restriction, mage. Goblin Long Knife, silver level, rare. Class restriction, warrior. Guardian Light Armor, golden level, common. Universal class use. Guardian Short Blade, golden level, superior. Class restriction, assassin. Brass coins, X158. Silver coins, X15. Gold coins, X7. Among the finest treasures, the 2 pieces of golden level equipment are perfectly suited for an assassin. A true testament to his tenfold increase in luck. Truly remarkable. Now, let me examine the attributes of these 2 exquisite items. Lin Luo stowed all his newfound treasures in his backpack, then withdrew a finely crafted crimson short blade, reveling in its delicate craftsmanship. Guardian Short Blade. Quality, golden level, superior. Level restriction, level 6. Class restriction, assassin. Attack power, 60. Critical hit rate, 5. Critical damage, 10. Sharpness, ignores 10 points of enemy defense. Bleeding, after breaking defenses. A continuous bleeding effect of 5 points per second is inflicted for a duration of 10 seconds. The equipment dropped by ordinary level 10 monsters typically requires a level 10 for usage. The higher the quality, the lower the level requirement for wearing it. Additionally, each significant quality enhancement not only increases the attributes but also adds an additional affix, while exceptional gear often possesses an extra capability. As a Reborn player, Lin Luo clearly understood that this Guardian Dagger was nothing short of a divine artifact in the early game. Its single attack power surpassed that of a bronze level 10 dagger by 40 points. Furthermore, it boasted 3 additional attributes along with a bleeding effect. The value of attack combined with double critical hits is well understood by those in the know. He then retrieved a piece of silver light armor and donned it immediately. Guardian Light Armor. Quality, golden level, common. Level restriction, 6. Usable by all classes. Physical defense, 25. Magical defense, 23. Health points, 200. Smoothness, reduces damage from sharp weapons by 7 points. Evasion rate, 10. Lin Luo also equipped the Goblin Helmet and then chose to exit the dungeon. Just before leaving, a prompt sounded. Game character data backup successful. Please name your game character. Note: the game name will be displayed publicly during your exploration of dungeons and secret realms. Black Emperor. The game name is unique. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the world's first individual to clear a nightmarish level dungeon solo. Reward: 1 Destiny Spin lottery ticket. Simultaneously, this announcement echoed in the ears of everyone worldwide, played repeatedly 6 times. At that moment, the teacher in a classroom paused, casting a puzzled glance out the window, while drowsy students were jolted awake. Employees in offices, busy or slacking off, halted their tasks. And couples engrossed in a passionate game of poker at hotels paused their applause for love. People from Huaxia, the Kimchi Nation, beautiful country, Tulip Kingdom, and the empire on which the sun never sets heard the announcement in their own languages. Instantly, discussions erupted across the globe. Is Black Emperor our first son? Black Emperor is truly the pride of our Kimchi Nation. I wonder if he is handsome. I want to bear children for Black Emperor. Monsters. Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. Black Emperor can solo a nightmarish level dungeon. Our Viking warriors from Bear Country can too. Huzzah, 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 huzzah. Meanwhile, those with free time disregarded the official warnings and surged towards the dungeons in their respective cities. If this Black Emperor can clear a nightmarish level dungeon solo, why can't they? I've noticed that images posted in the comments become blurry over time, so I can only share them within the book. If you find any blurry images, please tag me. In stark contrast to the global excitement, Utajia's expression was grim, for he was acutely aware that history as he knew it had changed. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, the achievement of being the first in the world to conquer the nightmarish level dungeon solo was claimed late at night on the day of the global awakening by a player known as Grey Wolf. Yet, unexpectedly, this unfamiliar figure, the Black Emperor, had seized it ahead of time. In his memories, there was no such person as the Black Emperor among the global elite in his past life. King of Time, are you certain that your time travel will not alter history? Utaijia summoned a doppelganger for confirmation. Chapter 17, The Cost of Wishes. The King of Time, wrapped in white bandages, wielded sharp hour and minute hands. Utaijia stroked his chin, his eyes revealing confusion. Even if we consider the butterfly effect, I haven't done anything yet. How could such a change occur? Wait, unless there is another butterfly. He suddenly slapped his forehead, as if a realization dawned upon him. If your time travel were to proceed normally, there would indeed be no issue, but a portion of your power has been taken away. It must be that individual who altered the original history. The King of Time replied, that is indeed a possibility. Utaijia speculated, there are now 2 possibilities. The first is that he has stolen your power and grown stronger, clearing the dungeon without knowledge of the future. However, both hypotheses leave me puzzled. To conquer a nightmarish level dungeon solo requires substantial strength. The portion of power he took from you would not significantly enhance his hard capabilities. Even if he truly traversed time with us, from where did he acquire the strength to solo the dungeon? If this Black Emperor is indeed the one who took your power and is aware of the future, I must seek him out promptly, lest his rate of growth surpass ours, which would pose a considerable dilemma. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, who was preparing to spin the wheel of fate, remained unaware that his act of claiming the achievement for the first solo completion of the nightmarish level dungeon had caused a monumental shift in the original timeline. In the previous history, everyone held a sense of reverence towards the unknown dungeons, as dying 3 times within would lead to total obliteration. Thus, teams typically comprised 5 members, starting their strategies from the simplest dungeons. Yet, within an hour of the global awakening, Lin Luo soloed the nightmarish level dungeon, creating a false impression among the global populace that the nightmarish level dungeon was quite facile. Consequently, countless individuals, eager to show off and seek prominence, similarly ventured into the nightmarish level dungeon solo. The formidable and ruthless monsters therein quickly taught them a lesson about humility, resulting in the squandered opportunity of a precious revival. The qualifications for the lottery on the Wheel of Fate are exceedingly valuable. Generally, one can only acquire a lottery qualification by being the first to clear a new novice nightmarish level dungeon or by obtaining a corresponding number of fate fragments upon clearing each layer of the Tower of Secrets. These fate fragments can be exchanged for lottery qualifications. Alternatively, one may earn a lottery ticket by clearing every 10th level's boss. The Wheel of Fate offers a chance to draw from 9 tiers of items. Among them, there exists the Longevity Elixir, which can extend the lifespan of an ordinary person. There is also the Spirit Crystals, capable of enhancing one's innate talents. The Heart of Energy accelerates the recovery speed of a stand's energy, while the Magic Crystals amplify the attributes of a stand. Additionally, there are numerous other extraordinary items, teeming with potent functions, that cannot be obtained in the dungeons. In his previous life, Lin Luo toiled for 3 years, and his total attempts at the lottery on the Wheel of Fate never exceeded 10. Yet, in this current life, within less than an hour of his rebirth, he was granted the opportunity for a 10-fold draw. The probabilities for acquiring items from this fate wheel are as follows. The chance of obtaining a Grade A item stands at 40, Grade B at 25, Grade C at 15, Grade D at 11, grade E at 5, grade F at 3, grade G at 0, 9, grade H at 0, 0, 9, and grade I at 0, 0, 1. In essence, the likelihood of obtaining items of grade G or higher is a mere 1%, while the probability of acquiring the most potent grade items is an astonishing 1 in 10,000. Though Lin Luo possesses the grade S talent status of wishful fortune, which amplifies luck tenfold, granting him an apparent 100-fold increase in fortune, it does not guarantee the acquisition of even a single grade G or higher item, given the 1% probability. Such is the capricious nature of luck and probability. However, this did not deter Lin Luo. He called out, "Arise, Lord of Wishes. It is your time to shine." The Lord of Wishes, draped in a dark robe, materialized swiftly, bowing gracefully before respectfully stating, "It brings me great joy to serve you, my esteemed master." Lin Luo inquired, "If I were to wish for a tenfold draw, ensuring at least one specific item, how much of your energy would it require?" The Lord of Wishes perused the tome of wishes in his hands, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Master, fulfilling this wish is exceedingly arduous. Upon its realization, I may fall into a state of silence for more than 6 months." Lin Luo was well aware of the inherently low probability of obtaining grade items, let alone a specific one. His inquiry was merely to gauge the current limits of the Lord of Wishes. Nonetheless, being a mere grade S stand, should he ascend to grade A, it would seem implausible to fulfill such a wish without enduring an extended period of silence. While each grade item possesses formidable power, trading 6 months of the Lord of Wishes silence for one feels somewhat disadvantageous. After all, to seize the talents of others, he would require the Lord's guidance. Among those individuals, there was a high likelihood that some had awakened talents exceeding grade G. Capturing such abilities would prove equally advantageous, if not superior, especially when considering multiple talents. A hearty meal or a feast, which is of greater significance? Lin Luo discerned the difference clearly. Thus he rephrased his question, "Then, if I were to wish for a tenfold draw, ensuring at least one item, how much energy would it consume from you?" Chapter 18, The Wheel of Fate, Activate. This time, the Lord of Wishes quickly provided an answer, expending all energy and entering a silence lasting 6 days. After a silent 6 days, which equated to the loss of 6 opportunities to seize the talents of others, Lin Luo found this outcome deeply unsatisfactory. He shook his head, unable to accept such a result. Was it not reasonable to desire at least one item of a certain grade or higher? The Master of Wishes spoke directly. To acquire at least one item of a certain grade or above, one must expend 190 energy points. For at least one item of a certain grade or higher, the cost is 10 energy points. Lin Luo inquired further, "What if I wish to obtain at least 2 items of a higher grade?" The Master of Wishes replied, "That would require 110 energy points." Lin Luo swiftly calculated in his mind, grasping the energy consumption model of the wish book talent. He resolved to temper his ambitions and aim for a single item of a certain grade to begin with. After all, he would soon have ample lottery tickets from the fate roulette. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, "Wish book, hear my desire. I hope to obtain at least one item of a certain grade or above in this tenfold draw of the fate roulette. Your will shall be obeyed. I shall fulfill all your wishes." The Master of Wishes immediately began to flip through the enormous tome in his hands, unleashing an indescribable radiance. As the brilliance faded, he respectfully announced, "Master, your wish has been granted." Lin Luo nodded and promptly utilized the tenfold draw lottery ticket. As the golden ticket disintegrated into shimmering particles, he exclaimed, "Genshin, no, fate roulette, activate." In the next moment, a colossal and ancient azure wheel materialized from the void. The rim of this azure wheel was adorned with intricate engravings of various wondrous items, though the details were too minuscule to discern. At its center, 10 pointers emerged. Spinning wildly, Lin Luo found no need to predict the outcome, as such efforts would prove futile. After observing the pointers whirl for a brief moment, he called out, "Stop." Upon hearing his command, the 10 pointers gradually decelerated, ultimately coming to rest at 10 distinct orientations. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the following 10 prizes. 10 beams of light erupted concurrently from the fate roulette, materializing before Lin Luo. Among them, the items of various grades radiated white, green, blue, purple, gold, and brilliant diamond hues. Lin Luo had anticipated acquiring at most a single purple grade item from this draw, but to his astonishment, he immediately spotted a golden beam. A golden legend. He had indeed struck the rare 1/10th probability. The rewards were as follows: grade True Crystal, green; grade Elixir of Longevity, white; grade Bond Crystal, green; grade Frenzied Crystal, green; grade Spirit Ascension Crystal, blue; grade Heart of Energy, blue; grade Elixir of Longevity, green; grade Bond Crystal, white; grade Limit Crystal, gold; grade True Crystal, white. Among these, the Bond Crystal, when utilized by a stand-in, could enhance the range of movement away from its host. The Limit Crystal could augment the energy cap of the stand-in. The Frenzied Crystal possesses the remarkable ability to temporarily enhance the powers of a stand. However, It is noteworthy that these crystals are categorized into different tiers. For instance, the 2 authentic crystals acquired from the recent 10 draws are of varying grades, thus yielding distinct effects. Purchasing these crystals from other players is not only exorbitantly priced, but also limited in quantity, rendering it nearly impossible to achieve a substantial enhancement in a stand's prowess, akin to certain domestically produced mobile games. The marginal improvements from a 10 draw are almost negligible, and in the case of an unfortunate streak during 100 draws, one might not even receive a guarantee, leaving one with mere worthless trinkets. It is uncertain whether this is a deliberate design or merely an oversight. Were it not for his assistance from the Wishmaster, the items he procured might have been even less valuable. It is no wonder that in his previous life, most ordinary individuals opted to sell their lottery tickets, as the fate wheel is hardly a game for the common folk. Without hesitation, Lin Luo crushed and utilized the 2 authentic crystals. Congratulations, player. Upon exiting the dungeon, you shall inherit the 4 personal attributes from the dungeon, excluding equipment. Excellent. Next, he prepared to employ the bond crystals of varying grades, which he directly allocated to the Black Emperor. Lin Luo commanded the Black Emperor to shatter the 2 bond crystals, allowing it to move freely within a 6-meter radius around him. He decided to retain the frenzied crystals for the time being, as they differ from equipment in that they can be taken out of the dungeon for immediate use. The Grade Crystal of Ascendance could enhance the growth value of a talent by 5 experience points. For the Grade Pillager, which requires 100 experience points to advance to the next talent level, this was indeed a modest boon. Lastly, he examined the Heart of Energy and the Limit Crystal of the highest grade. One enhances the energy recovery speed of a stand, while the other augments its energy storage capacity. The question lingered, which stand should benefit from these 2 crystals? Lin Luo's gaze shifted indecisively between the Black Emperor and the Wishmaster. The Black Emperor's skill, Forceful Plunder, could directly amplify its combat capabilities, whereas the Wishmaster's ability, the Book of Wishes, was undeniably potent. With sufficient energy, it could potentially grant invincibility or elevate one to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Seemingly cognizant of Lin Luo's hesitation, the Wishmaster spoke up. Great Master, I recommend that you allow me to utilize these 2 crystals first. They will enhance the limits of your wishes. Should you wish to continue spinning the fate wheel, you need not worry about energy constraints. Lin Luo chuckled at this. The Wishmaster certainly knew how to persuade. Presently, his own strength was adequate, and he could improve swiftly. However, he remained apprehensive about energy consumption, making it a tightrope walk. Very well, you may have these 2. The Wishmaster gracefully extended a hand, drawing the floating Heart of Energy and Limit Crystal into the Book of Wishes, then bowed elegantly, stating with reverence, Great Master, you have made a most sagacious decision. Chapter 19, the first layer of the Tower of Babel. Stand, Wishmaster. Level, Grade. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Defense, Health. For details, please click. Energy, 190,300, 100. Energy recovery speed, 1 point per hour. The recovery speed has doubled. Growth, 80. Action distance, 15 meters. Book of Wishes, grants the host 1 wish. After absorbing the power of 2 great crystals, the Lord of Wishes has surpassed the limits of a level replacement, reaching an energy cap of 300 points. Lin Luo casually placed the remaining 2 longevity pills into his pocket and exited the dungeon. As he departed, the equipment he wore automatically vanished. To bring equipment into the real world, one would need a spatial crystal, which he had not drawn at this time. The crowd outside had swelled beyond the numbers present before Lin Luo entered the dungeon, with more individuals continually entering. Several police officers were present, maintaining order and loudly announcing, everyone, please enter the dungeon with caution. If you wish to enter, ensure you are in a group of 5. Upon emerging, Lin Luo was immediately recognized by the onlookers due to his conspicuous presence. Their eyes flickered with surprise, seemingly astonished that he had returned so swiftly. Of course, just minutes before his exit, the global announcement had left no one suspecting that Lin Luo was the Black Emperor. Otherwise, the scene would have erupted into chaos. Did he really come out so soon? He must have just taken a quick look around, right? Clearly, he was intimidated. Young people care about face. Let us not expose him, just like those middle-aged folks who pretend to work in Starbucks despite being unemployed. The elder who had previously admonished him stepped forward again, a pained expression on his face. Young man, one must remain humble. You lack the strength to show off. Alas, people today are so restless. The human heart is no longer what it once was. Lin Luo looked at the old man with exasperation. You tell me to be low-key while lecturing me in front of so many people? Isn't that just to boost your own presence? Truly hypocritical. With a mere thought, the imposing figure of the Black Emperor, akin to an ancient general, materialized behind him, exuding a formidable aura. His crimson cloak billowed like a flag, a palpable air of iron and blood enveloping the space. This figure towered over the elder, casting a heavy shadow in the sunlight, causing him to stagger back in fright. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, his feet propelled with sudden force. As if a phantom, he caught the elder before he could fall. Be careful, old man. Your health isn't what it used to be. You must exercise more. His smile, combined with the mysterious and terrifying presence of the Black Emperor, left the elder in a whirlwind of shock and fear, rendering him speechless. This young man was not merely seeking the spotlight. He had clearly attained extraordinary power, and he had attempted to educate such a being? The onlookers, witnessing this scene and Lin Luo's evident prowess, were instantly silenced. What on earth is that? Is it human or ghost? It just appeared out of thin air, and even from such a distance, it exudes an overwhelming pressure. This young man is definitely not ordinary. He must have gained extraordinary abilities through the national game. It seems he truly completed the dungeon solo. I saw on a vlog that is a stand-in. Only extraordinary awakeners of level or above possess such a thing. What? The young man turned out to be an extraordinary awakened being. Astonishing. What remarkable luck he possesses. Wait a moment. This fellow's avatar resembles an ancient general, exuding an air of authority, clad in dark armor. Could he possibly be the Black Emperor? What a jest. How could the first individual in the world to conquer a nightmare-level dungeon be just some young lad? Is it merely because he possesses striking looks? He intends to first venture to the singular secret realm known as the Celestial Tower, found in every city, where he aims to seize yet another global first achievement. In doing so, he shall acquire a 10-draw lottery ticket for the Wheel of Fate. This method is far swifter than grinding through other nightmare-level dungeons for initial clear rewards. After all, the locations of each dungeon vary, leading to considerable time wasted on travel, and one can only earn a single lottery ticket per dungeon run. Conversely, the Celestial Tower boasts infinite levels, allowing capable players to descend rapidly without squandering time on the journey. The Celestial Tower in Hangzhou is situated at the heart of the city, within the bustling Silver Tai area, making it a vibrant hub of activity. Rising approximately 100 meters, its exterior gleams with a silver hue reminiscent of metal. Although it bears the name tower, it is essentially a colossal cylindrical structure with a base diameter of about 5 meters. While it appears to be encased in some metallic shell, entry is as straightforward as walking through, akin to a dungeon, with no barriers hindering access. After spending half an hour navigating through the crowd, Lin Luo finally arrived at the vicinity of the Celestial Tower. Upon disembarking, he made his way directly toward it. By this time, the area surrounding the tower was teeming with people, the air filled with a cacophony of voices. The lively atmosphere had even led to traffic congestion on the adjacent roads, prompting drivers to honk incessantly. Meanwhile, the police officers tasked with maintaining order were spread thin across the city, unable to manage the situation effectively. I just made it to the 3rd level of the Celestial Tower, exclaimed one enthusiastic participant. As a fitness enthusiast, I began with 18 points in strength. After selecting the warrior class, I've been slicing through foes effortlessly. Anyone want to team up with my sister who chose the priest class? If you're feeling fatigued, I can carry you. What is so great about a priest? The true path lies with the male healer, capable of both healing and engaging in combat. Get away from me, you creep. What kind of man chooses to be a priest? My talent enhances healing output. ISNT choosing a combat class a significant loss. Is there a brother who chose the archer class? 4th level. Let's ensure we shoot swiftly and accurately. In these early dungeons, 5 warriors charging in unison is the way to go. Who needs flashy classes? Let us get 2 more brawny warriors with strength above 15. Weaklings, step aside. What? Do you look down on those with lower base strength? I'm a mage, but I possess a unique talent for attribute conversion. Once I cast my spells, I can wield a staff and convert my intelligence into strength. Do you think my attack power will be inferior? Can you take down a monster with just a staff? Every 10 levels cleared in the Celestial Tower grants a lottery ticket for the Wheel of Fate. That is undoubtedly a valuable reward. Currently, the highest ranked player has reached the 8th level of the Celestial Tower. Lin Luo squeezed into the congested crowd, distinctly different from those outside the tower seeking their companions. He ventured alone into the Tower of Heaven. As for teammates, they were non-existent. Such companions would only hinder his progress. As his body merged into the silver structure of the tower, a flurry of light and shadow enveloped him. Welcome, player, to the 1st level of the Tower of Heaven. With the prompt echoing in his ears, he found himself in a familiar, brightly lit palace. 20 diminutive, gray-skinned goblins, barely half his height, brandished their clubs and charged at him with bared teeth. Lost Goblin. Level 1, Health 100, Defense 5, Attack 20, Experience 4, Skill, Tetanus Slash. These lost goblins possessed pitiful attributes. Aside from their numbers, they were hardly worth mentioning. Indeed, quite friendly for novices. Chapter 20, 10th level. Goblin Lord Ilfin. Lin Luo gathered strength beneath his feet, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Just as the distance between him and the goblins shrank to less than 6 meters, a robust figure cloaked in darkness suddenly appeared before the horde. With a thunderous roar, countless shadows of fists descended upon them. In less than 2 seconds, the Black Emperor reduced all the goblins to mere scraps. Lin Luo's momentum was undeterred by these trivial foes as he dashed straight to the base of the 1st level of the Tower of Heaven. With the demise of the lost goblins, the stone door deep within the palace slowly creaked open, revealing a spiraling staircase ascending upward. You have cleared the 1st level of the Tower of Heaven. Time taken to clear, 20 seconds. First time clearance reward, 5 fate shards. Congratulations, player, for setting a new global record for clearing the first level of the Tower of Heaven. Your gaming alias, Black Emperor, will be renowned among players worldwide. Welcome, player, to the second level of the Tower of Heaven. Ascending the staircase to the second level, Lin Luo was met with a scene not dissimilar to the previous palace, save for the towering gray stone sculptures of goblins flanking either side. Although the monsters on this level were still of the goblin variety, their numbers and combat prowess had significantly increased, and 4 additional goblins capable of ranged attacks were present. Brutal Goblin. Level 2, Health, 150, Experience, 6, Quantity, 30. Skill, Rabbit Kiss. Goblin Archer. Level 3, Health, 80, Experience, 8, Quantity, 4, Skill, Unstable Shot. Lin Luo scoffed lightly upon entering this second level. He barely glanced at the monsters, instead charging straight ahead. Let us get this over with. I'm on a tight schedule. His attribute distribution favored agility over strength, and with all skill points allocated to the class skill swiftness, his speed was now astonishing. However, the Black Emperor outpaced him, as the small monsters never even drew close before being sent flying by a storm of fists. The dog-headed archer, clutching a broken wooden bow, panically shot at Lin Luo. But his arrows were futile against the swift-moving figure. In an instant, the Black Emperor surged past, sweeping away foes like a tempest. You have conquered the second level of the Celestial Tower. Time taken, 30 seconds. First completion reward, 10 fate fragments. Congratulations, player, for setting a new global record for the second level of the Celestial Tower. Welcome to the third level of the Celestial Tower. In a previous life, the first player to solo conquer the 10th level of the Celestial Tower was the player known as Scumpig, achieving this feat on the night of the Great Awakening. Lin Luo resolved that today, he would not only seize the title for the first solo completion of the 10th level, but also strive for the first solo completion of the 20th level. The third level of the Celestial Tower introduced dog-headed mages, yet their pitiful attack speed was utterly incapable of hitting the elusive Lin Luo. You have conquered the third level of the Celestial Tower. Time taken, 40 seconds. First completion reward, 15 fate fragments. You have conquered the fourth level of the Celestial Tower. Time taken, 52 seconds. First completion reward, 20 fate fragments. You have conquered the fifth level of the Celestial Tower. You have conquered the 8th level of the Celestial Tower. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Luo raced through the layers of palatial halls. No matter how numerous the level 10 monsters were, they could hardly last a few seconds in the hands of the Black Emperor. Outside the Celestial Tower, those closely monitoring the records of completion and time were in an uproar. Was the Black Emperor truly that formidable? Surely traversing the tower would take longer than this. Could he possibly fly? Wait, look at the completion record. He is solo clearing it without any teammates. How is that possible? With so many monsters surrounding him, one would have been minced into a pulp long ago. However, he is known for soloing nightmarish dungeons. Perhaps it is not entirely unfathomable. I believe even the strongest solo player must have their limits. Based on my calculations, relying solely on 1's class abilities, achieving this is impossible. This player, the Black Emperor, must have awakened a combat talent of a higher tier. Goodness, the awakening of such a talent seems profoundly unfair. Lin Luo was blissfully unaware that he had once again captured the attention of the global populace, even drawing the interest of high-ranking officials from various nations. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the 10th level of the Celestial Tower. Warning, upon entering the 10th level of the Celestial Tower, one can only exit after either clearing it or dying. He was well aware of this and stepped in without hesitation, only for the stone door behind him to close instantaneously. Unlike the raucous presence of numerous dog-headed foes in the previous 9 levels, this chamber housed a solitary creature, a dog-headed monster towering 4 men high, with a bulging crimson belly and clad in heavy armor. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, radiating a violent aura. It had been seated upon a massive stone throne in the center of the palace, and upon noticing Lin Luo's arrival, it slowly rose to its feet. 2 wisps of white mist erupted from his nostrils as he grasped a massive cleaver, roaring fiercely at Lin Luo. Dog-headed Lord Irvin. Level 10. Attack power, 90. Defense power, 70. Health points, 5,000. Experience points, 200. Skills, Chapter 21, A Decade of Summons. Indeed, this dog-headed Lord Irvin was far superior to the previous Goblin Guardian, boasting 6 times the health and a significantly larger physique. As he charged toward Lin Luo, the ground trembled violently beneath him. The immense stature of the dog-headed lord exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ordinary human players would likely be stripped of their courage merely at the sight of such a creature. Though he was not considered a top-tier expert in his past life, he had endured countless battles, rendering him impervious to fear in the face of such monsters. However, on this rare occasion, he opted not to confront the beast head-on. Instead, he chose to maneuver to its side. The lord's skill, Frenzied Cleave, combined with the 4-meter-long cleaver, could prove devastating if it landed a blow. As the colossal monster adjusted its course to charge at him, the Black Emperor boldly met it head-on while Lin Luo continued to circle around. The dog-headed Lord Irvin swung his cleaver with ferocity, unleashing his routine skill, Frenzied Cleave. In an instant, the blade sliced through the air like a tempest, aimed directly at the Black Emperor. Yet, despite his modest size, the Black Emperor possessed an agility of 200 points, utterly overwhelming the beast. He deftly evaded all strikes, closing the distance to the Lord's armored abdomen and unleashing a flurry of brutal punches. 330, 730, 730, 330. A cascade of damage indicators erupted above the dog-headed Lord Irvin's head, causing his lengthy health bar to plummet below 2,000 in a heartbeat. At that moment, a wave of energy radiated from him, momentarily repelling the still-attacking Black Emperor. The dog-headed Lord, now in a frenzied state, became enveloped in a cloud of crimson steam, his eyes aflame with a blood-red hue, as if he had completely lost his sanity. He then split his cleaver into 2 separate blades, each 2 meters long, and launched into another frenzied cleave. Under Lin Luo's guidance, the Black Emperor deftly evaded the oncoming cleave, soaring to the side of the dog-headed Lord Irvin's head. He unleashed a brutal assault upon the creature's canine skull. The helmet worn by the dog-headed Lord caved in under the sheer force of the attack, eliciting a wretched howl of anguish as he ultimately collapsed to the ground in defiance. With the demise of this formidable life at the 10th level, a global announcement resounded in the ears of players worldwide. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first individual to conquer the 10th level of the Tower of Babel. Reward: 1 tenfold Fate lottery ticket. The leaders of the 5 great powers of Blue Star attach great importance to this global announcement. They possess far more internal information regarding this awakening of the populace than the average citizen. At the moment the global announcement was made, a new message simultaneously appeared on a mysterious stone tablet located in the capital of Sakura Country, Dongjing. When the first level 22nd transformation class emerged, rodent-level disasters would manifest in reality across the globe. The crimson letters served as a dire warning to humanity. The Joint Response Agency of the 5 great powers saw innumerable scientists and think tank members engaged in fervent discussion. This global announcement seemed to have triggered a mechanism within the stone tablet. What does a rodent-level disaster entail? Could the monsters from dungeons and secret realms materialize in the real world? We must prepare for the worst. Our attempts to bring firearms into dungeons and secret realms have failed, so we currently cannot test the efficacy of these weapons against such creatures. Have all the data on the monsters from lower-level dungeons been compiled? Judging solely from this data, they should not pose a significant threat to our firearms. By the way, from which nation does this Black Emperor hail? Is there a way to locate him? The name resembles that of a superhero, evoking a style reminiscent of those from the beautiful nation. Should we disseminate this information globally to advise everyone to slow their leveling pace? I believe that is unnecessary. Reaching level 20 is relatively straightforward, and delaying by a few days would bear little significance. Moreover, global notifications could incite panic. It is wiser for us to prepare our military mobilization. I concur with the perspective of the representative from the beautiful nation. The mere name rodent-level disaster does not suggest formidable strength. If such a disaster could threaten humanity, what would become of us in the face of subsequent calamities? Should we all cease our progression? The analysis presented by the representative of Huaxia Nation is quite reasonable. The Lord of Wishes is about to take action. Let the Wheel of Fate commence. Lin Luo summoned the Lord of Wishes, articulating the same wish as before, and without hesitation utilized a 10-draw lottery ticket for the Wheel of Fate. As the golden ticket disintegrated into shards of light, a massive and ancient azure wheel materialized before him. The rim of this azure wheel was etched with intricate patterns of various magical artifacts, though the details were too minuscule to discern clearly. In the center of the wheel, 10 pointers began to spin wildly. After a brief moment, Lin Luo shouted, "Stop!" Upon hearing his command, the pointers gradually slowed their rotation, ultimately coming to a halt at 10 distinct orientations. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the following 10 prizes. 10 beams of light, each a different hue, surged forth from the Wheel of Fate, materializing before Lin Luo. This time, fortune was evidently not as favorable as before, with only one purple beam representing a rare item. Level, Elixir of Longevity, white. Level, Life Crystal, green. Level, Elixir of Longevity, white. Level, Rage Crystal, green. Level, Elixir of Longevity, blue. Level, Magic Crystal, Defense, green. Level, Magic Crystal, Strength, blue. Level, Life Crystal, green. Level, Space Crystal, purple. Level, True Crystal, green. Chapter 22. Where did the supervisor go? Lin Luo meticulously examined the grades and effects of all the prizes. Among them, the longevity pill offered the least enhancement to strength, serving primarily as a means for monetary gain. This time, among the 10 consecutive draws, 3 longevity pills were obtained, one of which was of a higher grade, ensuring a substantial influx of currency. It was just the right opportunity to elevate his level directly to 20, completing the second awakening. Furthermore, the intention was to establish a sanctuary in advance, preparing for the impending chaotic era marked by scarcity 3 years hence. Next came the Level Magic Crystal, Defense. Level Magic Crystal, Strength, and level life crystal. These three could augment the corresponding attribute points and health of the stand-in, with the level crystals enhancing by 4 points and the level crystal contributing 5 points. The 2 life crystals collectively could increase health by 140 points. He casually tossed these 2 crystals to the Black Emperor, as the Wishmaster was not a combat-oriented stand-in. Utilizing them would be a waste. Stand-in, Black Emperor. Experience points, 5,100, 5 points. Strength, 205, 5 points. Intelligence, 1. Defense, 59, 4 points. Health, 5,140, 80 points. Other attributes and abilities. For details, please click to view. Lin Luo sighed. This round of 10 consecutive draws did not significantly enhance the combat prowess of the stand-in compared to previous ones. The lottery system of this national game seemed to have drawn inspiration from domestic money-grabbing mobile games, delivering minimal rewards without any guarantees. It appeared to be a domain only the affluent could indulge in, were it not for his rebirth advantage coupled with exceptional talent, alleviating monetary concerns. He might have hesitated to draw directly and instead opted to sell for profit. Currently, 2 Fate Wheel lottery tickets remained, one obtained from the initial completion of the Nightmare level dungeon and the other from the first successful passage through the 10th layer of the Celestial Tower. These would be saved to facilitate a 10 consecutive draw for wishes. After all, wishing for a 10 consecutive draw guarantees at least 1 item of level or higher, whereas a 2 consecutive draw only ensures an item of level or higher, resulting in a significant disparity in energy expenditure. In addition to these gains, having cleared all 10 layers of the Celestial Tower, a total of 275 Fate fragments had been accumulated. These fragments could be exchanged in the Fate shop for various grades of crystals to enhance his talents and stand-ins, or for Fate Wheel lottery tickets. However, the crystals and items obtained through Fate fragments are non-tradable and can only be utilized personally. Moreover, many rare crystals could only be acquired through the Fate Wheel lottery. For those with talents below level, the Longevity Pill, True Crystal, and Space Crystal were the most worthwhile exchanges, while the other items were nearly useless. Many individuals, in the later stages, opt to exchange luck tokens for the fateful spinning wheel, hoping to draw rare crystals that can fetch a handsome price. The odds of winning are significantly higher than those of a lottery, and the process is entirely fair, devoid of the manipulations that often accompany lotteries, where grand prizes are predetermined. Among all the crystals, the Ascendant Crystal is particularly precious, for it alone has the power to elevate one's innate talents, thus altering one's destiny. Moreover, its tradability and the potential for theft further enhance its allure, making it one of the most coveted currencies in the previous life. His brother, possessing a high-tier talent, toiled for 3 arduous years to elevate Lin Luo's innate gift to a mere level, underscoring the formidable challenge of such enhancement. A comprehensive list of crystal effects exists, alongside a ranking of crystals crafted by a previous life broadcaster, all within the first layer of the Celestial Tower. At this moment, in the realm of reality, it is midday. Colleagues who previously mocked Lin Luo have seized the opportunity during their lunch break to rush excitedly to the heart of Hang City, forming a party to ascend the Celestial Tower. After a grueling battle with 20 lost gnolls, they find themselves battered and bloodied, adorned with various bruises and scars, panting heavily from exhaustion. Among them, Li Hua has sustained a debilitating injury, his leg crushed by the gnoll's spiked club, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. Trembling and drenched in cold sweat, he casts aside his iron sword, clutching his injured leg in agony, exclaiming, "It hurts so much. My leg is broken. Why didn't you help me earlier? Xiao Qin, please come and heal me." Qin Kellen, an intern at the company, is half kneeling on the ground, tending to Zhang Jie's wounds. Upon hearing Li Hua's cries, a look of hesitation crosses her face. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie, also panting heavily, retorts irritably, "What are you shouting about? You can recover once you exit. We each took on 5 or 6 of those gnolls. We have no time to spare for you. Moreover, Xiao Qin's mana is limited. She can't possibly heal your leg. Just exit the secret realm and re-enter." The only man standing among the 5 is Dai Baoqian. He surveys the corpses of the lost gnolls strewn across the ground, and then glances disdainfully at the seated intern, Zhang Wei, saying, "What use is choosing an archer? Your aim is abysmal, and you hide at the back, leaving us with only 3 frontline fighters. I suggest we exit and recruit 2 more warriors or shield bearers. I noticed that after exiting the secret realm, we must wait an hour before re-entering. With Li Hua incapacitated, we must swap out members to conquer the second layer of the Celestial Tower." Zhang Wei, feeling meek and hesitant, bows his head, regretting his choice of an archer, unaware of the role's complexities. Beyond 2 attack skills that are relatively easy to hit, normal attacks are taxing and challenging to land. Only by enhancing the precision shooting skill might he improve the accuracy of his basic attacks. In unbearable pain and lacking Qin Kellen's healing, Li Hua can only curse under his breath as he exits the secret realm. Zhang Jie wipes the sweat from his brow and turns to Qin Kellen, saying, "Xiao Qin, please assist with our tasks this afternoon while Old Dai and I are occupied. My companion, Old Dai, and I must remain here to tackle the Tower of Babel." "No, Brother Jie, Upon hearing this, Qin Kellen's complexion paled. Before she could articulate her refusal, she was silenced by a fierce glare from Zhang Jie, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce with a pained expression. Zhang Jie nodded in satisfaction, for he would never suggest dismissing her, partly due to his disdain for the fact that Qin Kellen, as a healer, could not contribute to the fight. Once Zhang Wei, Li Hua, and Qin Kellen had departed, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "By the way, didn't our supervisor, Wang Jiqiao, awaken a high-level healing talent? I wonder where he has gone." Dai Baoqiang chuckled. "Brother Jia, why should this supervisor report to us about his whereabouts? Perhaps he has gone off to spend time with that lovely Mei." Chapter 23, Countenance. Zhang Wei and the others dared not offend the seasoned veterans within the company, thus they obediently withdrew from the dungeon. However, after exiting, he and Qin Kellen were still eligible to re-enter. The problem was that all the skilled players outside had already formed teams, and they struggled to find suitable companions. Xiaoqin, wait a moment, let me check on my good brother Lin Luo's awakened talent level. If his level is high, he will undoubtedly take us along. Just as Qin Kellen felt disheartened, Zhang Wei suddenly remembered someone and promptly took out his phone to message Lin Luo. "Lin Luo, what talent have you awakened? Would you like to team up for a dungeon run? I'll lead the way." Lin Luo casually browsed through the Fate shop, where, aside from the most precious items such as the spirit crystals that enhance talent levels, the sublimation crystals that augment talent strength, and the cooling crystals that reduce talent cooldown times, a variety of ordinary crystals were available. The cost for level-specific crystals required 50, 80, 110, 140, 170, and 200 fate fragments. Conversely, the amount of fate fragments needed for higher-tier crystals was 300, 400, and 500. Of course, if players sought rare crystals not directly exchangeable in the Fate shop, they could gamble their luck by using 200 fate fragments to obtain a single draw ticket for the fate wheel. However, 200 fate fragments could already be exchanged for a level item, and the probability of winning an item of level or higher through a lottery was merely 9, with the chances of obtaining rare crystals being even slimmer. Most importantly, the fate wheel offered no guarantees, no matter how many draws one undertook. There was no certainty of acquiring the desired item. Nonetheless, in the previous life, many gamblers squandered their painstakingly accumulated fate fragments on fate will single draw tickets, all in hopes of striking it rich overnight. Although Lin Luo had not awakened a stand in his past life, nor had he exchanged for crystals to strengthen a stand in the Fate shop, his theoretical knowledge was extensive. After all, one does not need to have seen a pig run to have eaten pork, right? Before the chaotic era set in, numerous enthusiasts and streamers had analyzed the significance and focus of various crystals within the Fate shop online. On the 8th day of Universal Awakening, a rodent-level disaster struck the real world, causing global prices to begin their ascent. While China managed to maintain control relatively well, an upward trend was nonetheless evident. However, there is no need to rush at this moment. I shall wait until I accumulate more fragments of fate, for exchanging them for higher-grade crystals will be far more advantageous. Lin Luo cast a glance at the grand entrance of the dog-headed palace, where a spiraling staircase ascended into the shadows, clearly leading to the 11th floor of the Celestial Tower. Nevertheless, he opted to temporarily withdraw from the Celestial Tower, not out of fear, but rather due to hunger. Outside the Celestial Tower lies the heart of Hangzhou, abundant with dining options. He casually perused his phone and was momentarily taken aback by a notification. A message from Zhang Wei. In his previous life, after being released from the inspection bureau, Zhang Wei had posed the same question to him, and he had not given it much thought at the time. He simply divulged the nature of his talent. Consequently, Zhang Wei wasted no time in sharing this information with his university peers, leading Lin Luo to be ridiculed into leaving the group chat. Indeed, one raised by thieves awakens talents linked to theft and robbery. Haha, to think it is a lowly talent, how absurdly amusing. As the saying goes, evil begets evil, and the scoundrel will eventually face divine retribution. Word had it that Lin Luo had been detained for over 10 days for striking someone. Thus people were advised to keep their distance from him. When Lin Luo later confronted Zhang Wei about disclosing his talent, he was met with derision, which served to enlighten him about the treachery of human nature. Many feign kindness while secretly plotting to stab you in the back, relishing your misfortune. However, at this juncture, the cooldown period for his talent was excessively lengthy. It would be best utilized against high-level adversaries to swiftly enhance his power. Individuals like Zhang Wei, with such lowly talent, were not even worthy of being targeted for plunder. Such insignificant pests could easily be crushed at will. He was far too preoccupied to entertain such trivialities, regarding them as mere refuse offered to him on a platter. Lin Luo's gaze flickered, and just as he set his phone down, a jubilant voice called out from behind him. "Lin Luo, are you here dining? Did you not see my message? My good brother, what talent have you awakened? And what is its level?" Zhang Wei approached with an air of enthusiasm, draping his arm over Lin Luo's shoulder, only to be met with an impassive push from Lin Luo. "What are you doing? Are we that familiar? What's the matter?" Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned by the forceful shove, having sensed an oddity in Lin Luo's demeanor prior. In his recollection, Lin Luo had always been a docile and accommodating individual. It was peculiar that he had dared to resign after an encounter with the supervisor. And now it was even stranger. After all, he was one of Lin Luo's few friends. This ungrateful wretch not only failed to cherish their friendship, but now pretended to be a stranger? Zhang Wei, go about your business. I advise you not to provoke me. A flicker of suppressed anger flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. This individual, relying on the friendship Lin Luo once extended, frequently made inappropriate jokes at his expense and embellished his background, even publicizing the low level of his talent as a point of mockery. Lin Luo had once indeed felt insecure, with no friends other than him, and had tolerated much, only to find that such forbearance led to escalating mistreatment. Even when he occasionally voiced his grievances, Zhang Wei would assertively retort, I speak my mind, so just bear with it. Yet, having been granted a second chance at life and fully comprehending the adage that kindness can invite exploitation, he would no longer indulge others. Merely refraining from retaliating would be a significant concession. Zhang Wei, oh, you believe your bond with Lin Luo is strong. But this ingrate does not acknowledge you as a brother. How curious it is that he conceals his talent level, leading one to presume it to be of a superior caliber. Li Hua, standing behind the two, relished the spectacle, his sarcastic demeanor utterly detestable. My talent level is far from the pathetic weakness you two exhibit. No one cares to hear about it. Lin Luo scoffed, remarking that a low talent level with diminished effects was less valuable than a mere piece of equipment. Even if he disclosed it, it would bear no ramifications. However, those with high talent levels must guard their abilities in secrecy, for knowledge of one's capabilities allows others to exploit them. Li Hua's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Luo's unexpected confrontation, as he had always been the quiet one. Lin Luo, you've gone too far. Zhang Wei interjected, frowning. After all these years of camaraderie, is it necessary for you to react so vehemently to my simple inquiry about your talent level? Years of camaraderie? Lin Luo pushed aside his lunch, rising slowly as he articulated each word with precision. I once considered you a friend. Yet you have spread embellished tales of my background indiscriminately. Is this how you treat a friend? How would you feel if I circulated the story of you peeping at girls changing in college throughout our classmates and colleagues? You've gone too far. Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson. When I mentioned it before, you didn't react this way. Why bring it up now? I was merely trying to help you level up. You were trying to help me level up? Lin Luo retorted with a cold smile. If my talent level were low, would you still wish to team up with me? Of course I would. Zhang Wei insisted, his face reddening with indignation. We are brothers. Get lost, you pathetic excuse for a brother. You only sought me out because no one else would team with you. Lin Luo thought, had he not known Zhang Wei's true nature from his previous life, he might have almost believed him. Lin Luo, you are being unreasonable. Zhang Wei has only ever had good intentions, which you are mistaking for malice. Prove it. Lin Luo snapped. Do you have the right to speak here? Get out of my sight and go play your game. He seized his spicy chicken lunch and hurled it directly at Zhang Wei's face. At least Zhang Wei had never openly mocked him. But Li Hua was one of those who had belittled him in the workplace, flaunting his seniority while preying on the weak. With a portion of the dungeon's attributes inherited, Lin Luo's hand speed was akin to a phantom. Li Hua barely had time to react before a box of spicy chicken struck him squarely in the face, the chili sauce splattering into his eyes, causing him to scream in agony. Lin Luo, you beast. Have you lost your mind? I will kill you. Lin Luo cast a swift glance around the shop, noticing the patrons drawn to his anguished cries. Frowning slightly, he snapped his fingers and commanded, silence him. In an instant, the frail Lord of Wishes materialized beside him, the Book of Wishes in hand radiating a dazzling luminescence, following a wave of mysterious energy. While Li Hua continued to thrash and scream, no sound escaped his lips, as if rendered mute. However, Qin Kurson reacted more swiftly, exclaiming, a stand. Lin Luo, you have awakened a level stand. What? A stand? Zhang Wei finally grasped the situation, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. Lin Luo, allow me to join your team. I am a priest, and I can heal you. Just one person to heal. True to her reputation as the social butterfly of the company, Qin Kurson seized the moment, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she grasped Lin Luo's hand. Dressed in a delicate white dress, she intentionally lowered her neckline, revealing a hint of curvature, her gaze filled with adoration and admiration, rendering any man nearly incapable of refusal. Release me, Lin Luo retorted, pulling his hand away without hesitation. For one of his extraordinary caliber, attracting beautiful women was a trivial matter. Although Qin Kurson possessed some charm, she paled in comparison to the ethereal warm rain porcelain that occupied his heart. A Sigma male would never fall into the trap of a green tea girl. Just as he sidestepped Qin Kurson, Zhang Wei approached, shamelessly attempting to ingratiate himself. Lin Luo, I apologize. I was foolish and spoke without thinking. I promise to amend my ways. Grant me a chance, and I shall drink 3 cups of baijiu in self-punishment. Please forgive me. Forgive you? Nonsense. Lin Luo replied, delivering a punch that sent Zhang Wei staggering backward, his face etched with fear, deterred from advancing further. After this blow, I shall disregard your past transgressions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's expression brightened. Good brother, as long as you can quell your anger, I promise to keep my mouth shut. You direct me west. and I shall not stray east. Before he could finish, Lin Luo interjected, "From this day forth, we are strangers. Should you disturb me again, I shall strike you every time we meet." With those words, he, accompanied by the Lord of Wishes, coldly pushed through the crowd of onlookers and swiftly exited the establishment. Only after his departure did the spectators erupt into chatter. "Well done. This fellow dared to speak recklessly, relying on his friendship. He deserved that beating. What a pity. If he had treated his friend better, he could have had an extraordinary awakened being assisting him." Abilities above level 1 should not be spoken of lightly, especially not to unreliable acquaintances. Goodness, are you all fixated on gossip? This is a level awakened being we're discussing. They are now referred to as extraordinary awakened beings, a realm entirely apart from those below level 1. I never imagined I would witness a stand in reality today. Did anyone capture that on video? Please send me a copy to show off. With a single shout from this individual, the conversation among the onlookers abruptly shifted from idle gossip to the identity of Lin Luo, the extraordinary awakener. They speculated fervently about his level. Was he a tier 1, tier 2, or perhaps even tier 3? Hurry, let's catch up. I want to add him as a friend. A few wondered whether that handsome young man was single, as one of them had a sister. Most of the spectators immediately dashed out, leaving Zhang Wei standing there, utterly dejected. It was the first time he became acutely aware of his tendency to speak thoughtlessly and make frivolous jokes. Regret washed over his features as he slapped himself twice in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Kellen clenched her teeth, seemingly displeased with Lin Luo's rejection. Considering that numerous affluent individuals online were specifically requesting a beautiful priestess to accompany them, how could Lin Luo refuse her? Li Hua, finally rid of the grime on his face, gritted his teeth and cursed vehemently upon confirming Lin Luo's talent level. This bastard. How dare he awaken with such a high-level talent? Utilizing his skills, Lin Luo swiftly evaded the throng pursuing him and arrived at another restaurant, where he took a moment to calm himself before resuming his meal. Today, having delivered a punch to Zhang Wei, he bid farewell to his former self, one that was meek and submissive. He had meticulously filled his schedule, leaving no room to squander time on someone like Zhang Wei. With the cooldown period for his plunder ability concluded, it was time to select a new target for hunting. In the chaotic era looming over Hang City, 4 notorious guilds had emerged: the Smiling Coffin, the Nazareth Tomb, the 8-Headed Serpent Society, and Dawn. Given that many of their leaders went by aliases, and as these malevolent guilds had yet to reveal themselves, it was impractical to seek them out by their unmanifested names. Among the 8-Headed Serpent Society, one of the 8 leaders, Blade in the Rain, is none other than Bai Honglai, the very killer of Sister Wen Yusi, making him my primary target. As for the rumored connections between the 8-Headed Serpent Society and the Restoration Organization of Sakura Nation, such entanglements were too significant to provoke at this time. The Bloody Sorceress and the Fury of the Ice River, 2 of the 10 guardians of the Nazareth Tomb, had their names divulged as Ji Weining and Lu Jianing. One is rumored to kill with her beauty, while the other possesses formidable combat prowess. Thus, they must be approached with utmost caution. Among the 15 cadres of the Smiling Coffin, I have already slain Lu Ming, leaving 3 others: Zhou Yu, Deng Ligong, and Guo Tao. Zhou Yu was a campus bully even before the awakening and brutally murdered a student afterward, also desecrating a female teacher. However, due to his youth and high talent level, he was not sentenced. Deng Ligong is said to possess a sinister ability and has been labeled a maniacal murderer, while Guo Tao is infamous not for his combat skills, but for his involvement in a financial crime that aimed to short-sell the Chinese economy. These individuals are undoubtedly masters with talents exceeding Tier 1 upon awakening, making them prime candidates for me to plunder their abilities. As for those who caused the demise of my brother and me, they were likely mere hired hands, lacking even the most rudimentary talent. It would be a futile exercise to pursue them now, as it would not only squander my time, but also fail to unveil the masterminds behind them. I shall first commit their names to memory and, once I have attended to more pressing matters, devise a strategy to unearth their true employers. Lin Luo meticulously reviewed the list in his notes, a hint of regret prompting him to touch his nose as he muttered to himself. If only I had paid more attention to the wanted lists from other cities back then. After dealing with these individuals, where could I possibly seek targets with superior talents? The public safety in Huaxia is renowned across Blue Star, making it quite a challenge to locate those truly wicked individuals. Even death row inmates, if lacking exceptional talent, are hardly worth my effort. Talents below a certain level are not even worthy of being fed to dogs. Now, having improved his own standing, he has entirely dismissed talents beneath that threshold. Wait, since, in Huaxia, even formidable individuals could not act with impunity during the initial months of awakening, why not venture into lawless territories? The neighboring region of northern Myanmar not only has fewer experts, but also allows me the liberty to eliminate foes at will. It is said that there are places notorious for preying on the people of Huaxia, where malevolent individuals, burdened by countless sins, meet their demise repeatedly without atonement. However, the outside world is far more perilous than Huaxia, teeming with various firearms. If I am to venture there, I must prepare thoroughly. As Lin Luo plotted his future, Zhang Wei was deep in thought, contemplating how to mend their relationship and secure a firm alliance with him. Meanwhile, Li Hua was consumed by envy and jealousy. She quickly located Wen Yuxi's account on Douyin and began meticulously analyzing her makeup and style. She firmly believed that with her own beauty, coupled with adept imitation of makeup and attire, she could surely capture Lin Luo's heart. Those in the company were aware that Qin Kellen was not of a high talent tier, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that even though her talent had not reached that level, it could still manifest a portion of its power in reality. Her talent was known as female protagonist of the female-oriented genre. The effects of this talent were aptly named. By finding a boyfriend and subsequently breaking up, she could siphon off 10 of his attributes. If she were to marry him and then divorce, she could directly claim 50 of his attributes, making it akin to a scenario where even an emperor would lose half of his cultivation upon divorce. Since awakening this talent, Qin Kellen had been on the lookout for a suitable partner. Given the lengthy cooldown of this ability and the rarity of high-tier experts, she had yet to find an appropriate match until now. As she emulated Wen Yuxi's makeup, she resolutely declared in her heart, "Lin Luo, you are mine. You cannot escape." Chapter 24, 5 million huaxia coins. After finishing his meal, Lin Luo squeezed back into the bustling crowd outside the Tower of Ascension. Many had already witnessed the brutality within, some having even met their demise there once. Engaging in combat with monsters guarantees an experience of pain that is undeniably real. Most modern individuals, with their delicate skin, harbor a profound fear of pain. The transition to the roles of shield guardian and warrior, capable of withstanding assaults at the forefront, has rendered these players more sought after than mages. Conversely, the archer class has become the least favored, as only exceptionally gifted players attract attention, leaving the majority uninvited to join parties due to their abysmal accuracy in early stages. Lin Luo, however, was not in haste to delve into the Tower of Ascension. Instead, upon entering the transitional sanctuary of the secret realm, he summoned a virtual screen. This interface, accessible to all following the global awakening, could even be conjured in the real world, though it remained invisible to others aside from its summoner. In his previous life, scientists speculated that this ability stemmed from the silver rhombus crystal that had embedded itself within the minds of the populace during the awakening. This virtual screen, humorously dubbed the game interface by many in the past, may have been merely a projection, yet its capabilities were remarkably potent. Among its most crucial features was the real-time exchange function between in-game currency and real-world money. Players could directly transfer funds from their accounts into the game interface to acquire game currency sold by others. Subsequently, they could use this currency to purchase or bid on equipment and items available in the marketplace. At this moment, countless units of game currency were listed for sale, typically priced at around $6 per copper coin. Lin Luo decided to list all his game currency at the maximum price of $6 per copper coin. He then browsed the section dedicated to equipment and items. The offerings were predominantly subpar gear, none exceeding level 4. After refining his search criteria, a selection of the highest tier weapons currently available materialized before him. Broadblade, bronze grade, rare. Level restriction, 4. Class restriction, warrior. Attack power, 16. Agility, 2. Sale price, 150 gold coins. Iron long spear, black iron grade, common. Level restriction, 4. Class restriction, warrior. Attack power, 23. Sharpness, ignores 3 points of the opponent's defense upon attack. Agility, 1. Sale price, 280 gold coins. Novice mage's staff, black iron grade, rare. Level restriction, 5. Class restriction, mage. Magic attack power, 27. Magic critical rate, 2. Sale price, 500 gold coins. When compared to his own guardian dagger, these weapons fell short. The guardian dagger alone boasted an attack power increase of 60, accompanied by 4 additional attributes. Presently, the market rate stood at 1 gold coin, equating to $500 to $600. Although these top-tier weapons presented attributes slightly superior to ordinary ones, with mere increases in attack power of 3 to 4 points, the sheer wealth of the global populace ensured their rapid acquisition, often selling for exorbitant amounts. Lin Luo found himself unfamiliar with the early market trends for equipment post-global awakening, and the highest quality items available were merely of the black iron grade, rare quality. He had obtained the lowest quality equipment from the Nightmare Dungeon, yet it possessed the same caliber. As for pricing higher quality gear, it truly tested his judgment. Lin Luo pondered for a moment and decided to sell his unused items. A. Silver grade, rare quality, beginner's frost staff, a similarly graded goblin's long knife. And A. Silver grade, exceptional quality, fireball spell, priced at 2,300 gold, 2,100 gold, and 4,000 gold respectively. In the blink of an eye, all 3 of his items were sold. Consequently, his account in the game swelled by 8,400 gold coins, equating to a staggering 5 million Chinese yuan. Upon witnessing this, Lin Luo felt no elation. Instead, he smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "I underestimated the wealth of the global elite. It was careless of me. I should have listed them one by one." Chapter 25. A challenge to stifle laughter? Apologies, I concede. Nevertheless, there was no point in regret at this moment. After all, obtaining quality equipment was a trivial task for him. Once he conquered the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven, he intended to solo every low-level dungeon in Hang City in nightmare mode. During this process, not only could he acquire single-draw coupons for the Fate Wheel, but he could also farm equipment to sell. This would enable him to purchase various items to enhance his strength. After all, in a game played by the masses, some rare items could not be solely farmed. Purchases were necessary. Any excess funds could be wisely invested in pivotal real estate and essential supplies. As Lin Luo organized his thoughts and closed the trading panel, he suddenly felt his phone in his pocket vibrating incessantly, as if someone was eagerly trying to reach him. He typically did not have many friends, belonging to that category of individuals who were contacted only for work-related matters. Having severed ties with Zhang Wei and left the work group, he wondered who could possibly be reaching out to him. Curiously, he retrieved his phone to find that someone in his university class group was fervently tagging him. Xiao Ji Ba, Lin Luo, the light of justice is looking for you. Hurry up and come out to express your gratitude. Kai Yi Fan. Lin Luo, your good days have arrived. Northeast Rain Sisters Jade Feet. Lin Luo, I'm envious of you. I heard you awakened a tier of your stand. It must be quite impressive. Now a noble person wishes to take you under their wing. Remember not to forget your humble beginnings. Wang Tong. Lin Luo, light of justice, my master. Please take your old servant along. I am easy to maintain. Zhang San. Lin Luo, worried about your brother's hardships while also fearing he drives a Range Rover. Light of justice, we have another classmate, Lu Ming, who has also awakened a tier of talent. Kuan, you are too beautiful. Lin Luo, Tata Kai, Hockey Ming. Aren't you also tiered? Why haven't you come out to show off? Did you faint from the grandeur? Lin Luo gazed at the frenzy of tags directed at him, feeling a mix of confusion and intrigue. Who exactly was this light of justice? Meanwhile, Zhao Haotian was in his office, engrossed in scrolling through local short videos, not for the sake of viewing charming ladies, but rather in search of promising local influencers to sign. The awakening of the masses has had a profound impact on the world, particularly on the new media industry. With the emergence of extraordinary powers from various hidden realms, the pool of short video content has been significantly enriched, allowing many new talents to emerge rapidly. Zhao Haotian, the third son of the prestigious Zhao family in Hangzhou, entered Weiyo Media as an executive immediately upon graduation. Unlike his peers who scrambled for menial jobs, he had already reached the heights of success. However, aspirations vary among individuals. While others compete fiercely for a monthly salary of 3,000, he seeks to achieve remarkable accomplishments that would secure him a larger share of the Zhao family's wealth and stakes in the family business. Aware that his talent level has yet to reach its peak, he believes that enhancing his skills is more prudent than merely earning money. He contemplates that once he accumulates sufficient funds, he can hire experts to expedite his advancement. Thus, Zhao Haotian exudes a sense of superiority in his affluent mindset. While diligently scrolling through short videos, a clip captured by someone else unexpectedly seized his attention. The footage, though unclear and amateurish, revealed a young man with an imposing black figure draped in a crimson cloak appearing behind him, as if conjured by special effects. A substitute. This young man is undoubtedly an extraordinary awakener of grade level or higher. Zhao Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had previously conducted analyses, noting that only a handful of extraordinary awakeners had been documented in Hangzhou, several of whom were already under the gaze of elite families. As a second-generation rich individual, he held some sway within his circle, yet he lacked the qualifications to compete with the top-tier families in Hangzhou for talent. The video had only recently been posted, marking its debut on the platform. The young man appeared youthful and charismatic. If he could secure a contract with him and provide a compelling script and makeup, he could undoubtedly become the next internet sensation. The prospect thrilled Zhao Haotian, who called out, "Ching Ching, come in quickly." As soon as he spoke, a young woman in a short skirt entered. "Mr. Zhao, did you call for me?" Zhao Haotian replied urgently, "I forwarded you the video. I need all of this person's information within 10 minutes. Activate some resources to locate him." "I understand." Ching Ching had never seen her supervisor so animated before. Upon reviewing the video, Zhao Haotian's eyes lit up. The individual was his university classmate, a fellow alumnus. "Excellent. I'll find his contact information." During his time at university, he had been the president of the student association, and even after graduation, his connections remained intact. He quickly located Lin Luo's class group, with the username Light of Justice. He entered the group and engaged in private conversations with several of Lin Luo's classmates, further elevating his spirits. Lin Luo, having lost both parents, spent his formative years in an orphanage, living off societal assistance, and undoubtedly unfamiliar with the concept of substantial wealth. If I were to generously offer him a little more money and utter a few encouraging words, treating him with kindness, he would surely be overwhelmed with gratitude. Zhao Haotian understood the psyche of the impoverished all too well. They possess a fragile pride, yet are in dire need of financial support. By adopting a humble and respectful demeanor, wouldn't it be effortless to win him over? Presently, The salaries being offered by various companies for extraordinary awakeners start at a minimum of 3 million per month, not including an array of benefits. And this compensation is rapidly on the rise. Individuals like Lin Luo, who exude the potential of being combat-oriented stand-ins, could see their worth soar to tens of millions monthly in the future. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Haoyan resolved, I shall offer him a monthly salary of 5 million. Cultivate a rapport with him, and secure a 3-year contract. There's no doubt I shall profit immensely. Lin Luo, become my financial asset. Once Zhao Haoyan had crystallized his thoughts, he swiftly dispatched a message in the group. Greetings, fellow alumni. I am Zhao Haoyan from Wuyo Media and the former president of our association. I have recently learned of a remarkable talent among us, Lin Luo, who has awakened extraordinary abilities. Despite his humble beginnings, he excels academically. In an effort to support my fellow alumnus, I am willing to offer him a monthly salary of 5 million. Upon this declaration, the group erupted in excitement. Zhou Shi, what? A monthly salary of 5 million for Lin Luo? Good heavens. I would gladly take that salary and marry Lin Luo. Wang Tong. The person above seems to be taking liberties. Zhao, please consider hiring me too. My talent is merely a level lower. I am also a worthy candidate. And my family is not well off. Xiao Heba, Lin Luo has quietly awakened his extraordinary talent? Is this for real? How could he endure not boasting when others like Lu Ming are showing off? He is even more impressive than my level. Why do we both exist if he is here? Cohen, you are too beautiful. I can hardly believe my eyes. I hope this is just a figment of my imagination. Our class consists of 31 individuals, yet 2 have awakened extraordinary talents. What an improbable probability. I have only awakened at a lower level. Isnt it said that stand-ins attract one another? Yu Jia S. Jade Feet. Dear Zhao, how did you come to know of Lin Luo's awakening? Zheng Dao de Guang. Video, click to view. Look, this must be Lin Luo, right? Yu Jia S. Jade Feet. Xiao Heba, is it truly Lin Luo? Cohen, you are too beautiful. This stand-in is incredibly handsome. Wang Tong, damn it. Why am I cursed with only a lower-level talent? Following this, Lin Luo was greeted by a flurry of messages mentioning him. In addition to the group chat, he received a multitude of private messages. Xiao Heba, Lin Father. Please accept me as your adopted son. My talent is speed. May I serve you as your errand runner? Wang Tong. Wang Tong has drifted through life, lamenting the absence of a worthy leader. If you do not abandon me, Tong wishes to honor you as my adoptive father. Zhou Shi, Lin Luo. Are you in need of a girlfriend? A lover will suffice. Even a casual partner will do. Sister Yu's Jade Feet. Brother Lin, are you fond of delicate young men? May I come to find you tonight? Cohen, you are too beautiful. Lin, are you still in need of accessories? I can be your personal chamber pot. Lin Luo observed the sudden shift in demeanor of his classmates, who had previously regarded him with disdain and even scorned him, now displaying an exaggerated warmth and friendliness that struck him as rather amusing. This prompted him to reflect on the reality that when one is powerful, the world is invariably accommodating. When one achieves greatness, one is surrounded by allies. Hello, President Zhao. With this message, the group chat erupted with even greater enthusiasm. Lin Luo, accept President Zhao's offer quickly. A monthly salary of 5 million is even better than many large corporations. I almost wish to accept on your behalf. Lin Luo has emerged. Your doppelganger is incredibly handsome. Could you let me see him? What is your doppelganger's name? Those bloggers online say every doppelganger seems to have a name. Seeing his classmates, who appeared even more eager than himself, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, a monthly salary of 5 million surpasses the offerings of some companies in the market. However, the phenomenon of universal awakening was still in its infancy, and the true value of extraordinary awakeners was uncertain. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from signing such a contract, especially since he possessed memories of the future, where the salaries of extraordinary awakeners would eventually soar to nearly 10 million, alongside a plethora of benefits such as housing allowances, complimentary security services, priority access to company secret realms, a 3-day work week, and 4-hour workdays, among others. This President Zhao was not affiliated with any major corporation and would likely lack even the rights to develop secret realms in the future. As he observed the fervent atmosphere in the chat, Zhao Haoyan wore a self-assured smile and sent another message. Lin Luo, in addition to the 5 million monthly salary, our company will also provide 6 insurances and 1 fund. You will only need to work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, with absolutely no requirement for overtime. He was confident that this offer would be irresistible to Lin Luo. Upon hearing this, the recent graduates in the group went into a frenzy, eager to respond on Lin Luo's behalf. Upon reading Zhao Haoyan's message, his expression momentarily froze, his brow furrowing as he quickly followed up with another question. Lin Luo, what do you mean by that? Are you intending to refuse my offer? I extended this generous proposal out of consideration for your family's circumstances and because we are alumni. Others would not be so magnanimous. This screenshot, along with his words, detonated like a nuclear bomb in the group chat, leaving everyone astonished and speechless. Xiao Jiba, goodness. 8,400 gold coins? One gold coin can now be exchanged for around 5 to 600. This truly amounts to 5 million. Hajiluo, you sly dog. Have you secretly become wealthy behind our backs? Bilao Zai Gu Ypi, Xiao Jiba. To think of Hajiluo, your family must have consulted a sage. Sister used jade feet. Is this how one earns money by clearing instances? Why is it that the equipment I obtain is unwanted? Only sold to stores. Yet still not enough to purchase the blue potion? Wang Tong, with my distinguished talent, after 2 hours in the Tower of Heaven. I've only earned a little over 200. How can an extraordinary talent earn 5 million? Is the disparity between level talent and extraordinary talent so vast? I refuse to accept this. Zhang San. Well, now President Zhao has become a laughingstock. Kuan, you are too beautiful. Good news. A monthly salary of 5 million. With 5 insurances and 1 fund. Bad news. Lin Luo can earn more than 5 million in just 1 morning. I am the dog of Kamisato Ayaka. I have grown weary of expressing my envy. Let the world be destroyed, Amaterasu. With the advantage of rebirth and a growth talent. How could he possibly work for someone else? Has his mind been kicked by a donkey? He gazed at the selection interface for entering the Tower of Heaven. Having completed his rest, it was time to continue his quest. At that moment, Zhao Haoyan looked at the image Lin Luo had shared in the group chat. The panel of the universal system displaying a staggering 8,400 gold coins, leaving him helplessly slumped in his chair, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? Do extraordinary awakeners above level possess such formidable earning capabilities? No wonder those large companies continue to raise the salaries of extraordinary awakeners. Even if I, a wealthy second generation, discovered a business opportunity, I could not afford to hire them. Did a single awakening truly alter the social class? Can one awakening enable someone to shatter the shackles of poverty with their bare fists? He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, and casually picked up his phone to send a message to Wang Tong. Wang Tong, would you be willing to join our company? Zhao Haoyan continued. Monthly salary of 100,000. Wang Tong was taken aback. How could the disparity be so immense? 50 times? I regard you as my master. Yet you treat me as a mere servant. Is this truly how it is? The light of justice. Are you coming? Wang Tong, yes. Welcome players to the 11th level of the Tower of Heaven. This level is entirely distinct from the previous 10. It resembles an underground cavern, with a narrow and profound terrain, approximately 5 meters wide. The air is thick with a damp, foul odor. The ceiling of the cave is adorned with unknown stones that emit a faint glow. Scattered across the ground are broken, eerie white bones. Any ordinary person entering here would surely feel a sense of discomfort. The reward for clearing the Tower of Heaven for the first time is merely fragments of destiny. The 11th to 20th levels of the tower are guarded by various types of skeletal undead monsters. Here, one can obtain a skeleton set suitable for defensive classes. In his previous life, his brother, Zhou Xingdong, was a shield warrior. After both of them reached level 10, they spent every day here, hoping to obtain better components for the skeleton set. Lin Luo did not rush through the level as he had before. Instead, he walked slowly, filled with a sense of nostalgia. It seemed as though the cavern sensed the intruder, as sounds of bones grinding emerged from the depths of the shadowy cave. Soon, slender skeletal soldiers emerged from the shadows, wielding worn-out, great swords. Most ordinary people would be startled upon seeing these skeletons. Girls might even scream. Yet Lin Luo felt a strange sense of familiarity. Skeletal soldier. Level 10. Health 1000. Defense 100. Attack power 90. Experience points 83. Passive skills tetanus slash. 1 blade to break tetanus, 2 blades to see ancestors. The great swords wielded by these undead, having long lain buried in the decaying earth, are now rusted and corroded. Adventurers struck by them suffer a continuous loss of 3 health points per second for 5 seconds. The tremulous skeleton soldiers advancing before him were clearly incapable of speech. Though their pace was sluggish and they appeared frail, their vitality and defense were surprisingly robust, with only their speed as a notable weakness. It's been quite a while. My skeletal friends, have you all lost weight? Lin Luo greeted them, only to suddenly realize with embarrassment, oh dear, I forgot this was the 11th floor. I mistook you for the skeletal officers of the 16th floor. No wonder you all look so emaciated, like victims of malnutrition. Never mind. Considering our once familiar ties, Black Emperor, let us commence. Do not strike too forcefully, and merely to knock their heads off, leaving their bodies intact. We wouldn't want them to perish too gruesomely. Lin Luo set down his guardian dagger and strolled leisurely towards the skeletal soldiers, while the Black Emperor surged forward like a whirlwind. He had a kind heart, unable to bear the sight of creatures he had once known being torn asunder. As he gracefully traversed the battlefield littered with the corpses of skeleton soldiers, their heads had been expertly severed. The remaining bodies were indeed relatively intact, preserving a semblance of dignity, a testament to the Black Emperor's refined technique. You have cleared the 11th floor of the Tower of Ascendance. Time taken, 3 minutes. First clear reward, 55 fragments of fate. Welcome, player, to the 12th floor of the Tower of Ascendance. After dispatching the skeletal soldiers, Lin Luo successfully reached level 10 and ascended through the cavern, ultimately arriving at an open stone door. Crossing the threshold adorned with skull motifs, he soon entered a larger cavern. On the walls of this chamber, bronze torches began to appear. In addition to the 30 sluggish skeletal soldiers, this floor also featured 15 half-height level 11 skeletal hounds. Nostalgia has ended. Attack! These skeletal soldiers and hounds, not only numerous but also fortified with greater vitality and defense, managed to withstand a full 10 seconds against the Black Emperor's onslaught. You have cleared the 12th floor of the Tower of Ascendance. Time taken, 1 minute 20 seconds. First clear reward, 60 fragments of fate. You have cleared the 13th floor of the Tower of Ascendance. You have cleared the 16th floor of the Tower of Ascendance. Throughout this journey, Lin Luo took charge of the banter while the Black Emperor executed a relentless massacre. The exhilaration of rapid progression compelled him to press on without pause. After racing through 6 floors of the Tower of Ascendance, Lin Luo finally produced a vial containing a vibrant orange-yellow liquid, consuming it eagerly. You may wonder why Lin Luo, who had not participated in combat, needed to replenish his stamina with a potion. He would earnestly inform you that, despite his lack of involvement in battle, he had been running continuously for 10 minutes. Was he not to feel fatigue? Was it wrong to drink a potion to restore his vigor? Chapter 26. The 20th level of the Tower of Babel, the life potion and mana potion, are frequently acquired while delving into dungeons, classified as affordable commodities for those with ample wealth. However, the stamina potion proves to be a more elusive acquisition, predominantly obtainable through the exploration of secret realms, and its market price is exorbitantly high. Reluctant to squander attribute points on physicality, one has no choice but to resort to stamina potions. Furthermore, to undertake multiple dungeon runs, replenishing stamina with these potions becomes imperative. Although the stamina replenished by these potions does not manifest visibly in the attribute data, their efficacy is undeniable, far surpassing that of common energy drinks. In fact, for individuals of advanced age, the potion can restore vigor in intimate encounters. Most importantly, it boasts no side effects. Upon discovering this unique utility, the stamina potion has been driven to prices unattainable for the average person by the affluent elite. Welcome, players, to the 17th level of the Tower of Babel. Here, the caverns have expanded significantly compared to previous levels, with white stone tiles adorning the ground. Albeit many lie shattered and worn, as though trampled by some formidable force. A towering skeletal commander, level 17 and mounted on a skeletal steed, approaches slowly. Clad in tattered light armor and wearing a relatively intact helmet, he is flanked by 20 neatly arranged level 16 skeletal officers. These officers are unarmored, yet don sturdy iron helmets, wielding blades in their left hands and shields in their right. Surrounding this formation are at least 30 level 15 skeletal warriors, creating a military phalanx that steadily advances towards Lin Luo. Even a quintet of level 17 players would likely meet a grim fate in battle against them, as these skeletal foes exhibit synchronized movements, compounded by the constricted terrain. This relentless advance resembles an impenetrable wall. The opportunity to evade is non-existent, leaving only the option to confront them head-on. The initial weaknesses of these creatures, low agility and slow movement, are entirely mitigated by their formation and the narrow confines of the space. Although Lin Luo possesses an extraordinarily high agility, should he find himself ensnared within this military array, he would likely have no chance to evade and would be swiftly overwhelmed. After a brief observation, he resolved to maintain a distance of 4 to 5 meters, allowing the Black Emperor to breach their defenses. At that moment, the skeletal commander abruptly swung his longsword forward, accelerating the advance of the entire phalanx of skeletal warriors. Soon, this formation collided directly with the solitary Black Emperor. In an instant, a flurry of fists erupted. Several skeletal warriors and officers at the forefront were violently separated from their corporeal forms, their shields obliterated. As these creatures grow stronger, preserving their corpses intact becomes increasingly challenging. The Black Emperor, eschewing meticulous maneuvers, unleashed a tempestuous assault within the ranks, fists flying indiscriminately. Any skeletal warrior unfortunate enough to be grazed by a punch was sent hurtling away. A direct hit would spell certain doom. The fracture was so severe that it split directly in two. At that moment, Lin Luo heard a piercing whistle in his ears. A towering figure had unexpectedly bypassed the Black Emperor and was rapidly charging in his direction. It was none other than the level 17 skeleton commander, riding upon a formidable skeletal steed. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was merely at level 13. How amusing. It seemed I had underestimated their perception of me. With a calm smile, Lin Luo twirled the Guardian's short dagger in his hand before gripping it tightly. His agility was astonishingly high, surpassing even that of the level 17 skeleton commander. Armed with his extensive combat experience from his past life and the golden grade weapon, the Guardian's short dagger, he felt entirely confident in defeating this skeletal foe. Underestimating me? Lin Luo scoffed, charging forward. Just before colliding with the skeleton commander, he executed a swift maneuver, deftly evading the downward strike aimed at him. They brushed past each other, and with a resounding thud, Lin Luo delivered a punch that sent the skeleton commander crashing to the ground, dislodged from his mount. Following this, the Black Emperor struck. sending the obstructive skeletal steed flying, and like a whirlwind of darkness, he rushed towards the skeleton commander, who was just regaining his footing. Ora, ora, ora. With a thunderous roar, the stand unleashed a flurry of punches, reducing the would-be intruding skeleton commander to a heap of shattered bones. You have cleared the 17th floor of the Celestial Tower. Time taken to clear, 1 minute 35 seconds. First clear reward, 85 fate fragments. Current total obtained, 505 fate fragments. Lin Luo, hands in his pockets, stepped over the scattered bones as he descended to the next floor. The Black Emperor gliding beside him like a silent guardian. Since acquiring the Black Emperor, it seemed he had grown somewhat complacent. Encountering a worthy adversary, he had instinctively evaded confrontation. Lin Luo, you must not allow yourself to succumb to such lethargy. What if, in reality, your skills diminished due to over-reliance on your stand? Affecting your combat efficacy, he silently reminded himself to remain vigilant and not to become too dependent on his stand, for such dependence could dull his awareness and fighting spirit. Celestial Tower, 18th floor, Black Emperor, single-handedly annihilating monsters. Celestial Tower, 19th floor, Black Emperor, single-handedly annihilating monsters. Warning, upon entering the 20th floor of the Celestial Tower, the only options available are to clear or to perish. Chapter 27, The Advantage of Rebirth. The 20th floor of the Celestial Tower was vast, spanning 100 meters in width. At the center of the cavern stood a colossal 3-meter-tall skeleton warrior, clad in heavy armor, with an ancient greatsword thrust straight into the ground before him. Surrounding him was a mountain of endless bones, coalescing into a formidable mound. Skeleton Lord Titameyer. Level 20. Attack power 250. Defense power 220. Health points 15,000. Experience points 500. Skill 4. Bone entanglement. Inflicts a binding effect on all targets within a specified area. The lower the strength, the more difficult it is to break free. As Lin Luo beheld these attributes, the skeletal Lord Titameyer simultaneously extricated his colossal sword from the earth, instantly activating the skill Ethereal Summon. Witnessing the multitude of skeletal soldiers, skeletal hounds, skeletal archers, skeletal warriors, skeletal sergeants, and skeletal commanders emerging from the piles of bones, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Luo's eyes. This challenge could not be overcome by the Black Emperor's high burst damage to interrupt the summoning skill with a swift kill. Moreover, the difficulty of this 20th level evidently surpassed that of the preceding 19. Generally speaking, it would require at least 5 players, each above level 20 and having undergone their second-class transition, to have any hope of vanquishing them. The combination of Bone Entwine and Crushing Greatsword represented a devastating area control technique that had shattered the dreams of countless players in the previous age. Goodness gracious. There were at least 200 skeletal warriors in total. As all the skeletal warriors began to mobilize, the ground of the cave trembled slightly. 6 skeletal commanders mounted on skeletal steeds charged forward at an alarming pace, with the towering skeletal Lord Titameyer and a legion of skeletal warriors hastening behind. This time, the Black Emperor did not stray too far from Lin Luo's side, for the skeletal commanders exhibited greater intelligence than ordinary skeletal warriors. They would circumvent obstacles to directly assault him. If several charged at once, it would become troublesome for Lin Luo, as assassins were unperturbed by speed but greatly hindered by control. Attack. The charge of the skeletal commanders was swift, but the Black Emperor's fists were swifter still. The 6 unfortunate skeletal commanders were swiftly reduced to mere fragments by a flurry of punches, their remains shattered into a myriad of bones. Soon after, the skeletal Lord Titameyer and his vast army of skeletal warriors finally arrived. The Black Emperor advanced boldly to meet them. Meanwhile, hundreds of skeletal warriors, under the command of their lord, began to march slowly and methodically to encircle Lin Luo, the host. This was untenable. While victory was within reach, injury was highly probable. With a wealth of combat experience, Lin Luo swiftly assessed the situation before they could fully surround him. Although the skeletal warriors moved slowly, their sheer numbers filled the vicinity completely. Despite his exceptional speed, once encircled, he found himself devoid of space to maneuver. Defeating the level 20 skeletal Lord Titameyer was evidently not a task to be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Come forth, Lord of Wishes. As a blue figure materialized, Lin Luo roared, the Black Emperor's subsequent attacks shall surely deliver critical strikes until the skeletal Lord Titameyer is utterly vanquished. Great Master, your wish has been fulfilled. The Lord of Wishes abruptly opened the Tome of Desires in his hands, and countless pages fluttered without wind. After a dazzling burst of light, the effects of the tome were activated, and having completed his task, he promptly dissipated once more. At this moment, the Black Emperor felt a surge of frenzied power coursing through him, and roared as he charged towards the heavily armored skeletal Lord Titameyer. As they engaged in fierce combat, Lin Luo began to actively attract the enmity of the skeletal warriors. With his deft manipulation of words, he deftly maneuvered the intellectually challenged skeletal warriors left and right, significantly delaying their convergence. A few agile skeletal hounds managed to keep pace with his movements, Yet their low defenses rendered them vulnerable, easily dispatched with a few strikes. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware of this, having long established a silent understanding with the Black Emperor. In the next moment, a hoarse roar echoed. And within a 5-meter radius beneath Lin Luo and the Black Emperor, countless skeletal hands surged forth, as if eager to drag them into the depths of hell. Bone entanglement. Area control. What pathetic blue-silver entanglement dares to confront me? You have already sealed your fate. Lin Luo, observing the rapidly extending skeletal hands below, could not help but smirk, gripping the Black Emperor's hand tightly. In the blink of an eye, the Black Emperor unleashed his strength, forcefully propelling Lin Luo backward. Meanwhile, he found himself ensnared by the skeletal grasp. The towering skeletal lord, Tidamil, had approached the Black Emperor, raising his colossal sword high, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. The shattering greatsword. This lethal move required charging. Swift assassins could react, but those ensnared by the bone bindings could only endure. Just as Lin Luo completed his somersault and landed, a resounding explosion echoed, followed by a tremor in the earth, as clouds of dust billowed upward, resembling a violent eruption. As a flicker of delight crossed the skeletal lord's face, preparing to withdraw the embedded greatsword from the ground, a furious roar shattered the air. The Black Emperor tore through the dust, delivering a powerful punch to Tidamil's head. The control of the bone entanglement was ample for less powerful players. Yet for the might of the Black Emperor, it merely allowed him to forcibly break free from the bindings at that moment, evading the sword's deadly arc. Furthermore, this strike had a flaw. After the sword descended, there was a brief moment of stagnation. For others, this pause was inconsequential. However, for the agile Black Emperor, boasting an agility of 200, it was a critical vulnerability. In that fleeting moment, having evaded the blow, his robust silhouette seized the opportunity. He unleashed his full power, delivering a barrage of punches upon Tidamil's helmet. 580, 580, 580. Your avatar, Black Emperor, inflicted 580 critical damage to skeletal Lord Tidamil. Your avatar, Black Emperor, inflicted 580 critical damage to skeletal Lord Tidamil. 100% critical. 16 punches per second. A staggering 280 points of damage within a single second. In this instant, the damage erupted explosively. The skeletal Lord Tidamil, previously unhampered in his skill usage, had an adequate attack speed. The Black Emperor had to continuously evade, unable to unleash his full potential. Yet, with the shattering sword failing to harm the enemy and the skill's resultant stasis, an opportunity had presented itself. In that fleeting moment, Tidamil was utterly obliterated. You have vanquished the skeleton Lord Tidamir and earned 35,000 experience points. Killing monsters above level 6 grants 700 experience points. Wishful Battle, effect. Killing monsters grants an additional 200 experience points. Your current experience, level 14, 275, 105, 409, 600. Chapter 28, Sublimation Crystal. Refined. Lin Luo heard this news and finally let out a sigh of relief. After dodging the attack from the skeleton warrior, he retreated once more. When the relentless skeleton warrior charged at him again, a powerful arm suddenly stretched out from behind, grasping his slender neck, and with a single punch, sent his head flying. End of the battle screen. You have cleared the 20th floor of the Celestial Tower. Time taken, 3 minutes and 11 seconds. First clear reward, 100 Fate Fragments. 1 Fate Roulette Single Draw Ticket. Current total acquired, 50 Fate Fragments. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the world's first solo clear of the 20th floor of the Celestial Tower. Reward, 110 consecutive draw ticket for the Fate Roulette. What a thrilling battle it was. Lin Luo, slightly sweating, took a moment to catch his breath before deciding to conduct a 10 consecutive draw, followed by utilizing the Fate Fragments to see what crystals he could exchange for. The Lord of Wishes was already quite familiar with his Master's routine. Upon appearing, without a word, it directly spent 10 energy points to fulfill his wish. Upon seeing his wish granted, Lin Luo exclaimed towards the Fate Roulette, "Spin." The 10 pointers on the Fate Roulette began to spin rapidly. Stop, accompanied by a low command. 10 beams of varying colors burst forth from the roulette. Level Sublimation Crystal, purple. Level Bond Crystal, blue. Level Bond Crystal, white. Level Frenzied Crystal, green. Level Spirit Crystal, blue. Level Longevity Pill, blue. Level Heart of Energy, blue. Level Longevity Pill, white. Level Frenzied Crystal, white. Level True Crystal, white. Not bad. Although this time he did not draw any legendary items, the level of Sublimation Crystal is a premium crystal not available for purchase in the Fate Shop. Its worth certainly rivals that of any other legendary crystals. Lin Luo's spirits soared as he examined the results of the 10 consecutive draw. The Sublimation Crystal can enhance the skills of his stand by 1.5 times, provided he expends 100 growth points of the stand. However, the Lord of Wishes only possesses 80 growth points, rendering it temporarily unusable. At this pivotal moment when Lin Luo sought to enhance his strength, he naturally could not afford to let the Sublimation Crystal go to waste. He casually tossed the level heart of energy, the level spirit crystal, along with 2 level and level bond crystals to the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor caught them deftly and crushed all 5 crystals in one swift motion, instantly infusing a powerful force into his body. Stand, Black Emperor. Level. Experience points, 10,100, 5 points. Growth, 100. Energy, 50. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every half hour, doubled. Action range, 13 meters, 7 meters. Other attributes. For details, please click. Strong arm robbery. Each attack on an enemy that inflicts damage has a chance to randomly seize 3/10 of the opponent's attributes or abilities, 150. Consumption, 7 energy, 3. Cooldown, no cooldown period. Lin Luo surveyed the enhanced panel of the Black Emperor with great satisfaction, though he felt slightly discontented with the slow increase in experience points. It appeared that to elevate the Black Emperor's level, slaying enemies was the most expedient method. However, he understood that if leveling up a stand were so effortless, affluent individuals would have long since amassed lottery tickets, leading to stands being as commonplace as dogs. He hoped that among the list of fortunate souls he compiled, there existed experts with extraordinary talents. After making full use of all the crystals, Lin Luo pressed onward to the 21st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Welcome, players, to the 21st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Warning, from the 21st floor onward, you can only exit after clearing or dying. Recommended challenge level, above level 21. Your current level is 14. Please confirm if you wish to enter. Each player has only 3 chances at death, so ordinary players tend to proceed cautiously in such special levels where mid-game exit is not an option. They often wait for seasoned players to clear the way and reveal the monster's attributes before choosing to enter. However, Lin Luo was already well acquainted with these challenges. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the gate. The journey from the 21st to the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven was a labyrinthine expanse. Within the maze lurked various monsters that could appear unexpectedly. To avoid any unwelcome encounters, the Black Emperor soared ahead, serving as a vanguard. After navigating the maze for a short while, a Minotaur warrior crossed paths with the Black Emperor, leading to a fierce confrontation. Without uttering a word, the Black Emperor unleashed a flurry of blows upon the creature. The level 21 Minotaur warrior stood no chance against the brutal prowess of the Black Emperor, quickly succumbing with its head battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground with a mournful cry. Lin Luo stood by, leisurely awaiting the Black Emperor's resolution of the Minotaur warrior, casting not a glance at the fallen beast as he leapt over it, and continued on his journey. The Black Emperor rampaged through the floor. Yet due to their choice of the shortest route, while their pace was swift, the number of monsters slain remained minimal, and consequently, the experience gained was modest. Chapter 29. Life and Death Have Never Been Taken to Heart. Refined Edition. Nonetheless, experience points were of little concern, as long as one's strength increased. They could tackle higher-level dungeons outside, and with the double experience from Wishful Warfare, leveling up would be a swift endeavor. You have cleared the 21st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Time taken, 3 minutes and 19 seconds. First clear reward, 150 fate fragments. Welcome to the 22nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Your stand, the Black Emperor, single-handedly defeated the rampaging bull. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has single-handedly defeated the giant axe Minotaur. You have cleared the 22nd level of the Tower of Heaven. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has single-handedly vanquished the rampaging Minotaur. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has single-handedly slain the Minotaur spearman. You have cleared the 24th level of the Tower of Heaven. Welcome to the 25th level of the Tower of Heaven. After successfully clearing 4 consecutive levels, Lin Luo felt somewhat fatigued. He settled on the ground to rest while consuming a high-grade stamina restoration potion, patiently awaiting the swift replenishment of his energy. Once he felt his stamina fully restored, he brushed off the dust from his attire and rose to continue his journey. The Black Emperor, now understanding the urgency, surged ahead into the labyrinth. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has single-handedly defeated the heavy armored Minotaur. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has single-handedly vanquished the Minotaur chieftain. You have cleared the 25th level of the Tower of Heaven. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has single-handedly defeated the Crescent Moon Minotaur. You have cleared the 28th level of the Tower of Heaven. Your stand, the Black Emperor, has single-handedly vanquished the spear-wielding Minotaur. You have cleared the 29th level of the Tower of Heaven. Welcome to the 30th level of the Tower of Heaven. Recommended challenge level, above level 34. Your current level is 15. Warning, your level is significantly below the recommended level. It is advisable to level up before proceeding. This level lacks a labyrinth. Lin Luo gazed upon the towering metallic door obstructing his path, listening to the piercing warning echoing in his ears, and with a cold smirk declared, I suggest you refrain from advising me. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. He had long memorized the capabilities and statistics of this level and felt entirely confident in confronting its challenges. As the metallic door swung open, he was met with a dimly lit, crumbling palace where shattered columns lay strewn about, bearing witness to the brutal battles that had transpired here. As Lin Luo stepped inside, clusters of bright flames ignited around him, illuminating the entire palace. Adventurer, I commend your courage, but your folly will ensure you find eternal rest here. This deep, resonant voice accompanied a distinctly artificial tone. A colossal minotaur, towering over 5 meters tall, approached him, wielding a massive dark golden hammer. Each step it took sent a slight rumble through the ground, reminiscent of a heavy tank traversing a rough terrain. King Minotaur Minotaurus. Level 30. Attack 352. Agility 87. Defense 350. Health 60,000. Experience 70,000. Skills. In the previous life, many players attempting to conquer the 30th level of the Tower of Heaven learned a hard-earned secret through bloodshed. It is wiser to clear as many monsters as possible in the prior 9 levels, even if it means progressing slowly. Many players, eager to avoid entanglement with the labyrinth's creatures, sought only to find the exit swiftly, only to be overwhelmed by the countless monsters rushing in for reinforcements at this level. Some may wonder why the players who entered first do not disclose their attribute data. After all, such information has been acquired at the cost of their lives and is traded at high prices to renowned guilds. Furthermore, the major guilds, in their fierce competition for the rewards of the top 10 completions of every 10 levels in the Tower of Babel, would naturally withhold crucial attribute data. However, once everyone's capabilities have improved, such information will no longer be a secret. As a reborn individual, Lin Luo is acutely aware of this secret to clearing levels. His swift progress is attributed to his confidence in completely vanquishing the Bull King Minotaur before the monsters can arrive for support. Foolish adventurer, if you seek death, I shall personally escort you on your journey. The Bull King, observing Lin Luo's indifference, began to stride towards him with heavy steps. How tiresome. A clitch line. Allow me to present something fresh. Lin Luo, with a flourish of his hands, declared with arrogance, life and death have never held any weight for me. I thrive on opposition. My fate is my own, not dictated by the heavens. Prepare to meet your end. Infuriated by the insult to his family, the Bull King roared, You shall perish. Meanwhile, having drawn the aggro, Lin Luo casually leaned against a stone pillar to rest, then waved his hand. Go forth, Black Emperor. Entertain him well. At that moment, the Black Emperor was already able to maintain a distance of 13 meters from him. Without hesitation, it intercepted the Bull King Minotaur mid-approach, and the two engaged in fierce combat. However, the Black Emperor's attacks, without critical hits, only inflicted a paltry 50 points of damage upon the Bull King, whose thick hide and robust constitution rendered him formidable. The Bull King's attack speed was commendable, wielding his massive hammer with a ferocious ferocity. This compelled the Black Emperor to evade while seeking opportunities to land a few punches, resulting in a slow decline of the Bull King's health. Seeing that he could not land a hit on the Black Emperor, the Bull King's eyes, the size of copper bells, turned crimson, and he unleashed his berserk dance. With his attack speed heightened, the Black Emperor, under Lin Luo's command, abandoned its offensive and began to circle around the Bull King. Soon, 20 seconds had elapsed. Just as the Bull King was about to enter a weakened state, he suddenly raised his King's hammer high above him, briefly pausing before slamming it down with tremendous force. The earth shattered. Chapter 30, Strong-Armed Plunder. In an instant, a massive cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, spreading outward in all directions. As Lin Luo beheld the swirling dust, a glimmer of light ignited in his eyes. Now was the moment. Lord of Wishes, arise. Grant my desire. The Black Emperor's subsequent attacks would surely land critical hits until the Bull King was utterly defeated. The Book of Wishes in the hands of the Lord of Wishes flickered with light and quickly proclaimed, Esteemed Master, your wish has been granted. After the Bull King Minotaur's furious strike, his form became momentarily suspended, and the Black Emperor seized the opportunity to unleash a fierce assault. Boom. 450, critical hit. 450, critical hit. 450, critical hit. The swift shadows of fists, imbued with the power of the Book of Wishes, erupted with explosive force. Each blow sent the Bull King reeling backward, culminating in a long, resonant roar. Warriors, heed my command and gather at my side. After a brief moment of skill-induced stillness, the Bull King brandished his king's hammer in a desperate attempt to retaliate, yet he found himself ensnared in a minute's debilitation. The Black Emperor, who had previously devoted most of his time to evasion, was now landing at least 5 punches on the Bull King each second, inflicting over 2,000 damage with each strike. The Bull King could do nothing but endure the blows, roaring in impotent fury, as his health dwindled to mere thousands. A glint of determination flickered in Lin Luo's eyes. It was time. The Black Emperor. Devour. With each punch hurled by the Black Emperor, a formidable force coalesced, sapping the Bull King's strength with every impact, as if a portion of his very essence was being stripped away. Your stand, the Black Emperor. Unleashed Devour upon the Bull King, successfully seizing the skill Earth Shatter, 30 power. Your stand, the Black Emperor. Executed Devour. Successfully drained 1,200 health points. Your stand, the Black Emperor. Successfully acquired the skill Dance of Fury, 30 power. Your stand, the Black Emperor. Successfully gained 106 attack power. Your stand, the Black Emperor. Successfully garnered 105 physical defense. The power siphoned by the Black Emperor surged into Lin Luo's being, compelling him to stretch in sheer delight, releasing contented moans. I am utterly exhilarated. This surpasses any form of leveling up or consuming elixirs by leaps and bounds. Bring it on. Let the devour continue. Your stand, the Black Emperor. Successfully acquired the skill King's Command, 30 power. Your stand, the Black Emperor, successfully seized 23 agility points. After enduring 7 instances of devour, the Bull King was thoroughly drained. His attack speed pitifully slow, his power diminished, and his defenses weakened. In his fury, he could only bellow, "Despicable, shameless human. Do you dare confront the great Bull King Minotaur head-on? You scurry about like a mere rodent." Lin Luo, exuberantly examining his enhanced attributes, paid no heed to the Bull King's impotent rage, and soon enough, the Bull King was felled by a single punch from the Black Emperor. In the aftermath, radiant lights of ascension enveloped him twice. You have slain the Bull King Minotaur, earning 2,000 experience points. Gaining 2,000 experience points for defeating a monster beyond level 19. Effect of Heart's Wish, 200 experience points per monster slain. Congratulations, player. You have ascended to level 16. Congratulations, player. You have ascended to level 17. Lin Luo. Level 17. Health points 1380, 1200. Attack power 13860. Agility 9738. Attack speed 108 strikes per second. Movement speed 945 meters per second. Physical defense 114. Equipment Guardian's Dagger, Gold Grade, Exceptional. Swift 33. Critical Strike 1. Critical Hit Chance 1. King's Command 30. When health drops to 690, summon 30 of the surviving Minotaur warriors from the first 10 levels of the maze for support. Cannot be upgraded. Dance of Fury 30. Increases attack speed by 6 for 6 seconds, followed by a 15 decrease in attack speed for the next minute. Cannot be upgraded. Earth Shatter 30. Cannot be upgraded. Lin Luo gazed at the several enhanced attributes and the 3 plundered skills, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It was exhilarating. Leveling up only granted 4 attribute points, and even if all were allocated to strength, it would merely add 8 to attack power. Yet, with a single use of Plunder, he could gain 106 points of attack power. Who else could compare? He laughed heartily. For Lin Luo, the pace of leveling was far too slow. Nothing was as swift as directly plundering. Not only could he see skills, but he could also commandeer attributes. The only drawback was the randomness of his plunder, which could not be selected like his innate talent loot, which guaranteed 100% acquisition of the chosen type. Chapter 31, The Emperor's Eye. At this moment, although the Golden Bull King Minotaur had fallen, just as in his memories, Lin Luo did not receive a notification for clearing this level. Only by vanquishing all the surrounding minions from the lower 10 levels could it be considered a victory. Roar, roar, moo, moo. The resounding roars echoed from the entrance of the 30th level of the Sky Tower, as Minotaur warriors charged in fury. Several Crescent Bull Kings and Spear Bull Kings from the 29th level were the first to confront the Minotaurs, with the Black Emperor delivering punishing blows. Lin Luo sat on the ground, admiring the Black Emperor as he guarded the entrance to the 30th level, ruthlessly slaughtering various Minotaur creatures. It was a formidable defense, impenetrable by the masses. However, as the number of Minotaur warriors increased, the Black Emperor began to struggle. At this moment, Lin Luo rose, commanding, "My warriors, heed my call. Slay the obstinate traitors beside you." At that instant, there was no need for further words. The Lord of Wishes understood and promptly activated the Book of Wishes, softly intoning, "I declare, my great and wise master, this skill can be activated at full health." The King's Command, 30, was unleashed. When health dropped to a certain threshold, 30 of the surviving Minotaur warriors from the first 10 levels of the maze were summoned for support. In the next moment, 30 of the Minotaur warriors besieging the Black Emperor turned against their allies. With the assistance of this battalion of Minotaur warriors, the Black Emperor found himself considerably relieved, and Lin Luo no longer had to worry about any elusive foes requiring his personal intervention. Meanwhile, the sound of experience gain notifications began to resonate in his ears. As his experience bar surged dramatically, bolstered by the benefits of slaying foes beyond his level and the double experience bonus from Wishes of 100 battles. You have defeated the level 28 Crescent Minotaur King, earning 840,000 experience points. Defeating foes 11 levels higher grants 200 experience points. Wishes of 100 battles, effect, 200 experience points for each kill. Current level, 17, experience points, 13, 610, 503, 276, 800. You have vanquished the level 29 Crescent Minotaur King, gaining 300,000 experience points. Defeating foes 12 levels higher grants 300 experience points. Wishes of 100 battles, effect, 200 experience points for each kill. Current level, 17, experience points, 26, 610, 503, 276, 800. You have slain another level 29 Crescent Minotaur King. Congratulations, player. You have ascended to level 18. Lin Luo could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, defeating higher-level foes expedited his ascent. Just 3 Crescent Minotaur Kings had granted him a level up. How exhilarating. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 19. Congratulations, player. You have attained level 22. My warriors, your mission is complete. Now I command you to ascend to the heavens. That is the realm reserved for the greatest of Minotaur warriors. Come forth, line up before Black Emperor. Once all the Minotaurs who did not heed Lin Luo's royal decree were vanquished, those affected by his skills began to line up reverently, their faces illuminated with sanctity, allowing Black Emperor to guide them on their journey. After approximately 10 minutes, everything finally settled. The long-awaited notification chimed in Lin Luo's ears. You have cleared the 30th floor of the Celestial Tower. Time taken, 16 minutes and 29 seconds. First clear reward, 240 Fate Shards, 1 Fate Spin Single Draw Ticket. Current total acquired, 175 Fate Shards. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player worldwide to solo clear the 30th floor of the Celestial Tower. Reward, 1 Fate Spin 10 Consecutive Draw Ticket. Sheen Kellen gazed at her reflection in the mirror, pleased to find that she bore a striking resemblance to Wen Yusi. She acknowledged that she had been somewhat anxious upon discovering that Lin Luo was a transcendent awakener, yet now, having meticulously crafted a makeup look tailored for him, and drawing upon her years of experience as a green tea girl, she was confident that she could ensnare the fledgling. You dare to refuse me in front of so many? I shall extract both your wealth and power. After making this fierce vow in her heart, Sheen Kellen opened her phone, accessed her chat with Lin Luo, and began to compose her lines. Lin Luo, while they often mock you at the company, I have never uttered a word against you. I was too hasty and abrupt earlier. May I have the opportunity to invite you to dinner as a gesture of my apology? As long as I manage to lure Lin Luo out, he will undoubtedly fall under my spell. Sheen Kellen meticulously reviewed the message she was about to send, took a deep breath, and clicked send. However, the next moment, her expression turned rigid upon seeing a red exclamation mark. Could it be that a man dared to remove her from his friend list? Enraged, Sheen Kellen hurled her phone to the ground, producing a resounding thud. Almost immediately, her furious roar echoed throughout the room. Lin Luo, you insufferable man. I spent 2 hours on my makeup for you, and you had the audacity to delete me. At that moment, she felt as though she had become a jester, as ridiculous as those sycophants and backup options she often entertained. In Hang City, within the confines of a novice dungeon, the 8th level challenge known as Mushroom King unleashed a seismic wave that sent 4 melee players hurtling away. Damn it, this Mushroom King could withstand my block. Fortunately, the collision merely deducted health. The pain was manageable. As the players were preparing to rise, they witnessed their mage, Grey Wolf, suddenly stride past them, heading directly towards the approaching Mushroom King, eliciting gasps of horror from all. Hey, are you insane? A hit like that could kill you. Why is a mage charging forward? Grey Wolf replied with a cold smile. Enough. You all are too slow. I will handle this alone. His teammates were left bewildered. This mage was a wealthy patron who had hired them to absorb damage. Yet now he seemed to have lost his mind, intending to face the Mushroom King solo. If he were to perish, would he refuse to pay them? The colossal Mushroom King paid no heed to their concerns and leapt towards Grey Wolf. However, Grey Wolf remained unflappable, raising his hand and commanding, Arise, Eye of the Emperor. Realm of Kings. A magnificent golden eye materialized behind him, and a faint golden domain rapidly expanded in all directions. Kneel before me. At that moment, as the Mushroom King descended, it found itself unable to rise again. Regardless of its struggles, the players watched in astonishment as Grey Wolf unleashed a barrage of spells upon the Mushroom King, which, under the gaze of the massive golden eye, offered no resistance whatsoever. It was as if the king commanded his subjects to perish, and they were bound to comply. Is this the power of a talent above level? My goodness, why do we even need to be hired when he is this formidable? This is utterly tyrannical. I can scarcely stand. The Mushroom King soon succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Grey Wolf's spells. When Grey Wolf emerged from the dungeon with 4 exhausted players in tow, a youthful, elegant boy approached him with a smile. As he drew near, he whispered in a tone only they could hear, Grey Wolf, your legendary talent, Eye of the Emperor, precedes you. Suddenly, Grey Wolf's expression shifted dramatically. This unfamiliar youth had directly uttered his name and even specified the precise level and nature of his ability. Since his awakening, he had never disclosed such information to anyone. Instantly on guard, he demanded, Who are you? What is your ability? Are you reading memories, or perhaps thoughts? The elegant youth gestured for Grey Wolf to step aside to a secluded corner, then smiled and said, You were born into the 3rd-ranked family in Hang City. Unfortunately, you are not the legitimate son, but rather a bastard. With each word the boy spoke, Grey Wolf's countenance darkened further. Behind him, the Eye of the Emperor manifested, its immense golden eye coldly observing the stranger. Who are you really? Are you sent by my brother? The handsome youth innocently waved his hand. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. Grey Wolf scoffed. Assist me? Kneel before me. Reveal all that you know. Otherwise, you shall perish here today. Domain of Kings. This boy possessed far too much knowledge. If his brother became aware and prepared accordingly, it would not be so simple for him to act. As for killing a stand-in, what did it matter to him? He had grown up amidst the treachery of a grand family, and if anyone obstructed his path, they would be eliminated. Chapter 32. I Stand Beyond Time. As the Domain of Kings was activated, a faint golden aura enveloped the seemingly innocent youth. However, in the next moment, Grey Wolf, as confident demeanor faltered. The boy, encircled by the domain, exhibited no reaction, continuing to smile serenely. Meanwhile, the energy of his stand, the Eye of the Emperor, was steadily diminishing. He could not help but exclaim, impossible. My Eye of the Emperor can suppress all life within the domain. Why does it have no effect on you? Do not be so agitated, the youth replied. You may withdraw your Domain of Kings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Utaijia, hailing from 3 years in the future. As for why your Eye of the Emperor is ineffective against me, a mysterious smile crossed his face as he continued. It is because I stand beyond time. Lin Luo, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and summoned his stand, the Lord of Wishes. The moment it appeared, it began to flip through the Book of Wishes without hesitation, swiftly realizing his desires. Fate's Wheel. Activate. Bring me something good. Lin Luo watched eagerly as the 10 pointers of the Fate Wheel gradually came to a halt, and 10 beams of light surged forth. He immediately noticed that among them were 2 violet beams, signifying 2 high-grade items. Grade Elixir of Longevity, purple. Grade Super Energy Crystal, blue. Grade Bond Crystal, white. Grade Frenzied Crystal, green. Grade Magic Crystal, Strength, blue. Grade Elixir of Longevity, white. Grade Elixir of Longevity, purple. Grade Magic Crystal, Agility, white. Grade Magic Crystal, Defense, green. As Lin Luo beheld the first grade item, it was evident that it did not resemble a diamond crystal, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. Upon closer inspection, his suspicions were confirmed, and he could not help but express his frustration. What on earth is this? It's merely a longevity pill of great. At my young age, what use do I have for such a thing? It can only be sold for money, and what good is that? He sighed, relieved that there was still a second-grade item to inspect. His gaze swiftly shifted, yet his anticipation quickly morphed into disappointment. He could not restrain a sarcastic retort. How does the Lord of Wishes fulfill desires? Another longevity pill? Truly absurd. It's beyond ridiculous. He lamented. Family. Who understands this plight? The Lord of Wishes, bewildered, could not fathom why he was being reprimanded and innocently replied, Esteemed Master, perhaps your luck is so extraordinary that circumstances have conspired against you. Why not try wishing for an item of grade or above next time? Something other than a longevity pill? Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo pondered for a moment, ultimately conceding, You are right. I shall heed your advice during the next 10 draws. Let us see what other treasures remain. His gaze fell upon the remaining 2 blue-quality crystals, and he was relieved to find they were not longevity pills. Upon discerning their names, he was pleasantly surprised to discover 2 identical crystals, rare and extraordinary super crystals not found in the Destiny shop. These grade super crystals could directly restore 30 points of energy for a stand, totaling 60 points with both, though they could not enhance the stand's abilities. They proved invaluable in critical moments. Currently, his 2 stands, the Black Emperor, had only 1 point of energy left, while the Lord of Wishes had 113 points. After a brief contemplation, Lin Luo decided to keep them for later use, as he intended to continue with another set of 10 draws and would need the Lord of Wishes to target his objectives the following day. In case of unforeseen circumstances, even 113 points of energy might prove insufficient. Aside from these 4 high-quality items, the remainder held little value. A trio of magical crystals to enhance stand attributes and a low-grade bond crystal, which he promptly allocated to the Black Emperor. Stand, Black Emperor. Level, grade. Experience points, 10,100. Strength, 209, 4. Agility, 201, 1. Intelligence, 1. Defense, 63, 4. Action range, 14 meters, 1. Other attributes. For further details, please click. Before departing the Tower of Heaven, he exchanged fragments of fate for 3 grade space crystals and 1 genuine crystal. Lin Luo accessed the Destiny shop and exchanged for 4 resplendent, diamond-like crystals. Congratulations, player, exchange successful. Remaining, 375 fragments of fate. As for why he did not directly exchange for 2, it was because the upcoming lottery still held the potential for a genuine crystal, which could not be traded and could only be converted into fragments of fate, a rather extravagant use of resources. Moreover, with a strength of 58, he was adequately equipped for the relatively peaceful reality of the present, yet he wished to guard against any unexpected events. Having completed all these tasks, Lin Luo's figure swiftly vanished from the Tower of Heaven. It is time to complete the second-class transition. Outside the Tower of Babel adjacent to Yintai, the atmosphere remains vibrant and bustling, teeming with crowds. The traffic here has become utterly paralyzed. In addition to the throngs seeking to form parties outside the tower, Many individuals sit by the roadside, weariness etched upon their faces as they boast of their valiant exploits within the tower. Are you acquainted with the dog-headed mage on the third floor of the tower? He hurled a small fireball at me, and with a deft slide, I evaded it and leapt to deliver a fatal blow to his head. I must say, my friend, your stature is quite reminiscent of that diminutive dog-headed mage. Oh, the design of this secret realm is indeed commendable. The only drawback is the excruciating pain inflicted by the monsters. Who on earth conceived the idea of 100% pain sensation? I am utterly exhausted. After grinding through 2 levels of the tower, I can hardly bear it any longer. Wizards and priests have it so much easier. They merely need to stand back, wave their staffs, and recite incantations. Chapter 33, Class Transition Quest. What nonsense. Warriors and shield bearers collapse after a few runs in the tower. Currently, there are fewer melee fighters and an abundance of ranged players. Look over there. The mages-seeking parties are already in surplus, and only those well-equipped mages can attract the interest of melee classes. Priests are only popular if they are female. After all, bringing a priest into a party means sacrificing one less damage dealer. Stamina is crucial. Presently, even low-grade recovery potions are priced at several thousand coins each. At that moment, Lin Luo happened to pass by them, and, upon hearing their conversation, a subtle smile graced his lips, concealing his prowess and reputation. I recall that the location of the Secret Realm Assassin Alliance in Hangzhou should be at the entrance of Raffles City. Unfortunately, this shopping center has fallen on hard times, as a gigantic silver cube blocks its main entrance. Furthermore, this secret realm is ill-suited for lower-level players, resulting in a sparse gathering here. Upon arrival, Lin Luo charged straight in. Before him, a kaleidoscope of light and shadows swirled. His eyes beheld a room adorned in European style, with a crackling fireplace to the left, burning logs merrily. To the right, a brass gramophone played soothing, courtly music. On a chestnut-brown sofa sat an elegant middle-aged man, slowly savoring a cup of tea. Lin Luo quickly focused his gaze upon him, and a line of information materialized before his eyes. Desmond Myers, second-class transition minter, level 30, class, solitary rogue. After finishing his tea, the minter gently set down his cup and, with a graceful smile, spoke. Adventurer from afar, I sense the surging power within you. Have you come to seek the secrets of a higher realm? Desmond nodded, and with a casual gesture, the wooden door behind Lin Luo swung open with a forceful gust. The howling winds and snow rushed in, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Lin Luo nodded, resolutely turning to plunge into the tempest outside. Fortunately, it was winter, and he was adequately dressed. Otherwise, his unconditioned body would surely succumb to the cold. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, one was greeted by a flurry of snowflakes cascading down like giant goose feathers, the sky a muted gray, with biting winds howling intermittently. In the distance, through the swirling snow, the dark silhouette of a forest loomed ominously. Resigned to the chill, he donned his armor, composed of iron on the exterior but lined with some form of animal hide, providing a measure of warmth. Battling against the frigid wind and relentless snowfall, he trudged onward, muttering under his breath, "Damn, it's freezing. This cold will surely hinder my movements in combat." Is this what the second transformation for assassins entails? Surely, the Black Emperor remains unaffected. After several arduous minutes of travel, Lin Luo finally emerged at the forest's edge, surrounded by towering fir trees. Peering within, the light dimmed ominously, and he sensed the presence of large, shadowy figures moving slowly. He took a moment to steady his breath and focused intently as he ventured deeper. The Black Emperor had already materialized by his side, prepared for any unforeseen events. Before long, Lin Luo spotted a black snowman gradually advancing. From behind, the creature appeared robust, towering at 1.5 times the height of a man, cloaked in velvety, black fur. Black Snowman, level 20, attack power 200, defense power 200, health 6,000, experience points 2,300, skills, Snowman's Fury. Upon being attacked, it lets out a roar, summoning all nearby black snowmen for assistance. Upon observing this skill, Lin Luo felt a surge of relief rather than fear. Indeed, this was fortuitous. Much like the Golden Bull King, it possessed a built-in aggro skill. In such frigid weather, it would save him the trouble of seeking them out. The black snowman appeared to lack a hate attraction mechanism. As Lin Luo stood a short distance behind it without provoking any reaction, it continued its solitary advance. However, when the Black Emperor delivered a punch to its head from behind, the creature finally emitted an enraged roar. Roar, roar, roar. The black snowman turned, its long arms swinging like whirlwinds towards the Black Emperor. Unfortunately for it, the Black Emperor was evidently swifter, dodging effortlessly and landing another punch to its head. Roar, roar, roar. The snowman's roars reverberated, causing the snow atop the surrounding trees to tumble down. Yet, it soon found itself battered and bruised, eventually collapsing to the ground with a pitiful wail. Lin Luo approached and retrieved the quest item, the snowman's horn, when suddenly, the forest echoed with heavy footsteps. Numerous large shadows were rushing towards him, but this was precisely what he desired. The black snowmen, slow in their movements, were quickly felled beneath the iron fists of the Black Emperor. Just as Lin Luo wondered where the little penguin king had gone, he was startled by a sharp screech. Peering into the throng of black snowmen, he spotted one adorned with a small sled atop its head. Sitting atop the sled was a tiny penguin, wearing a miniature golden crown, furiously flailing its tiny flippers as if chastising the black snowmen for their ineptitude. What an adorable little penguin. Give it to him, Black Emperor. Chapter 34, The Void. Revised. Lin Luo found the little penguin king to be quite adorable. So he commanded the Black Emperor to fly over and delivered a punch that sent it tumbling into the snow. However, this action stirred a hornet's nest. The surrounding black snowmen, with their small, beady eyes, instantly turned crimson, their attack speed increasing several-fold. Little Penguin King. Level, 20. Attack power, 5. Defense power, 10. Health points, 2,500. Experience points, 2,500. Skills. Help. When attacked, all surrounding black snowmen will enter a state of fury, increasing their attack speed by 400% for 1 minute. The Black Emperor found itself besieged and had no choice but to retreat temporarily, abandoning the pursuit of the Little Penguin King. Once the enemies were driven back, the black snowmen carefully placed the Little Penguin King back onto the sled atop their heads. The Little Penguin King, in turn, angrily thumped the heads of the black snowmen with its short front limbs, seemingly reprimanding them for their inadequate protection. It turned out that the Little Penguin King posed little threat. However, if the surrounding black snowmen were not cleared out first, any direct attack on it would spell doom for ordinary players. Upon observing the Little Penguin King's attributes, Lin Luo swiftly grasped the situation. Nevertheless, the black snowman's naturally slow attack speed, even with a 4-fold increase, was not particularly alarming. As long as he avoided being surrounded, he would be fine. Capture the king first. Eliminate the Little Penguin King. The black snowmen, witnessing their ruler's demise, erupted into a fit of rage once more. Lin Luo, on the other hand, found amusement in their impotent fury, relishing their inability to counteract him. After enjoying the spectacle, his expression turned serious. Yet, I can sense the immense potential hidden within you. The ordinary second-tier classes for assassins, such as Rogue, Windrunner, and Shadow Apostle, are likely not your limit. However, this world is inherently just. To acquire greater strength, one must also embrace greater risks. I wonder if you are willing to pursue your own path? Lin Luo understood that this was likely the hidden class alluded to by the Lord of Wishes. He responded earnestly, I am willing. Excellent. The courage to face 100 with one is often more crucial than sheer strength. Desmond stood up, his gaze stern as he addressed Lin Luo. Listen closely to what I am about to say. Beyond the 3 conventional second-tier classes, as long as your aptitude reaches the required level, assassins can transition into even more powerful hidden classes. However, the information regarding these hidden second-tier classes is concealed within the void. Since you are prepared to pursue the ultimate path, I will guide your spirit into the void. What class you eventually transition into will depend entirely on your choices. Upon entering the void, you will sense boundless information. It is imperative to remember not to linger too long in pursuit of power, lest you become eternally lost within the void. Lin Luo felt slightly bewildered, realizing that the quest for a powerful hidden second-tier class came with its own dangers. After delivering his warning, Desmond swiftly approached him, asking earnestly, Are you prepared to enter the void? Lin Luo swallowed hard and nodded. Mentor, I am prepared. Desmond immediately ceased further conversation and placed his palm upon Lin Luo's head. In an instant, a mysterious force surged into Lin Luo's mind, transporting his consciousness into an unknown void. The void appeared to be an absolute emptiness. Here, he could neither hear nor smell, speak nor see. All 5 senses seemed to have vanished, leaving only a tumult of thoughts surging within him. Where am I? What should I do? Do not panic. I must remain calm. Calm. In my previous life, others succeeded in their transitions. I, Lin Luo, can do the same. Time seemed to lose all meaning in this realm. It felt as though mere moments had turned into an eternity. Yet, as he grew increasingly calm, his spirit became more focused, and at last, he heard a familiar voice. It was the voice of his second transition mentor, Desmond. Excellent. You have adapted to the void. Next, you must fully immerse yourself within it. Remember, a profession is not defined by its strength, but by its suitability for you. Do not lose yourself in the void. Simultaneously, a cacophony of chaotic sounds filled his ears. At times, he could hear the jubilant cheers of countless men and women. At other moments, the anguished cries of humanity on the brink of death. Occasionally, it felt as if fervent prayers were being offered in his direction. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt a surge of intuition, and his gaze attempted to fixate on a particular world. The scene before him instantly crystallized, and then the world rapidly enlarged in his view. It was a night in an unfamiliar realm, amidst towering mountains, where numerous grand halls stood in the dim light. Resembling an ancient sect, it seemed that the night had deepened. Aside from the teams of patrolling experts diligently surveying the area, the sect had fallen utterly silent. However, before long, one by one, the members of a patrol team silently collapsed, a shadow darting away in the darkness where the light could not reach. Soon, From the mountains below to those above, teams of sect guards fell one after another. Ultimately, silence enveloped the entire sect. Assassins! Following a brief tranquility, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from deep within the sect. Soon, chaos erupted throughout the establishment. Damn it! Where are the guards? How could intruders breach the Lord's residence? What use are you? Is the sect leader safe? What has happened to the leader? The leader is dead. Chapter 35. Outlaws and Shadows. Countless experts from the sect awoke from their slumber, gathering together in hushed terror, fearful of being assassinated by the audacious intruder. Lin Luo's perspective shifted once more, revealing a shadow swiftly retreating, eluding capture by any onlookers. It was as if the figure could kill 10 men in 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. As the scene concluded, a tide of information surged into Lin Luo's consciousness. Outlaw. Hidden second transition profession. Strength upgrade. 2. Constitution upgrade. 2. Agility upgrade. 6. Specialty, lawlessness. Within a 30-meter radius, when multiple foes are present, attack power increases by 10 points. For every enemy exceeding 4, an additional 5 points are added to the attack power. Specialization, shadow, and light interplay. When shrouded in shadows, the likelihood of being detected by enemies is significantly diminished. Upon emerging from the shadows, movement speed is augmented by 5% for 5 seconds, and one's breath remains steady, making detection challenging. Skill. For further details, please click. This class, alongside its celestial talent, Plunder, exhibits a compatibility of 79%. Promotion success rate, 95%. In the event of failure, immediate expulsion from the void, resulting in 5 days of mental debilitation. Each player, upon their second class transition, acquires stat bonuses inherent to their profession with each level gained. However, conventional second-tier classes typically yield a mere 5 points in total stat bonuses per level. In contrast, the hidden class, Outlaw, grants an impressive 10 points with each level advancement. While ordinary second-tier classes possess a single specialization, the Outlaw boasts 2. Indeed, as the Lord of Wishes foretold, the Outlaw is the hidden class that best aligns with my plundering talent. Yet, in this realm of assassin class transitions, I cannot sense the corresponding information of the Prophet Mage. Just as I was poised to confirm my transition to this class, an unexpected tremor surged within my heart. The scene representing the Outlaw before me shrank instantaneously, followed by a rapid succession of fleeting images, finally settling upon a setting reminiscent of a cathedral. Beneath the resplendent statue of the Goddess of Light, a priest clad in a white robe kneels in reverent prayer. O great Goddess, we serve you with piety and are willing to offer you our all. We beseech you to bestow upon us the strength to triumph over the minions of the Dark Lord. As he intones, the multitude of light worshippers kneel in unison, bowing their heads in devotion. In this sacred moment, a chilling and arrogant laughter reverberates from a corner of the cathedral. The divine has long forsaken you. Today, you shall all perish here, and your goddess will not spare you a glance. The lead priest, unfazed, calmly turns to reveal an aged visage, yet his expression exudes a cunning smile rather than panic. Minion of the Dark Lord, do you believe victory is assured? We are well aware of your weaknesses. Spell, Radiant Orb. The light worshippers swiftly rise, chanting the spell in unison. Orbs of light ascend, illuminating the entire cathedral without a trace of shadow. The source of the mocking voice finally reveals itself. A tall, slender figure cloaked in black stands in a corner, where shadows once flourished, now devoid of refuge. Shadowless One. You are now without sanctuary, are you not? The lead priest sneers, continuing, your power is derived from shadows. Now you are akin to a tiger stripped of its claws. Surrender without resistance. Spell, Spear of Light. A barrage of luminous spears hurtles towards the silent, cloaked figure. Yet, the cloaked individual suddenly whips off their mantle, transforming it into a massive orb of darkness, hurling it towards the multitude of light spears. The spear of light pierced through the thin black cloak in an instant. But in the next moment, countless slender shadows surged forth like arrows towards the priests and devotees. Quickly, just as the spear of light struck down the shadowless man, these elongated shadows simultaneously penetrated the forms of the priests and followers. The priest's white robe was suddenly riddled with innumerable blood holes, his complexion turning ashen, while the devotees before him collapsed one by one into pools of blood. He watched as the numerous slender shadows gradually receded, clutching at the wounds on his body, laboriously leaning against the bench. A look of survival on his face as he sighed softly. I never imagined that the minions of the Dark Lord would possess such strength to resist. Thankfully, he is finally dead. Dead? You truly know nothing of my capabilities. As tattered fragments of the cloak fell to the ground and the effects of the spell dissipated, shadows re-emerged within the church. From those shadows, a new figure cloaked in darkness slowly crawled out. Then, with a blur, it swiftly dispatched the priest and casually flicked the blood from its dagger, leaving behind a solitary figure that stepped over the multitude of corpses, making its way out of the church. As the scene concluded, a surge of entirely new information flooded into Lin Luo's consciousness. Shadowless Man. Hidden second class. Power Upgrade 3. Constitution Upgrade 2. Agility Upgrade 10. Specialty, Shadow Clone. Conceal the main body within shadows, consuming 10 mana per second, and create a shadow clone in reality. With health only half that of the main body, 0 defense, and 0 attack power. Specialty, Shadow Stitching. Manipulate shadows freely for attacks. But the shadow's attack power is only half that of the main body, consuming 10 mana per second. Chapter 36. Legendary Class, Storm Sword Master. Specialty, Shadow Curse. When attacking an enemy's shadow, inflict half the damage of the main body, consuming 20 mana per attack. Skill. Click for details. This class and its innate talent, Plunder. Compatibility, 85. Class transition success rate, 8. Transition failure. Immediately exit the void, experiencing mental debilitation for 10 days. Upon reviewing the introduction of the Shadowless Man hidden class, Lin Luo felt a slight shock within. This Shadowless Man was significantly stronger than the Outlaw, boasting 5 additional growth points and an extra specialty, all 3 of which were offensively inclined, making it extraordinarily formidable. Why did the Lord of Wishes not disclose this information to me? Could it be due to the low success rate? An 8 success rate means an ordinary person would fail multiple times before successfully transitioning. How vexing. This Shadowless Man surpasses the Outlaw by a considerable margin. The class transition mentor once cautioned against losing oneself in the void in pursuit of overwhelming power. Could this be the very situation he warned of? No. I sense that, beyond the Shadowless Man, even stronger hidden classes may exist. Before Lin Luo's eyes, the light and shadow shifted once more, revealing an entirely new scene. As the tableau magnified before him, he beheld a formidable army of ancient cavalry, encircling a wooden cabin with a grandiose display. In front of the dwelling stood a swordsman clad in a fitted warrior robe. His eyes closed as he played a bamboo flute with deep concentration. The commanding general abruptly reined in his steed, halting 10 meters away. A subordinate, poised to chastise him from horseback, was halted by a wave of his hand. Wait, let him finish, and then we shall send him on his way. After all, he is a legendary swordsman. It is unfortunate that he has offended the royal family. Despite the vastness of the realm, there is no place for him to find refuge. Upon finishing his melody, the swordsman slowly tucked the bamboo flute into his bosom. Observing this, the military leader proclaimed, I have heard tales of this swordsman, who single-handedly vanquished 12 bandit kings. Alas, he now finds himself in such dire straits. Why not bow to the crown prince and acknowledge your error? I believe in the prince's benevolence. He would surely pardon your transgressions. In response, the swordsman gracefully rose, a carefree smile gracing his lips, yet he shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Instead, he quietly unsheathed the long blade at his side. What a pity, the general sighed, then gestured decisively. Instantly, the hundreds of cavalrymen received their orders, surging forth like a torrent of steel, engulfing both the wooden cabin and the swordsman in their midst. The general turned his horse, preparing to depart, and remarked to his aide, let us go. Opposing the imperial authority, no matter how strong one may be, leads to but one fate, death. It is a shame to squander such talent. However, the subordinate's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the spectacle ahead. A tempest was raging among the ranks of the iron cavalry. No matter how fiercely they charged, upon nearing the eye of the storm, they were instantly cleaved apart by countless arcs of sword energy, even their mounts torn asunder, raining blood and flesh in a macabre display. The general could only witness the epicenter of the storm, where an unparalleled swordsman danced gracefully with his weapon. Countless blades of energy bowed before him like obedient subjects, lifting him gently into the air. Storm Sword Master. Legendary Class. Power Upgrade 4. Constitution Upgrade 2. Agility Upgrade 14. Specialty, Sonic Sword Breath. Each attack carries an additional damage of 1, 7 times agility. Specialty, Gale Sword Aura. Each attack generates a Gale Sword Aura that lasts 3 seconds, increasing attack and movement speed by 2. When the aura stacks over 10 layers, it grants a brief ability to hover. Each aura consumes 10 mana points. Specialty, Interdimensional Sword Energy. When wielding sword-type weapons, attacks inflict interdimensional sword energy, increasing range by 2 meters, ignoring 20 of the target's physical defense, and enhancing critical hit rate by 15. Activating this consumes 10 mana points per second. Restriction, cannot wear armor. Skill, click for details. This class's innate talent, Plunder. Compatibility, 95. Promotion success rate, 0.2. Promotion failure, immediate exit from the void, resulting in mental debilitation for 20 days. A legendary class. What is this? It is utterly formidable. In general, melee professions typically require a third-class advancement to attain the ability to soar through the skies. Yet here, the second advancement seems to grant flight? How absurd. In my previous life, no one ever mentioned the existence of legendary profession choices online. Moreover, the success rate for this class transition appears alarmingly low. Even if I utilize a wish book to enhance my luck, the odds remain frightfully dismal. No, this cannot stand. Having caught a glimpse of the possibility, I must attempt it regardless of how slim the chances may be. It would be utterly disheartening to forego this opportunity. Lin Luo began to deliberate rapidly on how he could successfully transition. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him, prompting him to forcefully exit the void. Desmond, witnessing Lin Luo reopen his eyes without any discernible change in aura, inquired with curiosity, "Why have you exited the void without completing your class transition? You must understand that traversing the void to receive transition information is incredibly taxing on both mind and body." Upon exiting, Lin Luo immediately felt a wave of mental and physical fatigue wash over him. Nevertheless, he mustered his spirits to ask, "Mentor, does a higher or lower compatibility affect the strength of my abilities post-transition? Simply achieving a successful transition is paramount. However, some professions, despite having a certain success rate, are practically impossible to attain. Take for instance legendary professions beyond hidden classes. They are reserved for those with extraordinary talents, far beyond the reach of an assassin like you." Desmond warned gravely, "If you encounter information regarding a legendary profession, do not, under any circumstances, attempt to pursue it. The sensation of failure in such a transition is exponentially more debilitating than what you're currently experiencing." After consuming a high-grade stamina recovery potion from his backpack, Lin Luo felt a slight alleviation, though the mental fatigue lingered. After digesting his mentor's words, he suddenly inquired, "Mentor, would you mind if I summoned a doppelganger here?" "Not at all," Desmond replied, momentarily taken aback, then continued, "However, given your current state, you won't be able to endure another foray into the void for long. Should you choose to enter again, you must act swiftly." Lin Luo nodded, invoking the power of wishful fortune to summon the Lord of Wishes, and proclaimed with conviction, "I declare that I shall successfully transition to the Storm Swordsman in one attempt." Chapter 37, a 24-hour countdown. After the Lord of Wishes activated the wish book for a brief moment, he respectfully announced, "Esteemed Master, your wish has been granted." Lin Luo observed as the Lord of Wishes' energy plummeted from 115 points to a mere 3, and he silently nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, the super energy crystal, capable of immediate energy restoration, had not been used by the Black Emperor. Otherwise, there might not have been sufficient energy for tomorrow's pursuit of others' locations. Upon confirming the fulfillment of his wish, Lin Luo promptly addressed Desmond, "Mentor, please send me back into the void." Desmond stared at him in bewilderment, his mouth agape in disbelief, astonished by such an operation. The flow of time here differed vastly from the outside world, and the process consumed considerable mental and physical energy. He quickly honed in on the scene of the Storm Swordsman and confirmed the class transition. Instantly, a torrent of information regarding the Storm Swordsman surged into his consciousness. "Death, like the wind, shall ever accompany me. Only by drawing ever closer to death can one truly grasp the essence of the storm. With the sword in one's heart, one listens to the whisper of the wind. Sincerity in heart, sincerity in sword, sincerity in wind. The wind is also a sword, and the sword is akin to the wind. The sword of the storm grows fiercer with each strike." Initially, Lin Luo was able to absorb the tempest's energy. Yet as he lingered in the void for an increasingly prolonged duration, his spirit inevitably began to wane, and the transition to the Storm Sword Master was far from complete. Desmond gazed anxiously at Lin Luo, who sat cross-legged on the wooden floor. The Storm Sword Master was a legendary class. In his lifetime, he had never witnessed anyone successfully transition. If this adventurer were to succeed, it would indeed bring him honor. At that moment, Lin Luo, eyes closed and brow furrowed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Losing his balance and collapsing onto the floor, Desmond's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, his figure blurred and he appeared beside Lin Luo, gently lifting him up, whispering urgently, "This is bad. This indicates a failed transition. He won't become lost in the void, will he? This foolish boy. I thought his doppelganger would genuinely assist him." The Storm Sword Master was a legendary profession from the ancient East, long since lost to the annals of time. How could one possibly succeed in transitioning with merely a doppelganger of such low caliber? This boy is far too young. It is said that only those who awaken the world's strongest innate talent can successfully transition to a legendary class. Even 100 attempts by a level 1 assassin may not guarantee success. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the world's first second-tier class. Reward, a 10-draw lottery ticket for the Fate Wheel. Accompanied by the global announcement, the message echoed 6 times in everyone's ears. The soldiers of Blue Star, tasked with guarding the mysterious monument in Sakura country, suddenly changed countenance. A new message appeared on the monument. The first second-tier class in Blue Star has emerged. In reality, a rodent-level disaster will occur in 24 hours. This news was promptly relayed to the upper echelons of the 5 great nations. Consequently, the think tanks and leaders of each country engaged in fervent discussions. Should we inform the entire world about the impending disaster in 24 hours? Absolutely not. That would incite panic. We should only disclose a limited portion of the truth to the public. What exactly is a rodent-level disaster? Is it akin to dungeons or secret realms? From its name, It seems to differ in nature from dungeons or secret realms. What are your thoughts, Colonel Chu? Understood, sir. As it stands, the dungeons and secret realms appearing worldwide pose no danger as long as we refrain from entering them. Moreover, each dungeon and secret realm has a recommended entry level, seemingly designed to cultivate our blue star inhabitants, guiding us step by step towards greater strength. However, the term disaster linked with reality raises my suspicions. This time, it may indeed impact our reality, and we ought to prepare in advance. Are you suggesting that the connection between disaster and reality is not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate warning? Precisely. Several prominent nations on Blue Star have issued announcements, advising all citizens to either adjust their work schedules or work from home after a 24-hour period. For those who must work, it is recommended that they remain indoors as much as possible. Chapter 38. The prejudice in one's heart is a great mountain. Lin Luo awoke, his eyes greeted by the familiar sight of the wooden cabin. He struggled to sit up from the sofa, the crackling of the logs in the fireplace still resonating warmly in the air. The room was cozy, enveloping him in a sense of comfort. Desmond appeared to have heard the noise. His ears twitched slightly as he stirred from his pretended slumber. Concern etched across his face as he asked, "Do you feel better now? Did I not advise you against lingering too long in the void?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Luo scratched his head and chuckled. Desmond shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "Youngsters always aspire to great heights. I hope your failure in class change serves as a lesson. Generally speaking, only those with exceptional talents can successfully transition to legendary classes. For one with your level of talent, merely transitioning to a hidden class is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo glanced at his attribute panel, which displayed the class of Stormsword Master. "I succeeded in the transition," he declared confidently. "Failing in class change is quite normal. When I was young, I, too, coveted power in the void, but after failing twice, I learned my lesson." Desmond, mid-lecture, suddenly realized something, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? You succeeded in your transition?" Lin Luo nodded affirmatively. What a jest. A level awakened one transitioning successfully to a legendary class in one go. That is mere fantasy. Impossible, impossible. Desmond's astonishment was palpable, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Lin Luo rose, smiling slightly. There is nothing impossible. It can only be said that the prejudices in one's heart are indeed mountains. Who says a level awakened one cannot achieve a successful transition to a legendary class in one attempt? With that, he exuded the unique aura of the Stormsword Master. Desmond, sensing this sharp presence, was compelled to acknowledge it. However, he soon regained his composure, exclaiming in realization, "I understand now. Your talent enhances your success rate, does it not?" But then he furrowed his brow, adding, "Yet, an enhancement talent for success does not seem to align well with your choice to transition to an assassin class." Enhancement talent? Lin Luo quickly understood that the power of his wish master had been misconstrued, yet he merely smiled mysteriously without providing an explanation. As an assassin mentor, Desmond was adept at reading subtle facial expressions. He immediately inquired, "Your talent is not supportive, then? How did you accomplish this? Can you share your talent's abilities with me?" "I promise to keep it a secret." "Ah, now that is a secret," Lin Luo replied with satisfaction as he exited the Secret Realm Assassin Alliance, only to find the sky outside gradually brightening. He hastily pulled out his phone and discovered he had spent an unexpectedly long time in the realm. It was already past 6 in the morning on the following day. Upon checking the game interface, he realized that all the game currency he had put up for sale had been sold, leaving him with a balance nearing 6 million huaxia coins. Lin Luo casually purchased some breakfast from a roadside vendor and, upon finding an unoccupied corner, summoned the Lord of Wishes while he ate. At that moment, the Lord of Wishes had regained 17 points of energy. He retrieved the notes from his phone, glanced at the first name on the list, and inquired, "How much energy is required to pinpoint this individual's location?" Without hesitation, Lin Luo handed over 2 grade-level supercrystals, boosting the Lord of Wishes' energy from 17 to 77 points. He then addressed the stand-in directly. "Inform me of the whereabouts of Bai Honglai. The target must possess at least a grade-level talent to prevent any unfortunate misidentifications." He appended an additional restriction to his wish. The Lord of Wishes swiftly fulfilled his request. "Great Master, your wish has been granted. The location of your sought-after target has manifested within your mind." The wish consumed 40 points of the Lord of Wishes' energy, indicating that the target was indeed a grade-level awakener. Instilling absolute confidence in Lin Luo regarding the impending hunt, Lin Luo carefully attuned himself to the location of his target within his mind. And soon his gaze shifted towards the left wall, as if piercing through infinite space to behold the individual he sought. Bai Honglai was the only man he had actively researched on the wanted list from his previous life in Huaxia. It was well known that when Yuxi's father held a significant position within the government, and his entire family had been brutally murdered, a heinous crime that undoubtedly triggered a far stronger pursuit than that of Lu Ming. From this, it could be inferred that Bai Honglai was likely not a naive individual like Lu Ming, but rather someone who possessed a formidable combat-oriented stand. Armed with the knowledge from his past life, Lin Luo, despite lacking a grade-level talent and stand previously, was well versed in the information available online regarding stands. A popular saying circulated at the time: a stand is strong before level 40, and a person becomes strong thereafter. This was due to the initial attributes of a grade-level combat stand typically exceeding 1 or 200 points, while a human only had a meager 10 points. Upon reaching level 119 in the first transition, each upgrade granted merely 4 free attribute points, not counting equipment. By the time one reached level 20 in the second transition, it was nearly impossible for any single attribute to reach 200 points, especially in comparison to the Black Emperor, whose power attributes were maximized at 200 points. In the second transition, aside from free attribute points gained with each level, the profession itself could provide various attribute bonuses, along with enhancements from equipment, gradually narrowing the gap between human and combat stand attributes. Once achieving the third transition, talents and stands would merge into a singular entity known as the light of the mind, enhancing attributes in percentage form, allowing the human's attributes to eventually surpass those of the stand. Therefore, although Lin Luo had just successfully transitioned into the second tier, he would primarily rely on the Black Emperor and the Lord of Wishes to contend with by Honglai. As for tactics, he would continue to utilize ambush strategies whenever feasible. For the abilities of stands were diverse and unpredictable, and he dared not expose himself to unnecessary risks. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. As for the formidable battle-type stand, it is indeed something to be feared, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary experts. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. One can discern this from the energy expended in locating by Honglai, the Lord of Wishes. He is not of that caliber. Lin Luo finished his breakfast in 2 swift bites and casually discarded the plastic bag into a nearby trash bin. To know your position in the morning and to come for you by night, death awaits. Chapter 39, The True Assassin. Edited, outside a dungeon, Brother Hong. We owe you our gratitude. Without you, we might have suffered in this nightmare-level dungeon, one exclaimed. You are truly remarkable. Had we not hindered you, you might have cleared it even faster. By Honglai feigned seriousness, responding, we are all good brothers. What hindrance could there be? Speak not of such things, or I may grow displeased. Haha, Brother Hong, I stand corrected. Suddenly, Bai Honglia's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and his pupils contracted slightly. Quickly adjusting his expression, he lifted his head and smiled at his companions, saying, it's getting late, and everyone is weary. Let us continue our dungeon exploration tomorrow. Certainly. Brother Hong, see you in the morning. Oh, how I wish we could continue. Although it's a bit exhausting and perilous, the thrill of combat is so tangible and exhilarating. Who would have thought that clearing a nightmare-level dungeon for the first time would grant us a fate roulette single-draw ticket? It seems promising. I wonder what treasures await. Brother Hong suggested we gather 10 tickets before drawing. Let us heed his advice. With a wave, Bai Honglai bid farewell to his companions and turned into a nearby alley. As they watched him leave, the discussion continued. Though Brother Hong hails from Sakura Nation, his temperament is remarkably gentle. He is generous to us subordinates and far more approachable than we imagined. Indeed, I was concerned when I first joined the company. Is he capable? Or are you merely enamored with his physique? I shall inform Brother Hong tomorrow that you have taken a liking to his stand. Alas, I said no such thing. Do not slander me. Once Bai Honglai entered the alley, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before answering his phone. On the other end, a serious elder's voice resonated. Kudo-ze, it is time for you chosen ones to convene and report your talents to Lord Miyamoto Musashi. Bai Honglai immediately replied, yes, my lord. Our Sakura Nation's restoration organization has long been in hiding, but the times have changed. Thankfully, our people have not been forsaken. Among us, several have awakened talents above level, and Lord Miyamoto has awakened the highest tier of level talent. You must strive diligently to keep pace with him, understood? Bai Honglai respectfully responded, yes. Do not forget to gather the remaining chosen ones tomorrow. I will end the call now. After hanging up, Bai Honglai gazed thoughtfully at the flickering streetlights in the distance. A slender, graceful figure clad in a kimono quietly appeared beside him, holding a metallic umbrella that sheltered them both. In the dim light, one could faintly discern a delicate visage beneath the umbrella. Ah, level talent. Uncertain whether the formidable Kagayaheim is my adversary, considering my Kagayaheim is indeed a powerful offensive stand. Bai Honglai, originally named Kudozawa, hails from a lineage of dark guardians serving the royal family of Sakura Nation. A year ago, during the cataclysmic destruction of Tokyo, he fortuitously escorted Princess Kayako of Sakura Nation to an event, narrowly escaping disaster. Subsequently, he allied himself with the surviving members of the royal family, seeking refuge within the commercial enterprise of Sakura Nation in Huaxia. Despite the complete annihilation of Sakura Nation, its remnants have been seized by the 5 great powers under the pretext of research and safeguarding the security of Blue Star. However, the surviving citizens of Sakura Nation across the globe refuse to accept this fate. Thus, a considerable number of Sakura nationals in Huaxia, under the guidance of the elderly remnants of the royal family, clandestinely established the restoration organization Yagakukai. Previously, in an era of peace, Yagakukai remained dormant, yet, With the awakening of the populace, several individuals possessing extraordinary talents have emerged within the ranks of this organization, which numbers less than 100,000. Notably, the son of a prominent figure within Yagakukai, Miyamoto Musashi, has awakened a rare talent of exceptional caliber. This has ignited a renewed fervor within the ranks of Yagakukai. The thought of the beloved Princess Kayako being promised to Miyamoto Musashi by those royal elders fills Bai Honglai with dismay. Currently, no one within Yagakukai is aware of my abilities. Perhaps I could employ Kagayaheim to eliminate Miyamoto. If I can demonstrate my worth, it is conceivable that those royal elders might consider bestowing Princess Kayako upon me. At this moment, Lin Luo, guided by an intuitive sense, arrived outside Bai Honglai's company. He gazed up at the towering edifice, his expression revealing deep contemplation. It is still a time of peace. I cannot simply storm in and commit murder, for I am a law-abiding citizen. He contemplated the possibility of remotely controlling the Black Emperor to resolve the matter. However, the Black Emperor possesses a significant flaw. Its intelligence is too low, rendering it incapable of autonomous combat. It must perceive its target to act. Yet, being too close as a stranger entering the company would arouse suspicion, and he currently wishes to avoid drawing the attention of the inspectorate. Since Bai Honglai has yet to emerge, Lin Luo resolved to explore the vicinity, tackling a few nightmare-level dungeons to acquire some fate-will single-draw tickets. The novice dungeon manifesting nearby was located within a luxurious bathhouse, engulfing several rooms. Initially, the bathhouse owner was incensed, but upon realizing that many patrons who ventured to conquer the dungeon would subsequently indulge in foot baths and massages due to fatigue, he found his business flourishing as crowds gathered. Following this, the owner even provided resting and team-building spaces for players engaging in dungeon runs, allowing the establishment's technicians to embody renowned female characters from the game. As Lin Luo entered the bathhouse, two elegantly dressed hostesses at the entrance, showcasing their long, fair legs and white stockings, bowed in unison, greeting him warmly. "Welcome, adventurer from afar." This display left him in awe of their cleverness. However, Lin Luo did not linger and swiftly located the dungeon entrance, dashing inside. Slime Cave. Recommended entry level, 14. Optional difficulty, easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Lin Luo examined the nightmare difficulty of this dungeon, noting the absence of any completion records, and confidently decided to enter. At this moment, having successfully undergone his second job change, his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lin Luo, level 22. Experience points 2129001048576000. After reaching level 40 and transitioning for the third time, the experience required for leveling up will reset, just as in my previous narrative, alleviating any concerns regarding value inflation. Class, Storm Sword Master, Legendary. Health points, 1460-80. Attack power, 15660-18. Strength, 22-9. Constitution, 13-4. Agility, 13,038-43. Attack speed, movement speed. Other attributes. For details, please click. Equipment, Guardian Dagger, Golden Grade, Premium. First job skills, Shadow Hunt 1, Phantom/1, Swift Strike 33, High Speed Reaction 1, Power Strike 1, King S Command 30. Frenzied Dance 30, Earth Shatter 30. Second job specializations, Specialization, Sonic Sword Breath, Specialization, Gale Sword Aura, Specialization, Boundless Sword Chi. Second job skills, Sword Chi Shield 1. Activates automatically when Gale Sword Aura reaches over 10 layers, with each layer capable of absorbing 50 points of damage. Sword Chi River 1. When Gale Sword Aura exceeds 20 layers, it can be launched to strike enemies, with each layer inflicting physical damage equal to 80 times strength multiplied by 3. The Storm Sword Master class, in addition to its 3 specializations, boasts 3 active skills. These skills are not only complementary, but create a seamless synergy between offense and defense, setting it apart from other second-job assassin types. As Lin Luo's level increases, he would be capable of directly vanquishing all foes, akin to the solitary figures depicted in the void. As the saying goes, a false assassin lurks in shadows, fearing discovery, while a true assassin strikes boldly. Eliminate all adversaries, and none shall be the wiser of his infiltration. Chapter 40. Sword Chi River. Typically, second-job assassin classes rely on stealth and surprise attacks, lacking proficiency in frontal combat. Even hidden classes, such as Outlaw and Shadow Walker, are not suited for direct confrontations. However, the Storm Sword Master, as a legendary class, requires no subterfuge, capable of overwhelming other second-job classes in direct combat, even challenging groups single-handedly. Reminiscent of a lone warrior in the void facing a legion of iron cavalry, truly deserving of the title legendary class. Let me witness the extent of its power. The solitary limitation of this class is the inability to wear armor. Thus, Lin Luo promptly shed all defensive gear, drawing forth the Guardian Dagger, with fervor and charging towards the level 6, Wind Slime. His attack speed surged, enabling him to strike 13 times per second. swiftly accumulating 20 layers of Gale Sword aura in less than 2 seconds. The swift sword aura swirled around him like azure fish, lifting him effortlessly while simultaneously transforming into a sword chi river that instantaneously obliterated the monsters. One by one, the wind slimes unleashed their wind bullets, which were effortlessly deflected by the sword chi shield, only to be directly vanquished by the fish-like sword chi river. Upon their demise, these wind slimes burst forth like punctured balloons, releasing a torrent of air that sent their remains soaring chaotically through the air. After Lin Luo swiftly dispatched these creatures, he did not linger, instead soaring towards the next scene amidst the throng of swift sword aura. Each layer of swift sword aura augmented his movement speed by 2, and with a total of 20 swift sword auras surrounding him, his speed was enhanced by an astounding 40. Lin Luo's current velocity reached an astonishing 160 meters per second, surpassing even the speed of his doppelganger, Black Emperor. Were it not for his insufficient mana, he could have summoned even more swift sword auras, propelling him to even greater speeds. The fire slime, lightning slime, water slime, rock slime, and grass slime all fell beneath Lin Luo's blade. Finally, the level 10 guardian, the golden slime, was immediately engulfed by the sword chi river upon its appearance. You have cleared the slime cave, nightmare level. Damage taken, 0. Time taken to clear, 45 seconds. Solo dungeon clear, tripled score bonus. Exceeded the recommended dungeon level by 12 levels, score reduced 6-fold. Dungeon clear score, 50 points, level. Congratulations. You have obtained a black iron grade, rare, treasure chest from the slime cave. Lin Luo relished the experience of single-handedly dispatching foes. It was exhilarating, yet it drained his mana considerably, and maintaining the swift sword aura took a toll on his stamina. Indeed, it was far more comfortable to let Black Emperor take over. Although the treasure chest yielded subpar items, the additional Fate Roulette single draw ticket was his true objective. Collecting 5 more would allow him to achieve a 10-fold draw. As Lin Luo opened the chest, he found mostly useless equipment and items, though one black iron grade grass slime leather armor caught his eye. While its attributes were somewhat lacking, it was wearable and did not hinder his specialization. As he placed his spoils into his backpack, he suddenly discovered an unexpected Fate Roulette 10-draw ticket within. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What in the world? When did I acquire this? Let me check the game interface for notifications." As Lin Luo scrolled through the virtual game's notifications, he finally uncovered the source of the 10 draws. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the world's first second-class job holder. Reward: 1 Fate Roulette 10-draw ticket. The unexpected delight left Lin Luo in a state of exhilaration. However, he refrained from indulging in the lottery immediately, for the energy of the Lord of Wishes was running low. He intended to hunt down Bai Honglai later, and it was prudent to conserve energy for unforeseen circumstances. Having come to this conclusion, he chose to exit the dungeon. The 2 enchanting ladies at the entrance of the foot massage parlor bowed deeply as Lin Luo departed, showcasing their alluring figures. He felt a twinge of bashfulness and contemplated visiting them to support their business when time permitted. Throughout the morning, Lin Luo busied himself, tirelessly conquering 4 nightmare-level novice dungeons: Wolf Valley, Chochio People Camp, Fire One-Eyed Beast Abyss, and Zombie Mushroom Cave. At last, he amassed 9 Fate Roulette single-draw coupons, leaving only 1 more to collect. Although his enthusiasm remained undiminished, the time had come for a meal, as hunger began to gnaw at him. Thus, he resolved to first satiate his appetite, for man is iron, and food is steel. As Lin Luo prepared to take a break for lunch, he noticed that Bai Honglia's location had finally begun to shift within his perception. Chapter 41. The plot thickens. Hongo, let us treat you to a meal later. No refusals allowed. Otherwise, we would feel too embarrassed to have you guide us in leveling up. Bai Honglai gazed at the enthusiastic youths with a helpless smile. All right. He chuckled. You are all too kind. I think you are the best leader. By the way, what type of girl do you fancy? Xiaowang. Do you have a crush on Hongo? He clearly isn't into your type. Just stop asking. Haha. What's wrong with my inquiry? Haha. Bai Honglai accompanied the boisterous group as they descended the elevator. Watching their retreating figures, a chill flickered across his heart. The resolve of these young individuals was weak. With a standard workweek, 8-hour days, 5 insurances, and 1 fund, a monthly salary of 10,000, and a year-end bonus of 50,000, their trust could easily be manipulated. This was the plight of the youth in Huaxia. The nation teetered on the brink. If future generations succumbed to chaos, they would become targets for exploitation. He quickly dismissed this thought and began to contemplate the task assigned to him by the Restoration Organization. With global awakenings on the rise, many individuals had acquired extraordinary powers. The Sakura Nation's Restoration Organization sensed that the time had come and commenced bribing officials across various regions, plotting for the future. However, some officials were reluctant to cooperate, necessitating their clandestine operatives to eliminate a few as a warning to others. His designated target was to surveil the Wen Jiangwo family, Wen Jiangwo, Li Junjia, and Wen Yusi, who dared to defy the Sakura Nation's revival organization. Perhaps when Yusi could be used to coerce the old man when Zhangguo. The Matsushita Group stood as a notable joint venture in Hangzhou. Nearby, a commercial street had seen a decline in foot traffic over the past 2 years, resulting in numerous shop closures. Now, with the awakening of the masses, a multitude of young people flocked to the dungeons, rendering the area even more desolate. The entire street felt deserted, with only their group present. Bai Honglai followed a group of young individuals, intent on dining at a sushi establishment nestled at the end of a bustling commercial street. Suddenly, he detected a subtle sound, as though someone was calling out to him. He cast a perplexed glance towards a narrow alley on his left, where, shrouded in shadow beneath the eaves, stood an indistinct figure accompanied by a robust and imposing dark silhouette. As Bai Honglai observed the figure gesturing towards him, his gaze sharpened with curiosity. Could it be a stand user of a high caliber? Who could it be, and how did they know me? Hongge, what's wrong? Let us hurry. One of his companions urged. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Honglai smiled and replied, Xiaochun, you all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Xiaochun nodded, suspecting nothing, and departed with the others, their laughter echoing as they went. Once they were out of sight, Bai Honglai frowned and quickly made his way into the narrow alley. Upon getting a clearer view of the person wearing a white smiley face mask, his expression turned grave as he softly inquired, Who are you? And what business do you have with me? The masked individual, however, paid him no heed, turning instead to lead his stand deeper into the deserted alleyway. Bai Honglai furrowed his brow and followed closely behind, only to find a striking woman in a kimono gracefully appearing beside him, holding an umbrella. The two advanced towards the end of the alley. The masked figure slowly turned to regard the woman beside him and remarked, Ah, so it is a stand. One might mistake it for a living being at first glance. Bai Honglai pressed on, Who are you? Why must you discuss something so secretive in this place? My identity is of little consequence, the masked man replied nonchalantly. I am here to reveal a secret that rests within my stand. With a casual gesture, he signaled for his dark, powerful companion, who clenched his fist and began to move menacingly towards Bai Honglai, as if holding some vital secret. A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Honglai, prompting him to shout, Do not approach me. Show it to me from there. Yet, the formidable figure did not halt. Instead, he surged forward with astonishing speed, resembling a dark wraith, and delivered a fierce punch aimed directly at Bai Honglai's face. Quick, quick, quick. The punch was incomprehensibly swift, unimaginably explosive. The very air crackled with a fierce whistle as it sliced through the atmosphere. Bai Honglai's pupils dilated to mere pinpricks, his heart racing with alarm. Was this individual truly intent on taking his life? Who could it be? Even if my secrets were laid bare, it should be the inspectors who arrived. Panic surged within him. This punch was too fast. There was no way to evade it. The speed and strength were lethal. Chapter 42, Mozambique Fist. Bang, 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 bang. The explosive fists of the Black Emperor rained down like a storm upon the metallic surface of the umbrella, producing a cacophony of resounding impacts. Finally, Bai Honglai reacted, his complexion shifting dramatically as he swiftly retreated. It turned out that in that critical moment, his stand, Kaguya-hime, had timely shielded him with the umbrella, deflecting all the assaults. Although Kaguya-hime sustained no damage, her energy continued to dwindle. Bai Honglai roared, Damn it! Kaguya-hime! Fall back! Don't resist! Upon hearing this, Kaguya-hime swiftly retreated. However, Black Emperor pursued relentlessly, launching ferocious attacks from various angles. Lin Luo was slightly astonished. The opponent's stand was able to match Black Emperor's speed. Furthermore, its defense was astonishingly robust, as even several critical strikes from Black Emperor failed to inflict any harm. Could it be a defensive stand? Yet, the fact that they had instructed their stand to retreat indicated that the situation was not as favorable as it seemed for them. Meanwhile, Lin Luo's Black Emperor could execute regular attacks without expending energy. If this continued, the opponent was bound to lose. However, if they couldn't secure a swift victory, the commotion might attract unwanted attention. Concealing their strength was no longer an option. It was imperative to end this quickly. Bai Honglai and Kaguya-hime observed as Black Emperor halted its assault, and they too came to a standstill. Lin Luo remarked coolly, A commendable stand. However, should the host perish, no stand, no matter how formidable, would hold significance. Bai Honglai gazed darkly at the adversary adorned with a smiling mask, and a peculiar grin spread across his face. You cannot even breach my stand's defense, yet you dare to threaten my life? Following the earlier confrontation, he had assessed the strengths of both sides. If Kaguya-hime were to switch to another form, there was a substantial likelihood of overcoming the opponent's stand. Lin Luo's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed, My Black Emperor may not penetrate your defense, but that does not imply I cannot eliminate you. At the mention of Black Emperor, Bai Honglai's expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't he that the mysterious powerhouse responsible for triggering 2 global announcements? What had he done to provoke such ire? Had his identity as a member of the Sakura Nation Restoration Organization been exposed? Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. He quickly commanded with a steely demeanor. End this swiftly. Kaguya-hime switched to Rainy Night Blade, form, and eliminate him and his stand. It appears we share the same thoughts. Regrettably, you shall be unable to evade Black Emperor's next strike. Lin Luo's voice lowered, almost as if unwilling for the opponent to overhear. Behind him, in the shadows, a figure cloaked in black, wielding a staff and a tome, quietly materialized. The umbrella in Kagaya-Heim's grasp abruptly collapsed, transforming into a long blade, slicing toward Black Emperor with the swiftness of light. Yet, Black Emperor did not evade. Instead, it seemed determined to endure the strike to circumvent Kagaya-Heim, delivering a powerful punch toward Bai Honglai. This was perilous. Kagaya-Heim's blade would surely strike the opponent's stand, but simultaneously, that punch would collide with me. Although Bai Honglai was also retreating, he could not match the speed of Black Emperor. Kagaya-Heim evidently recognized the dilemma and aimed to alter the trajectory of her strike to intercept Black Emperor. Strangely, however, the blade seemed to evade Black Emperor altogether. Bai Honglai observed as the Black Emperor swiftly approached him, simultaneously sensing the peculiar nature of Kagaya-Heim. No, should Kagaya-Heim attempt to obstruct the actions of this stand, it would become ineffective. However, inflicting harm upon this stand would be utterly pointless. In the blink of an eye, Bai Honglai made a bold decision to encircle Wei and rescue Zhao. Kagaya-Heim was ordered to eliminate his original self. Upon receiving the command, her elongated figure darted past the Black Emperor and swiftly surged towards Lin Luo. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Both Kagaya-Heim and Black Emperor inexplicably ignored one another, brushing past each other while launching simultaneous attacks on their respective originals. Fists and blade. Their speeds were equally fierce, yet the blade was notably longer. Bang! The Black Emperor unleashed two punches, akin to cannonballs, striking Bai Honglai's chest and face, sending him soaring through the air, landing in a crumpled heap. The Mozambique fist technique, one punch to the heart, another to the head, was lethal enough to even slay a deity. Almost simultaneously, Kagaya-Heim swung her blade fiercely towards Lin Luo. However, with agility rivaling that of the Black Emperor, Kagaya-Heim still missed her target. Lin Luo had inherited 60% of the agility from the instance and possessed unparalleled combat experience from his past life. His speed and reflexes were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, and coupled with his precise foresight, he evaded flawlessly. After her strike met empty air, Kagaya-Heim intended to pursue, but her form began to fade away reluctantly as her host's life force rapidly dwindled. Attempting to kill me? You still lack the skill. He chuckled coldly, raising his hand not in apology, but rather in a brotherly gesture, as if to say he still had much to learn. Although the plot deviated slightly from expectations, the outcome remained unchanged. This Bai Honglai was unlike the previous Lu Ming. At a critical moment, he discerned the impending ambush and, while facing two opponents, made a sound judgment. His reactions were swift, his stand's abilities formidable, yet unfortunately, Lin Luo's strength surpassed his own. Having endured the Black Emperor's Mozambique fist, with one punch to the chest and another to the head, he suffered a total of 200 points of damage, 20 times the strength of an ordinary person, like being bombarded. The law of the jungle prevailed. The defeated perish, while the strong survive. Lin Luo's gaze fell upon the motionless Black Emperor, who remained silent, relentlessly delivering fatal blows to the fallen Bai Honglai. In less than a second, his head was utterly shattered, resembling a crushed watermelon. The ground was splattered with an array of crimson and ivory. Your class talent, Plunder, has activated. Please select one from the following. Target attribute value, talent effect, skill effect, or soul power to execute. Plunder. Chapter 43. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Lin Luo's heart stirred, and he promptly chose to plunder the opponent's talent effect. At this moment, what he needed most was an abundance of superior class talent abilities. The other options were simply too low in value. Class talent Plunder activated. Successfully plundered the target's talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the class talent Rainy Night. Rainy Night. Level. Effect. Lin Luo felt a surge of newfound power coursing through his body. He softly commanded, "Arise, Kagaya-Heim." In an instant, a beautiful maiden clad in a maid's attire materialized beside him, her figure transitioning from ethereal to corporeal. Her exquisite face bore an expression of reverence. And beneath her short skirt, her long, flawless legs gleamed like white jade. The aesthetic of her ensemble was distinctly different from that of the earlier summoned Bai Honglai, and even her visage held subtle variances. Yet, one could not deny that both were equally breathtaking. Under the gaze of such a stunning maiden, Lin Luo felt a gentle warmth rising to his cheeks. He could not help but inhale deeply, reminding himself that she was merely a manifestation, not a living being. Only then did he access her attributes panel to examine it closely. Stand-in, Kagaya-Heim. Level dash. Strength, 120. Average human, 10. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 30. Defense, 30. Health, 4500. Energy, 180. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every 10 minutes. Growth, 130. Action range, 20 meters. Rainy Night Umbrella. Increases defense by 400 points. Excess damage will only deplete energy, with every 100 points of damage absorbed, consuming 1 point of energy. Rainy Nightblade. Each attack inflicts an additional 200 points of true damage, consuming 2 points of energy per second. Within the Rainy Night state, energy consumption for the Rainy Nightblade is reduced by 50. Cooldown, no cooldown time. Lin Luo reviewed the talent, Rainy Night, realizing that this entity, known as Kagayaheim, or the Maiden, was the core of the ability. Alone, the Rainy Night talent appeared rather weak, offering only a limited effect of cloaking against detection. However, when paired with Kagayaheim, the stand-in Maiden, its potential was amplified. Kagayaheim not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities, even the Black Emperor's enhanced critical strike rate could not breach her defenses. In her offensive form, every strike was accompanied by true damage, and her attack speed under the Rainy Night surpassed that of the Black Emperor significantly. She embodied a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. In terms of combat prowess, Kagayaheim clearly outclassed the Black Emperor. Moreover, her innate action range of 20 meters and an intelligence level of 30 allowed her to engage autonomously, unlike the Black Emperor, whose intelligence was a mere 1, necessitating constant control. However, the Black Emperor was not solely a combat stand-in. His prowess lay in his ability to seize and conquer. Noticing Lin Luo's unwavering gaze, a rosy hue graced Kagayaheim's porcelain-like cheeks. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and her melodious voice rang out like silver bells. Master, your gaze upon me makes me shy. Lin Luo smiled and replied, I look forward to our collaboration. Kagayaheim patted her modest bosom confidently. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure your safety. Just then, the sudden chime of a Japanese song emanated from a mobile phone on the ground. The Black Emperor, floating in midair, instinctively smashed by Honglia's phone into smithereens with a single punch. In his lifeless form, he fortuitously discovered a solitary lottery ticket for a destiny roulette, perfectly aligning with 2 sets of 10 consecutive draws. Having successfully vanquished by Hongli, he also spared the family of Wen Yusi, who had raised him, from a grim fate. At last, he could afford a moment's respite. Lin Luo swiftly extricated himself and Kagayaheim from the scene of the incident. Upon entering a shopping mall, Kagayaheim, embodying the innocence of a child unacquainted with the world, ventured directly into a women's clothing store. Lin Luo followed closely behind, noting that each stand-in possessed a distinct personality. With the exception of the Black Emperor, who was solely fixated on his relentless aura, the deity of wishes, on the other hand, dutifully complied with his every command, striving to serve him to the utmost of her abilities. In a non-combat state, Kagayaheim appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary girl, radiating an air of naive exuberance. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she meticulously examined one garment after another, occasionally donning a piece and bashfully querying him if it suited her. Observing this innocent maiden, Lin Luo found himself momentarily entranced, pondering whether she was merely a stand-in or truly a living being. Despite possessing an intellect of 30, she often exhibited the simplicity of a child. The manifestation of this stand-in was utterly dissimilar to both the Black Emperor and the deity of wishes. His 2 stand-ins could levitate effortlessly, resembling ethereal spirits, while Kagayaheim lacked such abilities, grounded firmly in reality. When he had attempted to take her hand moments earlier, the warmth and softness he felt were unmistakably those of a flesh-and-blood human. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. You are indeed fortunate, remarked a store attendant, captivated by Kagayaheim's tall, perfect figure. Chapter 44. A generous feast for my childhood self. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. To those beneath the threshold of talent awakening, distinguishing between a stand-in and an ordinary person was an impossibility. Is this one pretty? At that moment, the melodious voice of a young girl rang out. Lin Luo gazed at the beautiful girl whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, responding with a warm smile. It is lovely. Do you like it? I shall buy it for you. Really? Kagayaheim's eyes widened in surprise. Then she cautiously added, Can I purchase this one? Seeing her tentative expression stirred a softness within Lin Luo's heart. When he was young and alone, did he not feel the same insecurity and trepidation? Kagayaheim clearly adored many of the garments, but lacked the courage to voice her desires. He recognized this at once. Foolish girl, you can not only buy this one, but I will also get you anything else you fancy. Rest assured, I have more than enough money. Choose freely. Lin Luo could not help but gently pat her head, speaking with affectionate indulgence. Having once weathered the storms of life alone, he now sought to shelter those dear to him when he had the means. In his youth, he envied classmates with parents who could effortlessly purchase snacks or new clothes, while he had nothing. Now that he had grown and earned his own income, he had engaged in a form of compensatory spending to make up for his childhood, yet it lacked the same joy he once yearned for. In the present moment, it may appear as though he is purchasing garments for Kagayaheim. However, is it not Lin Luo who is graciously hosting a feast for his younger self? Particularly now, when money is an easily attainable resource for him, it pales in comparison to her joy. Furthermore, buying clothes for Kagayaheim is akin to acquiring skins for characters in a game, is it not? Even for mere paper figures, many are willing to spend thousands on skins. Not to mention, Kagayahime not only possesses beauty that eclipses internet celebrities, but is also corporeal and capable of combat. Thus, purchasing several outfits or skins represents an extraordinary value. Yay, you are the best, master, Kagayahime exclaimed, her excitement causing her to embrace Lin Luo tightly. Master, you are simply amazing. I like you the most. Lin Luo was suddenly enveloped in a fragrant breeze, followed by the delightful weight of two soft forms pressing against his chest, causing his cheeks to flush. Perhaps you could let go of me for a moment? There are so many people here. Nearby, a store clerk stifled a laugh, her eyes ablaze with curiosity. It seemed as though she was thinking, city folk truly know how to indulge. Meanwhile, a young man from a couple nearby stared at the scene in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how such a stunning girl could be so obedient. Is this what a master does? Do wealthy people truly play like this? As he pondered his ordinary yet confident girlfriend, who stubbornly refused to wear the clothes he liked and had a fiery temperament, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in frustration. Ouch! 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 Just as he was lost in admiration of the beauty before him, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. It was his fierce girlfriend, having discovered his distraction. What are you staring at? Impressed, are you? Why don't you go over there with her? She scolded, albeit internally he cursed, thinking that if the girl had shown any interest, he would have approached her long ago instead of enduring her ire. After Lin Luo and Kagayahime engaged in a shopping spree and exited the mall, he realized that he was unable to summon his wish-granting deity. I understand now. It is due to the excessive consumption of wishes that the energy of the deity is insufficient, leading to this depletion. This is troublesome. If that is the case, I cannot participate in the 10 consecutive draws on the fate roulette. I must devise a way to reactivate the deity. Emerging from the restroom, Lin Luo and Kagayahime continued to explore the mall. She marvelously gasped at every new and fascinating item, as if experiencing them for the very first time. After procuring a plethora of food and delightful items for Kagayahime, the duo once again set forth on the path of growth and empowerment. Chapter 45. Accompanying the Sister? Refined version. In the sacred grove of the secret realm at the center of Wulin Square, I recall that it harbors rare items for energy restoration. Upon arriving at Wulin Square, they found it to be nearly deserted due to it being a weekday and daytime. Outside the silver secret realm, only 2 inspectors lingered, engaged in idle conversation. Since the emergence of these unique spaces throughout Hang City, inspectors have been deployed to maintain order at each instance of dungeons and secret realms. However, due to the elevated level of this particular realm, no one had ventured forth, resulting in merely 2 inspectors being assigned to guard it. Upon witnessing Lin Luo and Kagayahime strolling past, they immediately issued a stern warning. This secret realm is recommended for players above level 30. Do not act recklessly. One cannot withdraw midway from this realm. Even a solo awakened player of that caliber cannot conquer it. Lin Luo replied with resignation, understood. However, I am determined to enter. The tall inspector on the left furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his dismay. Why are you so obstinate? He then glanced at Kagayahime beside Lin Luo, and suddenly a look of understanding dawned on his face. In a hushed tone, he cautioned, brother, do not jeopardize your life for the sake of pride while bringing a girl along. Each player can only resurrect 3 times within the dungeon. Cherish that opportunity. Lin Luo cast a sidelong glance at Kagayahime, inwardly amused, thinking that it was she who would be leading him rather than the other way around. Players below level 40 wield a strong doppelganger, but only those who have completed their second-class change and overcome their inner demons can transform their talents into the light of the mind, thus surpassing the combat prowess of a battle-type doppelganger. However, he could not disclose that his strength far exceeded that of ordinary elite players, nor could he reveal his knowledge of the strategies for this secret realm. Thus, Lin Luo refrained from offering any explanations and simply retorted, is there any rule prohibiting players from entering the secret realm? He produced a form and handed it to Lin Luo, which required information such as the player's game name, real name, and contact details. This registration process was designed to prevent reckless entries and to gather intelligence about the secret realm. Nevertheless, having lived through a previous life, he had no intention of concealing his identity, for which of those masters from his past was not renowned. Often, a well-established reputation facilitates one's endeavors. He reached into the void to open the game interface and promptly sent a message to the 2 inspectors. Your game name is Black Emperor. Upon receiving the notification, the tall inspector opened his game panel and nodded, confirming Lin Luo's game name. What? You are the Black Emperor? Exclaimed the other inspector, whose reaction startled the tall inspector. Why the sudden outburst? What is the matter with the Black Emperor? Do you know him? He shot an annoyed glance at his companion, only to find the latter gazing at Lin Luo with wide-eyed admiration, as if beholding a stunning beauty. The slightly plump inspector next to the towering Li Han was named Wang Sheng, who excitedly proclaimed, Li Go. The Black Emperor is the player who has consecutively achieved multiple global announcements. Oh, you are the Black Emperor? Li Han scrutinized Lin Luo, his face revealing astonishment. What a surprise that we would encounter such a renowned figure while on duty today. Wang Sheng took out his phone, grinning. Hello, Black Emperor. I am Wang Sheng. May I add you? Perhaps you could guide me sometime, or offer me some advice. Recalling his brother still imprisoned in the inspection bureau, Lin Luo considered that these two inspectors might prove useful, and thus he readily agreed. Li Han watched as Lin Luo slowly led Kagaya Haim into the silvery cube, admiration evident on his face. This young lad, with his slender limbs, was surprisingly courageous at such a tender age. Achieving the world's first clear has certainly brought honor to our Huaxia, Wang Sheng remarked. There are rumors online that the Black Emperor must possess an exceptionally powerful awakened talent. Many assert that his awakening is undoubtedly of a rare grade. Li Han sighed. Times have changed. Those fortunate enough to awaken formidable talents can earn a fortune daily by clearing dungeons and selling items. For those of us with ordinary talents, we can only rely on our foundational professions for combat. It truly seems unfair. Brotherly, take it easy. How much fairness can one expect in this society? Wang Sheng consoled, then smirked. But it's quite amusing that the Black Emperor dares to tackle such a high-level dungeon while bringing along a delicate maiden. Truly, heroes have always found it challenging to resist the allure of beauty. Recovering from his self-pity, Li Han curiously inquired, "Do you think he can clear a level 30 secret realm alone?" Wang Sheng stroked his chin. Secret realms of the same level are far more difficult than dungeons. The average person would have no chance of solo clearing with a companion. However, he is the Black Emperor. I believe he still stands a good chance. Suddenly, Li Han exclaimed, "Wait, I must report this to the Bureau." Recently, the agency issued a directive for everyone to pay attention to extraordinary awakened individuals of level and above, aiming to recruit them into the agency. If the Black Emperor can join the soon-to-be-established extraordinary organization, it would significantly enhance our official strength. Wang Sheng scoffed, quietly complaining. The treatment we receive from the official side pales in comparison to that of the civilian organizations. I doubt the Black Emperor would choose to join us. Your stand-in, Kagaya Haim, inflicted 360 points of mixed damage, including 200 points of true damage, to the grotesque creature. Your stand-in, Kagaya Haim, has slain the level 30 monster, the grotesque. And congratulations are in order for the player, who has gained 260,000 experience points. Killing monsters 8 levels higher grants 900 experience points. Wishful Battle, effect, killing monsters grants 200 experience points. Despite Kagaya Haim appearing innocent and naive before Lin Luo, resembling a girl untouched by the world, her combat prowess was remarkably fierce, seemingly rivaling that of the Black Emperor. In contrast to his brutal aesthetic, her swordsmanship was light and graceful, each strike executed with precision and devoid of superfluous motion. Especially after donning her short skirt maid outfit, she danced through the fray against the towering grotesques. Resembling a captivating dancer in motion, her fair legs dazzlingly prominent. Lin Luo found it enchanting, his heart racing noticeably. In just a moment, Kagaya Haim harvested the lives of several level 30 monsters. Lin Luo now required 100 million experience points to level up. But with the dual benefits of defeating monsters above his level and double experience, it would only take a few more kills for him to ascend once again. Let the Black Emperor handle the dirty work. Kagaya Haim's burst of power is formidable, but it has its drawbacks. Her energy consumption is rather swift, so it's best to call upon her in critical moments. As for why Kagaya Haim changed back into her maid outfit, she simply explained that it allowed for easier movement. However, there were no other players present. Only he could perceive the situation, rendering it inconsequential. Chapter 46. Do not be conquered by desire. After all, in his previous life, he had also been solitary, and now, being in the prime of his youth, his resistance to such temptations was indeed feeble. Moreover, Kagaya Haim exuded an air of submission. Lin Luo shook his head, silently admonishing himself. Lin Luo, you must not succumb to such baseness. Kagaya Haim is merely your avatar. Think of the enchanting lady you truly admire in your heart. Do not let your desires overpower you. In the secret realms, apart from the Tower of Babel, none could be exited directly. One must either complete the challenge or perish to escape. However, among the myriad of secret realms, aside from the Tower of Babel, there existed a singular advantage. There were no restrictions on the number of players entering, allowing everyone to explore the same realm together. As soon as one player or team achieved success, all players within the realm could exit. The rewards for completing challenges within the secret realms generally refreshed every day. In every secret realm, the first 10 teams or individuals to complete the challenge received a certain number of fate will single draw coupons. Thus, in his past life, every major guild dispatched numerous elite players to form groups to explore new secret realms. As the chaotic era approached, and order was utterly lost in China, every major faction brazenly occupied vast amounts of secret realms, all for the daily rewards therein. The recommended level for the sanctuary of the forest was 30 to 35. Before his eyes lay an endless expanse of grassland, at the center of which stood a grove of towering stones. This stone grove, known as the Stone Circle by the guardians of the elf clan, was surrounded by rudimentary walls and wooden huts constructed by the elves tasked with its protection. At this moment, hundreds of ogres were relentlessly assaulting the elven encampment under the leadership of the ogre commander. The player's mission was to defend the elven camp. Upon successful resistance, The elves would reward the adventurers with divine crystal fragments, produced abundantly within the stone circle. These divine crystal fragments possessed effects akin to supercrystals, namely, restoring the energy of the avatar. Typically, Lin Luo should now join the ranks of the elves, aiding in the extermination of the ogres from behind the rudimentary walls. However, in his past life, some players devised an alternative strategy, allowing the ogres to breach the elves' defenses and then completely annihilating all the ogres, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of divine crystal fragments. Following the standard procedure, the elves would only offer a fraction of the divine crystal fragments as gratitude, thus making the benefits of monopolizing the stone circle far more gratifying. Roaring and howling, countless towering green-skinned ogres charged towards the elven camp. After witnessing Kagayaheim's combat prowess, Lin Luo promptly disengaged from the fight and swiftly retreated. As several pursuing, ugly monsters found themselves unable to catch up, they heeded the call of the ugly monster leader and rejoined the assault on the camp. Lin Luo was somewhat familiar with this scene, having participated in similar raids during his previous life. After approximately 2 to 3 hours of relentless attacks by hundreds of ugly monsters, the elven camp was finally breached. The remaining elven inhabitants scattered in despair, leaving with heavy hearts. Howls and roars echoed as the ugly monsters rampaged through the elven camp, with the towering and robust, ugly monster leader taking the lead, charging into the stone circle. Upon seeing the silver, divine gift stone tree deep within the stone circle, adorned with grotesque, divine gift crystal shards, the creature, clad in a wolf fur helmet, could not help but drool profusely from its jagged maw. The ugly monster leader let out a long, thunderous roar, ready to indulge in its feast when, to its astonishment, 2 humans descended slowly from the sky. Their backs turned to it. Dozens of azure, gale, sword chi enveloped Lin Luo and Kagayaheim, gently lowering them to the ground. Lin Luo's gaze fixated on the divine gift stone tree, laden with divine gift crystal shards, his excitement palpable. Haha, there are even more than I remembered. This is a windfall. Upon landing, Kagayaheim immediately turned her vigilant gaze towards the towering monstrosity behind them. The ugly monster leader, once filled with excitement, now had its eyes turn crimson. How dare anyone attempt to seize its meal? Had it sought its permission, ignoring it so brazenly? With a mighty swing, it slammed its colossal meteor hammer onto the ground. Humans, you truly seek your demise. Ugly monster leader, level 35, attack power 500, agility 121, defense 430, health points 100, 000, experience points 350, 000, skill. This ability demands immense energy from the ugly monster leader, plunging it into a state of weakness post-use, reducing all attributes by 40% for 5 minutes. Lin Luo scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. My apologies, I nearly forgot about you. I know you're eager to meet your end. Allow me to assist you. Go, Black Emperor. Play with it. Chapter 47, The Unveiling of 10,000 Swords. The ugly monster leader, enraged by the audacity of such a feeble human, unleashed its fury. It charged at the approaching Black Emperor and executed the skill Savage Roar. The enormous maw of the ugly monster leader opened wide, revealing its yellowed teeth, producing a thunderous sound wave while spewing forth a foul torrent of saliva, mingled with the long-fermented breath from its belly. With a roar, Black Emperor crossed its powerful arms defensively across its chest. Yet, she was still momentarily dazed in midair. The ugly leader approached with a menacing stomp, swinging a meteor hammer that howled through the air, crashing down upon the Black Emperor's horned helmet. Bang! The colossal meteor hammer struck the surface of Kagayaheim's umbrella with a thunderous noise. Regrettably, it inflicted no harm upon her. After all, once Kagayaheim entered the rainy night umbrella state, her defense surged to an impressive 430 points, and as long as her energy remained intact, her health would not diminish in the slightest. To deplete her energy, one would need to inflict a staggering 18,000 points of damage. Seeing his attacks ineffective, the ugly leader became increasingly aggressive, delivering another vicious blow to Kagayaheim's umbrella, seemingly intent on forcibly breaching her protective shell. However, Kagayaheim chose not to endure any longer. She swiftly collapsed her umbrella, transforming it into a slender, sharp blade, and alongside the recovering Black Emperor, they charged towards the ugly leader simultaneously. Your stand, Kagayaheim, inflicted 200 points of true damage upon ugly leader. Your stand, Black Emperor, dealt 370 points of critical damage to ugly leader. Strong arm robbery activated successfully. Skills Savage Howl, power 30 acquired. Strong arm robbery activated successfully. Life force of 27, 900 points seized. Roar. The ugly leader found himself ensnared by the 2 stands, while Black Emperor permanently siphoned life force and skill power from him. In a fit of rage, he swung his meteor hammer with ferocious intensity. The power of the cursed hammer was indeed quite insidious. Being struck would reduce agility by 10 points, and both stands were keen to avoid such hits, resulting in a significant decrease in their attack accuracy. Meanwhile, behind the ugly leader, countless, ugly, minions finally arrived, preparing to encircle the three. Lin Luo pondered momentarily before making a decisive move. He unleashed a flurry of swift wind sword chi that sliced through the god-given stone tree's god-given crystal fragments, shattering them, and swiftly gathered the shards, crushing each one with vigor. A mysterious force surged along his arm, merging into his being. As the dormant stand Lord of Wishes awakened once more. As the figure cloaked in black appeared, there was no time for pleasantries. Lin Luo immediately shouted, "Black Emperor, unleash a series of critical strikes until the ugly leader falls." Without hesitation, Lord of Wishes activated the power of the Book of Wishes. With the wish fulfilled, Lin Luo commanded loudly, "Kagayaheim, switch to Rainy Night Umbrella form. Absorb all attacks for Black Emperor," allowing him to unleash his full power. The ugly leader's hammer swung down directly onto Kagayaheim's umbrella, momentarily interrupting its fluid movement. Seizing the opportunity, Black Emperor launched himself forward, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed squarely at its head. Aura, 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 aura. Aura, 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 aura. 370, critical. 370, critical. 370, critical. 16 punches per second, each one a critical hit. In an instant, a terrifying critical hit of 920 damage was unleashed. The ugly leader certainly lived up to its level 35 status. Despite being struck numerous times, it merely shook its head and launched another hammering blow, only to be thwarted once more by Kagayaheim. As Lin Luo gazed at the encroaching horde of ugly creatures, a sense of unease gripped his heart. In a flash of inspiration, he devised a plan to channel energy to the Black Emperor. With a determined squeeze, he shattered the god-given crystal fragment in his hand, restoring the depleted energy of the Black Emperor, which then activated Plunder. The Plunder skill was successfully executed. It seized the skill Destruction Ray, 30 power. Plunder activated successfully. It appropriated 150 points of attack power. Plunder activated successfully. It claimed 36 points of agility. Plunder activated successfully. It seized the skill Destruction Ray, 30 power. As the ugly leader lost numerous attributes and skills, it descended into a frenzy. It unleashed a dark Destruction Ray from its maw, but was left with only 40 power, failing to breach Kagayaheim's defenses, resulting in a state of weakness. Ultimately, with the cooperation of the three substitutes, they managed to slay the formidable, ugly leader before the remaining, ugly creatures could converge. Congratulations to the player for defeating the ugly leader, earning 9,500,000 experience points. Killing monsters above level 13 grants 1,400 experience points. Wishful Warfare effect, gain 200 experience points for each kill. Lin Luo 2 reaped a substantial bounty of attributes and skills, raising his agility to 204, finally surpassing the two substitutes. Now, he could stack 16 layers of Gale Sword Chi in a mere second. His professional specialty, Gale Sword Chi, lasts for 3 seconds, and in this ultimate state, he could accumulate 49 layers. If Lin Luo's agility were to increase even slightly, he could surpass 50 layers of Gale Sword Chi within 3 seconds, thus activating his third professional skill, 10,000 Swords to the Throne. Just as he reveled in his triumph, the two combat substitutes collided with the throng of ugly creatures. A portion of the horde even charged towards Lin Luo, howling ferociously. Observing this scene, the Lord of Wishes quickly took cover behind him. Lin Luo smirked. He had no intention of engaging them just yet. Given his now enhanced attack power, his lethality matched that of the substitutes, yet the combat consumed his mana excessively. Conjuring a single Gale Sword Chi depleted 10 mana points, and with 16 Gale Sword Chi per second, there was no cooldown in sight. While exhilarating and visually impressive, the cost of flaunting such prowess amounted to 160 mana points per second. Alas, his total mana was merely 200. Depleting it would necessitate potion consumption, yet the supply in his inventory was far from sufficient. Chapter 48, A Bountiful Harvest. Refined, he remembered that as a basic class, mage, upon transcending, there were skills for accelerated mana regeneration and siphoning mana from defeated foes. It should be referred to as mana recovery and mana absorption. Lin Luo silently resolved to acquire several of these skills when he had the time. 10 Gale Sword auras lifted him into the air, while beneath him, the ugly monsters howled in anger, soon to be overwhelmed and slain by Kagayaheim and the Dark Emperor. When the one-sided slaughter finally concluded, the area within the stone circle was littered with the corpses of the ugly monsters, their green blood mingling with the verdant grass, rendering it difficult to distinguish between the two. Lin Luo gradually descended from the sky and began collecting the scattered equipment and items alongside the three major avatars. Due to the nature of the secret realm, which imposes no restrictions on the number of players entering, unified treasure chests do not materialize. Instead, defeated monsters directly drop equipment. Naturally, defeating monsters of a higher level also enhances the drop rate. For instance, the Ugly Monster Leader yielded 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, the Deadly Meteor Hammer of the Ugly Monster Leader and the Leopard Print Cloak of the Ugly Monster Leader. Deadly Meteor Hammer of the Ugly Monster Leader quality, dark gold, rare level requirement, 28 class restriction, warrior or shield guard's second transition attack power, 256 critical hit rate, 18 critical damage, 30 agility, 7 stamina consumption in battle, 10 crush. Each attack reduces the enemy's physical defense by 10 points for 10 seconds. Stackable up to 10 layers. Curse. The weapon is entwined with the resentment of the Ugly Monster Leader before their demise. Each successful attack decreases the enemy's agility by 5 points for 5 seconds, stackable up to 5 layers. Leopard Print Cloak of the Ugly Monster Leader quality, dark gold, premium level requirement, 28 class restriction, all second transition classes physical defense, 80 magical defense, 80 strength, 40 constitution, 60 leopard print, grants the swiftness of a leopard, increasing attack speed by 12. Brutality, 20% of the damage received will be slowly deducted over the next 4 seconds. Unfortunately, the Deadly Meteor Hammer is not suitable for me, but my brother's talent lies in defense. Since no players can utilize it at the moment, I shall keep it for him. The Leopard Print Cloak, however, is exceptional, while its defensive bonuses aren't substantial. The passive effects of Leopard Print and Brutality are perfectly aligned with my divine abilities. Lin Luo stored the weapon in his backpack and eagerly donned the Leopard Print Cloak. Instantly, the cloak billowed behind him in the wind, bestowing a unique and carefree elegance. In addition to these 2 remarkable pieces of equipment, the other noteworthy acquisitions include Brutal Life Recovery Pills, Silver, X10, Ugly Mana Recovery Pills, Silver, X8, Source of Ugly Monster S Stamina, Silver, X5, Ugly Monster Helmet, Gold, Rare X2, Ugly Monster Leather Armor, Silver, X7, Ugly Beast Roar Technique, Silver level, Rare. Class Restriction, Warrior, Shield Guard. Ugly Beast Arm Guards, 5, Silver level, Common. Ugly Beast Earrings, 3, Silver level, Extraordinary. Usable by all classes. Brass Coins, 289. Silver Coins, 250. Gold Coins, 159. After Lin Luo meticulously counted all the spoils, his eager gaze turned towards the divine stone tree behind him. Despite the presence of the word tree in its name, this divine stone tree merely resembles a tree in shape. In essence, it is a vibrant stone adorned with fragments of divine crystals, shaped like leaves, glimmering in silvery gray hues. By severing these divine crystal fragments, one can restore energy to their avatar, similar to the effects of a super energy crystal. Lin Luo wielded his dagger with precision, unleashing a flurry of swift wind blades that swiftly dislodged all remaining divine crystal fragments, which he then carefully collected. Each individual divine crystal fragment was capable of restoring a modest amount of energy, approximately between 10 and 15 points, akin to that of a super energy crystal of the same level. However, the quantity he amassed this time was remarkable. Upon completion of his collection, he discovered he had gathered around 100 fragments, enough to restore a minimum of 1,000 points of energy to his avatar. It is noteworthy that a single super energy crystal of the same level restores 200 points of energy. This collection was tantamount to at least 5 super energy crystals. With a few more days of farming, he believed his avatar would be abundantly supplied with energy for a considerable time. However, he was acutely aware that had the players from his previous life attempted this strategy, even utilizing such a predatory approach, they would have likely gathered less than a quarter of the divine crystal fragments present here. The quantity of fragments coalescing on this divine stone tree is determined by the number and level of players entering the secret realm. Those large factions, sending in their members, would have to share the spoils, which would not amount to much. Their focus was on maintaining a steady influx of divine crystal fragments each day. In contrast, Lin Luo's method of bypassing several levels to solo this endeavor was unprecedented, as even the most formidable factions would tread carefully in exploring the secret realm. Given that one cannot exit except through death or completion, it seemed prudent for him to refrain from leveling up too rapidly. Otherwise, the quantity of divine crystal fragments he could obtain would likely diminish. Lin Luo contemplated his next steps and resolved to grind through a couple of days in lower-level nightmare dungeons to acquire Fate Will single-draw tickets. After all, any player among the top 100 to complete the higher-level nightmare dungeons would receive Fate Will single-draw tickets. He turned his gaze towards the Wish Master beside him, jestingly admonishing, "Old Chi, you must pay attention this time. Don't let me down like last time by drawing 2-level potions of longevity. It would be quite ungrateful considering the vast amount of energy I expended to revive you, haha." The Wish Master, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Wise Master, I suggest you add a condition to your wish." Lin Luo chuckled heartily. "Don't be so tense. I'm merely jesting. With my current abundance of energy, I certainly won't be stingy." He finished speaking and immediately gestured grandly, causing a stack of single draw and 10 consecutive draw tickets for the Fate Wheel in his hand to instantly dissolve into fragments of light, dissipating into the air. Fate Wheel. Activate. I declared that my upcoming 10 consecutive draws would undoubtedly yield at least one item of superior quality, and among those superior items, no longevity pills would appear. As the Master of Wishes expended 24 points of energy, Lin Luo's wish was fulfilled. On the bronze fate wheel, 20 pointers began to spin wildly. Stop, Lin Luo whispered eagerly. Chapter 49. Wow, Golden Legend. As the 20 pointers on the fate wheel gradually came to a halt, 20 beams of light in various colors burst forth. His keen eyes immediately discerned that among these beams of light were one purple and one golden, both strikingly prominent. Wow, a golden legend. Fantastic. It's a superior crystal. Let us see what it is. Superior, true crystal, green. Superior, frenzied crystal, blue. Superior, bond crystal, green. Superior, frenzied crystal, green. Superior, spirit crystal, green. Superior, cooldown crystal, golden. Superior, magic crystal, agility, green. Superior, bond crystal, white. Superior, life crystal, green. Superior, longevity pill, blue. Superior, true crystal, white. Superior, longevity pill, white. Superior, bond crystal, blue. Superior, frenzied crystal, green. Superior, spirit crystal, blue. Superior, ultimate crystal, blue. Superior, magic crystal, intelligence, purple. Superior, magic crystal, strength, blue. Superior, ultimate crystal, blue. Superior, true crystal, green. A superior cooldown crystal. Permanently reduces the cooldown time of talents by half. This is incredible. I can now seize 2 talents of superior quality in a single day. Let us see what the superior one is. Lin Luo, after glancing at the golden rewards, immediately shifted his gaze to the superior crystal, only to find it slightly surprising. He murmured, superior magic crystal, intelligence? Increases the stand's intelligence by 10 points? In truth, he had always struggled to comprehend the role of intelligence in relation to the stand. The Black Emperor had an intelligence of 1 and lacked autonomous combat ability, which he could understand. The Master of Wishes boasted an intelligence of 180, theoretically 18 times that of an average person. From their usual interactions, he did indeed respond quickly and offered useful suggestions, yet it did not seem excessively extraordinary. Kagayaheim had an intelligence of 30. She appeared obedient and sensible, yet seemed rather naive, not exhibiting any signs of superior intellect compared to himself. Overall, the attribute of intelligence did not manifest conspicuously. Unlike the more intuitive traits of strength and agility, it is essential to note that intelligence is not synonymous with wisdom or cleverness. Intelligence primarily reflects the speed at which problems are processed. The intelligence of a doppelganger ultimately hinges on its inherent knowledge reservoir and cognitive patterns. In certain respects, a doppelganger bears a striking resemblance to a human. Allow me to illustrate with an example. An individual endowed with exceptional innate intelligence, yet devoid of any knowledge, would struggle to comprehend even the simplest of questions, failing to arrive at solutions. Conversely, a person of average intellect, yet rich in knowledge and experience, could tackle even the most daunting problems given sufficient time. Furthermore, comparing a specialist in mathematics with one in physics does not yield a straightforward assessment of intelligence. Their brilliance manifests in disparate domains. The cognitive framework of your doppelganger, Kagayaheim, dictates that her intelligence is predominantly expressed in the realm of combat. Additionally, unlike myself, she did not inherit your memories upon awakening, resulting in her innocent and curious nature, as she has truly witnessed nothing of the world. However, given her intellectual attributes, she will undoubtedly mature swiftly. Her foundational intelligence assures this. Upon hearing the Lord of Wishes' elucidation, Lin Luo came to a realization. It is no wonder that Kagayaheim appears somewhat naive outside the battlefield. It seems that the one in dire need of this 10 points of intelligence is the Black Emperor. Lin Luo tossed a crystal of magical power, intelligence, to the dazed Black Emperor, guiding him to crush and absorb it. After absorbing the magical crystal, intelligence, the previously vacant eyes beneath his horned helmet instantly sparkled with vitality, and he unexpectedly spoke in a deep, authoritative tone. Master, I thank you for your grace. The Black Emperor shall clear all obstacles in your path. Lin Luo beamed with satisfaction, remarking, Ah, you've grown. Soon, I shall no longer need to manipulate you in battle. The Black Emperor replied in a rumbling voice, Indeed, Master. The magical crystals, strength, and agility were still directly bestowed upon the Black Emperor, as his offensive capabilities relied solely on brute force. Now, facing monsters of level 30 and above, he was gradually finding it less effective than during his previous exploits against weaker foes. In prior battles, had it not been for the passive ability of the Book of Wishes, which granted a critical hit rate, he would have struggled to breach even the defenses of the hideous leader. Meanwhile, Kagayaheim's rainy Nightblade state inherently dealt true damage. Thus her demand for basic attributes was not as pressing at the moment. After enhancements, the Black Emperor's strength reached 214 points, and his agility increased to 204 points. 3 bonding crystals, capable of extending the doppelganger's mobility range, were also allocated to him, elevating his movement radius from 14 meters to 25. Now, His intelligence had attained the level of an average human, enabling him to execute tasks in areas beyond Lin Luo's sight. After all, the perilous task of scouting is better entrusted to the brawny Black Emperor. As for Kagayahime, it is prudent for her to remain by his side for protection. There were still 2 spirit-raising crystals available. Although their quality was not high, being of levels 1 and 2, they were better than nothing. Upon utilizing these spirit-raising crystals, the Black Emperor's experience points surged from 500 to 100, yet he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching level 10. It is far more expedient for him to directly eliminate his targets and seize their possessions. The Lord of Wishes observed Lin Luo as he distributed the crystals, until only a few remained, and finally, he could no longer contain his impatience. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Luo smiled gently and said, "Old Chi, do not be anxious. The ultimate crystals of level and level are reserved for you. The other crystals are not suited for your needs." The Lord of Wishes, having had his intentions uncovered, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he continued to flatter, saying, "Great Master, your considerations are both fair and comprehensive." Lin Luo laughed heartily at this. Teasing the Black Emperor, "Old Hey, you ought to learn how to speak from Old Chi. A substitute cannot falter in dialogue." The Black Emperor, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. The red glow beneath his dark horned helmet flickering, as if grasping the meaning of the words. Upon receiving 2 ultimate crystals, the Lord of Wishes saw his energy cap rise from 300 points to 355 points. The reason for bestowing these ultimate crystals upon him was also due to concerns that should his wish desires prove difficult to fulfill, he might fall into silence once more. After all, the quantity of energy directly determines the limits of wishmaking. Should one exceed the limit excessively, the speed of wish fulfillment could be adversely affected, which could be quite fatal in the midst of battle. Excellent. Now, the most crucial level cooldown crystal. He gently caressed the level cooldown crystal, radiating a golden glow, feeling his innate talents longing for it, before suddenly crushing it with force. Plunder. Level. Can grow. Effect. Upon the death of a life, one may choose to plunder one of its 4 attributes: total attribute value, talent effect, skill effect, or soul power. Cooldown time. 12 hours, decreased by 50. Lin Luo then used the divine crystal shards to fully replenish the energy of his 3 substitutes, and after meticulously reviewing his 3 level talents, Plunder, Book of Wishes, and Rainy Night, he contemplated their potential combinations before deciding to exit the instance. By this time, darkness had settled, and it was nearly time for dinner. "Hey, brother, did you clear the secret realm?" Upon his emergence, Lin Luo was greeted by the voice of the slightly plump inspector, Wang Sheng. He turned and smiled, "Of course." Wang Sheng marveled, "As expected of you. You must be the strongest player in the world now. I truly envy you." He waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely my duty, serving the people." After exchanging pleasantries with him, Lin Luo took his leave, heading off to dine with Kagayahime. Due to his talent's cooldown reduction for Plunder, refreshing around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Luo had already determined tonight's fortunate target on his way to dinner. Next. Zhou, Lord of Wishes, please locate me a target with a talent of level or higher. Certainly, Master. Yang Yong had always regarded his life as a tragedy. His mother had left with a wild man when he was young. His father had taken him from city to city, struggling to make a living, relying on manual labor at construction sites to earn a meager existence. Until his 2nd year of high school, his father met with a tragic accident at the construction site. He fell from the 10th floor and perished on the spot. A fellow worker from his father's hometown, unable to bear the injustice, negotiated a compensation of 50,000 from the employer. From that moment forth, Yang Yong's fate took a turn for the worse. He grew increasingly taciturn at school, which, ironically, attracted the attention of those who preyed on the weak. "Hey, Yonggo, could you run downstairs and buy us 5 packs of instant noodles? 1 old sauerkraut flavor and 4 braised beef flavors, along with 5 bottles of iced tea. And don't forget, each pack of noodles must have added sausage." As Yang Yong was about to head to the restroom after evening study, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Zhou Yu leaned in, grinning mischievously, flanked by 4 classmates wearing similarly wicked smiles. "Yonggo, would you mind buying those for us before you go to the restroom? We're all starving." "Yeah, Yonggo, we still need to tackle the school dungeon later. We won't have the energy otherwise." Yang Yong gazed at these loathsome classmates, his anger simmering within. He spoke slowly. "Then you should give me the money." Zhou Yu feigned shock. "Are you joking, Yonggo? Your father left you all this money when he passed. What's wrong with buying something for your brothers? We're all just poor students." The others chimed in with exaggerated, mocking tones. "Indeed, Yonggo, you've changed. You used to buy for us without a second thought." Yang Yong felt Zhou Yu's hand tightening on his shoulder and could not help but respond. "Didn't you all just make some money from the dungeon recently?" Zhou Yu scoffed. "What did we earn from that? It pales in comparison to the compensation from your father's death." With a glance at the classmates leaving the classroom as the bell rang, Zhou Yu whispered, "Wait. Let us drag him to the restroom for some education. We shouldn't cause a scene here with others around." The 5 of them then half-pushed, half-dragged Yang Yong towards the restroom. Some classmates, witnessing the scene, were already aware of the bullying taking place. Many watched with a morbid curiosity, whispering among themselves, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, what no one noticed was that Yang Yang's eyes, far from filled with panic and fear as they usually were, instead gleamed with an eager anticipation. Just endure a little longer. Just endure a little longer. Unbeknownst to all, Yang Yang was awakening a latent talent for anger that could influence reality itself. At the entrance of Linglan High School, after dinner, a light rain began to fall in Hang City. Lin Luo and Kagaya Haim strolled for a while before driving to their destination. Upon arrival, Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Is this person a student, a teacher, or a staff member? As evening dismissal time approached, the school entrance was crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children. From their conversations, Lin Luo discerned that school would soon be letting out. Well then, perhaps it would be best to wait a little longer. At this very moment, the formidable prowess of the level talent Rainy Knight is finally manifesting. Beneath the umbrella of Kagayaheim, Lin Luo remains inconspicuous to any ordinary observer. Even the cameras fail to capture the silhouettes of the two. In just a few minutes, when the school gate opens, they will be able to enter with complete legitimacy. As the evening study session concludes, silence envelopes the teaching building. However, within the restroom on the third floor, 6 individuals linger, refusing to depart. Yang Yong is unceremoniously shoved by Zhou Yu into the restroom. The other 5 stand at the door with mocking smiles, forming an impenetrable wall that entirely obstructs any escape. Damn it, if I don't teach you a proper lesson today, you truly won't learn your lesson. Ma Yuan, stand guard at the door. If a teacher approaches, give us a heads up. Why do I have to keep watch? I want to join in on teaching Brother Yong a lesson too. Just do as you're told. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Yong observes the 5 laughing amongst themselves and suddenly raises his head. A frenzied expression, unlike anything he has ever shown, adorns his unremarkable face, as if he is unleashing years of pent-up rage and grievance. He bellows, Ma Yuan, you need not guard the door anymore. You all should come at me together, otherwise, I fear you won't be able to leave this place today. The 5 are momentarily taken aback by this outburst. It seems that since the awakening of everyone, Brother Yong has exhibited some unusual behavior. Zhou Yu, pointing at him, bursts into laughter. Ma Yuan, look at him. He's daring to shout at you. What do you say? You can only keep watch, can't you? Haha. Ma Yuan, incensed, retorts, damn it. Yang Yong, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Under the dim light of the restroom, Yang Yong's gaze transforms into one of wild abandon. He articulates deliberately, no, do not misunderstand. It is not just you. I am addressing all of you present. You 5 are nothing but refuse, garbage among garbage. Chapter 51. Is apology worth anything? Ma Yuan can hardly endure this insult. The typically obedient and sensible Yang Yong has gone berserk today, openly ridiculing him. He charges forward and strikes Yang Yong across the face with a resounding slap. However, in the next moment, an illusory crimson flame ignites around Yang Yong, and with a powerful kick, he sends Ma Yuan flying. Ma Yuan feels a sharp pain in his abdomen, and in an instant, he is propelled into the air, crashing into another individual. Both are sent tumbling out under the force of the impact. The 2 companions of Zhou Yu recoil in shock, taking a step back in horror at this terrifying scene. As Yang Yong's expression grows increasingly menacing, the illusory crimson flames around him blaze more fiercely. I told you to come at me together. Could this be the power to influence reality, possessed only by those awakened with talents of a higher level? Zhu Tao watches in disbelief. Yang Yong, didn't you claim your talent was of a level grade? Have you deceived us? Zhu Tao and another companion stand in stunned silence. It is essential to note that in their entire school, comprising thousands of students and teachers, none have awakened talents of this caliber. Why, of all people, did the orphan Yang Yong, whom they routinely bullied, awaken such a talent? This is profoundly unfair. Zhou Yu observed the scene with a grim expression, devoid of any panic. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Yang Yong, your actions are utterly excessive. We merely requested your assistance in procuring some items. Must you resort to such violence? We live in a society governed by law. Do you truly believe that your awakened prowess grants you the license to act recklessly? At this moment, Yang Yong had activated his advanced talent, Sin of Anger. The long-simmering resentment within him began to coalesce into a palpable force, surging through his body. He regarded Zhou Yu, who wore a serious demeanor, with an odd expression before bursting into laughter. Tears streamed from his eyes as he chuckled. You claim I am excessive? You dare speak of a lawful society? What of the times you tormented me? Did you ever consider your own excesses then? Zhou Yu's followers, Zhu Tao and Li Xian, were consumed by jealousy, their expressions contorted. Why was it that Yang Yong awakened an advanced talent while this orphan could also manifest such power? With a grimace, Zhu Tao muttered to himself, impossible, it cannot be. I am at an advanced level. Why should he be as well? Zhou Yu maintained his composure, his countenance dark as he spoke. Yang Yong, we indeed acted improperly, and we apologize. We are truly sorry. We will no longer bully you. Sorry. Is a mere apology sufficient? Does it erase the past 2 years? Am I the foolish one, or are you? Yang Yong retorted, his body enveloped in an ethereal crimson flame that seemed to swell in response to his fury. Zhou Yu coldly replied, what do you intend to do? Your actions are outrageous. The teachers will not overlook this, and even the inspectors will arrive. Now you invoke the teachers and inspectors? When I was tormented by you, I told the teacher, and do you know what they said? They advised me not to provoke you, to reflect on my own issues. For a fly does not alight upon an uncracked egg. It takes two to tango. Ha ha ha, how absurd. When have I ever provoked you? And as for the inspectors, what purpose do they serve? They do not apprehend you wrongdoers. Will they come after me instead? Today, I tell you, even if the King of Heaven were to descend, he could not save you. Yang Yong roared with a menacing visage. He advanced step by step, engulfed in the seething crimson flames. Akin to a vengeful demon returning from the depths of hell, drawing nearer to Zhou Yu and his companions. Zhu Tao and Li Xian exchanged anxious glances, their faces pale. As Yang Yong approached, they hurriedly pleaded, Brother Yong, we were wrong. Please spare us. Yang Yong remained unmoved, slowly stepping before Zhou Yu, locking eyes with him as he growled, Zhou Yu, if you do not beg for mercy, I shall be forced to act. His surge of power was not solely to compel the others to submit. He yearned for retribution against the one who had tormented him the most. Only when Zhou Yu knelt before him could he begin to repay the long-standing humiliation and oppression he had endured. However, what struck Yang Yong as peculiar was that Zhou Yu, under the intimidation of his extraordinary power, exhibited not a trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, he admonished, Yang Yong, do not overstep your bounds. No one to stop. Since you have awakened a high-level talent, we shall not disturb you any further. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yong's fury surged within him. He bellowed, overstep? Did you consider it excessive when you slapped me and urinated on my head? No sooner had he uttered these words than he launched a fierce punch at the face he loathed with every fiber of his being. Chapter 52. The higher the path. The greater the devil with the high-level talent sin of wrath, one could, for a limited time, transform their anger into the ethereal wrath flame. With the enhancement of the wrath flame, the awakened individual would experience a boost to all attributes, excluding intelligence and defense. This was one of the few talents, aside from high-level ones, that could directly confer power in reality. Yang Yong had concealed his anger for days, and today it finally erupted. The pent-up fury allowed him to strike with terrifying speed. Yet, in the next moment, his fist was ensnared by a green tendril that wrapped around it with an iron grip. Why must you be so greedy? I had no intention of summoning my stand. Zhou Yu's visage, now chilling and frosty, bore a sinister grin. Did you think you were the only one who concealed your talent level? If I weren't so put off by how unsightly this stand is, I would have ended you already. With one of Yang Yong's fists bound by the eerie green tendril, his expression shifted dramatically as he hastily launched another punch. However, from behind Zhou Yu, another green tendril swiftly emerged, ensnaring his other fist as well. Simultaneously, Yang Yong felt a tightening around his feet. He looked down to see two green tendrils gripping him tightly. Despite the several-fold strength he had gained from the high-level talent Sin of Wrath, he appeared feeble and laughable beneath the monstrous green tendrils. Was this the stand possessed only by those with high-level talents? The once fervent Yang Yong felt darkness envelop him, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his heart on a scorching summer day. How could this be? Among the thousands of students and faculty at the school, no one had acquired a high-level talent, yet he, a perpetrator, had. Was it truly the case that the higher the path, the mightier the devil? Was fate truly blind? Is it really true that good people do not pay for their lives while evildoers bring calamity for millennia? Why was the heavens playing such a cruel joke on me, allowing me to awaken an extraordinarily rare high-level talent while he, of all people, awakened a high-level talent? At this moment, a multitude of green tendrils extended from Zhou Yu's back, 4 of which bound Yang Yong tightly. Zhou Yu reached out and patted Yang Yong's immobilized face, teasing, "Little Yang, why aren't you raging anymore? Where's your stand? Summon it, and let us have a little encounter." "Oh." Yang Yong threw back his head and roared in fury as the power of the high-level talent Sin of Wrath surged forth once more, causing his muscles to swell instantaneously. Zhou Yu's expression shifted slightly as the green tendrils behind him extended once more, ensnaring Yang Yong. Having discerned the full extent of Yang's bravery, Zhou's face darkened with fierce determination, delivering a resounding slap to Yang's face. "You little brat, what are you pretending to be, a big shot? It turns out you only have a mediocre talent, not even a stand-in. What are you boasting about? Wow, Brother Zhou, you actually have a stand-in. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Brother Zhou is formidable. Teach this little brat a lesson. Impressive, Brother Zhou. Why didn't you inform us about your talent? Brother Zhou must have his own plans, you fool." In that moment, Zhou Yu seized the upper hand, swiftly subduing the once arrogant Yang Yong within mere seconds. Several of his followers quickly drew near, while the 2 who had just been sent flying were groaning as they rose from the ground. Ma Yuan, summoning his courage, stepped forward and delivered a fierce slap to the still howling Yang Yong. "What a show-off you were when you kicked me earlier. Now you can only rage impotently here?" No. Yang Yong realized that no matter how fiercely he exerted his strength, he could not break free from Zhou Yu's grasp, and despair washed over him. The flame of fury that once burned brightly within him began to wane as his anger dissipated. Just as the others approached to take action against him, a melodious female voice resonated from the entrance. At the gates of Linglan High School, students with umbrellas joyfully exited the school, sharing tales of their day with their parents. Neither the supervising teachers, the security personnel, nor the throng of students noticed a tall, handsome young man accompanied by a beautiful girl holding an umbrella. As they made their way against the current of people, entering the school with an air of nonchalance. Inside the school building, the atmosphere grew quiet as students departed, leaving only the occasional patrolling teacher passing by. Kaguya-hime led Lin Luo directly into the building, where the rain had ceased. Just as the talent, Rainy Night, was about to lose its shielding effect, to their surprise, droplets of water began to coalesce in midair, slowly cascading down and landing on Kaguya-hime's umbrella. The secondary ability of the level talent, Rainy Night, was activated. It could directly summon weather phenomena at night, creating a localized area of rainfall. As the two were enveloped by the rain, they proceeded toward their intended destination in Lin Luo's mind. While ascending the stairs, they brushed past a patrolling teacher, who, however, remained oblivious to their presence, merely casting a puzzled glance at the wet ground ahead. How odd. Who has been playing with water here? The floor is soaked. I must discuss this with the homeroom teacher of this floor tomorrow. In the depths of despair, Yang heard the teacher's voice, and it sounded to him like the sweetest music, igniting a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Surely, even a heartless teacher would not allow them to bully him, would they? As Zhou Yu listened to the approaching sound of high heels, his expression darkened, his gaze flickered, and he quickly made a decision. Since his level stand-in, Green Demon, had already been exposed, he had nothing left to hold back. He was invincible in this campus. I merely intended to administer a semblance of punishment to Yang Yong, who had just resorted to violence. Soon, a striking young female teacher clad in a white blouse and shorts, revealing her long, fair legs, appeared at the restroom entrance. As the light illuminated the scene, she beheld an incomprehensible sight that left her in utter shock, causing her to stumble and fall, emitting terrified cries. Teacher Chen, Zhou Yu observed her frantic screams. Furrowing his brow, in an instant, he summoned Green Demon to swiftly drag her into the restroom, binding her mouth to silence her protests. Teacher Chen, this predicament is quite inconvenient for me. Please remain quiet and do not alert the other teachers. With her mouth muffled, Chen Xiaoyan, ensnared by the green, slippery tendrils, shed tears of terror. Chen Xiaoyan was the English teacher from the neighboring class, youthful and radiant, rumored to have joined the faculty immediately after her university graduation. Her attire was always fashionable and breezy. Even in November, she dressed as if it were summer. The entire school envied her class, and she was the object of secret admiration for many infatuated boys. Zhou Yu, a student from her adjacent class, was no exception. Each time her English class concluded, he would deliberately linger outside, eager for a fleeting glimpse of her. He had not anticipated that it would be Chen Xiaoyun who entered, leaving him momentarily flustered. Softening his tone, he leaned closer to her and whispered, "Teacher, I will allow my stand-in to release you, but you must refrain from speaking loudly. Do you understand? Once I have dealt with Yang Yong, you shall be free to go." Chen Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. As he released her, she gently urged, "Student, this behavior is inappropriate. You cannot bully others simply because of your innate talents." "Bully him?" Zhou Yu retorted with a sarcastic tone. "Teacher Chen, you are mistaken. It was this scoundrel who struck first. I was merely acting in self-defense." Ma Yuan interjected, "Indeed, Teacher Chen. He took advantage of his abilities and kicked me while I was in the restroom." "Yes, we can attest that Zhou Yu was merely protecting us from his bullying." They echoed. "Teacher, you have misunderstood Zhou Gu," Yang Yong exclaimed in desperation as they accused him. Yet, as he attempted to speak, the green tendrils silenced him, forcing him to emit muffled sounds. Upon hearing their words, Chen Xiaoyan appeared taken aback, clearly realizing that the situation diverged from her initial assumptions. Steadying herself against the restroom door, she spoke softly, "If there are issues, you may discuss them with the homeroom teacher. Resorting to violence is unacceptable. Please release him. I will address his behavior myself." Enough noise. Women truly do talk too much. Zhou Yu felt an overwhelming irritation rising within him. He abruptly barked at Chen Xiaoyan. "Silence yourself. My exceptional talent designates me as a key focus of national development. Do you comprehend? Upon reporting my talent level, I shall gain guaranteed admission to a prestigious university. Disturb me further at your peril." At this moment, Zhou Yu had resolved to disregard the unappealing appearance of the green demon and fully expose the substitute. He was inherently disinclined towards studying, and now, emboldened, he felt no fear of the teacher. The green tendrils behind him swiftly extended, ensnaring Chen Xiaoyun's slender legs, merging them with the ground. "One more word from you, and I shall silence you completely." This time, Chen Xiaoyun dared not utter another sound, fearful of inciting the wrath of this demon. Zhou Yu initially intended for her to obediently observe while he dealt with the inconsiderate Yang Yong. Yet he forgot that the sensations of the green demon were intimately connected with him. As the green tendrils coiled around Chen Xiaoyun's delicate, pale legs, an unprecedented wave of exquisite sensation surged from Zhou Yu's heart. He could not help but command the green demon to gently caress her legs. This friction caused Chen Xiaoyun's cheeks to flush crimson. She gazed at Zhou Yu with fear in her eyes, her lips parting slightly. What do you intend to do? Chapter 53. It wasn't intentional. Revised, Zhou Yu, noticing the unexpected redness in Chen Xiaoyun's eyes, found his gaze shifting towards the goddess teacher he had once only dared to admire from afar. You four, step outside and keep watch for me. I must teach that scoundrel Yang Yong a lesson. Zhou Yu admonished his subordinates, who promptly exited the restroom. Meanwhile, more green tendrils rapidly extended toward Chen Xiaoyun. Lin Luo, puzzled, observed the restroom ahead, the very location of his mental target. Was that the direction from which he had heard the girl scream? He decided to investigate. At this moment, his three powerful substitutes appeared alongside him. Kagayaheim sheltered him with an umbrella. The Black Emperor ventured ahead to scout, while the Lord of Wishes stood ready behind him to unleash the power of the Book of Wishes. The previous battle with Bai Honglai had imparted a crucial lesson to Lin Luo. Never underestimate any awakened being above a certain level. Otherwise, even if he possessed the strength of the highest tier in his own instance, he could still easily stumble. After all, players below level 40 generally lacked the prowess of substitutes. As he approached the restroom, strange sounds began to emanate from within. Four male high school students emerged, visibly excited. Upon seeing Lin Luo, they immediately blocked his path. Who are you? Our brother Zhou is busy inside. Don't be mistaken by our peculiar attire into thinking you can act arrogantly. Step away and do not disturb Brother Zhou's enjoyment. Brother Zhou? It seems Zhou Yu is indeed inside. Lin Luo chuckled softly, his figure darting swiftly, rendering all four of them unconscious in an instant. He then murmured, I shall remain unharmed for the next 30 seconds. After ensuring the wish was fulfilled, he boldly entered the restroom, accompanied by his two formidable battle substitutes. Before my eyes lay a young man, his back adorned with a multitude of writhing tendrils, simultaneously seizing a high school student while toying with a beautiful girl. You must be Zhou Yu? Lin Luo, having encountered various monstrous entities from the future, remained unfazed by the scene before him. He merely inquired, his tone calm and assertive. Chen Xiaoyun, her mouth muffled and struggling against her captor, cast a desperate glance toward him. Zhou Yu, eager to relish his moment, was taken aback by the arrival of a stranger accompanied by a girl holding an umbrella and a towering, shadowy figure. His actions faltered, his expression darkening as he demanded, Who are you? I don't recall any awakened individuals of your caliber at our school. Little did he anticipate that on the very day he had revealed his talents and sought to engage in audacious exploits, he would face such interruptions. As if fate conspired against him. However, recognizing the stranger as a formidable awakened being, he resolved to tread carefully. Lin Luo briefly surveyed the two individuals ensnared by Zhou Yu before coldly stating, Do not concern yourself with my identity. You have 3 seconds to contemplate your last words. I have been cordial, have I not? Intimidated by Lin Luo's formidable presence, Zhou Yu felt a surge of unbridled anger and retorted loudly. I'll give you 3 seconds as well. If you don't leave, I'll deal with you too. Don't think that just because you've awakened a stand, you're invincible. Who doesn't he have a stand? Ah, so that is your last utterance. Lin Luo remarked with a faint smile before sharply commanding, Black Emperor, engage. Before Zhou Yu could react, the green tendrils behind him sprang into action, swiftly releasing the two captives and coiling toward the Black Emperor. Aura, 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 aura. Aura, 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 aura. The Black Emperor responded without hesitation, unleashing a flurry of punches that ruthlessly struck the green tendrils. Yet, in an instant, his fists became ensnared by the tendrils, which continued to envelop him entirely. Suddenly, a flurry of icy blade lights flickered before Zhou Yu's eyes, severing the green tendrils in an instant. He then realized that the girl accompanying the stranger was also a stand user. The strikingly beautiful Kagayaheim bore an icy expression, and a cascade of blade lights erupted once more. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor managed to break free. No, wait, I'm still just a child, Zhou Yu stammered, his heart racing as he beheld the fierce glares from the two formidable stand users. The realization struck him that his own stand was not invincible, and his previous bravado evaporated in an instant. Cease your struggles. With such a pathetic demeanor, resorting to wrongdoing the moment you acquire power, you will inevitably be apprehended by the Inspection Bureau. It would be more valuable to perish by my hand, Lin Luo remarked dispassionately. Zhou Yu urgently protested. It was Yang Yong who bullied my brother. I merely sought to protect him. I swear, I haven't committed any wrong. Hiding behind the two formidable stands, Lin Luo's voice remained devoid of emotion. Is this your last proclamation? Then, farewell. You R&T from the Inspection Bureau. What right do you have to kill me? Zhou Yu exclaimed, his complexion paling as he implored. I'm a nationally prioritized talent, destined for a top university. You cannot harm me. Teacher Chen, save me. Is she truly still your teacher? If you dare to treat your teacher in such a manner today, tomorrow you might even commit murder, and you would deserve every bit of it. Zhou Yu, agitated, attempted to conceal himself behind Chen Xiaoyun. However, the cold and striking girl wielding a knife suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, a line of crimson appeared on his neck, with fine droplets of blood seeping forth, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth like a fountain. After seizing Zhou Yu's abilities, Lin Luo elegantly departed beneath the shelter of Kagaya, Haim's umbrella. In his previous life, he had been slain by a villain driven solely by greed. He despised individuals like Zhou Yu, who, upon gaining power, resorted to malevolence. He showed no hesitation in carrying out the act. As for Chen Xiaoyun, Yang Yong, and the other 4 witnesses who beheld his actions, he was utterly unconcerned. For the inspectorate required evidence to apprehend someone. Under the auspices of the Wishmaster's abilities, no evidence other than testimonies would remain at the scene. Nowadays, investigations necessitate both witness and material evidence, and witness testimony was something Lin Luo could easily manipulate. Let us go, Kagaya Haim. Time to wrap up and indulge in some late-night snacks. At that moment, Lin Luo was unaware that his moment of exhilarating slaughter had garnered him an ardent little admirer. Chapter 54, Perfect Fusion of Abilities. Then let us feast. I presume you have never tasted fried chicken? Wow, Master, you are truly kind to me. Master, may I partake as well? Hee. Oh, old hay, can you eat too? Indeed, Master. I relish it the most. Very well. Let us go and dine together. By the way, Wishmaster, would you like to eat? Great Master. I can certainly indulge in a bit of late-night fare. After exiting Bellflower High School, Lin Luo sought an isolated spot to examine the abilities and stand he had acquired before heading for a late-night meal. Perfect Fusion. Level. Effect. Extracts the essence of any 2 entities and perfectly merges them, preserving their respective characteristics for 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Perfect Fusion, huh? This ability does not possess the straightforward description of my other 3 talents. The specific effects appear to require empirical testing to ascertain. However, it is evident that numerous applications are conceivable. Lin Luo decided against experimenting with this ability for the time being, as the cooldown was rather lengthy. It would be prudent to explore it in practical combat instead. Now, onto the stand, Green Demon emerged. In an instant, dozens of smooth, green tendrils sprouted from his back, gracefully undulating through the air like a colossal octopus brandishing its limbs. This sensation was quite novel, akin to possessing numerous flexible arms. And he could even feel tactile sensations. He did not anticipate such a form of stand. Stand, Green Demon. Level, Strength, 100, Ordinary Human, 10. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 2. Defense, 150. Health, 6,000. The above attributes pertain to an individual tentacle, totaling 15 tentacles, with the following being the aggregate attributes of all tentacles. Energy, 200,200. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Growth, 120. Action distance, 5 meters. Imperfect Fusion allows for the temporary amalgamation of any 2 entities. Each fusion requires a consumption of 10 energy points. Elastic Skin grants a 50 damage reduction from blunt, magical, and similar attacks. However, sharp attacks inflict an additional 20 damage. Cooldown, no cooldown time. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Green Goblin, Lin Luo comprehended why the Black Emperor's assault had been ineffective against him. It was indeed countered by the ability of Elastic Skin. Conversely, Kagaya Haim swiftly dealt with the opponent. Although the Green Goblin's offensive power was not particularly high, it could launch multiple attacks in succession, showcasing a commendable level of aggression. Furthermore, it possessed a special defensive bonus against magical attacks, making it a reasonably effective substitute. Strangely, there was a conspicuous lack of pedestrians in Hangzhou today. Those few present appeared to be in a hurry. He could not help but inquire with the driver about this unusual occurrence. The driver, taken aback, retorted, "Young man, haven't you seen the official announcement?" Lin Luo opened his phone and discovered that various platforms had indeed disseminated the official notice, which aligned with the driver's statement. However, the specific reasons were not elaborated upon by the authorities. Regrettably, on this very day in his previous life, he had been imprisoned in the inspectorate for assaulting a supervisor and was oblivious to the events transpiring outside. All right, thank you. It's nothing. The peculiarly sparse crowd in downtown Hangzhou today prompted him to ask his 3 substitutes, "What would you like to eat?" Kagaya Haim immediately leaned in, her curious little head peering forward. "Master, please order for me. Whatever you eat, I shall have as well." Black Emperor also leaned in, grinning foolishly. "Master, everything looks delightful. Please get me one of each." Amused by his antics, Lin Luo chuckled. "Fortunately, I have plenty of money now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to support such a large fellow. And you, Lord of Wishes, what do you desire?" The Lord of Wishes, closing the Book of Wishes, stood modestly to the side and respectfully replied, "Master, I have heard that humans enjoy a delicacy known as ice cream. I find myself particularly intrigued by it. Then I shall order that." Lin Luo first selected everything from the list, then added 3 of his favorites, followed by an additional chocolate sundae ice cream. Wait, since I have ample space in the spatial crystal, perhaps I should stockpile some supplies. I recall that in 6 months, global resources will begin to dwindle. Moreover, food stored within the spatial crystal remains perpetually fresh, preserved at the moment of storage, a precious commodity in the times to come. Thus, I will order 1,000 of my beloved spicy hamburgers. No, consuming the same flavor too often may lead to ennui. 300 Beijing chicken rolls, 300 spicy hamburgers, 200 tender beef patties, 100 codfish burgers, and let us add 400 cups of cola. In the realm of the space crystal, ordinary items, apart from equipment, can be stacked in a single space slot up to 99 units, allowing for an abundance of food without limitation. However, Lin Luo discovered that the interface permits the selection of only 90 items of each type, prompting him to select them all, which also serves to prevent culinary fatigue. Upon confirming his order, he promptly made a payment exceeding 30,000 coins. To Lin Luo, this amount felt like a mere trifle, a drop in the ocean. Moreover, after finally acquiring some wealth, indulging in a bout of retail therapy seemed entirely justifiable. One could only say that the exhilarating sensation of spending lavishly was truly delightful. "Sir, might I inquire if there has been an error in your order?" At that moment, a young waitress from KFC approached, her expression bemused as she regarded the four oddly shaped individuals. "Selecting 90 of each item is rather excessive, isn't it?" Lin Luo chuckled. "There's no mistake. My family is quite large." The waitress, looking somewhat troubled, replied, "I'm afraid we don't have that much stock available." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Luo suggested, "Prepare as many portions as you can, and for any items unavailable, feel free to substitute with others like spicy chicken wings or original recipe chicken. Oh, and do bring out a few portions for us to enjoy right away. The rest can be packed to go." The waitress could only nod in resignation before turning to fulfill the order. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of burger meals, along with an array of fried chicken, beverages, and ice cream, wafted in. The Black Emperor, without a hint of decorum, seized a burger, unwrapped it haphazardly, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with evident satisfaction before reaching for another. This spectacle left Lin Luo momentarily stunned. Had it been before his reincarnation, he would have found it impossible to sustain such a gluttonous figure. Conversely, Kaguya and the Lord of Wishes exhibited more decorum. One savored spicy wings in small bites, while the other elegantly indulged in ice cream with a spoon, both wearing expressions of joy and delight. Observing their hearty enjoyment, Lin Luo felt his spirits lift. He recalled a time when his brother, having scrimped and saved from scavenging for an entire month, treated him to a KFC meal, which remained the most delectable memory of his childhood. Yet now, with money in hand, he felt compelled to indulge in a spree of extravagant spending. In the future, he would relish only the strawberry parts of a sundae, consume merely the tender center of fries, avoid the batter on popcorn chicken, and eat half of a burger while discarding the other half. As the four reveled in their delicious late-night feast, Kaguya's expression suddenly turned serious, her voice lowering as she warned, "Master, something is amiss. Look outside. The fog has thickened." The other three ceased their activities simultaneously, their gazes shifting towards the transparent glass exterior. To their astonishment, the view outside had vanished, obscured by an impenetrable wall of dense white mist. His surprise was not born of fear. After all, a rodent-level catastrophe, even if anticipated days in advance, would not drastically affect the world. Only a dragon-level disaster would impose a significant upheaval upon the global order, thrusting the world into chaos. For Lin Luo, a rodent-level disaster posed no real threat. In fact, it could yield considerable benefits thanks to his foresight. The true reason for his exclamation was that history, for reasons unknown, had inexplicably altered. What could have shifted the original trajectory of history? It is a perplexing mystery. The term mouse-level disaster does not refer to a plague of rodents, but rather to an overwhelming multitude akin to that of mice. The inaugural wave of this mouse-level catastrophe is the interdimensional insect invasion. He was acutely aware that it was not just this establishment ensnared in the white mist, but the entire globe. Across the world, countless insectoid invaders had undoubtedly begun their incursion. Most of these creatures are not formidable against firearms and the modern onslaught of steel. However, for the average individual lacking strength, they pose a grave threat. When did such dense fog envelop the outside? Suddenly, two resounding crashes echoed against the glass, startling the server. Upon closer inspection, she realized that two colossal grasshoppers had collided with the pane. The future had been irrevocably altered. In the upscale neighborhood of Hangzhou, on the balcony of a villa within Wuling No. 1, Yu Taijia gazed out at the impenetrable white fog, contemplation etched upon his features. "Is this what you refer to as a mouse-level disaster?" Hui Tailang, endowed with the royal eye of the emperor talent, emerged from behind him with a grave expression. As the balcony door swung open, tendrils of thick fog began to seep into the room. "Old Yu, this fog shouldn't be toxic, right? It's so dense." We've already inhaled quite a bit. A flippant male voice chimed from within the mist. "What are these insectoids like? Are they formidable?" "I sense it. There are powerful, unusual life forms approaching from a distance. This sensation does not resemble that of animals or humans. It must be what you refer to as the insectoids." Two other male voices followed suit. Yet, the five individuals found themselves enveloped in the fog on the balcony, and despite their proximity, they could scarcely discern one another, relying solely on their voices for communication. After a moment of silence, Yu Taijia suddenly grasped the situation, his face illuminating with realization. He turned toward a direction within the mist and murmured, I understand now. The emergence of the world's first second-turn player heralds the arrival of the first wave of mouse-level disaster. No wonder, on the original timeline. The first second-turn player appeared 6 days after the global awakening, but yesterday that Black Emperor transitioned to the second turn, thus precipitating the first wave of the mouse-level disaster ahead of schedule. Hui Tailong's voice resonated once more. Are you suggesting that the Black Emperor, who took a portion of your power, altered history? Indeed, that seems to be the case, Yu Taijie replied, furrowing his brow. Old you, please share the intel regarding this wave of mouse-level disaster. The flippant voice interjected nonchalantly. Very well. This first wave of mouse-level disaster was later officially designated as the interdimensional insect invasion. Various bizarre and ferocious insectoid species emerged across the globe, posing a tremendous threat to ordinary lives. While some insects may be relatively benign and do not actively attack humans, over 95% exhibit aggressive tendencies towards humanity, rendering defenseless ordinary individuals nearly incapable of resistance when encountered. In the annals of history, it took the Huaxia 15 days to quell this wave of calamity. Now, though the disaster has arrived prematurely, the duration required for resolution remains largely unchanged. For the ordinary populace, this catastrophe represents a profound misfortune. Yet for those of us endowed with awakened and formidable talents, it signifies a substantial fortune. Although vanquishing the insectoids does not yield equipment, it does grant an impressive quadruple experience points. Once we all attain level 20 and complete our second-class transition, it will be time to confront the Dark Emperor. As for the nature of the insectoids, you shall soon bear witness. Yu Taijie sensed the encroaching peril lurking within the mist, a smile of mastery gracing his visage. He deviated from his original plan to seek out his former comrades, instead opting to approach the most formidable entities among the local factions in Hongqing's historical narrative. Presently, he is accompanied by 4 allies, 3 of whom possess tiered talents, while one boasts a rare tiered gift, akin to his own. Chapter 56, Shadows in the Mist. With confidence in their eventual growth, he believes they shall no longer dread the enigmatic and terrifying, illogical race. Help! Help! There are insects outside. Please, save my child. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a young woman, weeping uncontrollably, rushed in, cradling a bloodied child in her arms. A similarly panicked attendant instinctively rushed to assist. Do not panic. I will call for help immediately. The woman, choking back sobs, nodded, but her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. The child, approximately 2 or 3 years of age, appeared ghastly pale, devoid of color. A deep gash on his neck, as if inflicted by a fierce beast, bled profusely despite the mother's desperate attempts to wrap him in her coat. As the attendant retrieved her phone from the studio to call for assistance, she was horrified to discover that it could not connect. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, a series of thunderous crashes echoed. To their horror, they noticed several enormous locusts had perched upon the transparent glass, and a more colossal, menacing shadow was shifting amidst the white mist, seemingly searching for an entry point. The woman, trembling in terror on the floor, felt a warm trickle of liquid seeping between her legs. Bang, 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 bang. As if alerted by their cries, the enormous shadow outside suddenly collided with the transparent glass. In that instant, the occupants inside finally beheld its true visage. The relentless force battering the glass was none other than a spider head, as large as a human cranium. It bore 2 blood-red compound eyes above a grotesque maw, from which a viscous green liquid continually oozed. No, no, no. The fallen woman shook her head in terror, clutching her child as she instinctively recoiled, only to abruptly feel her back collide with something solid. Upon turning back, she beheld a young man with a beaming smile, who extended to her 3 test tubes filled with a crimson liquid. Thank you. Thank you. The woman murmured, seemingly uplifted by the man's cheerful demeanor, her emotions stabilizing slightly. Then, she noticed 3 oddly shaped figures, resembling creatures from a distant realm, gradually approaching her. A tall silhouette shielded her, providing a momentary sense of security. Once she regained her composure, she hastily poured the red liquid from the test tubes into her child's mouth. Lin Luo strode to the counter, raising his voice to those inside. Get to work, all of you. I shall deal with the monstrous bugs outside. Do you hear me? Anyone who slacks off will be thrown out to feed the insects. After ensuring they resumed their tasks, Lin Luo, accompanied by his 3 avatars, proceeded towards the exit. Don't go out. It's swarming with bugs out there. It's too dangerous. The woman exclaimed, alarmed at the thought of her savior risking himself. Have no fear. A mere pestilence can be eradicated with a snap of my fingers. I declare, within a 10-meter radius of my path, let the mist dissipate. The power of the Master of Wishes activated instantly through the Book of Wishes. The white fog surrounding the area outside the door was swiftly banished. As visibility improved, a creature that had been banging against the glass revealed its true form. Hissing, it unveiled its grotesque spider-like visage, baring its fangs and issuing a tentative warning. You dare? Die. Lin Luo scoffed, effortlessly swinging the guardian's short blade, unleashing a gale sword wave that cleaved the creature in two. In an instant, a copious amount of green liquid erupted from the severed body of the giant spider, splattering onto the ground with a corrosive hiss, while the remnants twitched in a mindless spasm. Congratulations, player. You have slain a level 7 long-legged spider, earning 640 experience points, 400 disaster experience bonus, plus 200 experience from wishes of 100 battles. Indeed, in the face of all monsters invading reality, defeating them would not yield additional equipment. Yet one would receive quadruple experience points. In a previous life, after the catastrophe, some speculated online that this was a mechanism designed to strengthen humanity itself, while the use of firearms against monsters was deemed a form of cheating and thus not endorsed. As the long-legged spider ceased its struggles, several large locusts emerged from the mist. However, before they could approach Lin Luo, they were swiftly dismembered by Kagaya. Congratulations, player. Your avatar, Kagaya, has slain a level 3 giant locust, earning you 64 experience points, 800 experience bonus. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Following the locusts, two massive figures re-emerged from the mist, identical to the previous long-legged spiders. Unlike their vigilant predecessors, more giant locusts soon appeared from the fog, seemingly unperturbed by Kagaya's earlier slaughter, akin to moths drawn to a flame. It appears as though this place resembles a lighthouse, continuously drawing in those lost within the mist. Lin Luo cast a glance back at the brightly lit store and suddenly grasped the concept. Phototropism. Although these insectoids are mutated, they still share similarities with the insects of Blue Star. Chapter 57. The Contemporary Celestial Master. In a previous life, experts had concluded their observations after the calamity had subsided and global communications had been restored. It was just the right occasion for some post-meal exercise. Once they had packed everything I needed, I would remind them to extinguish the lights. Now then, Kagaya, Black Emperor, let us spring into action and safeguard our delectable feast. Towering to the height of 2 stories, a mantis-like creature ambled freely within the Wulin No. 1 community in Hangzhou. It seemed oblivious to the 5 diminutive humans on a nearby balcony, who were peering through the dense fog with expressions of curiosity. Wow, is this a fusion of an alien and a mantis? Quite intimidating, indeed. Master Lu, your celestial eye talisman is quite remarkable. It enables us to see the monster through the mist. Why didn't you produce it sooner? Old you, considering the size of this insectoid. How much experience would we gain from defeating it? The alien hunter should be a level 12 trash creature. However, given our current low levels, we would receive a significant bonus for slaying it, plus quadruple experience points, which should amount to a considerable sum. Do not rush. Have you not noticed that Master Lu has already departed? We should follow suit. This disaster presents us with a rare opportunity to level up rapidly. By exploiting the phototropic tendencies of these insectoids, we can continuously farm for experience. Of course, our current powers are too weak, so we must be cautious of the energy of our avatars. Su Ku, a newly appointed screenwriter at Hangzhou Wuyo Media, had naturally seen the official announcement. Fortunately, despite the thick fog, just as she began to voice her complaints, she suddenly felt a heavy breathing sound emanating from behind her head, causing her hair to stand on end. In that instant, Su Ku was overwhelmed with terror and let out a piercing scream. However, the massive shadow, barely visible through the mist, had completely enveloped her. Following a brief moment of stillness, 2 sharp shadows sliced through the fog, striking towards the fallen Su Ku. The fierce wind howled. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tight. Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. When Su Ku courageously opened her eyes, she beheld a figure clad in a green Taoist robe, who had somehow positioned himself in front of her. His slender hands firmly grasped the 2 dark, sharp forelimbs that resembled scythes, revealing a handsome face adorned with a nonchalant smile. Beautiful lady, you are now safe. I am Lu Yu, the contemporary celestial master. The giant locust emerging from the mist seemed inexhaustible. After a few of the long-legged spider creatures had been slain, they overcame their instinctual phototropism and dared not approach any closer. Kagaya, Black Emperor, you shall clear the nearby insectoids outside. I shall check if our supplies are ready within. The child of the young woman, after consuming the advanced life recovery potion, has now considerably healed, his complexion much improved as he sleeps in her embrace. Upon seeing him enter, the woman hurriedly approached to express her gratitude. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary, and directly walked to the counter, where he swiftly packed the warm supplies into the spatial crystal. In the chaotic times that lie ahead, such precious resources will be exceedingly valuable. Although that era is not imminent, having these provisions readily available would save one the trouble of venturing far to procure them. The beauty of the spatial crystal is that whatever is placed inside remains hot when retrieved, making it a marvelous tool for stockpiling supplies. Once he had gathered everything, Lin Luo called out several attendants and, with a grave expression, warned them, for the next 10 days or so, it is likely that no one will come to your aid. Out there, numerous creatures that can devour and bite roam freely, so you must not venture outside. Remain here and wait for rescue. The food and drink in the establishment should suffice for your survival if you ration wisely. After I leave, extinguish the lights immediately or find a way to cover the glass with something opaque. Light will attract the insectoid creatures lurking in the fog, acting as their beacon. The ordinary insectoids lack the strength to break the glass, but should you inadvertently attract the more fearsome ones, it would spell trouble. Do not harbor any false hopes. Seeing him turn to leave, the woman grasped his arm, pleading, "Could you not take me with you? My child is still young and cannot consume such things. I implore you, please take me along. The phone lines are down, and my husband will be worried sick." Chapter 58, Palpitations. The two young female attendants, witnessing this, quickly chimed in. "Sir, please take us with you. We promise not to cause any trouble." Lin Luo's gaze held no hint of doubt as he firmly declined. "You must remain here and trust in Huaxia. Accompanying me would only increase your peril. As for your child, this is a special time. Do not ask for too much." He forcefully extricated himself from the woman's grasp and exited through the door, rejoining his two companions before plunging unhesitatingly into the mist. As he departed, the fog outside enveloped once more. The giant locusts resumed their perch upon the glass, ceaselessly crawling as if searching for an entry point. "Quick, listen to him. Extinguish the lights. Will we truly be rescued? We are in the city center. Help will arrive soon." Lin Luo waited outside the mist, systematically dispatching the approaching large insectoids. Only after confirming that the lights within the establishment had been extinguished did he feel assured to depart. The celestial sovereign appears. Suddenly, a venerable elder, bearing a treasured artifact and exuding an air of authority, materialized behind him. The elder waved the jade rui gently, and the enormous, alien hunter within the fog was instantly overwhelmed by an invisible force, crashing to the ground. Damn it! Now devoid of the power inherited from the game, Lu Yu could only forcibly eliminate monsters by depleting his stand's energy. He felt the immense creature struggling beneath him and muttered in frustration, "Haha, Lu Tianshi. You better not hoard all the experience for yourself. Allow me to lend you a hand." Just as he pondered a solution, a cheerful voice resonated through the mist. Chirp chirp. The alien hunter, subdued by Lu Yu, suddenly emitted a loud, anguished cry, swiftly followed by an eerie silence. As Suku stood in confusion, four elongated figures emerged from the fog. Each bore a confident and composed smile, as if the perils concealed within the mist were of little concern to them. "Huitaro, your opportunistic behavior in claiming experience is rather unbecoming," Lu Tianshi jestingly reprimanded, delivering a playful punch to Huitaro's chest. Huitaro quickly laughed and offered his apologies. Behind them, clad in a long black coat, Zhenfan curiously approached and asked, "By the way, Dehui, didn't you mention that your stand could only suppress monsters? How come you can also directly slay them?" Huitaro replied with a mysterious smile, "Everyone has their secrets, don't you?" Zhenfan laughed heartily. "Since this beast is already dead, I trust you won't mind if I make use of it, right?" "Oh." The other four turned their gazes towards him, filled with curiosity and intrigue. Clearly, they possessed little knowledge regarding his talents and stand abilities. Only Yu Taijia wore a contemplative expression, seeing no dissent among the group. Zhenfan stepped into the mist and slowly approached the corpse of the alien hunter. To him, the grotesque creature appeared akin to a precious treasure. He intoned softly, "Rise again for your king." As his beguiling voice filled the air, the shadow beneath the lifeless form of the colossal, alien hunter began to twist and writhe as if it were alive. It then materialized from the ground, transforming into a shadowy figure resembling an alien hunter, which promptly knelt before Zhenfan. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the monstrous corpse had lost its shadow, as if stripped away by some formidable force. The four, witnessing this scene through the heavenly eye talisman, amidst the white mist, felt a tremor of astonishment. "Is this the supreme talent, Shadow King?" Yu Taijia mused wryly, acknowledging that his new teammates were indeed exceptional in their own right. With Kagaya Haim and Lord of Wishes flanking him, and Black Emperor hovering ahead to scout, Yu Taijia advanced. As he moved forward, the mist within a 10-meter radius receded, clearing a distinct path for him. This endeavor appeared to pose little difficulty, consuming minimal energy. After approximately 10 minutes, he had expended only a fraction of his reserves. For Lin Luo, who possessed a wealth of God-given crystal fragments and was in a position of abundance, this was insignificant. Along the way, the sound attracted the attention of the insectoid creatures, which were swiftly dispatched by two formidable combat avatars. This marked the onset of the world's first wave of rodent-level calamity. The monsters emerging from the interdimensional insect plague were, on the whole, akin to level 120 creatures found in a game instance. It was said that only a few of the more fearsome insectoid monsters posed a significant challenge, but once humanity discerned their vulnerabilities, they were ultimately eradicated. Lin Luo recalled the information that had surfaced online in his previous life. Regardless of their strength or size, these insectoids shared a singular weakness, a fear of fire. He immediately cast a vigilant gaze around, scanning the dense fog within a 10-meter radius, but found nothing amiss. Wait, he suddenly remembered that he was heading towards Sister Wen's residence. Chapter 59, The Fair Lady Has Not Returned. Having endured countless tribulations during the 3 years of his past life, and with the white mist cloaking the streets, Lin Luo's eyes shifted to the street on his right within 10 meters, when it dawned on him that Wen Yuxi's South home was in close proximity. If his brother Zhou Shengdong was the most significant man in his life, then without a doubt, Wen Yuxi was the most important woman. His brother had once pilfered from Wen Yuxi's family, but after being apprehended by the inspectorate, the Wen family learned of their brother's plight. Instead of condemning them, they expressed deep sympathy for their circumstances. After Zhou Shengdong's arrest, they frequently visited Lin Luo at the orphanage, bringing him food and drink, and even taking him out for leisure on weekends. This kindness prevented Lin Luo from succumbing entirely to the despair following the loss of his only family member, instead rekindling a flicker of light and hope within him. One could say that his brother Zhou Shengdong's presence had allowed him to survive and develop a sound worldview, while the Wen family's kindness instilled in him the motivation and hope to continue living after his brother's departure. In his previous life, after graduating from university and commencing his internship, he found himself arrested by the inspectorate for assaulting his supervisor. Upon his release, he discovered a drastically altered world, where his criminal record rendered him undesirable to various employers, leaving him unable to secure work. His lackluster skills in dungeon raids meant he could barely scrape by, as everyone distanced themselves from him. Only the Wen family remained willing to extend their help. He had concealed his admiration for Wen Yuxi out of self-doubt in his past life. However, he had since undergone a profound transformation. No longer the humble youth in need of assistance and charity. His brother had always taught him that even a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude. Although, according to the original timeline, Sister Wen should have safely weathered this disaster, history had now shifted. The Chinese government had issued warnings, and aside from a few individuals, most remained indoors. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he decided to investigate further. Lin Luo pondered for a moment before altering his course. The streets were eerily deserted, with only the dense fog and various peculiar insectoids occupying the space. In the distance, the occasional shrieks of the insects and the terrified cries of residents echoed. It seemed that the Chinese authorities had been privy to some information in advance, and their notifications had been remarkably thorough. Everyone was sheltering at home, with only a select few braving the dangers outside. As Lin Luo pondered this, he was suddenly startled by the voice of the Black Emperor ahead. "Master, there is someone here," the Black Emperor shouted, swiftly plunging into the mist. Realizing the urgency, Lin Luo's heart raced, and he dashed forward. Not far ahead, he discovered the lifeless body of a woman, her features utterly disfigured. Judging by her attire and physique, she appeared to be an urban white-collar worker. Surrounding her corpse lay several insectoid carcasses, crushed by the Black Emperor. Lin Luo's expression darkened as he approached her, crouching down to inspect. The woman's clothing was tattered, and her face was a gruesome mask of blood and flesh, marred by the marks of insectoid feasting. Even her own parents would likely fail to recognize her. "It's hopeless," Lin Luo murmured, shaking his head as he rose again. At this moment, wandering the streets could spell certain doom. Ordinary individuals lacking a powerful awakened combat talent or the strength inherited from the dungeons would stand no chance, even against low-level insectoids. Damn it, I must hurry. I hope Sister Wen is safe. A troubling thought suddenly crossed Lin Luo's mind, darkening his expression. He promptly turned and sprinted towards Wen Yuxi's home. Inside a 24-hour convenience store, the young clerk, having exerted tremendous effort to slay a giant locust, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Outside the transparent glass door, countless giant locusts crawled ominously. What to do? What to do? In the store, besides him, 2 other customers had taken refuge, huddling in a corner. The giant locust had followed them in during their frantic escape. "Yuxi, what should we do? We can't get out, and there's no mobile signal. If only we hadn't gone out for bubble tea." A girl, clad in a down jacket and a short skirt with thick black stockings, asked her friend with a face full of terror. "Don't be afraid, Wen. The inspectors will surely come to rescue us." Wen Yuxi, wrapped in a long red coat, comforted her friend Yang Kaiwen. The two had been enjoying a visit when Kaiwen decided to venture out for bubble tea. However, as they wandered halfway, the thick white fog enveloped them completely. Terrified by the monstrous insects emerging from the mist, they fled in a panic. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a glimmer of light amidst the fog and rushed inside. Alas, while they had found temporary safety, they were now trapped. After catching his breath, clerk Meidaji quickly sought refuge behind the counter. The three, now cut off from the outside world due to the loss of mobile signal, engaged in desultory conversation to stave off the encroaching dread. As when Yuxi and Yang Kaiwen engaged in conversation for a while, they soon grew weary and leaned against each other in silence. Unbeknownst to them, Meidaji's gaze towards them gradually transformed. He observed Yang Kaiwen, who sat delicately on the ground, her long legs clad in black stockings, exuding an inexplicable allure that captivated him. Even in this apocalyptic moment, remaining a virgin was intolerable. Now, only the 3 of us remained, 2 beautiful women and 1 man. It seemed as though this was a decree of fate. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. "Sister Wen, are you home?" Lin Luo had arrived at Wen Yuxi's doorstep, hesitating no longer as he rapped on the door. Footsteps soon echoed from within, followed by a familiar yet anxious voice as the door swung open. Standing there was a graceful middle-aged woman, Wen Yuxi's mother, Li Junjia. Initially, her face bore an expression of worry, but upon seeing him, astonishment washed over her features. Lin Luo, filled with excitement upon encountering his benefactor after many years, quickly seized on the crux of her words and inquired urgently, "Aunt Li, is Sister Wen not home?" The thick mist outside rendered escape impossible, and with the loss of mobile signal, he felt a rising sense of dread. "Aunt, please don't panic. I will find Sister Wen right away. Promise me. No matter what sounds you hear, do not open the door or the windows." Li Junjia, in a state of disarray, regarded the once humble boy she had aided. He now seemed to have undergone an unnoticed metamorphosis, transformed into a mature and reliable man. "All right, Shaolin, please be careful." With that, Lin Luo closed the door, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes as he summoned the Lord of Wishes. "Reveal Sister Wen's location to me. Until I find her, she shall not encounter any peril." After expending 50 points of energy to fulfill his 2 wishes, he was startled to discover that his energy continued to diminish at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, he plunged into the dense fog. With a swift motion, he danced his short blade, conjuring forth several azure streaks of gale blade aura, which manifested like wings, propelling him skyward. There was no time to concern himself with energy expenditure. Outside, in this apocalyptic world, only the 3 of us remained. Manhwaedit approached the 2 trembling beauties huddled in the corner, a lewd smile playing on his lips. "What do you want?" Wen Yuxi stood up, her expression fierce as she glared at him. Manhwaedit shrugged. With so many insects outside, they could burst in at any moment. Just earlier, a larger monster was slamming against the glass door. We could die at any time, so why not indulge ourselves while we can? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy ourselves before the end? Are you insane? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Who would want to have fun with you? Yang Kaiwen rose as well, her tone sharp as she rebuked him. She initially believed that having a man around would provide a sense of reliability and a modicum of security. But little did she expect that the danger had merely transformed into a greater threat. Manhwaedit, stung by her harsh words, could not help but darken in countenance. He retorted, "Humph, I may not be handsome, but in this apocalyptic world, I might be the only man left. Even if you were the last man on earth, I would not have the slightest interest in you." Yang Kaiwen shot back, leaving no room for his pride. Her fierce demeanor seemed to strike a nerve with Manhwaedit, who, though his advance halted, felt his expression grow increasingly grim. Wen Yuxi, displaying greater composure, observed the shift in Mei's demeanor and interjected, "These insects may appear terrifying, but I believe help will arrive shortly. The authorities have issued warnings and must have been prepared for this calamity." "Calm down, my friend," she continued, acutely aware that, despite their 2-person solidarity, they faced a physically imposing man, and provoking him would yield no favorable outcome. Manhwaedit's expression softened slightly at her words. He understood that the world could not simply succumb to destruction. He was merely concocting excuses for his own misdeeds. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated against the glass wall, and a gigantic shadow loomed amidst the dense fog. Each impact crushed a locust into a pulpy mass, leaving a sticky residue on the glass. Yang Kaiwen shrieked in terror, while the other 2 pressed themselves against the back of the container, anxiety etched on their faces. Soon, the locusts that had clung to the glass were reduced to mere pulp, momentarily dimming the light within the convenience store as the immense shadow retreated. A heavy silence enveloped the store, broken only by the hurried breaths of the 3. Once the danger appeared to have passed, Manhwaedit's gaze returned to Yang Kaiwen's exquisite features and her long legs. The fear of the monstrous threat seemed to fuel the wickedness burgeoning within him. Abruptly, he shoved Wen Yuxi aside and lunged at Yang Kaiwen. "What are you doing?" she gasped, caught completely off guard as Manhwaedit cornered her against the wall. Wen Yuxi, having been knocked aside, rushed forward to intervene. "Get away, you little vixen. Don't interfere with your lord's affairs." His forceful shove sent her stumbling, crashing against the corner and rendering her unconscious. Yang Kaiwen, now pale with fright, lost her earlier bravado and screamed, "Help! What do you want?" "Of course, I want to love you properly," Manhwaedit exclaimed as he seized her neck, silencing her cries. "Don't bother calling out. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. You might as well enjoy it," he hissed, pinning her against the wall as she fought desperately, yet futilely, against him, her senses overwhelmed by the nauseating stench of his sweat. She desperately sought to resist, yet the tightening grip around her neck rendered her breaths increasingly labored, diminishing her strength until, in utter despair, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Manhwaedit sensed her cessation of struggle and, upon closer inspection, noticed her eyes had fluttered shut as she fainted. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he released his hold, allowing her to crumple to the ground. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he reveled in the aftermath of his triumph, admiring his prize. This feisty young woman certainly understood the nature of men. Manhwaedit smacked his lips, his hesitation evaporating as he prepared to act. Chapter 61, Fury. I shan't hold back. If you must lay blame, let it be on your own choice of attire. So alluring, so revealing. Within the thick, swirling mist lay countless perils. Beyond the lowly insectoid creatures, towering shadows leaped swiftly amidst the steel jungle. At last, there it is. Lin Luo finally arrived at the location of Wenyusi and beheld the convenience store's glass facade smeared with a grotesque yellow-green paste. Only faint glimmers of light visible through it. As he descended from the air, the store's glass door failed to open automatically, evidently secured from within. Princess Kaguya, Rainy Night. Black Emperor, shatter him. The talent of Rainy Night could summon a light rain, cloaking the store's cameras to avoid detection once the door was breached and the chaos had passed. Bang, bang. Without uttering a word, Black Emperor charged forward, delivering two powerful punches that shattered the glass door into fragments. Whoosh. Huh. Is this the essence of youthful girls? How delightful. Manhwaedit was poised to proceed with his intentions when suddenly the resounding crash of the glass door shattered the air, followed by the cacophony of falling shards. Startled, he trembled uncontrollably. Had the insects breached their way in? To his surprise, it was not a grotesque, terrifying creature that entered, but rather a tall, handsome man. Behind him stood a peculiar girl holding an umbrella, from which water continuously cascaded down. Upon entering, the tall man surveyed the scene and gasped, excitement illuminating his face as he scooped up the girl clad in a crimson trench coat leaning against the wall. Sister One, are you all right? Manhwaedit, initially convinced he was doomed, exhaled in relief upon realizing the newcomer was human. His courage rekindled, he directed a tirade at the man who had interrupted his sordid affairs. Damn it, you startled me. I thought you were a bug. Why did you smash the glass door? What if the insects come in now? Are you trying to get yourself killed? No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in ominous black armor materialized, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground as though he were a mere ragdoll. Lin Luo cast a cold glance at the disheveled beauty on the floor before fixing his icy stare on the struggling, lecherous man suspended in the air. Speak. What have you done to her? What are you doing? Help. Woo-woo. In a state of sheer panic, Manhwaedit's cries echoed. But before he could finish his words, a grip tightened around his throat, forcing him to emit only muffled sounds of terror. Lin Luo's eyes, ablaze with a ferocious fury, bore into him. I shall grant you one last chance. Speak. What have you done to her? Once released, Manhwaedit hastily exclaimed, Brother, I was wrong. I did nothing to your woman. I merely pushed her gently. She must have fainted from the impact. I swear, I truly did not harm her. Yet, before he could finish, the Black Emperor seized him by the throat once more, leaving him to emit pitiful quacks. Lin Luo coldly inquired, Lord of Wishes, let me know if what he says is true. Emerging from behind in a flowing black robe, the delicate Lord of Wishes regarded Manhwaedit with a gaze laden with compassion and respectfully stated, Master, he speaks the truth. Lin Luo meticulously examined Wenyusi, confirming that her attire remained intact, save for a pronounced swelling at the back of her head, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He promptly retrieved an advanced life restoration potion and gently administered it to her. This elixir was undoubtedly miraculous, a true masterpiece born from the realms of adventure. Once he ascertained that color had returned to Wenyusi's face, he stood once more, signaling the Black Emperor to release the wretch. As soon as Manhwaedit hit the ground, he fell to his knees. After all, he faced 3 men and a woman. How could he possibly fight back? He was no fool. Brother, I was wrong, I confess. I will go to the inspection bureau and turn myself in. Please spare me. A shift in Lin Luo's expression occurred, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Spare you? Very well. Black Emperor, dispose of him. Wait, brother, hold on. There are creatures outside. Manhwaedit cried, tears streaming down his face as the Black Emperor lifted him once more. Lin Luo sneered. You have 2 choices, die at my hands now, or venture outside for a slim chance at survival. Choose. Struggling with his dilemma, Manhwaedit ultimately gritted his teeth and said, Brother, thank you for sparing me. I shall go outside. Very well, Lin Luo replied with a stoic nod. The Black Emperor swiftly hurled him out. Stumbling into the thick fog, a flicker of malice crossed Manhwaedit's face as he muttered, Damn it, what a lunatic. Shouting for violence right away. Is this not a society governed by law? I did not even touch his woman. What rotten luck. Fortunately, I recall a nearby place where I might hide. Those creatures are merely larger insects. What is there for a man to fear? He steeled himself, navigating his way forward. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a convenience store, Lin Luo calmly instructed, Old Chi, send 200 level 5 or above insectoids to his vicinity immediately. Do not allow him to survive beyond 5 minutes. The Lord of Wishes emerged from behind, flipping through the Book of Wishes, swiftly manifesting his request. The family of Wenyusi and Lin Luo's brother were his ultimate taboos. And what chance of survival could there be for one who dared to provoke the wrath of the king? As for the reason behind deceiving him, it was simply because delivering a fatal blow would be far too lenient. This fool had the audacity to harm the woman who held the utmost significance in his heart. Only by first granting him a glimmer of hope, then shattering it, could he plunge him into utter despair, ultimately succumbing to the myriad fangs of the insectoid horde, thus avenging 1% of his sins. Amidst the fog, Meidaji stumbled forward, suddenly aware of an unsettling cacophony of rustling sounds surrounding him. Emerging from the thick white mist was a towering shadow resembling a mantis, steadily approaching and enlarging. His heart sank further. Surely, my luck cannot be this dire. A grotesque insectoid head suddenly burst through the white fog, mercilessly knocking him to the ground, followed by a swarm of various insect creatures pouring forth from the mist, quickly enveloping him. Help! Chapter 62, Kagaya's Assistance. Nearby, the Black Emperor had already ventured into the white mist to personally witness the demise of this beast. Where's this? Are you a Luo? As when Yusi slowly regained consciousness from her stupor, she was greeted by a familiar yet strangely warm smile. Sister One, are you alright? I'm late, Lin Luo said, gently helping her to her feet with an apologetic tone. What are you doing here? Did you save me? It was the master who saved you. He rushed over in a hurry. Lin Luo had not yet spoken when Kagaya interjected, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Thank you, Xiao Luo, when Yusi said, her cheeks reddening as she expressed her gratitude. Just as she was about to continue her inquiries, a sudden realization struck her, and she glanced anxiously to the side. There lay her friend, Yang Kaiwan, unconscious with closed eyes, fortunately still clad in her attire. Wen, what happened to you? After a moment of silence, Lin Luo crouched down, retrieving 2 vials of red potion, and handed them to her. Sister One, don't panic. When I entered, that male clerk had the chance to harm her. I dealt with him swiftly. This is an item that can heal all external wounds. Have her drink this, and she will soon recover. Without hesitation, when Yusi accepted the potions and assisted her friend in drinking them. As she observed Yang Kaiwan's pale complexion gradually regain its rosy hue, she gently arranged the girl's disheveled dress, finally allowing a look of relief to wash over her face. When Yusi delicately swept her loose hair behind her ear and glanced at Kagaya, beside Lin Luo, feeling an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. However, she quickly brightened and said, Xiao Luo, it's been a while. I see you have a girlfriend now. Lin Luo awkwardly replied, Sister Wen, you're mistaken. She is not my girlfriend. She is the Master S. Affection lies with you. I am merely the Master S substitute, Kagaya unexpectedly blurted out. Standing nearby, the Lord of Wishes covered her face in disbelief and silently turned to accompany the Black Emperor at the entrance. When Yusi's smile froze, and on her exquisitely pale face, a rush of crimson bloomed, causing her to avert her gaze from Lin Luo. Kagaya-heim, what are you saying? Sister One, allow me to explain. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Kagaya-heim, do you truly wish to hear such nonsensical remarks? Is there any need for such directness? Are you aware of the relationship between him and Wen Yusi? Master, do you not harbor any feelings for her? The delicate features of Kagaya-heim displayed a look of confusion as she earnestly inquired. The Lord of Wishes, standing at the doorway, felt as if he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground with his toes. He sighed silently, thinking, foolish girl, how can one speak so bluntly? Wen Yusi and her mother, Li Junjie, clung to one another tightly, both feeling a tinge of fear. Li Junjie, noticing a robust figure behind Lin Luo, who was holding Yang Kaiwan, anxiously asked, what has happened to Wen? Wen Yusi leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear, causing her expression to shift slightly. Nevertheless, she promptly gestured to Lin Luo, inviting them inside. Lin Luo, feeling no hesitation, stepped in without reservation. He had visited Wen Yusi's home as a child and was quite familiar with it. The Black Emperor followed behind, carrying Yang Kaiwan inside as well. Kagaya-heim and the Lord of Wishes gradually faded from view. After covering Yang Kaiwan with a blanket, Li Junjie stepped out of the room and, seeing Lin Luo, expressed her concern, little Lin, where are your 2 other friends? Why aren't they coming in? Mom, that's Xiao Luo's stand-in. Wen Yusi explained with a smile. Xiao Luo has become quite formidable. He has awakened a superior talent and manifested a stand-in. The insects outside are no match for him. A look of astonishment crossed Li Junjie's face, followed by a reassuring smile. That's wonderful. In this rapidly changing world, with such abilities, little Lin, you are destined to achieve great things. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. In their presence, he felt as though he could finally let down his guard, no longer burdened by thoughts of how to grow stronger or seize others' talents. By the way, is Uncle Wen not home? After sitting down and sipping some warm water, Lin Luo suddenly inquired with curiosity. A look of concern crossed Li Junjie's face as she replied, your uncle is a civil servant. He received a notification to remain on standby at his workplace today. I hope nothing unfortunate befalls him. On standby at his workplace, Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Uncle Wen worked at the Hangzhou City Service Center, which had an open design, allowing one to enter directly. Moreover, they were likely unaware of the insect's phototropism. Should they attract particularly strong insects, it could spell trouble. Although Uncle Wen had not encountered danger in his previous life, the insect calamity had come early due to him, and he could not guarantee that things would remain the same. No, Aunt Li, Sister One, I must go to Uncle's workplace immediately. Lin Luo stood up abruptly, his expression grave. Li Junjie hesitated, her concern for her husband's safety evident. However, with the outside world so perilous, her kind heart struggled to find the right words. At this moment, a delightful smile graced her face. Then I shall trouble you, Xiao Luo. Li Junjie intended to say more, but her daughter consoled her. Mom, you must believe in Xiao Luo. He has become quite formidable. Old One remarked, where on earth do these insects come from? They're rather terrifying. Guanbong gazed out at the colossal locusts crawling outside, his expression one of alarm. Beside him, Wen Zhangwo wore a troubled countenance as well, aside from these pests. The most pressing concern was that they had lost contact with the outside world. Chapter 63, Guardian of the Wormhole? Guanbong hesitated. You must have heard the anguished screams from outside. I believe it's prudent to remain indoors for now. Wen Zhangwo nodded in agreement. It appears we shall have to endure the night in this office. Suddenly, Guanbong wore a mischievous grin. By the way, old one, I've heard your daughter is still single. Wen Zhangwo raised an eyebrow and then shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed. This child is quite a source of worry. She insists on pursuing her dreams while singing daily, yet she lacks a proper job. Guanbong patted his chest proudly. My son, a graduate from a prestigious American university, has recently taken up the role of director at a well-known media company in Hangzhou. Something like Brilliant Media. Perhaps we could arrange for the young ones to meet? They might find common ground. Wen Zhangwo pondered. Very well. Once the fog clears, I shall find an opportunity to mention it to my daughter. Bang, bang, bang. The giant locusts crawling on the glass outside were suddenly struck down, reduced to a yellow-green pulp by some predator lurking in the mist. The two men inside the office were jolted by the sound, followed by a cacophony of shattering glass. Uncle Wen had always seemed stern and unyielding in Lin Luo's memories. However, he was, in truth, a man of warmth beneath a cold exterior. He would occasionally share tales from the political arena and impart lessons on how to conduct oneself. He often emphasized the importance of diligent study for those who wished to alter their fate. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Although he had hinted at the necessity of understanding the differences between men and women as Lin Luo grew closer to Wen Yusi, the sensitivity of being an orphan had previously driven him to distance himself from their family. Lin Luo did not hold this against the man. After all, he had felt so insignificant at the time, possessing little more than a handsome appearance, hardly worthy of his idealized goddess, Sister Wen. He believed that the best course of action was to refrain from intruding upon her life. Yet now, he had transformed, and he felt deserving of Wen Yusi. He believed that with continued effort, he could earn Uncle Wen's approval. Uncle Wen, wait for me. Upon arriving at the Hangzhou Service Center, Lin Luo was met with a chorus of screams and gasps. Looking up, he beheld a colossal shadow, towering as high as a dozen stories, moving slowly. Each of its movements sent tremors through the vicinity. This was dire. This creature must be at least a level 30 monster. Lin Luo began to doubt the authenticity of his talent for luck, which he believed to be tenfold. The rodent-level catastrophe, also known as a tier catastrophe, typically features monsters ranging from levels 1 to 20. These creatures emerge from countless wormholes leading to other dimensions. Only in proximity to these wormholes do monsters exceeding the catastrophe's level appear, referred to as wormhole guardians. Prior to the onset of the chaotic era in his previous life, the authorities had disseminated a message urging capable individuals to proactively confront these guardians during catastrophes, promising substantial rewards for those who provided information on their locations or contributed to their eradication. It was only by vanquishing the guardians that one could halt the disaster in a given area. Under the veil of night, a thick white mist enveloped the entire city of Hangzhou. From above, one could discern ominous, colossal shadows moving slowly within the fog, occasionally revealing monstrous figures that burst forth, emitting roars reminiscent of thunder, akin to a great white shark breaching the surface. In the martial arts plaza of Hangzhou, a voice, laden with suppressed fury, shattered the tranquility. Damn it! The sacred grove, secret realm, a source of energy, has been preemptively cleared by the Black Emperor. Yu Taijia, with a heavenly eye talisman affixed to his forehead, peered through the mist at the silver display of the secret realm, gritting his teeth in frustration. The screen revealed, clearing player, Black Emperor, time taken, 1 hour 52 minutes, remaining refresh time. 18 hours. Did he really clear a level 30-35 secret realm by himself? For such a duration? Must it require continuous combat? Can his stand sustain such energy consumption? Jin Fan, observing the displayed information, could not help but bombard Yu Taijia with questions. Yu Taijia's expression darkened. Under normal strategies, such a realm would not demand such substantial resources. One could simply wade in and provide assistance at opportune moments. However, this is not the time to dwell on that. I am aware of several similar realms located further afield. I refuse to believe he can clear them all. If it were not for the need to gather these 4 formidable allies, how could he have allowed several global achievements to slip through his fingers? Yet, I trust that sharpening one's axe does not hinder the chopping of wood. Our small team will undoubtedly catch up to him soon. As for why Yu Taijia had initially led them to this secret realm, it was because each of them, blessed with talents that many coveted, possessed terrifying strength. Yet, they bore a singular flaw. Their stands were excessively powerful, and merely manifesting in reality, even without engaging in battle, would result in a continuous drain of energy. Thus, after gaining a wave of experience, They sought to recharge by preparing to conquer the energy secret realm in the heart of Hangzhou, only to discover that the Black Emperor had already claimed it. Guanbong and Wen Jiangwo, breathless, sought refuge in the adjacent archive room, both feeling their hearts racing and cold sweat pouring down their bodies. Despite having lived for over half a century, they had never encountered anything as bizarre and terrifying as today's events. A monstrous, indescribable insectoid creature had crashed through the window, nearly inducing cardiac arrest in the two men. Fortunately, Wen Jiangwo reacted swiftly, pulling Guanbong into the archive room and slamming the door shut. The resounding cacophony of insect chirps, juxtaposed with the creature's violent impacts and the clatter of various items hitting the floor, filled the air. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have believed that a mad bull had invaded the office rather than a mere insect. The two weary men, on the brink of retirement, huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably from fear. After a while, the tumult outside began to subside, suggesting that the creature was retreating. Just as they held their breaths in anticipation, a sudden, intense ringing erupted from one of their pockets. "You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much." Gu Onbong shuddered, his pallid face reaching for his phone, but his trembling hands fumbled, preventing him from silencing the alarm. He caught sight of Wen Jiangwo's ashen expression and hastily stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off my alarm." Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening sound erupted from outside. At that moment, the archive room had but a single exit. "Quick, move the cabinet to block the door. If it gets in, we're finished." Wen Jiangwo shouted furiously as he rushed to pull the cabinet. However, before they could budge it, an eerie, anguished cry resonated from outside, sending chills down their spines. "Old one, wait. The creature's sounds have ceased," Guanbong said, patting his still straining colleague on the back as he leaned closer to whisper in his ear. "Uncle One, it's me, Shaolin. It's safe now, come out." "Shaolin? Lin Luo?" Wen Jiangwo's face displayed a mix of astonishment and disbelief. As he hesitantly opened the door, he was greeted by a sunlit smile from a young man standing amidst the disarray of the office. Behind him lay the carcass of the creature, now split in two, gradually ceasing its struggles on the floor. "Xiao Luo, you're incredible," Guanbong exclaimed. "Shaolin, thank you. Andy has prepared some late-night snacks for you. Come in and eat." The surreal events of the day left Guanbong, a middle-aged man, feeling as if his worldview had been utterly shattered. The pervasive white mist enveloping the city, the insect larger than a bull, most absurdly. A creature so terrifying had been vanquished by a boy from the welfare home his family had supported since childhood. He stepped into the restroom, splashed some water on his face, and gradually regained his composure. Meanwhile, Wen Jiangwo, filled with questions, could no longer contain his curiosity and sat down next to Lin Luo, who was enjoying a bowl of noodles. Lin Luo took a bite of the noodles and smiled as he explained, "Uncle Wen, it is because I have awakened a level 3 talent that I am able to vanquish those monsters." "Is a level 3 talent truly so formidable?" "We have awakened talents as well. For instance, mine is a level 2 talent, strength, which hastens the recovery of my stamina," Wen Jiangwo remarked with astonishment. "But that merely makes climbing 5 flights of stairs less exhausting. It pales in comparison to your talent." Li Junjie then sat beside him, speaking with keen interest. "I have awakened a level 2 talent, wisdom, which significantly enhances my memory. They say on Douyin that this talent can prevent dementia in old age. Hehe. Uncle, auntie, your awakened talents suit you remarkably well." As Lin Luo gazed at their smiles and engaged in light-hearted conversation, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him, an emotion he had not experienced in a long time. In his eyes, Aunt Li and Uncle Wen were akin to his reborn parents. He had forgotten how long it had been since they had sat together like this, chatting and sharing a meal. Memories of the 3 tumultuous years of his past life surged forth, and he suddenly felt his eyes moisten. To live once more, how wonderful it is. As he was lost in thought, 2 delicate hands gently rested on his shoulders. A few strands of hair cascaded down, accompanied by a fragrant breeze wafting from behind him. He felt a soft sensation pressing against his back. "Dad, Mom, I am far more capable than you think. When you see, I have awakened a level 3 talent, celestial melody. This talent allows my singing to be even more enchanting, restoring everyone's stamina and providing various beneficial effects." When Jiangwo observed his daughter, beaming as she leaned against Lin Luo, and slightly furrowed his brow, yet he chose not to comment further. "By the way, Xiao Luo, what talent have you awakened?" Li Junjie suddenly inquired. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Directly asking about someone else's talent was considered a grave taboo in the future. While inquiries about levels and equipment were permissible, a person's talent was a core secret, seldom divulged to others. However, Lin Luo felt no need to guard himself against his family and smiled as he truthfully replied, "I have awakened a level 3 talent. 1 Chi transforms into 3 clear, which allows me to summon 3 avatars, a talent with formidable offensive capabilities." Upon hearing this, Li Junjie genuinely rejoiced for Lin Luo, smiling contentedly. "That is wonderful. I have heard that individuals with extraordinary abilities are highly sought after nowadays, with companies offering exorbitant salaries." Wen Yuxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she said, Xiao Luo. I am too timid to tackle dungeons alone. When you have the time, will you take me along? Of course, Lin Luo readily agreed. At that moment, Wen Zhengwo's mind raced with a recent official document he had received, which stated that all personnel in various government agencies should actively seek out and nurture extraordinary awakeners of level 3 and above in their vicinity. Suitable candidates could initially be recruited on an external basis to serve in their current departments. Those particularly gifted individuals possess the ability to formally report their exceptional talents to the authorities, allowing for their extraordinary inclusion within the system. Subsequently, the government will establish a Bureau of Extraordinary Management and an enforcement team. Lin Luo's capabilities are evidently remarkable. He possesses the audacity to navigate through the mist and has even rescued others from monstrous creatures. Such prowess, especially if he were to personally endorse himself, could pave the way for a future within the system, with prospects for advancement appearing quite feasible, for it is indeed the era that begets heroes. Regarding personal virtues and abilities, Lin Luo has been under his watchful eye since childhood. Despite his somewhat introverted and honest demeanor, he has consistently displayed obedience and maturity, achieving commendable academic results. Previously, his wife had urged him to assist Lin Luo in securing employment, but Lin Luo had deliberately distanced himself from their family. Now, presented with this opportunity, it seems fitting to reconsider. However, Wen Zhengwo would not rush into inquiries. Instead, he opted for a more subtle approach. Lin Luo, where are you currently employed? He inquired. Lin Luo replied candidly, Uncle One, I have just resigned from my last position and am currently without work. And what are your plans for the future? Wen Zhengwo continued, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Generating income is quite effortless for me at this stage. Conventional employment holds little allure, Lin Luo responded, his words dripping with a certain bravado. Yet, his demeanor radiated confidence and composure. Moreover, given the rapid changes in today's world, even if this current rodent infestation is overcome, more formidable disasters loom ahead. I believe personal strength will be of paramount importance in the future. After all, if life itself is lost, what significance do money and employment hold? Wen Zhengwo observed Lin Luo's calm and articulate disposition, momentarily taken aback. This version of Lin Luo seemed entirely transformed, a stark contrast to the individual he once knew, exuding an aura of sophistication that surpassed even the science of aristocratic families. What could have transpired in Lin Luo's life during these recent days? Although Wen Zhengwo was filled with curiosity, his profound wisdom prevented him from probing further. Indeed, I will. Lin Luo affirmed with a serious nod. Soon, he finished his late-night snack, rose, and prepared to depart. While this place was pleasant, it was not his home. Shaolin, where are you going? Li Junjie exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp his hand. Oh, dear child, what time is it? The outside world is still teeming with monsters. Even though you are strong, you must not continually venture into perilous situations. Li Junjie exchanged a glance with Wen Zhengwo, silently urging him to interject. Wen Zhengwo cleared his throat and urged, Shaolin, why not stay the night? We happen to have a guest room available. You can make do here for one evening. Chapter 65. Outskirts of Hang City. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, the inspectors will resolve this crisis, and you can leave then. This young man has already saved both father and daughter. It is only fitting for him to remain. Though Wen Zhengwo may be stern, he is far from being heartless. Lin Luo, upon hearing this, respectfully acquiesced, naturally choosing to accept their hospitality. Haha, come and savor my lollipop, swiftly. The ethereal mist envelopes the outskirts of Hangzhou at dawn, where inside a factory, a lively scene unfolds in stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere outside. Several cameras and bright lights illuminate the space. As a group enacts a thrilling police drama, Ji Weiniang, a renowned actress from the land of cherry blossoms, known by her stage name, Yueying Yamashita, has been forced into exile in Huaxiao following the widespread devastation of her homeland a year ago. However, her popularity in Huaxiao skyrocketed, transforming her into a well-known internet celebrity. Recently, she received notice from her agency about filming a web series, which delighted her immensely, as making films has always been her dream. Without a second thought, she accompanied her manager to the remote factory. Upon arrival, however, the wealthy young men abruptly changed their tune, revealing that they did not intend to shoot a legitimate web series, but rather had other, more dubious plans for her. Ji Weiniang cast a pleading glance toward her manager, only to be met with a stern warning to comply with their demands, lest the consequences be dire. Ms. Yueying, I've long admired your work, and today I am thrilled to have the opportunity to collaborate with you, exclaimed the ringleader of the young men, brimming with enthusiasm. With her phone in her manager's possession and surrounded by so many people, Ji Weiniang had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, the prolonged shooting commenced. Previously, in the land of cherry blossoms, she was accustomed to editing and breaks during filming. Yet, these young men were solely concerned with their own desires. This was the longest work session of her career, stretching from afternoon to the early hours of the morning, and she found herself growing increasingly disoriented. Meanwhile, the young men engaged in their antics remained oblivious to the ominous presence lurking behind them. A seductive girl clad in a revealing qipao, adorned with black wings and horns, slowly emerged from the shadows. As night fell, Lin Luo stretched languidly, awakening refreshed from a vivid dream. He drew back the curtains to find the thick white mist still shrouding the outside world. Straining to listen, he could hear the faint sounds of insects flitting and chirping. He stepped out of his room to find Aunt Li preparing breakfast, while Wen Yusi, dressed in snug sleepwear, practiced her singing with her phone in hand. Nearby, Yang Kaiwen, appearing weary, sat on the sofa, lost in thought, while Uncle Wen distractedly perused a newspaper. Good morning, Xiaolin. Xiaoluo, you're awake. The mother and daughter greeted Lin Luo with smiles. Uncle Wen glanced at him and casually remarked, have a seat. Once seated, Lin Luo opened his phone, only to confirm the absence of signal. The pervasive mist had clearly severed all communication, reminiscent of his previous life. There is not much at home. Xiaolin, please make do with a little, Li Junjie said, slightly embarrassed as she adjusted her apron. That's quite all right. Auntie, this is already wonderful, Lin Luo replied hastily. As they enjoyed congee accompanied by pickles and salted duck eggs, a sense of unease settled among them. Clearly, apart from Lin Luo, the other three harbored feelings of uncertainty and concern regarding the thick mist enveloping them. When Zhangwo hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Xiaolin, do you have any idea what the creatures shrouded in this white mist truly are? And when do you suppose the fog will dissipate? Lin Luo, fully aware of the circumstances, understood that the early arrival of this white mist was likely a consequence of his actions. After careful consideration, he responded, Uncle, the creatures within this white mist appear to be quite similar to those encountered in the dungeons. As for when the fog will clear, I am uncertain. However, since the Chinese authorities have notified us to remain at home, they must have a general plan in place. When Zhang Wo's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and with a resolute nod, he affirmed, you are correct. We must have faith in the Chinese government. Li Junjie, her face etched with worry, remarked, if this mist does not dissipate soon, our family will only manage to sustain ourselves for another 2 days. Observing their anxious expressions, Lin Luo promptly removed a spatial ring from his finger and placed it upon the table. Amidst their astonished gazes, he retrieved steaming boxes of KFC meals from within. What is this? Li Junjie stammered, evidently taken aback. Although when Zhang Wo's eyes mirrored his surprise, he maintained a composed demeanor, suppressing his excitement. Xiaoluo, could this be an extraordinary item extracted from the national dungeons? It was Wen Yusi who immediately recognized the object, exclaiming in astonishment, a spatial ring? I doubt many people globally can redeem such a treasure. Lin Luo nodded and explained, Uncle, Auntie, Sister One. The items stored within the spatial ring exist in a state of absolute stasis, which is why the KFC I packed remains hot. When Yusi gazed at the exquisite spatial ring in her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, before she could examine it further, her father, Wen Zhangwo, sternly commanded, Yusi, return the spatial ring to Xiaoluo. Such a precious item is not something we can accept. A mere portion of food suffices. He then addressed Li Junjie, dear, whatever food we have taken, you must ensure it is all returned to Xiaoluo afterwards. He has saved both of us, and we already owe him a debt of gratitude. We cannot take his belongings. Uncle Wen, noticing Wen Zhangwo's hesitation, Lin Luo added, as for money, please do not send any to me. Although I have grown up without parents, I understand the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude. How could a few meals ever repay the kindness your family has shown me? Very well. Wen Zhangwo, moved by Lin Luo's earnest words, responded, Xiaoluo, you have truly matured. In that case, I shall not insist further. Yusi, you may keep the spatial ring for now and return it to Xiaoluo once this calamity is past. Li Junjie, sitting nearby, remained silent. Yet her gaze toward Lin Luo grew increasingly approving. The once introverted boy seemed to have transformed overnight into a spirited young man. When Yusi looked at Lin Luo, feeling as though the brother she had once protected had suddenly become a capable man who could shield her from the storms of life, Lin Luo, upon seeing them accept, said, Uncle, Auntie, Sister One, I shall take my leave now. Xiaoluo, do exercise caution as you go. When Yusi earnestly gazed at him, rest assured, mere insects cannot harm me, Lin Luo replied with a calm smile before stepping outside. A thick white mist enveloped him, but it quickly dissipated to a distance of 10 meters under the power of the Book of Wishes. After descending the stairs, Lin Luo casually remarked, Old Chi, pinpoint Ji Waning's location for me. The Wish Master respectfully emerged from behind him and immediately invoked the power of the Book of Wishes. Soon, a mental image of his target's location materialized in Lin Luo's mind. He turned his head, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating the endless white fog, as if perceiving a direction towards Hang City. Chapter 66, Change of Target. The distance indicated that it was on the outskirts of Hang City, quite a ways off. It seems I must acquire a vehicle to reach there. Wait, that would be too cumbersome. Locate Deng Ligong's position for me as well. Let us see which is nearer. With the wish fulfilled, another coordinate swiftly appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Deng Ligong's location was significantly closer. Running there shouldn't take much time. In a bathtub, a frail and petite woman was bound and gagged, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her exposed skin bore numerous bruises and scars, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Two men, one tall and robust, stood outside the bathroom, smoking and conversing. "Boss, this woman has little money at home, and now that the city is under lockdown. Even if she managed to gather some, it wouldn't reach us," one of them remarked. "Indeed," Deng Ligong replied, frowning as he inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "This impoverished woman is of no use to us. Moreover, with the monsters lurking in the mist outside, it would be prudent to eliminate her and use those creatures to dispose of the body." The shorter man, Peng Das-hun, chuckled at this suggestion. "Brother, we should act without delay. How about we take her body out tonight and toss it into the monster horde?" "Very well. You handle it." Deng Ligong nodded before heading to the living room. A gleeful expression crossed Peng Das-hun's face as he walked into the bathroom with a lewd grin. Humming a tune to himself. "Good girls deserve to be cherished. Bad girls shall not waste beauty. Brother is here to comfort you. Soon." The bathroom echoed with the sounds of a man's heavy breathing and a woman's muffled whimpers. Deng Ligong and Peng Das-hun, being street thugs, typically solicited dancers and escorts. However, their intentions were not merely to indulge, but to silence witnesses and plunder their riches. Many of these dancers were from out of town, highly mobile, and would not linger at any establishment for long. Should they disappear, few would notice. The club owners would simply assume they had fled. At this moment, sitting on the sofa and watching television, Deng Ligong's thoughts had already drifted far from the woman in the bathroom. He was acutely aware that this path held no future. He could not spend his life engaged in the gruesome trade of taking lives. Thus, he had been diligently saving, awaiting an opportunity for redemption. And now that moment had arrived. The awakening of the masses had granted everyone their unique talents, and he had been bestowed with the exceedingly rare ability of emotion catalyst. No, this was a divine chance for him to transform and start anew. He could no longer stray from the righteous path. A new era had commenced. With news flooding every platform about the fortunes amassed through communal gaming, Deng Ligong vowed that as long as he could earn a legitimate living through these games, he would never again resort to murder, to lay down his weapon and attain enlightenment. In that instant, he grasped the meaning of that phrase. However, in the past few days, Deng Ligong found himself troubled by a peculiar aspect of his talent, emotion catalyst. The avatar birthed from this ability was a featureless mass with all attributes set to 0, requiring him to infuse it with a specific emotion to manifest a corresponding avatar. Consequently, he had been pondering which emotion to inject. Since he had chosen to turn over a new leaf and become a good person, it seemed imperative to infuse it with a modicum of positive energy. Yet, he soon realized that the city of Hangzhou was bereft of such uplifting emotions, inundated instead with negativity, pessimism, depression, lethargy, and rage. Indeed, in a world dominated by the grueling 996 work culture, where the underprivileged found little hope, how could positivity flourish? The initial infusion of emotion into his avatar was crucial. Insufficient emotional intensity would diminish its potential. Damn it, surely. He could not sacrifice the strength of his avatar for the sake of positivity. Perhaps he could harness these negative emotions to create an avatar, channeling them into benevolent deeds. Frustrated, Deng Ligong tossed his cigarette to the ground and activated his talent, emotion catalyst, once more. In that moment, he was acutely attuned to the emotions of all living beings within Hangzhou. The city's negative sentiments had surged exponentially due to the fog that enveloped it, and new layers of despair had emerged. Despair, fear, oppression. Countless emotions surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him with an accumulation of negativity beyond 99.99. A cold, resolute expression crossed his face as he made his decision. He would not be so stubborn. He must employ positive emotions. Ultimately, the type of emotion used to create the avatar was less significant than its intensity. If the veil of white mist had altered the very fabric of Hangzhou, intensifying their emotions, then he would seize this opportunity. Fear and despair, surpassing all others in potency, would surely coalesce into the most formidable avatar. I summon you forth. Born of the collective fear and despair of the people. Arise, my avatar, dread monarch. Deng Ligong sprang to his feet, as a phantasmal, malevolent flame erupted behind him, revealing a terrifying figure resembling a demon. This apparition towered over 2 meters tall, its horns nearly grazing the ceiling. Clad in armor and adorned with majestic wings, his muscles, beneath a hue of cerulean skin, appeared to be forged from steel itself. He resembled not merely a vessel, but a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Ha! Servant, go forth. Sacrifice to me the fears and despairs of the living. I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. Boss, I believe I just heard another voice. Peng Das-hun, adjusting his trousers, cautiously stepped forward. You must have misheard, Deng Ligong replied, a peculiar smile gracing his features as he approached and gently patted Peng's shoulder. Why don't you take a rest? I shall handle her. Surveying the living room without spotting anyone else, Peng Das-hun did not dwell on it further and stepped aside. The moment Deng Ligong entered the bathroom, a muffled scream echoed from within. When he emerged, drenched in blood, an unsettling yet joyous smile adorned his face. causing a shiver to run down Peng Dashuan's spine. "Boss." Peng Dashuan's stuttering words were cut short as Deng Ligong brushed past him, the bone knife suddenly twisting in his grip, plunging directly into Peng's chest. "You." Deng Ligong swiftly withdrew the blade amidst Peng's incredulous gaze, stabbing again and then forcefully covering his mouth. In his final moments, Peng Dashan beheld a terrifying figure materializing behind Deng Ligong. "Ah, brother, do not hold it against me. I have resolved to wash my hands of this life. I cannot leave you behind, for only the dead are truly safe." Upon uttering these words, Deng Ligong sensed that the Lord of Fear behind him had not only regained a measure of energy, but also augmented its strength. Continue the slaughter. Eliminate them all. I shall grant you invincible power in this world. Killing and torturing would empower my stand. Deng Ligong stared blankly at the bone knife in his hand, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that amidst the white mist of the sealed city, he could wield this knife to eliminate his foes and blame their deaths on the monstrous creatures. Since fate had ordained that he embark on one final grand endeavor, he would cleanse himself after achieving this. Suddenly, the government's announcement recruiting high-level awakeners echoed in his mind, momentarily dampening his fervor. My strength is formidable, yet the government's power is also on the rise. While murder may yield swift enhancement, it is prudent to refrain from killing if possible. After all, should I draw too much attention from the inspectors, it would spell trouble. I should first descend and see if I can bolster my strength by slaying those monsters. For years, he had evaded the inspectors through caution and discretion. His earlier thoughts were merely a result of the sudden influx of power. Now, his prudence revealed his true nature. As Lin Luo hurried towards Deng Ligong's location, he fortuitously passed the Hangzhou Municipal Service Center. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a towering shadow, at least 10 stories high, lingering nearby. It seemed the wormhole connecting to the mysterious otherworld was also in the vicinity. It was said that the guardians of the first wave of rat-level disasters, despite their large size and formidable health, possessed no extraordinary abilities and were, in fact, quite sluggish in their movements. Lin Luo pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to head towards the designated location first. Engaging in serious matters was paramount. Slaying monsters could be postponed. Your stand-in, the Fear Demon King, vanquished a level 6 giant needle bee, earning 300 experience points, with a 400 disaster experience bonus. Slaying monsters beyond level 4 grants an additional 500 experience. Your stand-in, the Fear Demon King, defeated a level 7 ghastly spider, acquiring 480 experience points, with a 400 disaster experience bonus. Slaying monsters beyond level 3 grants an additional 400 experience. Congratulations, player, your level has risen to level 3. Congratulations, player, your level has risen to level 4. Congratulations, player, your level has risen to level 5. Haha. As the Fear Demon King mercilessly wreaked havoc amidst the white mist, Deng Ligong's own level began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Although his personal strength remained unchanged, upon entering dungeons and secret realms, he immediately gained corresponding attribute and skill points. I stood effortlessly, motionless, avoiding combat with monsters while rapidly leveling up. While others feared the white mist, I, Deng Ligong, felt no trepidation. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west. Once the mist clears, I'll undoubtedly rake in substantial wealth from dungeons. At that point, will I still need to tread carefully and earn my keep through murder? Haha. Just as Deng Ligong stood there, hands on his hips, brimming with confidence, he heard the deep voice of the Fear Demon King. The enhancement to my strength from slaying these monsters is negligible, for their souls are too feeble. The fear they generate is hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. What a jest. This stand-in is now my precious cash cow. No, it is akin to my father. Whatever demands he has, I must fulfill them promptly. Chapter 67. Do you think you're quite the fighter? The Fear Demon King, with a voice laced with temptation, proclaimed, Human, what are you hesitating for? Only the fear produced by human souls is my most delectable sustenance. Do you not wish for me to grow more powerful? Act now. Deng Ligong steeled himself and finally resolved to undertake a grand endeavor. However, he was not foolish. He led the Fear Demon King to another residential area. When the white mist seals the city and prevents anyone from exiting, he would possess a flawless alibi, coupled with the ability to frame the insect monster. Once the mist dissipated, he would depart Hang City, ensuring triple insurance. He believed that even the mightiest deity could not capture him, luring victims out to slay them. Deng Ligong arrived at the door of a residence, still contemplating what falsehood to employ to entice someone outside, when he heard the Fear Demon King impatiently exclaim, What are you dawdling for? Step aside. With a growl, he forcefully shoved Deng Ligong aside. Then, with a single punch, he smashed through the iron security door and slipped inside. Deng Ligong was both astonished and elated by this monstrous display of strength. He soon heard the cries of a woman, the wailing of an infant, and the roar of a man emanating from within the room, followed by the maniacal laughter of the Fear Demon King. When Deng Ligong burst into the room, what met his eyes was a scene of utter devastation. His stand, the Fear Monarch, clutched a lifeless body, incessantly siphoning a dark essence from it. Upon noticing his host's entrance, he carelessly discarded the corpse and dashed out the door in a blur. Not enough. I crave more. No. Wait. This is going to make the cleanup incredibly troublesome. Deng Ligong observed the blood and flesh splattered across the walls, a look of exasperation crossing his face. The chaos wrought by the body was utterly at odds with his meticulous nature. How noisy. The fear monarch brusquely shoved him aside at the threshold, seemingly indifferent to his host's pleas. Damn it, a true reflection of my stand. Isnt it? Such a tempestuous temperament, indeed a mirror of myself. Deng Ligong could only shake his head in resignation and hasten to follow. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the fear monarch smashed open another fortified door, and soon thereafter, cries of agony echoed once more. After he had crushed yet another ordinary soul, his piercing green gaze suddenly darted towards the doorway. What's wrong? Deng Ligong found his stand's reaction perplexing, for he had never before witnessed a hint of caution on the otherwise invincible visage of the fear monarch. At that moment, the white mist in the corridor began to dissipate rapidly. Below, two distinct footsteps resonated clearly. Lin Luo ascended to this floor and immediately directed his gaze towards the shattered door. Inside, a woman's feeble pleas for mercy could be heard. Kagayahime's eyes were profound. Without a moment's hesitation, she brandished her blade and ventured inward. Lin Luo did not follow immediately. Instead, he summoned the Black Emperor to trail behind Kagayahime, providing support. Deng Ligong wielded a formidable stand, and in such confined quarters, caution was paramount. As Kagayahime warily entered the room, a haunting voice unexpectedly emanated from the adjacent chamber. Oh, to think such a powerful soul resides here. Accompanied by this deep voice, a robust demon, adorned with wings, horns atop its head, and clad in armor, slowly emerged from another room. A surge of alarm coursed through Kagayahime as the demon's form rapidly closed the distance, followed by a violent gale of fists that nearly caught her off guard. Boom, 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 boom. A cacophony akin to thunder erupted within the room. Fortunately, the proximity granted Kagayahime the time to unfurl her umbrella. The hall, though not spacious, was just wide enough for the umbrella to shield her from the onslaught. Despite the demon's relentless assault, it could not breach Kagayahime's defenses within that brief span. Just as the fear monarch began to grow impatient, a shadowy figure appeared to his left, delivering a fierce punch to his face. The fear monarch staggered from the blow, immediately enduring several more strikes. Enraged, he bellowed, I am the supreme fear monarch. Get away from me. The two powerful stands clashed ferociously in the living room. In the narrow confines, the brave would prevail. There was no defense, no avenue for evasion. Only a relentless and ferocious assault. Yet this time, the invincible Black Emperor found himself unexpectedly subdued, his vitality plummeting rapidly. In contrast, Fear Demon King, despite lacking any defense, absorbed the impact of Black Emperor's fists through a surge of dark magical energy that manifested upon contact with his armor. Without hesitation, Kagayahime transformed and surged forward, her blade elongated yet cumbersome within the confines of the grand hall, making her somewhat awkward in her movements. Get away. Don't obstruct me. Fear Demon King suddenly unleashed a wave of magical energy, simultaneously repelling both formidable avatars. At this moment, Lin Luo entered the chamber, opting to observe the chaos rather than engage, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The energy level of this avatar surpassed that of Black Emperor, clearly indicating it was a high-tier combat type. Ordinary high-tier combat avatars were akin to players at level 40, while this particular type defied precise assessment of strength. Bang! Kagayahime inadvertently took a punch, her frail form sent flying. Lin Luo swiftly rushed to her side, cradling her. Meanwhile, Fear Demon King unexpectedly withstood several punches from Black Emperor, advancing swiftly to his front. A claw, swift as the wind, lunged toward him. You little brat, die. Green Demon. Lin Luo raised his head, a glint of icy light flickering in his eyes as he issued a low command. Dozens of smooth green tentacles erupted from his back in an instant. Fear Demon King was taken aback as his intended strike did not seize the human, but instead latched onto a slick, green appendage. As he attempted to shake it off, he realized his claw had become entwined with the tentacle. Do you think you're so formidable? Lin Luo supported Kagayahime and said coldly. Fear Demon King's expression darkened. Just as he prepared to retort, he felt a powerful arm tighten around his neck from behind. It was the timely arrival of Black Emperor. Fear Demon King instinctively extended his other claw to pry Black Emperor's grip away, only to discover several identical green tentacles had ensnared his arm, rendering him unable to escape despite his unmatched divine power. At the moment, Fear Demon King was about to unleash another surge of magical energy. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as a long blade pierced through him. No, this is impossible. My protective magical energy, why? Perish. Kagayahime withdrew the blade only to mercilessly thrust it back in. Chapter 68, A New Avatar. Meatball. With Fear Demon King firmly restrained by Black Emperor, from behind and his arms ensnared by the numerous tentacles of the green demon, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. He was ultimately vanquished by the true damage inflicted by Kaguya, his life force extinguished. The formidable body of the fear demon king, accompanied by the gradually fading wails, transformed into a swirling mass of ethereal green flames, which then dissipated into the breeze. Undoubtedly, the power and speed of this stand surpassed both the Black Emperor and Kaguya. Furthermore, its exterior bore an unknown defensive skill. Regrettably, Kaguya's Rainy Night Blade mode inflicted true damage. The moment he was ensnared by the combined forces of the Black Emperor and the Green Demon, his fate of defeat was sealed. Due to the swift conclusion of the battle, by the time Deng Ligong emerged after dealing with the survivors in the room, only Lin Luo, Kaguya, and the Black Emperor remained, their gazes icy and penetrating. The typically fierce and ferocious Deng Ligong found his expression frozen. "Who are you? Why did you kill my stand?" At that moment, the green demon behind Lin Luo dissipated once more, and a chilling glare adorned his face. To awaken a stand only to take a life. "You are truly a beast." "No, you misunderstand," Deng Ligong stammered, attempting to summon the fear demon king once more, only to find himself unable to do so. His brow drenched in sweat. As he watched Kaguya approach, he instinctively retreated, fear washing over him for the first time in his life. "What do you want?" "Murder is against the law. You are aware that murder is against the law." Lin Luo couldn't help but scoff. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Kaguya, Deng Ligong's eyes darted, and he shouted, "I want to confess. Let the inspectors come and arrest me. I confess. I am willing to divulge everything." If only he could escape this calamity, he was confident he could kill his way out of prison once he could summon his fear demon king again. However, Kaguya's blade suddenly blurred, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a torrent of blood spilling forth. Deng Ligong's eyes widened in shock as he slowly crumpled to the ground, regret flashing in his eyes in his final moments. "Murderers are condemned to die. Here. You have no chance to confess." Lin Luo cast a glance at the tragic scene before him and sighed. In this world, where everyone had acquired extraordinary powers, such criminal incidents would only proliferate. Your ultimate talent, Plunder, has been activated. Please select one attribute from the target's attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power to plunder. The opponent's stand, formidable as a demon, required all three of Lin Luo's stands to vanquish. Truly, it was a combat-type stand of the highest caliber. Should he choose soul power, he could directly elevate one of his ultimate talents to a higher level. If he opted for talent effects, he could acquire that powerful stand. Lin Luo quickly made his choice. He desired that demonic stand. The ultimate talent, Plunder, activated. Successfully plundered the target's talent. Congratulations, you have acquired the ultimate talent, Emotion Exploder. As this notification chimed, an unprecedented surge of power surged into his body. Lin Luo's form stiffened momentarily, the overwhelming strength clearly surpassing any of his existing talents. Once he finally acclimated to this newfound power, he understood the true nature of the talent possessed by Deng Ligong. Talent, Emotion Trigger. Level, Effect, Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Lin Luo gazed at this talent of a certain level, utterly bewildered. Is this it? It pales in comparison to my talent, Rainy Night, does it not? How utterly perfunctory. Aside from a slightly shorter cooldown and a somewhat outrageous range, what else is its utility? As he pondered, a thought struck him. Perhaps it functions similarly to the talent, Rainy Night, as a kind of amplification stand. With renewed anticipation, he promptly summoned the corresponding stand for Emotion Trigger. Arise, my stand. Fetal movement. As Lin Luo called forth, a pink, pulsating orb materialized before him. Stand, fetal movement. Level, Strength, 0, average human, 10. Agility, 0, intelligence, 0. Defense, 20. Health, 1000. Energy, 0. Energy recovery rate, 0. Growth, 400. Action distance, 0 meters. Gestation. The stand will absorb a specific primary emotion determined by the host within a radius of 300,000 meters, using it as nourishment to come into being. Consumption, 0. Cooldown, none. What on earth is this? Wasn't it supposed to be a demon? Why has it transformed into a mere orb? Is it like Neza? Initially, Lin Luo was utterly dumbfounded by the attributes of this stand. Aside from a fully filled growth value, all other attributes were essentially 0. Fortunately, upon seeing the last ability, Gestation, he finally understood. It turns out that this stand does not possess a fixed ability or form. Instead, it requires the host's decision to define it later on. Let us give it a try. Emotion sensation. Regardless, Lin Luo resolved to experiment with it. He slowly closed his eyes and activated this newly acquired talent. Instantly, his spirit began to extend infinitely. In the next moment, the emotions of all beings in Hangzhou were reflected in his perception. He could almost faintly hear countless voices. When will this white mist dissipate? Darling, the bugs outside are terrifying. Why can't I contact the outside? What should I do? My mother's illness has flared up again, and I can't reach her by phone. Various emotions accompanied these chaotic voices, presenting themselves one by one. Lin Luo felt as though he were experiencing their confusion, helplessness, fear, despair, anxiety, anticipation, hope, and an array of complex emotions. Undoubtedly, among these, the negative emotion of fear was one of the most intense. Soon, the 5-second duration of emotion sensation came to an end. Lin Luo, drenched in cold sweat, grasped the handrail of the staircase, murmuring, "No wonder this ability can only last for 5 seconds, to receive such a vast amount of information. It would likely require a mage of high mental capacity to do so without burden." However, the recent sensation had given him insight. Within the city of Hangzhou, now shrouded in white mist, the negative emotions harbored by everyone were beginning to ferment, growing increasingly intense, especially the emotion of fear. Deng Ligong likely chose this particular emotion as the primary sustenance for gestation, ultimately giving rise to a demonic type of stand. Since the form of this stand can now be selected, it may be prudent to wait for the cooldown of the emotional sensing ability to pass before sensing again. Perhaps a more favorable option awaits. Lin Luo, after the side effects of emotional sensing dissipated, descended the stairs under the protection of Kagaiheim. The events concerning Deng Ligong provided him with a clearer understanding of the path he was destined to tread. The law sometimes merely represents the baseline of this world. For instance, a rapist may ruin another's life yet serve only a few years, or a murderer may avoid the death penalty. These scenarios are all too commonplace. Particularly, with his prophetic insight into the future of this world, he recognized that various nations offer preferential policies to high-talent criminals, allowing for opportunities for redemption even among the most heinous offenders. Rare awakened beings like Deng Ligong, despite their numerous transgressions, might still find a chance at survival. Even upon confession, the weak abide by the rules of the game, while the strong dictate them. If the law cannot fulfill my desires, then I, the Black Emperor, shall personally judge these souls ensnared in darkness. The voice within Lin Luo gradually transformed from hesitation to resolve. In that moment, the constraints of worldly moral and legal codes could no longer bind his spirit. He seemed to grasp why he had awakened a stand named Black Emperor. I shall govern this world and forge my own utopia. From this day forth, those who obstruct my path shall be reduced to mere bones beneath my feet. I am destined to become the sovereign of future Huaxia. Exciting preview. Upcoming talent to seize. Deadly Temptation, Stand, Demon Queen. In a villa within the Wulin No, one community of Hangqing. Haha, with you leading the way, old you, venturing into the secret realms feels akin to wielding a cheat code. At this rate of advancement, we should achieve our second transformation soon. Indeed, it's not a matter of fearing the improbable, but rather the inevitable. Just like the level 23 Swarm Devourer we defeated last night, which towered over a small building. If it had inadvertently collapsed our home, we would have been truly unfortunate. After awakening, the 5 members of the Utaijia team gathered on the first floor. As they enjoyed breakfast, they animatedly discussed their plans for the day. Family safety is our priority, one remarked. Let us finish our meal and rest briefly before setting off to hunt the Wormhole Guardian. Defeating one should alleviate some of Hanqing's peril. At the mist-laden Lingyin Temple, once bustling with worshippers, a profound silence enveloped the area today. Only the occasional piercing call of insects could be heard. A shadow, towering 2 men high, strolled leisurely through the fog, as if surveying its domain. Suddenly, its tendrils twitched, revealing 5 diminutive figures emerging from the mist. Upon discovering 5 delectable prey at once, it surged with excitement, its form blurring as it lunged forward, its sharp forelimbs slicing through the thick fog. In the next moment, it felt its own head detach from its body. Then, the world around him spun wildly. And soon his head met the ground with a thud. Chirp, chirp. No, this cannot be right. The most formidable presence here is merely a level 7 giant scythe mantis? The voice of Utaijia echoed in the mist, laden with confusion. Eagle, are you certain your senses have not failed you? There is no mistake. Within a kilometer radius, there are no stronger life forms present. After a moment of silence in the fog, Utaijia's voice resurfaced, this time tinged with irritation. It appears that the mouse-level disaster has occurred prematurely, resulting in a deviation in the location of the interdimensional wormhole, differing from the previous timeline. Huitaro inquired. Should we continue this hunt? Never mind, he replied. I suspect that the locations of the other wormholes have also shifted from their original spots, and searching for them would be cumbersome. Let us call it a day. See you all this afternoon. As the group gradually dispersed into the thick mist, only Utaijia and Lu Yu remained. After a brief silence, Lu Yu broke the stillness, adopting a rare, serious tone. I believe our 5-member team is in need of a captain. What do you think, old you? Utaijia's expression was inscrutable, and he merely asked. So it seems you wish to assume the role of captain? Lu Yu, having his intentions uncovered, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he laughed heartily. We are likely the strongest awakened ones in Hang City. Who better than me for the captaincy? After stating this, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Utaijia, as if hoping to glean something from his expression. I could easily defeat the other 3, but you, old you, remain an enigma to me. Chapter 70. The head coach is warming up. Oh, Yu Taijie replied nonchalantly. If you wish to be captain, you must first prove that you possess the ability to surpass me. Not a problem. Lu Yu's face broke into a domineering smile. He raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. I present you with 2 choices. The first option, without resorting to the Tianshi order to unfairly gain the upper hand, we engage in a fair duel here. The victor shall be the captain. His gaze pierced through the dense white mist, taking in the serene scenery at the foot of Lingyin Temple, where mysterious glimmers danced. Meaningless. Even if we were to fight now, you could not defeat me, even with the Tianshi order. Likewise, it would take considerable effort for me to best you. As for that, Black Emperor, I harbor no trepidation. It is merely that the timing is not right for a reckless confrontation. Lu Yu laughed heartily, his figure flickering as he swiftly darted toward the foot of Lingyin Temple. Old Yu, I shall consider your choice as the second. Await my good news. Regardless of the opponent, it matters not, for I shall take action. After seizing the talent from Deng Ligong, Lin Luo made his way to the convenience store with the shattered entrance. The store was already shrouded in thick mist, rendering surveillance ineffective. It would be perfect to introduce a few insectoids and stage the scene. After delivering the supplies, Lin Luo did not linger but promptly exited, heading toward the Hang City office center. My goodness, this creature's leg hair is thicker than my thigh. Lin Luo raised his gaze towards the towering wormhole guardian, which loomed like a majestic mountain, slowly shifting before him. He swallowed hard, aware that this guardian dwarfed even the most formidable monsters he had encountered in his past life. He had initially believed that acquiring a new ability would bolster his combat prowess, only to discover that it required further cultivation. To hunt this creature, relying solely on his 2 stand-ins would be insufficient. He, the chief strategist, would have to engage in battle personally, with the protection of his 2 stand-ins. Lin Luo commenced his warm-up, his eyes shimmering with fervor. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to confront an adversary of this caliber. As he prepared to strike for the first time since his rebirth, he resolved to unleash his prowess upon this colossal insect. Warm-up complete, he commanded, Black Emperor, Kagaya, let us proceed. Understood, master. With no hesitation, the 2 stand-ins surged forward, launching a fierce assault against one of the gigantic legs of the behemoth. At that moment, the attributes of the wormhole guardian materialized before Lin Luo's eyes. Void King Insect. Level 34, Attack 1200, Agility 140, Defense 450, Health 1,000,000. Experience 600,000. Skills. Lin Luo's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat as he scrutinized the attribute panel. Despite being merely a level 34 creature, its health was tenfold that of the level 35, Ugly Overlord. Furthermore, although the Void King Insect lacked offensive skills, its 2 abilities focused on summoning minions, embodying a ruthless swarm strategy. It was no wonder that in his previous life, the city of Hangzhou had to deploy a vast army, employing relentless artillery and missiles to ultimately vanquish it. Lin Luo recalled the last few days he spent confined in the inspectorate, where the air was often pierced by the sounds of violent explosions and the roar of aircraft, not to mention the tremors caused by heavy tanks rumbling nearby. Do not panic, he reassured himself, recognizing that such high attributes made this creature an ideal target for plunder. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain composed. Aside from its intimidating size and exceptional summoning abilities, the creature's other attributes were not as formidable as they appeared. Black Emperor, activate Plunder. Upon hearing the command, the distant Black Emperor immediately unleashed its power. However, to Lin Luo's astonishment, this time the ability failed. Warning, the surface of the wormhole guardian is imbued with the power of an alternate dimension. Your stand ability is ineffective. What? Lin Luo was taken aback, not anticipating the wormhole guardian's cunning nature. At that moment, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted from the mist above. Buzzing. His ears perked up, and his gaze sharpened as he looked up, only to see a swarm of flying insectoid creatures rapidly approaching. What should he do? Advance or retreat? If he were to be overwhelmed by the horde, even someone as formidable as Lin Luo could not guarantee his own safety. At this moment, he hesitated slightly. We have finally emerged. Wow, the ground is enveloped in white mist, resembling a vast ocean of alabaster. Look, only a few of the tallest buildings remain unscathed by the dense fog. Above this sea of thick, white mist that shrouds Hangzhou, the sky is a brilliant blue, clear after the rain. Unfortunately, the warmth of the winter sun cannot penetrate the dense fog, failing to illuminate the lost souls within. A helicopter pierced through the clouds, slowly ascending into the sky. Inside the cabin, a beautiful girl clad in uniform cried out in excitement. Beside her, an older man wielding a camera appeared noticeably more mature and composed. He frowned slightly and remarked, Xiao Yao, do not be so exuberant. We are not yet out of danger. Our superiors dispatched us with a mission, not for leisure. Prepare swiftly. Once I finish filming here, it will be your turn to report. After receiving his reprimand, Yao Mushi stuck her tongue out at him, then earnestly replied, Rest assured, old Wang. I promise to fulfill the mission. This approach is unsustainable. Although I possess divine gift crystal shards to replenish energy, such expenditure is far from prudent. Lin Luo, being merely 20 meters away from the two substitutes, was soon encircled by the swarm of insects. Dozens of azure, gale sword chi, surged around him like ferocious man-eating sharks, swiftly reaping the lives of the insect tribe. However, this consumption was untenable. He could only resort to purchasing mana potions in bulk from the game interface to counteract the rapid depletion of his mana, rendering the cost-effectiveness dismally low. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 24. As the upgrade notification echoed in his ears, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Luo, and he urgently shouted, Black Emperor, Kagayaheim. Let's break through together. Chapter 71, All Swords to the Throne. The three quickly distanced themselves from the sea of insects, crashing through glass and entering a mall across the street. Guided by memory, Lin Luo swiftly ascended to the second floor of the mall, where a dungeon awaited. He dove into it instantly. All 8 attribute points allocated to agility. All 4 skill points assigned to All Swords to the Throne. After upgrading All Swords to the Throne, not only lowered the activation requirements significantly, but also increased the number of Gale Sword Chi that could automatically derive per second. Most importantly, this skill could be executed without damage when the sword energy was released. With the ability to activate All Swords to the Throne already established and mana consumption drastically reduced, it was time to engage in a decisive battle against the sea of insects. Let us hunt this Void King insect. Let it know who rules in Hangzhou. Below, the city of Hangzhou was now entirely submerged in white mist, with only a few buildings protruding. Yao Mushi, second only to Wang Bingbing, truly deserved her acclaim as a renowned reporter, not only due to her striking appearance, but also her remarkable hosting abilities. Although the entire city is currently devoid of signal, she believes that the calamity will eventually pass, and she intends to document this precious moment truthfully. Wang Xiaozhong raised the camera, his expression slightly shifting, and with one hand, he pointed to a specific location within the sea of clouds below. Yao Mushi responded quickly and turned her gaze in that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see a colossal creature emerging from the cloud sea. Let us zoom in. The helicopter immediately veered toward that area. The once tranquil expanse of white mist suddenly began to churn violently, as an unfathomably large gray monster writhed within it. The air was filled with a cacophony of piercing insect sounds that grew increasingly distinct as they drew closer. Yao Mushi furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with uncertainty. It seems this creature is emitting a mournful cry. Upon closer inspection of the creature's vast back, her pupils dilated in astonishment as she exclaimed, Wait, there appears to be someone on its back? 10,000 swords to the throne. Attack! Lin Luo unleashed his Azure Tempest sword aura, which swirled around him like a multitude of stars encircling the moon, mercilessly shredding any approaching insect swarms to pieces. The reason he chose to engage in battle atop the immense back of the Void King insect was that, while on the ground, they could only target its legs, too small a target, hindered by the multitude of insects, making it impractical. However, on the back of the Void King insect, they could unleash their full might without reservation. It was a matter of exploiting its size, for it could not easily rid itself of these 3 pesky fleas. Nearby, the other 2 stand-ins began to showcase their might. The Black Emperor delivered explosive punches, scattering the low-level insect minions with each blow, creating a mist of yellow-green blood and flesh. Meanwhile, Kagayaheim, having received ample energy replenishment, unapologetically activated her Rainy Night Blade mode, gracefully weaving through the sea of insects, elegantly reaping the lives of these grotesque monsters. It was a striking tableau of beauty and beast. Clad in a maid's short skirt, her flawless alabaster legs astonishingly remained unblemished by the splattering green blood. Your stand, Kagayaheim, has slain a level 3 giant locust, granting you 64 experience points, 800 experience points bonus. Your stand, Black Emperor, has defeated a level 6 giant claw beetle, granting you 160 experience points, 800 experience points bonus. You have vanquished a level 9 poisonous horn spider, earning 640 experience points, 800 experience points bonus. A continuous series of notifications regarding experience gains rang in his ears, with 2 top-tier battle stands joining him. Their combined efforts resulted in tripled monster-slaying efficiency, adding the 400 experience bonus for defeating creatures amidst the disaster, along with the additional 200 experience bonus from wishing 100 battles. The overall upgrade efficiency soared to an astounding 24-fold. This allowed him to amass a tremendous amount of experience points even while battling creatures beneath his level. Come, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Is someone engaging in combat with that monstrous foe? It seems the creature is wailing in agony. For the first time in her career, Yao Mushi lost her composure before the camera. How could anyone dare to battle such a colossal beast, as grand as mountains? This is not Ultraman. Taking a deep breath, Yao Mushi quickly regained her composure and signaled the helicopter pilot to approach closer. No, it's too risky. If that creature collides with us, it would spell disaster. Let us elevate the distance a bit more. This shot is absolutely crucial. I must capture the hero's valor. Let the entire city of Hangzhou know all of Huaxia, and even the global populace witness his bravery. Yao Mushi implored. Wang Xiaozhong immediately chimed in, Captain Li. This shot is indeed of paramount importance to us. In the face of this disaster, the courageous deeds of this human hero could significantly bolster our morale. Captain Li, in the cockpit, fell silent. Nevertheless, the helicopter swiftly maneuvered closer to the creature. Wang Xiaozhong and Yao Mushi exchanged a glance, and the camera promptly followed suit. Ladies and gentlemen, in this moment of crisis engulfing the entire city, we, the people of Huaxia, refuse to yield. Look, on the back of that beast. There are individuals battling fiercely against the swarm of monstrous insects. Chapter 72, the aerial audience. Let us cheer for them. All right, now let us move the camera closer. Good heavens. On the creature's back, there are indeed 3 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle against a multitude of insectoid foes, and astonishingly, one of them is a young girl. Yao Mushi gazed upon the expansive back of the beast, the endless tide of insects relentlessly assaulting the diminutive trio, and her heart clenched with anxiety for these 3 unfamiliar heroes of Huaxia. The situation on the battlefield appeared grim. Although the trio fought valiantly against the creatures, the vast sea of insects seemed endless. Even more densely packed flying insectoids were emerging from the white mist, resembling a dark cloud, descending ominously upon them. The helicopter, in an effort to evade the swarming insects, had to temporarily retreat. Soon, the cloud-like swarm had joined forces with the insect army on the creature's back, completely engulfing the small trio. All that remained was an ocean of monstrous insects. Upon witnessing this scene, Yao Mushi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could not help but shout, "Keep going. You can do it." Wang Xiaozhong, who had been stirred with excitement, felt a pang of desolation as he saw the swarm completely overwhelm them. Captain Li in the cockpit also observed the unfolding scene, his eyes reddening, teeth clenched, wishing he could leap into battle against these monsters to save the 3 heroes of Huaxia. Alas, this helicopter bore no weapons. For the first time, this avowed atheist found himself praying fervently to the heavens, beseeching protection for them, urging, "Hang in there." At this moment, Lin Luo's situation was far from favorable, for the 10,000 swords to the throne has its limits, and he had only inherited 67 of the attributes from the instance. As the sky above began to darken with the dense swarm of flying insectoids resembling ominous clouds, he promptly resolved to end the conflict swiftly. There could be no further delays. Otherwise, if the insectoids from both the sky and ground converged upon him, the repercussions of even a minor oversight could be disastrous. Lord of Wishes, fulfill my desire. Let no insectoid come within a meter of me. Lin Luo then swiftly drew forth the level, Furious Crystal. For this was no time for concealment. Let me unleash unparalleled fury, Green Demon. The level, Furious Crystal, would elevate all abilities of his avatar by 30 for a duration of 2 minutes. Instantly, several green tendrils erupted from his back, intertwining with the sword chi of the gale, to form the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, mercilessly slaughtering the insectoids. Before long, the insect horde had completely engulfed Lin Luo. The writhing mass of creatures transformed into a solid black sphere, rendering Lin Luo's figure utterly invisible. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the sea of insects. Black Emperor, Kagayaheim, come to my side. At this moment, disregard the insectoids. Focus all your might against the Void King insect. Let it understand whose territory this is. While Lin Luo deftly defended against the relentless onslaught of countless insectoids from above and below, he calmly issued commands. They had just been overwhelmed by the tide of insects and had scarcely had the opportunity to attack the Void King insect beneath their feet. Now, with Lin Luo, fueled by the ferocity of the Green Demon, single-handedly holding off all the insectoids, he had finally created an ideal environment for these 2 battle avatars to unleash their full potential. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang into action. Ola ola ola, ola 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 ola. The Black Emperor unleashed a flurry of punches against the back of the Void King insect. Although many of these strikes failed to trigger critical hits and inflicted minimal damage, the sheer speed of his assaults compensated for this shortcoming. At that moment, Kagayaheim abandoned her graceful combat style, kneeling atop the Void King insect, and swiftly plunging her blade repeatedly into its flesh. Instantly, the carapace of the Void King insect was shattered, blood and gore splattering, but alas, the thick, corrosive green blood, just about to burst forth, was contained by the power generated from the wish granted by the Book of Wishes. Chirp chirp, squeak squeak. The colossal form of the Void King insect began to tremble. Even the highest life force could not withstand such frenzied onslaught. As its health plummeted below 30, it unhesitatingly activated the skill, King Insect Roar. A wave of invisible sound erupted, rapidly expanding within a 10,000-meter radius. At that moment, whether resting, feeding, hunting, or breeding, every insectoid ceased its activities, turning en masse towards the location of their king. Captain Li, can we assist them? Asked Yao Mushi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, came the resolute reply. Our helicopter is devoid of any combat weaponry. Captain Li, too, harbors a desire to assist, Yet he finds himself powerless at this moment. Yao Mushi, steady your emotions. You are still in the midst of filming. We yearn to help, but for now, we must focus on what we can accomplish. Let us not forget. We have our own mission. Yao Mushi nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Here, at several hundred meters above ground, shrouded in white mist, the battle rages unbeknownst to anyone but them. Unsung heroes are valiantly fighting for this city in silence. Yao Mushi clenched her fists tightly. The only thing she could do for those three heroes now was to faithfully document this reality. She silently vowed that once this calamity had passed, she would ensure everyone knew who fought selflessly for them in their darkest hour of despair. Is there truly such a thing as tranquil times? It is merely the result of others bearing the burdens on their behalf. Such heroes should be immortal. They must be eternally remembered by this city and all the people of Huaxia. Lin Luo had completely lost his sanity to the frenzy of battle. He had no time to check the remaining health of the Void King bug. He felt his attacks slowing, his thoughts becoming dull. In all his calculations, he had overlooked one crucial detail. His stamina was finite. His sword inevitably began to slow, and the surrounding insect horde drew closer. As the swarm continued to constrict the encirclement, danger loomed ever nearer. Chapter 73. The global first kill of the Wormhole Guardian. The Lord of Wishes suddenly manifested before him, gazing at Lin Luo's bloodshot eyes, and proactively activated the power of the Book of Wishes. He softly intoned, "Restore my master to full vitality immediately." With the power of the Book of Wishes unleashed, Lin Luo, whose mind had grown sluggish, finally regained clarity. The number of Gale Sword Chi surrounding him surged once more, repelling all the insectoids. Realizing that it was the Lord of Wishes who had come to his aid, he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Old Chi, thank you for your assistance. Master, alleviating your burdens is my duty. I shall take my leave now. Wishing you great fortune in battle." The Lord of Wishes bowed respectfully before vanishing once again. In that moment, Lin Luo felt an extraordinary surge of energy, his mind exceptionally clear. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Void King Bug. Let us continue. Let us see who can endure longer. A piercing, mournful wail resonated through the air, causing those aboard the helicopter to instinctively cover their ears. Then, simultaneously, 6 notification chimes echoed in their ears. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to slay the Wormhole Guardian. Reward, 1 10-draw lottery ticket for the Fate Roulette. Reward, 10 Fate Crystals. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Black Emperor for becoming the first player in the world to slay the Wormhole Guardian. Reward, 1 10-draw lottery ticket for the Fate Roulette. Reward, 10 Fate Crystals. Dear audience, behold, after emitting a mournful cry, that monstrous creature has submerged into the dense white mist. Yao Mushi's gaze remained fixated on that fog-laden area. After approximately a minute, the creature still had not re-emerged. Could it be that this monster has been injured? A sudden thought struck her, and a glimmer of excitement illuminated her face. Wait, could it be that among the illustrious heroes of Huaxia, one of them was the Black Emperor? Have they successfully vanquished this creature? The more Yao Mushi pondered, the more plausible it seemed. What a remarkable coincidence. Just as the monster's wail faded, a global announcement resonated. How utterly astonishing. The Black Emperor is indeed one of us from Hangzhou. He is a legendary figure, having not only achieved numerous global accolades, but also personally ventured to slay this terrifying beast. Once this calamity is past, I must personally interview this heroic legend. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain the Wormhole Guardian Void King Worm. Congratulations, player. You have received 1 Fate Roulette 10-draw ticket. 10 Fate Crystals. Congratulations, player. You have gained 43,200,000 experience points. Killing monsters at level 8 grants a 900 experience point bonus, with an additional 400 experience points from disaster bonuses and 200 experience points from wishes of 100 battles. A total experience bonus of 7,200 has been accumulated. Congratulations, player. Your level has now risen to 27. A cascade of good news resonated in Lin Luo's ears. Fate crystals are invaluable for forging equipment. Usable regardless of the equipment's enhancement level, they universally elevate the success rate of forging by 50. 10 Fate crystals equate to a guaranteed success in forging equipment 5 times. Furthermore, such items, when auctioned, can fetch a price exceeding millions. However, standard equipment tends to be easily outmoded as levels increase. Only exceptional gear obtained at higher levels is suitable for extreme forging. For now, it would be wise to retain these treasures. At this moment, Lin Luo felt the body of the Void King Worm suddenly sink beneath him, prompting him to swiftly command his Swift Wind Sword aura to support his form. By the heavens, we have finally slain this behemoth. As the Void King Worm perished, all the insectoid creatures promptly panicked. Instead of continuing their assault on airborne foes, they scattered like frightened birds, swiftly vanishing into the vast white mist. The enormous carcass of the Void King Worm, now devoid of its sustaining force, crashed heavily to the ground, collapsing the shopping center beneath it. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, shielded by the swift wind sword aura, hastily departed from the aerial battleground. After this arduous battle, Xiao Luo, are you alright? When Yusi and her mother, Li Junjia, emerged from their home in unison. Their residence was not far from the Hangzhou Administrative Center. Naturally, they had heard the resounding cry of the Void King Worm and the ensuing chaos of the swarming insects from within their home. Fear not, Sister One, Aunt Li. In this Hangzhou, no creature can harm me, Lin Luo replied with a calm smile. After enjoying lunch at the Yusi family, Lin Luo briefly engaged in conversation with them before hastily continuing his journey. He needed to return to the secret realm of the sacred land in the forest for a refresh within the next 24 hours. Following an intense battle with the Void King insect, his supply of divine crystal fragments had dwindled significantly, necessitating immediate replenishment. Lin Luo strolled down the fog-covered, deserted street, casually choosing an Audi A4. He summoned the Lord of Wishes and instructed, open the car door and take me to Wulin Square. The Lord of Wishes promptly activated the Book of Wishes, fulfilling his request. With the fulfillment of his wish, the locked door of the Audi A4 sprang open. Without further ado, Lin Luo and Kagaya took their seats in the back, while the Lord of Wishes occupied the driver's seat, starting the vehicle without a key. As the engine roared to life, the small car swiftly vanished into the mist. Meanwhile, Qi Weining awoke from a nightmare to find herself surrounded by wealthy young men. After gently massaging her heavy head, she approached them only to be horrified to discover they had long since perished, their bodies now cold. Who could have committed such a crime? Qi Weining gasped at the sight. Master, I merely led them into a blissful pink illusion. I did not anticipate their frailty. After merely a few battles, they became utterly incapacitated. A seductive girl, clad in a revealing qipao, with a curvaceous figure, horns on her head, and wings on her back, appeared. Qi Weining sensed a profound connection with this girl and suddenly realized, so you are my doppelganger. Indeed, I am the demon queen born from the depths of your soul. I manifest whenever you face danger. The girl smiled sweetly, exuding an enchanting allure. Chapter 74, The Pink Illusion. Upon this realization, Qi Weining's face contorted into a bitter smile. Reflecting on the fact that these were powerful and wealthy individuals, directly killing them would indeed spell disaster. The demon queen flicked her slender fingers nonchalantly. Master, do not fear. With me by your side, these ordinary people will eventually submit to your charm. Allow me to familiarize you with my abilities. Upon hearing this, Qi Weining calmed slightly and eagerly examined the demon queen's powers. The more she learned, the more exhilarated she became, until she could not help but exclaim, what joy! The demon queen pushed open the heavy factory door, allowing a thick white mist to pour in. What is happening? Qi Weining gazed into the obscuring fog, momentarily dazed. Was the smog in the outskirts of Hang City truly this severe, even during the day? Master, there is danger outside. I suggest we wait here until the fog dissipates before venturing out. Fortunately, the young men had left behind ample snacks and beverages, alleviating immediate concerns about hunger. However, when she rummaged through their phones, she was dismayed to find no signal. This place was far too isolated. After approximately an hour of travel, the Lord of Wishes finally arrived at their destination. Lin Luo and Kagaya disembarked, gazing at the tightly locked iron gates of the abandoned factory, their brows furrowing slightly. What could a woman possibly be doing in such a desolate place? Nevertheless, pondering this further seemed futile. They needed to take action and open the door. Without hesitation, Kagaya drew her blade and severed the chain binding the gates, allowing the Black Emperor to materialize and slowly push the heavy iron doors open. However, instead of encountering the expected dereliction of a factory, they were met with an ambience reminiscent of a transformed bar. A casual glance from Lin Luo revealed that in the spacious area to the right, several large lights and cameras were set up, as if a film were being shot. Upon approaching, the countenance of Lin Luo and his two companions shifted dramatically. They beheld several men sprawled across the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, their expressions bore not anguish, but rather a grotesque, lewd smile, rendering the circumstances of their demise utterly inscrutable. A fleeting sense of impending danger flickered within Lin Luo, prompting him to assert, for the next 30 seconds, I shall incur no harm. No sooner had he spoken than the scenery before him shifted. He found himself inexplicably transported to a grand, vintage palace hall. Just as Lin Luo stood in bewilderment, two familiar voices echoed around him. Xiao Luo, everyone has been waiting for you. Master, stop dawdling. After a moment of surprise, Lin Luo glanced down at the suit he was adorned in and suddenly realized, today is my wedding day. The scene around him shifted once more, and he now found himself in a pink-hued room. The wall above the bed was adorned with large, red double happiness characters, exuding a palpable atmosphere of intimacy. Xiao Luo, master. As the door creaked open, two familiar female voices chimed in unison. To his astonishment, when Yusi and Kagaya entered, their attire markedly different from their usual garb, clad in alluring evening gowns that were both cool and suggestive. Their expressions, too, bore an unfamiliar allure, flushed with a seductive glow, resembling ripe fruit ready for harvest. How did you two end up here? Lin Luo felt an uncontrollable surge of agitation rising within him. In his momentary daze, when Yusi and Kagaya Haim glided towards him, their enticing fragrance wafting through the air as their delicate hands gently rested upon him. They whispered softly in his ear, "Darling, you must be tired today. Master, may I help you relax?" In this perfect moment, amidst the splendid scenery and the candlelit chamber, the value of a fleeting night could not be overstated. Meanwhile, the succubus queen, drenched in cold sweat, retreated 20 meters away from Lin Luo, while Kagaya Haim and the Lord of Wishes regarded her with icy disdain. "Release my master at once," Kagaya Haim threatened, her expression frigid. Realizing they could not reach her, the succubus queen finally exhaled in relief. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the young girl, covering her cherry lips with her sleeve, she chuckled softly. "Hasn't your distance from the host reached its limit? Yet you still dare to threaten me? What means do you possess against me now? It is laughable." The Lord of Wishes cast a perplexed glance at Lin Luo, who lay on the ground, and began to flip through the book of wishes in his hands, puzzled. The wish has been granted. Yet why is the master still under attack? The demon queen scoffed. "Attack? I have not assailed your host. Rather, I am assisting him. What man does not yearn for a spring dream? Your host is currently reveling in a realm of bliss." A look of realization spread across the face of the Lord of Wishes. "Thank you for your clarification. Now let us release the master from this state." Upon hearing this, the demon queen's expression shifted, an ominous premonition rising from the depths of her heart. Lin Luo felt a disquieting sense that everything was amiss. Yet, for reasons unknown, his rationality was being swiftly devoured by desire. Gazing at the two women beside him, one a goddess he admired, the other a beautiful young maiden, he bore a rapturous smile. He extended his arms to embrace both women, ready to plunge into a realm of tenderness, when the enchanting scene before him abruptly faded, revealing the interior of an abandoned factory. "Where am I?" He scrambled to his feet, bewildered. The worry etched on Kagaya's lovely face was unmistakable. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 75. "Oh Lord of Wishes, you truly are a bother. Where am I?" He stood up, still in a state of confusion. Kagaya's concern was plainly visible on her delicate features, and at that moment, she felt a sense of relief. The Lord of Wishes smiled as he helped him rise. "Could you not have delayed by just 2 minutes?" Lin Luo thought to himself, offering a forced smile as he addressed the Lord of Wishes. "Oh, it's quite troublesome, isn't it? This is impossible. How could my pink illusion be dispelled so easily?" Suddenly, a delicate cry echoed. Lin Luo's gaze snapped towards the bar, where a girl adorned with horns and wings, dressed in a cheapao, looked at them with disbelief. A substitute. In an instant, he comprehended that he had fallen into the illusion due to this girl's form. Without hesitation, the Black Emperor appeared, delivering several punches that shattered her into countless pink shards of light. With the demon queen's demise, a peculiar yet familiar cry of pain emerged from behind the bar. "Don't kill me. I did not intend to harm you." A woman cowered in fear, pleading. However, her Mandarin seemed less than standard. It appeared she had called out in the language of Sakura country. Upon closer inspection, Lin Luo found the woman's face somewhat familiar, which sparked a flicker of doubt within him. "You are Ji Wenying, are you not?" Ji Wenying, taken aback, seemed puzzled by how he knew her name. Perhaps thinking him a fan. She quickly nodded. "I am Ji Wenying." As Ji Wenying heard these words, she burst into tears, her expression evoking deep sympathy. No, they deceived me into coming here, forcibly wanting me to act in a film. I did not harm them. I truly know nothing. Acting. First, this girl speaks the language of Sakura country, yet her Mandarin is not fluent, combined with the notion of acting, and then there is her beauty. Lin Luo exclaimed in shock. "You are the esteemed Yamashita Yaka?" Ji Wenying hesitated for a moment before nodding. The attire made her somewhat unrecognizable. Lin Luo never anticipated that while seeking to seize talent, he would encounter a renowned teacher who had fallen to Huaxia. He now understood that it was likely those men who intended to commit wrongdoing, only to be met with their own demise. "Can you help me? I truly did not kill them. They insulted me." It must be said, Ji Wenying was indeed a star of the industry when she pleaded. Very few men could refuse her. Moreover, women from Sakura country generally admired the strong. The man before her was not only young and handsome, but also possessed formidable strength. Unafraid of the demon queen, exuding a subtle yet commanding aura, truly her ideal type. Noticing his indifference, Ji Wenying bit her lip and softly implored. "As long as you take me away, I will do anything you ask. I can even be your girlfriend." Lin Luo had naturally perused study materials in the past, but he never imagined that one day, the scenes from those materials would unfold before him. Gazing into her watery, expressive eyes stirred an overwhelming sense of compassion within him, making his heart flutter even more. Visions from the study materials surged back into his mind, and an impulsive thought suddenly arose in Lin Luo's heart. Why not let her be? Allow her to become his cherished possession? Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard the sharp reprimand of the Master of Wishes ringing in his ears, accompanied by the activation of the Book of Wishes. Instantly, Lin Luo's mind cleared, and he realized that the uncharacteristic thoughts he had just entertained were likely the result of her unknown talent ability being used on him. He scoffed at the realization. Be my girlfriend? You wish. Ji Wenying, taken aback, did not expect her formidable talent, deadly temptation, to be ineffective, momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a glimmering blade flashed before her eyes. Lin Luo, now weary of wasting words with others, confirmed her identity and struck decisively. The victor prevails. I shall kill you. This is none of your concern. The door of the abandoned factory swung open once more. As the white mist surged eagerly forward, it was pushed back 10 meters by a gentle force. Lin Luo glanced at the approaching Kagaya, jesting. Do you realize that after this strike, there will be one less renowned teacher in Blue Star? Kagaya appeared perplexed by the statement, tilting her head curiously. Master, is she a teacher? Haha, one might say so. Now that Sakura country has met its demise, teachers have become a non-renewable resource. If this news reaches those otaku, they would surely shed tears and revisit their cherished, rare study materials. All right, let me first take a look at my newly acquired talent. Lin Luo extended his hand to summon the game interface, which promptly displayed his latest ability, Fatal Temptation. Level, effect. Upon activation on an individual of the opposite sex, your charm in their eyes will instantly amplify tenfold, compelling them to fall head over heels for you. The stronger their willpower, the slower the emergence of affection. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown 1 day. No wonder. After reviewing this talent, Lin Luo comprehended the reason behind his earlier hesitation regarding the alluring Ji Wenying. It turned out that he had been ensnared by the influence of this fatal temptation. This ability was quite remarkable, capable of momentarily distorting a person's mindset, with the sole limitation being that it could only be employed on the opposite sex. Chapter 76. Command me freely, Mayor. Refined edition. He gently clapped his hands, anticipating the arrival of his new avatar, the succubus queen. Arise. With Lin Luo's invocation, a petite girl with black hair, clad in a black and white dress, materialized beside him. In terms of allure, her appearance paled in comparison to Ji Wenying's vixen-like avatar. Lin Luo found himself torn between elation and disappointment. After all, having a temptress-like companion trailing him would undoubtedly challenge any ordinary man's resolve. Master, you seem somewhat disappointed, remarked the newly manifested petite girl, her eyes glinting with mischief as if she had discerned Lin Luo's thoughts. Then, before his astonished gaze, her twin ponytails cascaded down, transforming into flowing purple locks. Her youthful form swiftly elongated, the little rabbit evolving into a grander version. In an instant, the cherubic visage matured into a sultry beauty, her demeanor shifting from whimsical to regal with an enticing allure, reminiscent of a queen lost in the mortal realm. It was as if she had undergone a metamorphosis, transitioning from a flat-chested girl into a voluptuous enchantress. Once the succubus queen had completed her transformation, she gazed at her master with beguiling, doe-like eyes, a delicate finger resting on her ruby lips, and with a sultry glance, she said, Master, it appears you prefer me in this form. Lin Luo, taken aback by her words, felt his heart inexplicably race. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough and replied earnestly, Succubus queen, please maintain this form. Understood, master. The succubus queen giggled in her now lively demeanor. Lin Luo nodded, shifting his attention to the attributes panel of the succubus queen. Avatar, succubus queen. Level, strength, 60, average human, 10. Agility, 60. Intelligence, 60. Defense, 30. Health, 2000. Energy, 200. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every 10 minutes. Growth, 80. Range of action, 50 meters. Dual form, pink illusion, ignores willpower resistance, instantly drawing a being's consciousness into a realm of ecstasy. Creatures awaken from their illusions upon encountering pain. Consumption, the rate of energy depletion is contingent upon the strength of the being. Cooldown 1 day. Indeed, the demon queen is not a combat-oriented avatar. Lin Luo, after perusing the information, wore a look of expected comprehension. The attributes of the demon queen, power, agility, intelligence, defense, vitality, and growth, were all rather modest, with only the energy attribute reaching its zenith. Having encountered numerous avatars and drawing upon his theoretical knowledge from a past life, he pondered briefly and concluded, while other avatars possess abilities without cooldowns, the pink illusion is bound by a cooldown period, demonstrating formidable control. Were it not for this cooldown, it would provide virtually limitless domination. Even the mightiest adversaries, stripped of their powers within the realm, remain exceedingly vulnerable in reality. Once ensnared, their fate is sealed. Overall, today yielded satisfactory results, and as the hour grew late, it was time to conclude the day's endeavors. Master, do you wish to sleep with me, Mayor? I can transform, you know. Master, Kagayaheim wishes to sleep with you as well. To me. Master, you will hurt Mayor's feelings. Master, do you despise Kagayaheim now? To me. After vanquishing Ji Wenying, Lin Luo, alongside Kagayaheim and the demon queen, once again boarded the chariot of wishes, with one tall and one petite beauty flanking him. He found himself both pained and pleased. It is said that 3 women make a play, and Kagayaheim seemed to have found a companion, chattering animatedly with the demon queen throughout their journey. Once he had plundered those two, he intended to investigate the circumstances within the Inspection Bureau's prison. Regarding Guotao, the individual who found himself on the official wanted list, Lin Luo had some recollection. Though he had not committed murder like the other nefarious figures on the list, his actions were far more horrifying. He had participated in a conspiracy orchestrated by an overseas extraordinary organization aimed at undermining China's economic system. A mere lapse in his judgment precipitated a 5 decline in the overall economy of China, effectively diminishing the wealth of every individual by that same percentage. It was precisely due to the shocking nature of his actions that he became the first to be apprehended from the wanted list. This case suggests that his abilities are likely of a supportive nature, and given that the nationwide awakening had only just commenced, he was not yet a cause for concern. This is a seemingly ordinary diary, from which lines of text continuously emerge. I am Guotao. By the time you read this, I will have perished. November 15th, 2025. The third morning of the city shrouded in white mist. I am in my room, calculating how to ration the remaining food supplies. A stranger, accompanied by a beautiful girl clad in a maid outfit, barged into my home. Upon confirming my identity as Guotao, the lovely girl wasted no time and swiftly ended my life with a single strike. Is this my retribution? No, I do not wish to die. I must change this fatal conclusion. Chapter 77, The Final Retreat. On the previous day, Guotao awakened a rare and extraordinary talent, future simulation, and acquired a substitute. Future diary. Although this talent is of an exceptionally high caliber, known to be extraordinarily rare, its practical application seemed somewhat trivial. His ability allows him to extrapolate future events through textual predictions in the future diary by expending energy. However, after several attempts at forecasting, he deduced that tonight a white fog would envelop the city, with monstrous creatures resembling large insects roaming outside. Guotao held a degree of confidence in his predictive capabilities, bolstered by the official notification from Huaxiao, which indirectly corroborated his foresight. He contemplated whether to inform the Huaxiao authorities, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that the government might already be aware and prepared, rendering his actions redundant. Moreover, he felt a twinge of guilt about engaging with government personnel, pondering whether it was more prudent to withhold his formidable ability to predict the future from the state. After all, the Huaxiao officials were not as generous as one might hope. Merely capturing a few photographs of the roads could yield hundreds of dollars. Guotao could hardly believe such fortune existed, and after expressing immense gratitude, he ventured out to fulfill this opportunity. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Upon sending a plethora of urban road photographs to a fellow alumni, he was elated to find an additional $500 in an account he had used overseas. Converted to Huaxia currency, that amounted to over 3,000. He promptly indicated his willingness to assist in future endeavors, provided they pertained to his city, and the remuneration was now tripled compared to before. Without hesitation, Guotao set out once more, and this time he exceeded expectations by capturing images of rural areas within his city, delivering them to his contact. It was not merely a matter of dedication. He felt a sense of unease if he did not capture enough images to justify his earnings. $1,500 equated to over 10,000 Huaxia yuan, a sum he would take 2 months to earn otherwise. Indeed, the United States seemed far more willing to invest in talent. Subsequently, through this alumni's introduction, Guotao began providing photographs of various locations, including railways, banks, oil refineries, factories, and transportation routes, often traversing different cities. As for the nature of his activities and any implications regarding foreign powers and intelligence, they seemed to be labeled as espionage or covert operations online. From the outset, Guotao was acutely aware of his actions. Yet, he continuously deceived himself, rationalizing that others would undertake these tasks regardless. So why couldn't he? He did not perceive himself as a spy or operative, believing that a few photographs could hardly pose a threat to Huaxia. The true reason he was unable to cease these activities was the allure of earning such substantial amounts of money for a mere few images. Once this addiction commenced, akin to an insatiable craving, it became impossible to relinquish. Even if someone offered him a higher-tier talent in exchange, he would not consider it. The authorities in his homeland had already begun recruiting high-level awakened individuals with lucrative offers, and he surmised that his former employers in the United States must be extending even more enticing salaries. Let us test the limits of the future diary. I must first gain a more profound understanding of my own stand to secure a favorable price for myself. I will first attempt to project into the furthest future and then assess the accuracy of the information derived. If I could predict the fluctuations of the stock market tomorrow, perhaps I could retire in luxury. As Guotao indulged in delightful fantasies of manipulating the tides of the stock market, wielding power over the world, and basking in the company of beautiful women, he opened the future diary once more. Come forth, my invincible stand, and let me ascend to the pinnacle of wealth. Marry a glamorous heiress, and achieve unparalleled greatness. All thanks to you. Let us endeavor to forecast a more distant future. Then, to his astonishment, he beheld lines of text that sent cold sweat cascading down his spine. On November 14th, 2025, the city will be shrouded in white mist, and I shall not venture outside. This statement posed no issues, perfectly aligning with the emergence of mist on the night of the 13th. On the morning of November 15th, 2025, it is explicitly stated that I will be murdered in my room by two strangers, a man and a woman. How could this be? I am to die the day after tomorrow. Is this for real? Who are they? Why must they kill me? This is Huaxiao, a society governed by law, not the land of the free. Even if my affairs were to come to light, the authorities would not execute me directly. Moreover, my sins do not warrant death. Future diary, have you made an error? Who are these two individuals? Why do they seek my demise? Upon gaining foresight of this grim fate, I was engulfed in profound fear and despair. Yet, I have 2 days left. I still have a chance. I must remain composed. Why do they wish to kill me? How did they come to know my home? Are they from the inspectorate? Could they be agents from the National Security Agency, sent to eliminate me as a spy? Surely. This is unnecessary. Perhaps I should attempt to resist. After all, I possess foresight. When the following day dawned, I endeavored to set traps within my abode. As they entered, a fire extinguisher would automatically activate, dousing them with foam, while I unleashed a barrage from a crossbow I had procured, targeting the white spray of the extinguisher. What a thrilling battle it was. But I am dead. My foresight and the elaborate traps I devised turned into mere jest before my adversaries, rendering my stand utterly useless, devoid of any combat potential. Dead again. To resist is death. To refrain from resistance is also death. Guotao found himself at a loss for words. He took a moment to breathe and promptly activated his innate ability once more. At least his future simulation had no cooldown period. Otherwise, it would surely drive him to despair. Upon foreseeing all this anew, I grasped the futility of resistance. That beautiful woman was, in fact, a stand, and utterly unlike my own worthless stand. Not only was she stunning, but her combat prowess was terrifying. Why is fate so unjust? Why must my stand be so pathetic? Had he awakened a talent superior to mine? Or perhaps an extraordinary gift? No. Lamenting the heavens serves no purpose now. I must consider capitulation, to surrender and ascertain my opponent's true intentions before devising a plan. After all, I possess the ability to restart as many times as necessary. If I can successfully turn the tables on them just once, I shall claim victory. When they arrived at my residence, I opened the door, raised a white flag, and vocally confessed my transgressions, expressing my willingness to cooperate with the government investigation, pleading for a chance to preserve my life. Upon hearing my words, their expressions shifted to something peculiar, and then one of them uttered the words, "Indeed, it is deserved," before terminating my existence. What is this madness? Are they not agents of the government? How could they execute me without interrogation? I must survive. I refuse to perish. I need to escape before the city is enveloped in the white mist. Upon reaching the neighboring city of Magic Capital, I secured accommodation at a hotel. The white mist continued to descend. I realized that this calamity extended beyond Hangzhou. It had also affected the Magic Capital. According to official announcements, it could potentially impact all of China or even the world. Beyond the white mist lay terrifying creatures. Surely they could not traverse the mist to find me? Those monsters would obliterate them. This is splendid. At that critical moment in the future, I am alive. Truly, my future diary is the most formidable. If they wish to kill me, they are merely dreaming. I am the sovereign of the future. Just as I reveled in my exhilaration, the doorbell rang. Confused, I approached and inquired, "Who is it?" A familiar, devilish voice emanated from outside. No, this cannot be. How did he find me? I fell silent. I dared not utter a sound, leaning against the door, scarcely breathing. Pain. Suddenly, a searing agony surged from my heart. A long blade pierced through my chest. I was dead. Though this iteration of the simulation ended in death, I lingered a moment longer than before. Guotao could only muster encouragement within himself. Come on. As long as I continue the simulations, I am bound to survive. With his talent for future simulation activated once more, lines of text reappeared in his diary. He can track my whereabouts. This is terrifying. It renders my every escape futile. Perhaps I should immediately contact the folks across the ocean, requesting protection. Indeed, with such a powerful talent, they must regard me as a treasure. Perhaps today, they can facilitate my departure from the country. Just wait, no matter who you are. Once I survive, I will hunt you down and bring you to your end. I possess countless opportunities, while you have but a single chance. Over the years, Guotao had meticulously contemplated what to do if discovered, and fleeing the country was his ultimate fallback. Chapter 78. Is this my retribution? Upon contacting his alumni and sharing the awakening of his talents and abilities, Guotao was met with an unprecedented enthusiasm from the other party, who promptly expressed their intention to contact superiors to facilitate his extraction. However, his elation was short-lived as he soon received another message from his alumni, urging him not to rush, as global calamities were imminent and all flights within the borders of China had been cancelled. Don't rush. I'm about to die. Guotao was exasperated and immediately expressed his concerns regarding the impending disasters, requesting several bodyguards, preferably armed, given the evident threat posed by the mysterious assailant. Within half an hour, his alumni assured him that they would arrange for some bodyguards before the calamity struck, although arming them would be challenging. Considering that China was a no-go zone for mercenaries, Rest assured, they are all retired special forces from a certain nation, and they will surely protect you. Upon reading this message, Guo felt a slight sense of relief, thinking that with his precognition and the protection of elite soldiers, defeat was unlikely. Damn it. I must capture this person and demand answers as to why they seek to kill me. With this determination, he excitedly resumed his simulations. The future diary seemed to resonate with his elevated emotions, as the text appeared at an accelerated pace. In the afternoon, 3 burly white men arrived at my doorstep. Their professional attire, towering stature, and imposing presence made it evident that this was a solid plan. He thought, just wait. Dare to kill me? This time, I shall not let you escape. He conveyed his requirements to them, and they began setting traps within the room, only for him to meet his demise. To my astonishment, the mysterious figure had not just one, but multiple doppelgangers, including a strange one holding a book, rendering all our meticulously laid traps ineffective. In front of the female doppelganger, the 3 retired Special Forces operatives were swiftly dispatched, akin to children. In the face of their astonished expressions, he knelt before them, raising his hands in surrender and pleading, "If you are to kill me, at least allow me to die with clarity. We have no grievances. Why must you take my life?" The man cast a peculiar glance at him, an expression of excitement flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Had you set a trap for me in advance? A precognitive ability, indeed." Then, a blade flashed, and he was dead. What enmity or grievance could warrant this? Is there something wrong with them? Guo was at a loss, feeling as if he were losing his mind, bewildered by the encounter with such a lunatic. He remained silent, consumed by the frenzy of simulating the future. I am filled with rage. Why, after awakening a high-level precognitive talent, must I face imminent death? Suddenly, a thought struck him. I must go to the inspection bureau. I need to report this. Consulting the inspector will surely ensure my survival. He hastily took a taxi to the inspection bureau. However, upon arrival, he discovered that only one inspector was on duty, with a long line of anxious individuals waiting behind. When he approached to inquire, he learned, since the awakening of the populace, a multitude of police inspectors have been dispatched to various dungeon entrances to maintain order. With the emergence of extraordinary abilities, incidents of crime and disputes have surged dramatically. When my turn finally arrived, I promptly relayed my predicament to one of the inspectors. However, he informed me that my issue exceeded their jurisdiction and instructed me to await further communication from his superiors. I remained in the lobby of the inspection bureau, and even as night fell, there was still no resolution forthcoming. As the white mist began to envelop the surroundings, I resolved that rather than being confined within my home, I would prefer to seek refuge here instead. I was convinced that he would not dare to harm me in front of the inspectors. The entirety of the morning and afternoon was spent in a state of anxiety. It was the first time I had survived to this moment. That evening, the sounds of insects chirping filled the air. I was engaged in a mundane conversation with the on-duty inspector when suddenly, the glass door of the lobby was shattered by a monstrous creature. Several terrifying beings surged into the room, and I hastily fled to the second floor, shielded by the inspector. Upon reaching the second floor of the lobby, I found that the windows had been smashed by green tendrils, which then ensnared me tightly. I met my demise on the third night. Guo abandoned his attempts to predict the future, for the energy of the future diary had been depleted. He realized that he did not possess countless opportunities, and that enigmatic figure, reminiscent of a nightmare, had imparted a crucial lesson. In the face of absolute power, even the foresight of the future is rendered futile. Was this truly his retribution? The following morning, Lin Luo awoke in his modest rental room. Glancing out of the cramped window, he noted that the white mist still shrouded the surroundings. It appeared that the guardians of the wormhole were far from singular. After completing his morning routine and breakfast, he sensed Guo's location in his mind and was momentarily taken aback. How had he managed to hide within the inspection bureau? Never mind, let us check Lu Jianning's location instead. Old Chi, let us commence. The elongated figure of the Lord of Wishes appeared behind him, immediately activating the power of wish fulfillment. As the wish materialized, Lin Luo gazed outside and sensed that Lu Jianning's position seemed far more stable. However, this time, the energy consumed for the wish was significantly greater than that required to foresee others, clearly indicating a being of higher standing rather than a mere awakened individual. The comparison between levels and their respective avatars revealed only a slight increase in abilities, perhaps 1 or 2 more, but the disparity in strength was undeniably more than double. It was akin to a person's strength and speed being twice that of an ordinary individual. Their combat prowess would far exceed what it would take to defeat merely 2 opponents, instead being capable of vanquishing 5 or 6 ordinary individuals working in concert. Yet, he was no longer the same as before. He was no longer solely the Black Emperor. Now, he possessed multiple avatars, control when needed, support when required, tanking capabilities, and true damage at his disposal, rendering him a versatile warrior. He felt fully confident in facing off against even the strongest of level avatars. Time to move. Let us get to work. Increase the intensity. Hushed whispers echoed as Lu Jianning concealed himself in a corner of a community, surrounded by swirling white mist. He was not gasping for breath due to physical exhaustion, but rather grimacing in pain from the numerous wounds that marred his body. What kind of absurd talent had he awakened? It required him to be injured and in peril before it could be activated. The agony was unbearable. If this continued, despite the rapid ascent in levels, he would inevitably be driven to his demise. Furthermore, the bites from those insects had left his skin bruised in places, clearly indicating the presence of toxins in his system. Yet, as he gazed into the white mist before him, doubt began to creep in. The monsters that emerged from the fog were terrifying. Had it not been for the ability to summon a doppelganger after being attacked, he would have long since retreated to the safety of his home. Lu Jining had a modest educational background, having only completed junior high. He had dropped out early to seek work in Hangzhou. Sun Xiaohong, after graduating from university, had failed her civil service exam but was unwilling to give up and wished to continue her preparations. Naturally, Lu Jining supported her, allowing Sun Xiaohong to devote herself entirely to her studies while he worked to support her. 2 years later, when Sun Xiaohong finally passed the exam and secured a position, she resolutely chose to end their relationship. Lu Jining was utterly blindsided by this decision from the gentle and charming woman he thought he knew. With her success, she severed ties with him. On the day Sun Xiaohong moved out of their rental apartment, Lu Jining fell into a complete state of despair. After 2 months of despondency, the era of awakening began. With his newly awakened talent, he found the strength to rise again. He fought fiercely in dungeons with the reckless abandon of a desperate man. Earning tens of thousands in a single day, Lu Jining vowed that he would make Sun Xiaohong regret her decision to part ways with him. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. After the city was shrouded in mist, Lu Jining found himself confined within his home. However, he was unafraid of the monsters lurking outside. Once his food supplies ran low, he resolved to venture out. Unfortunately, he had forgotten a crucial detail. In dungeons, regardless of the injuries sustained, one could fully recover after completing the level, while injuries in reality were far more troublesome. The nearest pharmacy was quite a distance away, and he was unsure how many monsters he would encounter along the way. Leaning against a corner, he began to contemplate his situation. In the dungeon, he could charge headlong into battle, allowing the monsters to strike him while his doppelganger dispatched them in an instant, causing only minor pain. However, in reality, he could not withstand such injuries. Ultimately, he decided to retreat, as the injuries he currently bore were not life-threatening. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted, and he found himself back in his rental apartment. To his astonishment, his ex-girlfriend Sun Xiaohong lay on the bed, dressed in a rarely worn short skirt. Gazing at him with longing, "Jining, can you ever forgive me?" she asked softly. "Xiaohong, what are you doing here?" Lu Jining was taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. He was no fool. He was a man of dignity. Sun Xiaohong seemed to sense his hesitation and slowly rose from the bed. Then, she gently approached, lightly grasping his hand and pulling him towards the bedside. Lu Jining had never encountered such a delicately adorned Xiaohong, momentarily rendering him speechless. Breathing heavily, he was drawn closer. "Xiaomei, your pink mirage is truly formidable." He collapsed onto the floor, giggling. "Thank you for the compliment, master." With his eyes closed, Lu Jining fell to the ground. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged from the white mist before him. "Kagayaheim, make your move." As this cold, indifferent male voice resonated, a flash of blade glimmered within the fog, gracefully and elegantly aimed at Lu Jining's throat. Just as the blade of Kagayaheim was less than a centimeter from his neck, a sense of impending danger surged from Lin Luo's heart. A blue arm materialized from the void, swiftly seizing Kagayaheim's knife. Countless ice crystals instantly froze Kagayaheim's blade, rapidly spreading towards the hilt. Subsequently, the temperature in the surrounding air began to plummet. Lin Luo immediately shouted in anger, "Book of Wishes! Damage nullified! Black Emperor! Green Demon! Assist me!" Just as the chilling ice crystals were about to reach Kagayaheim's hilt, they abruptly halted and began to recede rapidly. The form of the stand finally revealed itself before the onlookers. Clad entirely in smooth blue armor, with a mask that revealed only his eyes, his hands were empty. Yet rings of ice crystals were frantically forming in the air around him. He seized Kagayaheim's blade, forcefully pushing her back, then suddenly spread his fingers wide, erecting an ice wall instantaneously before Black Emperor and Green Demon. This stand, larger and more imposing than Black Emperor, then issued a commanding voice. "I am the Frostbitten Destroyer. Those who dare to provoke my authority shall be punished." Frosty vast sky, as Black Emperor smashed through the ice wall with a series of powerful punches. He was suddenly halted, feeling his form stiffen as countless icy chains emerged from the void, binding him tightly. Green Demon's numerous tentacles were also firmly ensnared. Another talent above level, and it can automatically protect its master. How splendid. I must claim this talent. Lin Luo observed this thrilling scene, feeling not an ounce of worry, but rather excitement. The Frostbitten Destroyer, clad in blue armor and at least level, was indeed formidable, managing to hold off 3 of his stands alone. But what of it? The greater the power, the faster the energy consumption. How long could such an explosion of force be sustained? In a battle of energy, Armed with a plethora of divine crystal fragments and several stands, he was far from apprehensive. However, exhausting the frostbitten destroyer was rather unambitious and not in Lin Luo's style. As his energy had dwindled considerably in the battles of the past 2 days, the adversary's various avatars were evidently formidable, and the most prudent strategy was to safeguard their host, responding to any changes with steadfastness. What is the matter? Lacking the courage to strike at me? The Frost Desolator feigned disdain, aiming to provoke Lin Luo into making a mistake. A flicker of malevolence passed through his gaze behind the mask. Should he detect a flaw, he could instantaneously eliminate this human host, rendering any number of strong avatars meaningless. Lacking the courage to attack you? Lin Luo momentarily paused, intrigued by the avatar's ability to converse. A smirk graced his lips, excitement dancing in his expression. Surely you jest? I possess 100 methods to defeat you. I am merely contemplating which approach would be the most gratifying. A trace of barely concealed astonishment flickered in the eyes of the Frost Desolator. This human's audacity genuinely amused him. He extended a finger, waving it dismissively. You? Defeat me? Huh. Do you truly doubt my power? Very well. I shall test this new technique. With a hearty laugh, Lin Luo clenched his fist in the air. Rest assured, I shan't take advantage of your solitary state. However, your level is at least above grade, and my avatar is merely at grade, making a one-on-one confrontation rather inequitable. Therefore, Black Emperor, Kagayaheim, fuse for me. Lin Luo's grade talent, perfect fusion, erupted into action. The Black Emperor, clad in metallic armor, instantly transformed into a massive sphere of darkness, enveloping the Kagayaheim. Adorned in a maid's short skirt, when the dark orb dissipated, a stunning girl in sleek black metallic armor emerged. Simultaneously, a new attribute panel appeared. Avatar, Kagayaheim, Black Emperor form. Level, grade strength, 300, normal human, 10, agility, 350 intelligence, 40 defense, 70 health, 4000 energy, 230230 energy recovery rate, 1 point every half-hour growth. Action range, 30 meters, Blade of Frenzy. Active state. Each time an attack successfully damages an enemy, it randomly seizes 1/3 of their attributes or abilities. Cost, 7 energy cooldown. No cooldown passive state. Attacks inflict an additional 250 points of true damage, consuming 2 energy points per second. Black Emperor armor. Passive provides 6,000 points of armor that can withstand any damage. Unbinding. Upon the shattering of Black Emperor armor, all negative states are removed, and agility increases by 60 points. Wish of Battle increases hit rate and critical hit rate by 20, while experience gained from defeating monsters is doubled. As the new black-armored girl materialized, the Frost Desolator could not help but feel a surge of wariness. In his perception, a power had manifested that was sufficiently threatening. In the hands of Kagayaheim, the blade has been tainted with a layer of inky darkness, infused with an overwhelming power. Although her weapon has lost the ability to transform into a defensive umbrella, its destructive potential has become even more terrifying. Each strike inflicts 250 points of true damage, augmented by an astounding 350 agility, rendering her the sovereign of assassins. Clad in the Black Emperor armor, she is utterly impervious. However, the reaction of the Frost Devastator is equally swift. Almost the instant Kagayaheim's feet shift, he unleashes his skill. A circle of azure light radiates instantly in all directions. Yet, the sheer velocity of Kagayaheim's eruption is nothing short of horrifying. With her 350 agility, she can traverse 245 meters in a single second. To put this in perspective, the maximum speed of a cheetah is merely 16 meters per second. Kagayaheim's explosive speed is now a staggering 15 times that of a cheetah. Such a burst of velocity eludes the grasp of the ordinary human eye, although the Frost Halo possesses the ability to diminish the movement speed of enemies. The distance between the two combatants is far too close for it to have any significant effect. In the next blink, the rending blade has already struck the blue armor of the Frost Devastator, leaving a deep fissure upon impact. Just as the chilling aura encasing him attempts to freeze the rending blade, Kagayaheim's weapon has already detached itself from his armor, striking once more to cleave a further crack into it. The Frost's freezing speed cannot keep pace with the rending blade's assault. Furious, the Frost Devastator unleashes his wrath. The chilling energy around him erupts, sending countless shards of ice cascading from his armor in every direction, transforming him into a colossal hedgehog in an instant. Yet Kagayaheim does not falter. She boldly advances amidst the myriad ice spikes. Her frenzied blade dances like a blooming flower, severing the icy protrusions before they can even fully form. The explosive velocity of the ice nova cannot rival Kagayaheim's assault speed. At this moment, a flicker of fear inevitably creeps into the heart of the Frost Devastator. Freeze all things. Eternal ice coffin. Sensing the surging cold in the air, Kagayaheim instantaneously shifts her position, evading the impending doom. The spot she vacated is immediately replaced by a massive ice coffin. Had she lingered even a moment longer, she would have been entirely encased within. As Kagayaheim appears behind the Frost Devastator, she encounters a densely packed array of ice spikes that remain unbroken. Just as she prepares to strike, icy rain begins to fall from the mist. Each droplet lands upon her Black Emperor armor, spreading and inflicting numerous frostbite wounds. Yet, she merely furrows her brow slightly and continues her relentless assault. Ah! The extreme Frost Destroyer felt his various skills failing to impede the approach of his opponent, prompting a furious roar. Aren't you afraid of pain? Don't come any closer. He could not fathom how this seemingly delicate girl could withstand his frozen frost rain while launching her own attacks. Was it truly necessary to fight so fiercely? As the glimmering blade struck the extreme Frost Destroyer once more, a wave of terror washed over him. He was paralyzed with fear, yet his host was right behind him, leaving him no choice but to stand his ground. I refuse to believe that I cannot endure, he declared, fortified by his 0-degree ice armor, which would slow his opponent's attack speed. I will not be outmatched. In this moment of desperation, both combatants embraced a reckless exchange of wounds. The frozen frost rain and frozen nova relentlessly battered Kagayaheim's armor, while her blade continued to slice through his defenses. In a fleeting moment, the 0-degree ice armor on the extreme Frost Destroyer became marred with deep gashes, yet Kagayaheim's armor also bore the weight of frost, and her agility and attack speed were hindered by the chill in the air. At last, Kagayaheim's Black Emperor armor could no longer withstand the onslaught. In the instant the armor shattered, the binding release activated. The debilitating effects of the ice upon her were instantly dispelled, and her agility surged by an additional 60 points, breaking through the foundational limit of her stand's attributes from 400 to an astonishing 410. The once sluggish blade strikes regained their fluidity and speed. Just as the extreme Frost Destroyer began to breathe a sigh of relief, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? Frozen Nova. Die, he bellowed. The glory of my master shall be protected by me, Kagayaheim. Blade of Frenzy, obliterate everything. Chapter 81, The Gathering of the Persona Mask. Level stand. Amidst the surging cold, Kagayaheim's gaze remained steadfast and luminous, her blade unwavering as it descended upon her foe. No, this cannot be. The extreme Frost Destroyer could no longer hold on, finally wailing in despair as his form disintegrated into a pile of shattered ice, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Master, Kagayaheim has fulfilled her duty. I too shall share in this victory. The Black Emperor, restored after the dissolution of their fusion state, hastened to express his agreement. Lin Luo chuckled heartily, casting a look of affirmation toward them. He then removed his coat and draped it over Kagayaheim. Take a moment to rest. I will handle things from here. As Lu Jianing's life faded completely, a choice once again emerged within Lin Luo's perception. Your level talent, Plunder, as activated. Please select one from the following attributes. Target attributes. Talent effects, skill effects, or soul power to plunder. Without hesitation, Lin Luo chose to seize the talent effect. As a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, he immediately sensed the emergence of a new and formidable talent within him, one that undoubtedly surpassed the prior level. Check talent. Talent. Persona Mask. Level. Grade. Effect. By condensing one's most fervent pursuits in life, such as personality, spirit, and will, into a persona mask, one can summon their own guardian deity. The guardian deity manifests only when the host is in peril. The more lethal the danger faced by the host, the greater the power wielded by the summoned guardian deity. This talent seems utterly futile. Lin Luo sighed in resignation, shaking his head. How could the two great talents he had acquired be so peculiar, lacking any direct utility? However, lamenting was of no consequence. That guardian deity of Lu Jianing was undeniably formidable, possessing not only area damage but also control abilities. Had it not been for the close-quarters assault from Kagayaheim, Black Emperor form, a resilient assassin with true damage, defeat would have been unlikely. Perhaps, this is a form of limitation inherent to great stand-ins. Lin Luo exhaled softly, attempting to summon his own guardian deity, only to find it utterly unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Kagayaheim. Come, try striking my neck with your blade. Kagayaheim paused, clearly baffled by her master's peculiar request. Her small face a picture of confusion. Master, why would you wish to do that? This is the method to activate my new talent. I must be in imminent danger to summon a new stand-in. Lin Luo felt somewhat exasperated. After pondering for a moment, Kagayaheim raised her blade and slowly swung it toward his neck, halting just a centimeter away. No reaction ensued. Nothing happened. The atmosphere grew awkward as Lin Luo and his several stand-ins exchanged bewildered glances. At this moment, Lord of Wishes spoke. Master, perhaps your stand-in did not sense any imminent danger, hence it did not appear. After all, Kagayaheim had no intention of harming you. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, realizing the troublesome nature of this summoning method. Black Emperor, come forth and strike my leg with all your might. Do not hesitate. If need be, I shall resort to medicine. You must approach this with the intent to incapacitate me. Do not feign. After a brief moment of hesitation, Black Emperor sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lin Luo's thigh. Lin Luo watched in wide-eyed anticipation as the fist drew near, forcing himself to suppress the instinct to flee. Finally, at the moment of impending danger, time itself came to a halt. The surrounding stand-ins, the swirling white mist, and the fist of Black Emperor, poised to strike, were all seemingly frozen in place. Lin Luo discovered that he too was immobilized, with only his consciousness remaining active. Concurrently, a tremendous force surged from the depths of his psyche. A commanding voice resonated within him. I am you. You are I. I have sensed the fervor within your heart. For the path you steadfastly pursue. For the justice you hold dear. With unwavering courage to face the scorn of the masses, even if it leads to the abyss. Though infinite challenges and adversities await us in the future, we shall wield indomitable will and power to bear witness to it all. Now is the moment. In this moment, all the emotions, spirit, will, and ambitions within Lin Luo coalesce and transcend. They swiftly transform into a chilling white mask that adorns his face, only to shatter instantaneously. Circles of azure flames ignite around him. The authoritative voice from deep within resonates once more. Now, unleash the anger buried in your heart against the injustices of the world, along with your ambitions and desires for the future. Roar forth alongside my true name. Lin Luo, in an epiphany, bellows with fervor. I summon you. Arise, the Savior. A figure clad in a crimson robe, tall and imposing, with vast black wings unfurling from its back and a menacing black horned mask upon its face, materializes behind him from the void. An overwhelming will coalesces within this avatar, as if it alone could withstand the apocalypse and forge a new realm. In that moment, time, which had come to a standstill, resumes its flow. As the iron fist of the Black Emperor is about to strike Lin Luo's thigh, it is instantaneously repelled by an unseen force. Lin Luo hastily commands, halt. The Black Emperor and the Savior heed the call, ceasing their movements simultaneously. The figure, embodying both the elegance of a gentleman and the air of sophistication, wearing a fearsome mask and brandishing 2-meter black wings, emanates a sinister aura reminiscent of one returned from the depths of hell. Upon meeting Lin Luo's gaze, it bows slightly, respectfully declaring, I am your guardian deity, the Savior, awaiting your command. Lin Luo nods in satisfaction at the avatar's demeanor. Strictly speaking, the Savior could be considered his first properly functioning high-tier avatar. In contrast, the fetus proved to be rather unstable. Elated, he summons the attribute panel of his new avatar, the Savior. Chapter 82. This team is challenging to lead. Avatar, the Savior. Level, tier. Strength, 160. Agility, 150. Intelligence, 140. Defense, 130. Health points, 10,000. Energy, 350. Energy recovery rate, 1 point every half hour. Growth, 200. Action range, 50 meters. Overload existence. A tier avatar, due to its overwhelming power, requires continuous energy consumption simply to exist in reality. Each hour in existence consumes 1 point of energy. The Savior, form 23. All ability states are at full capacity of 23, with an energy cost of 23. The blooming of the other shore instantly restores all health points of the host and removes all negative states afflicting the host. Consumption, 120 energy. Cooldown 1 day. New world instantly condenses spatial power, forging a small world to withstand all attacks, or detonating the small world for an offensive, inflicting 500 points of area damage. Consumption, 150 energy. Cooldown, no cooldown time. Eternal Paradise. Within a radius of 100 meters, all allied units experience a 30 enhancement in their attributes. Conversely, hostile enemy units within the same radius suffer a 20 reduction in their attributes. Energy consumption. A minimum of 1 energy point is consumed per second. The greater the strength and number of the allied units receiving the enhancement, the higher the energy consumption per second. Similarly, the more powerful and numerous the suppressed enemy units, the greater the energy expenditure per second. Cooldown. There is no cooldown period. The attributes panel of this stand, Savior, is significantly more extensive than that of any of its previous levels. Lin Luo, having meticulously reviewed it, couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Impressive. Truly worthy of its level. Just by examining its attributes, it surpasses most stands of this caliber. The 3 skills are remarkably comprehensive. Although Blossoming Other Shore has high energy costs and a lengthy cooldown, it allows me to fully restore my state, essentially granting me an extra life. The second skill, New World, seamlessly integrates offense and defense, allowing for self-regulation of intensity. Once energy levels are sufficient, the potential for massive area damage is astonishing. The third skill, Eternal Paradise, combines group enhancement and suppression, rendering it a top-tier support skill. It undoubtedly deserves its level. In comparison to Liu Jianning's Extreme Cold Destroyer, it is equally formidable, if not more powerful. The only drawback is that while short bursts of power are feasible, sustaining prolonged battles demands a considerable amount of energy. Lin Luo could comprehend this limitation. He recalled a classic saying from his previous life, there is no worthless talent, only a worthless user. there are no inferior stands, only inferior hosts. The capabilities of a stand determine its baseline strength, while the host's proficiency dictates the stand's true potential. Lin Luo felt he had grasped the essence of Savior's skills. However, one question lingered in his mind, prompting him to inquire directly. What does Savior, Form 23, signify? The authoritative voice of Savior responded promptly, my esteemed host, this designation is based on the peril you recently faced. I assessed that employing only 23 of my power would suffice to alleviate your burdens. At this moment, the curious little form of Demon Queen interjected. Are you implying that you can withstand that iron lump, Black Emperor, using merely 23 of your strength? With a gentle flutter of its dark wings, Savior replied, indeed. Utilizing even one more power would be a waste of energy. Black Emperor nearly turned crimson upon hearing this, clenching his fists and growling. You underestimate me, newcomer. Care to engage in a contest? A slender arm of Savior rose sharply, a transparent sphere of space rapidly coalescing. The power of New World was abruptly unleashed. You cannot even breach my defenses. What right do you have to challenge me? Stop. Everyone, cease this at once. Demon Queen exclaimed, do not incite trouble. Lin Luo pointedly flicked the forehead of the mischievous little girl. Whimper. Master, you hit me. Kagaya-heim, save me. The little girl, her forehead flushed from the impact, exaggeratedly pretended to cry as she hid behind Kagaya. Managing such a large group was proving to be quite a challenge for Lin Luo. He couldn't help but rub his forehead, realizing that having so many avatars was not necessarily a blessing. He found himself reminiscing about the simpler days when he had just 3 avatars, the silent and unassuming Black Emperor, the capable and considerate Wishmaster, and the gentle and poised Kagaya. Now, with the mischievous Demon Queen added to the mix, along with the proud Savior, each possessing considerable intellect and distinct personalities, the atmosphere was rife with contention. What if he were to lose consciousness, as he did in the factory outside, and they descended into chaos? No, to mitigate such risks, he needed to designate someone to take charge. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Listen carefully, if I should temporarily lose consciousness, you will all follow the directives of the Wishmaster. Understood? Yes, Master. Me too. I will heed your command, Master. The eyes of the Savior, hidden beneath a demonic mask, flickered momentarily before she spoke in a subdued tone. Host, I shall comply with your orders. Upon witnessing the Savior's acknowledgement, the Wishmaster smiled and bowed to Lin Luo, saying, esteemed Master, thank you for your trust. I shall serve you with utmost dedication. Lin Luo nodded, appreciating that despite the Savior's arrogance, she still complied with his commands. Observing this exchange, Lin Luo couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. At the entrance of the mist-shrouded secret realm, the outdoors had transformed into a paradise for the insectoid creatures. However, these grotesque monsters dared not approach the quarreling individuals before them. This group is difficult to manage, Yu Taijia thought to himself as he surveyed the tense standoff among the 4. Chapter 83, Your Father Has Arrived. At the gate of the secret realm, Lu Yu and Yu Taijia stood on either side, while Huitaro, Jinfan, and Ning formed a united front, clearly prepared to advance together. Lu Yu, his expression stern, addressed the trio. Initially, we agreed that old you would receive 40% of the profits, I would take 30, and each of you would get 10. Now you all think you've grown wings. Do you assume that banding together as 3 would allow you to rival us? After only 2 days of collaboration, you are already demanding a redistribution? Huitaro, standing in front of the other 2, calmly replied. At first, Yu Taijia held the information. While you possessed formidable strength and comprehensive abilities, which is why we agreed to this profit distribution. However, he paused briefly before continuing. We have now become more familiar with our talents and avatars, and our contributions within the dungeons and secret realms have significantly increased. Therefore, it is only reasonable to enhance our share of the profits, is it not? Lu Yu erupted in outrage. You ungrateful wretches. You've thrived thanks to us, gained resources, and now you wish to rebel? Jin Fan let out a cold snort as he stepped out from behind Huitaro. What do you mean by saying we grew up relying on you? Such harsh words. Without you, we could thrive just as well. Huitaro retorted with a sneer. Look at the scores we 5 received in the secret realm. While our individual scores do not surpass yours, combined, they exceed yours by more than double. This indicates that the 3 of us have contributed at least twice as much effort as you have. Now that we merely request a slight increase in our share, you are already dissatisfied? Why do you hold the scoring system in such high regard? It merely distorts the value of one's contributions. Lu Yu, exasperated, interjected. Let me give you an analogy. Your mother spends her days washing clothes, cooking, and caring for the children, while your father earns money. When the month ends and the accounts are settled, your father reaps the rewards, while your mother, who has either washed clothes or prepared meals, earns nothing. Your mother's score might be a mere 1, while your father's is a staggering 15. 9. Can actual contributions be calculated this way? What nonsense? Jin Fan erupted. I've tolerated you for long enough, you pretentious fool. Old Yu's abilities are on par with yours. Yet he provides secret realm strategies and receives only a third more than you. By your logic, shouldn't you distribute a bit more of your own share to old you? You all, Lu Yu shouted in frustration. Old you, look at these ingrates. You should say something too. Standing on the side, Yu Taijia couldn't help but curse inwardly upon hearing this. Ingrates. I see you as the biggest ingrate. They merely propose better treatment, while you are already plotting to be their leader. Mind your words. Who are you calling ingrates? We are not your subordinates. Zhun Fan's expression darkened at this term, and several imposing figures emerged behind him. Huitaro and Ing remained silent. But a golden eye and a figure obscured by a mosaic pattern began to materialize behind them as well. What? Do you wish to challenge me? The esteemed Master Lu Yu? Lu Yu, proud and lofty, prepared to demonstrate his true skills as the three figures of his adversaries were summoned. Enough. Yu Taijia interjected sternly, stepping between the two factions. Instantly, a petite girl in a blue dress appeared behind him, holding the hands of a clock. And a mysterious power exerted itself over the four present. In that moment, apprehension flashed across their faces, since all parties were unwilling to yield. The significance of continuing collaboration seemed diminished. Huitaro's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke to ease the tension. Brother Yu, we harbor no grievances towards you. It is merely Lu Yu's tone that is exceedingly unpleasant. The three did not wish to sever ties with Yu Taijia, as the information he provided about the future was invaluable. Behind Lu Yu, a dignified elder's figure began to emerge, automatically countering the pressure exerted by the King of Time. You claim my words are unpalatable, yet have you reflected on your own deeds? Lu Yu muttered. He was about to unleash another retort when Yu Taijia raised his hand to halt him. Enough, Lu Yu. Greetings, everyone. Since we have all crossed paths, let us not sever ties completely nor leave words unspoken. There may yet be opportunities for collaboration in the future. He then turned his gaze towards Kaido and the others. Speaking calmly, given that we each have our own perspectives now, our team has inevitably lost its cohesion. However, in this world, all are driven by profit. Henceforth, we shall act independently and meet at the pinnacle. As for collaboration, I believe there can still be a possibility. Upon hearing his words, the four of them gradually regained their composure. Their association had primarily been forged out of mutual benefit, and it was regrettable that both their unity and separation stemmed from the same source. As accomplished individuals in society, they would not engage in pointless disputes over trivial matters. The summons they had previously unleashed were merely to vie for greater influence. Now, they were intrigued by the collaborative approach proposed by Yu Taijia. Noticing their focused attention, Yu Taijia wasted no time and directly stated, there are 13 secret realms in Hangcheng for energy accumulation, excluding the Black Emperor's sanctuary in the woods. I shall take 2. Kaido shall take 2, and each of you shall receive 1. The remaining 4 will be subject to fair competition. However, even within the same secret realm, mortal combat is forbidden. Should you wish to conquer the realms alone, that is your prerogative. Yet, for an efficient and flawless strategy, you must willingly share 10% of your spoils with me after clearing the realms. Furthermore, every week, we will convene at Kaido's residence to exchange information. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu spoke up decisively, agreed. I accept. He was no fool. To oppose at this juncture might push Yu Taijia towards Kaido's side. After exchanging glances, Kaido and the others quickly concurred with this new arrangement. Thus, they bid each other farewell, each stepping into the thick, white mist. Only Yu Taijia remained at the entrance of the secret realm, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. Ultimately, I was overly ambitious. Each of these 4 is a remarkable individual. How could they willingly accept a subordinate role? Alas, had I been more prudent initially, strengthening my own capabilities before approaching them, the outcome might have been more favorable. He understood well that the primary reason for the team's dissolution lay in his own insufficient strength, which could not completely suppress the 4 of them. Master, you have done exceptionally well. The King of Time floated beside him, offering gentle reassurance. Yu Taijia smiled and affectionately ruffled her little head. Rest assured, I shall not succumb to despair. After all, I have garnered some gains, albeit less than anticipated. The duo, 1 man and 1 young girl, soon vanished into the dense white mist. Meanwhile, Lin Luo instructed the Lord of Wishes to summon the insectoid species to handle the remains of Lu Jianing. Following this, he began to discuss with it. The method for summoning my new stand is too operationally demanding. Old Chi, is there a simpler way to summon it actively? Ideally, one that could fully unleash its potential. The might of the Savior is indisputable. However, the necessity of facing peril for its passive summoning, coupled with the high likelihood of not achieving its complete form, renders the process rather cumbersome. As for the Savior's concerns regarding energy expenditure, does he truly resemble a player starved of energy? Nonetheless, Lin Luo is acutely aware that the extent of the Savior's power is not dictated by him. He possesses no authority over it. A more stable summoning method must be devised, otherwise, in future confrontations, will he be forced to wait until adversaries reach him before striking back? Such a predicament would be utterly disgraceful. Yes, Master, indeed, came the response. The Lord of Wishes remained silent, merely engaging in the act of wishing. Chapter 84, Codename, Bright Sword. Tonight, You intend to eliminate that Guitao hiding within the inspection bureau, correct? We could conveniently retrieve an item during this endeavor, an item that is sufficiently lethal. At this moment, Lin Luo swiftly grasped the implication, exclaiming, "Haha, old Chi, I see now. You are indeed reliable." The Lord of Wishes discreetly flattered, "Wise master, I trust you will swiftly conceive of this plan without my prompting." Surprisingly, within the fog lurked such terrifying creatures. However, the player resembling the Black Emperor has demonstrated that these monsters are not invincible. This must be disseminated. Let everyone be informed of this video. The hero of Hang City. No, he is the hero of all Huaxia people. Old Su, do you think we should invite this hero to join the special combat unit we are currently planning to establish? I find your suggestion excellent. Talents arise from the populace. Comrade Yao Mushi, Comrade Wang Xiaozhong, Captain Li, your efforts have been commendable. You have executed this mission exceptionally well. Not at all. We serve the people. Excellent. The people of Huaxia require brave warriors and comrades like you. Disseminate this video alongside our disaster response troops. As soon as we clear an area, we shall immediately share this video with the citizens who regain communication. Now is the time of public anxiety, and this video will surely bolster our morale. In a military base on the outskirts of Hang City, much of the nearby fog has been dissipated. Within a vast conference room, numerous dignitaries engaged in animated discussions. Over the past few days, they had dispatched considerable forces and experts to engage in contact battles with the insectoid creatures lurking in the fog. They had garnered invaluable intelligence regarding these previously unknown foes. Silence, please. Allow me to clarify the current situation. A middle-aged man in crisply tailored military attire interrupted the discussions. Once everyone settled and calmed down, he produced a document and began to methodically explain. Simultaneously, the display screen behind him began to present a combination of images and text. In the fog, our Hang City forces have encountered a total of 46 types of monsters. Among them, 21 exhibit distinct characteristics reminiscent of Earth's insect species, while the remaining 25 have transcended the classification of terrestrial organisms. Regarding these extraterrestrial life forms, it is only through methods of attack other than thermal weaponry that one can acquire quadruple experience points upon their demise. In comparison to these creatures, the more significant nuisance presented by the fog gas has been analyzed, revealing an oxygen content elevated by 5 to 8 times that of our normal atmosphere. The other components are quite similar to those found in Earth's air. However, there exists an unknown energy that we have yet to comprehend. In laboratory conditions, when live insectoid monsters were captured and placed in normal air, a decline in their life signs was observed after 5 hours. Experts speculate that this mysterious energy, combined with the heightened oxygen concentration, is the primary factor contributing to the formidable size of these creatures. On another note, we have discovered the weakness of this fog. It is averse to fire. Utilizing a flamethrower can effectively dispel the mist. Furthermore, there is another crucial matter that I believe you have all heard about. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, our forces will make their inaugural entry into Hang City to rescue the trapped populace. Along the way, we must not only extol the valiant deeds of the Black Emperor, but also rally gifted volunteers to join our ranks. This operation has been codenamed Bright Sword. That is all. Upon the solemn conclusion of this report by the middle-aged officer, all attendees rose in unison, standing at attention and saluting. Long live Huaxia. May heaven bless Huaxia. After Lin Luo finalized the evening's operational plan, he, along with Moonlight Princess and Demon Queen, boarded the vehicle driven by Lord of Wishes. As for why only Moonlight Princess and Demon Queen were in the car, while Black Emperor soared above, it is not merely for the aesthetic pleasure of conversing with beautiful women. Haha, that is, of course, a jest. The primary reason remains that Black Emperor, clad in his massive armor, simply cannot fit into a compact car. Moreover, Black Emperor, flying outside, serves 2 crucial purposes. The first is that they occasionally encounter situations where several vehicles are obstructing the road, often with the drivers and passengers long deceased. At such times, it falls to Black Emperor to take action, forcefully moving the cars aside to clear the path. The second purpose is to act as a bodyguard. When insectoid monsters emerge from the mist, he is tasked with their extermination. With the company of beautiful women, a handsome driver, and a robust guardian, Lin Luo travels in a rather leisurely manner. I recall that there should be a secret realm nearby, aptly named Grave of Tears, which is known for its abundance of Ashes of the Mourner that can restore energy. The recommended entry level for this realm should be comparable to that of the Forest Sanctuary. As everyone's levels are currently low and they are ensnared in the fog, it is likely that no one has ventured there to farm yet. Today presents a perfect opportunity to pass by and engage in some farming as well. Lin Luo now has an additional doppelganger, one that consumes a significant amount of energy. The energy harvested from a forest sanctuary may not even suffice for his needs. Moreover, the rare items capable of restoring energy, even if one does not utilize them personally, can be sold for astronomical sums, often amounting to hundreds of millions. Contemplating this, he addressed the Master of Wishes, Old Chi, turn right ahead. The small car traversed the fog-laden road, where visibility extended only 10 meters, thus the pace was rather leisurely. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a street renowned for its women's attire. Among the establishments, one shop appeared particularly unfortunate. A colossal silver cube of a secret realm had unceremoniously engulfed the entire store. The landlord and the shopkeeper must have been in utter despair. Lin Luo smirked with a sense of schadenfreude before eagerly stepping into the secret realm. Fortune smiled upon him. The Tomb of Weeping had not yet been cleared by other players. Chapter 85. The Tomb of Weeping and 10 Consecutive Draws. As Lin Luo and several avatars entered the shimmering silver realm, the light and shadows around them morphed. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a small chamber. The walls, floor, and ceiling were immaculate and smooth, gleaming in pristine white, with a transparent floor-to-ceiling glass panel directly ahead. Beyond it lay a narrow path extending into the distance, flanked by towering valleys. Snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, blanketing the surroundings in a gentle, soft white. Lines of information regarding this secret realm began to materialize on the illuminated screen on the left wall. Secret Realm, Tomb of Weeping. Recommended entry level, 3035. Number of entrance limit, unlimited. Deep within the Valley of Oblivion lies a resting place for heroic souls, guarded by the 6th Legion of the Sanctuary, tasked with safeguarding the repose of the departed. However, when the logistics team returned to this site, they found the 6th Legion's camp utterly deserted. Only from the depths of the numerous graves arose the mournful cries of a woman. After absorbing the message, Lin Luo turned his gaze back to the transparent glass. Before him lay a narrow path leading deep into the valley, while the snow continued to fall softly from the sky, rendering everything in sight a pristine and gentle white. In his previous life, such energy-rich secret realms were often monopolized by powerful guilds. He had yet to explore the Tomb of Weeping. Confirming his entry into the secret realm, the room around him faded and vanished in an instant. Lin Luo and his 4 avatars found themselves standing in the icy expanse of the Valley of Oblivion. To the right, a tall wooden sign stood, directing them toward the Tomb of Heroes. "Master, this place is exquisite," remarked the Demon Queen. A petite girl clad in a short skirt and white stockings, her innocent gaze wandering over the snow-covered peaks on either side of the canyon. Lin Luo cast a glance at the remaining 3 avatars. Kagaya Haim was dressed slightly more warmly than the Demon Queen, her slender legs traversing the snowy ground, evoking a sense of chill. As for the Black Emperor, his robust physique clad in armor clearly rendered him oblivious to the cold. Meanwhile, the Master of Wishes, draped in a dark robe, glanced at him and subtly shook his head, indicating that he felt no chill. "Just now, I accompanied Kagaya to the mall to purchase some clothing jackets suitable for girls. Perhaps they should wear them after all." Lin Luo retrieved 2 sets from the space crystal, prompting the 2 girls to try them on. However, they both declined, yet their refusals were in vain, as there exists a chill that stems from the master perceiving their coldness. The 5 of them resolutely braved the swirling snowstorm, heading towards the heroic spirit's tomb. Let us venture forth to discover what lies within this grave of lamentation. After approximately 5 minutes traversing through the snow, they arrived at a basin encircled by mountains. At the entrance, a row of sharp stakes adorned the canyon's center. However, the absence of guarding soldiers rendered these menacing obstacles meaningless, easily pushed aside by the Black Emperor's sheer force. Upon entering the Holy Knight's camp, the 5 found it completely deserted, as if all the knights stationed there had simply evaporated. Indeed, while the spare armor and weapons appeared to be in excellent condition, they were merely plot devices. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have gladly taken them all. He ventured into a tent brimming with weaponry, gazing at the neatly arranged armor and an array of dazzling weapons, unable to suppress his longing. Yet, it was clear that the secret realm would not be so benevolent as to provide players with free equipment. These items could only be utilized within this realm and could not be taken outside. Moreover, the armor was unsuitable for him, and the weapons were rather mundane, inferior even to his guardian dagger. Just as Lin Luo was marveling at the sights, he suddenly heard a haunting wail emanating from the silent camp outside. A stirring in his heart made him realize that their arrival had triggered the plot. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the sound of bones scraping against one another echoed from outside. "Master, the enemies have arrived. Have them wait at the door. No need to rush into the afterlife just yet. I shall conduct a tenfold draw before sending them on their way." The plot had not yet commenced, thus summoning the fate will was not permissible. He was waiting for this very moment. "Lord of Wishes, grant me the fulfillment of my old desires." "Understood, Master." Upon confirming the fulfillment of his wish, Lin Luo wasted no time and shattered the golden lottery ticket in his grasp. As the 10 pointers on the fate wheel began to spin, the Black Emperor dashed outside, eagerly using his iron fists to keep the monsters at bay momentarily. As the pointers on the fate wheel gradually stilled, 10 beams of various colors surged forth. With keen eyes, Lin Luo immediately discerned one particularly extraordinary radiant light, exclaiming in delight, "At last, the 1% chance has come to me." He eagerly gazed at the dazzling diamond suspended in the air, and upon closer inspection, Lin Luo could not help but gasp in astonishment. A level ascension crystal? Truly, a small cow taking flight, soaring to the heavens. Old wish, you wouldn't be using your own lifespan to help me draw a crystal, would you? That seems unnecessary. Crystals of the same level are undoubtedly divided into tiers, and the Ascension Crystal is indisputably the finest of them all. The chance of obtaining a crystal of this caliber is merely 1%, and among them, the most prestigious is the Spirit Ascension Crystal. Such fortune is truly extraordinary. This miraculous crystal has the potential to elevate an individual's innate talent from level to level, culminating in the manifestation of a doppelganger. In the marketplace, it would fetch no less than 10 billion huaxia coins at auction. Master, it is my honor to serve you, thought the Lord of Wishes, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, the results of this 10 draw were favorable. He had previously drawn 2-level longevity pills and had been reprimanded for it. Indeed, serving a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. Lin Luo first stored the Spirit Ascension Crystal away before reviewing the remaining lottery results. Level, longevity pill, blue. Level, magic crystal, defense, green. Level, psycho crystal, blue. Level, psycho crystal, blue. Level, bond crystal, green. Level, fury crystal, green. Level, magic crystal, agility, green. Level, longevity pill, green. Level, magic crystal, agility, green. Chapter 86, Maximizing Returns. The overall results of this lottery are quite satisfactory, with commendable quality. Thank you for your efforts, old Chi. Lin Luo then placed the longevity pills into his backpack, awaiting the right moment to auction them off. He planned to use the funds from the auction to purchase a significant quantity of stamina potions. This item is destined to appreciate in value exponentially, surpassing even the appreciation of Fate Roulette lottery tickets. However, as everyone's level remains low, the quantity of stamina potions currently obtainable is minimal, so hoarding them is not an immediate concern. In the future, he must find a reliable individual to undertake this task, as he lacks the time to vigilantly monitor the game interface for stamina potions. Enhancing his own strength is his primary focus. The magic crystals that enhance defense and agility, along with the bond crystal that increases action range, will undoubtedly be allocated to Black Emperor, as he typically handles the more arduous tasks. One cannot expect the horse to run without feeding it, after all. Doppelganger, Black Emperor. Level. Experience points, 14,100. Strength, 214. Average person, 10. Agility, 212, 8. Defense, 67, 4. Energy, 1550. Action range, 28 meters, 3 meters. Forceful Plunder. Each time an attack successfully inflicts damage upon an enemy, it randomly seizes 30% of their attributes or abilities. Consumption, 7 energy. Cooldown, none. With newfound power, the Black Emperor is evidently more formidable, and even the cries of monsters outside seem slightly louder, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of Ola Ola from the Black Emperor. Lin Luo subsequently stored the remaining 2-level and level psycho crystals in his backpack, which can restore 30 and 25 points of energy respectively. While these items are indeed remarkable, he currently possesses a substantial quantity of divine gift crystal fragments. Soon, the joy of acquiring another Gravekeeper's Ashes, which could similarly restore energy, diminished. Nevertheless, such items that replenish energy would inevitably become a precious commodity, thus the more, the merrier. After Lin Luo finished processing the 9 crystals, he finally retrieved the advanced Spirit Crystal and began to ponder its use. This particular Spirit Crystal could bestow 70 points of talent experience, yet even with its application, it would not elevate his talent, Plunder, to the next level. It would be more prudent to send it to his brother, as it would perfectly allow his talent to ascend, activating the doppelganger, thus facilitating the subsequent rescue plan. In this secret realm, the primary task for players was to assist the Second Legion of the Temple in their investigation and defeat the malevolent witch cult necromancers causing havoc in the Tomb of Heroes. Following the standard procedure, upon triggering the storyline, they were to retreat and regroup with the arriving Second Legion of the Temple, then collectively assault the Tomb of Heroes to vanquish the witch cult, thereby earning the rewards bestowed by the Second Legion of the Temple. Under normal circumstances, this endeavor would not be particularly challenging, perfectly suited for players at levels 35 to 40, though the rewards would be modest. Alternatively, there existed a far riskier yet more lucrative strategy to strike the Second Legion of the Temple and kick the witch cult, engaging in a direct confrontation to eliminate them all. This way, the final Gravekeeper's Ashes would not need to be shared with the Second Legion of the Temple. Perfect. Having clarified the strategy, Lin Luo charged forth alongside Huiyuji. As for the Succubus Queen and Lord of Wishes, they were not combat doppelgangers and simply vanished into thin air. Let us go, no time for lingering. We must break free. The trio supported one another, swiftly cutting through the relatively weak, undead creatures. Meanwhile, within the Tomb of Heroes, several necromancers from the witch cult observed the scene outside through the water mirror technique. Impressive, muttered a gaunt elder in a raspy voice. Those young ones possess a strong sense of caution, managing to escape before the abomination arrived. In truth, Only one of them was human. The others were hero spirits he had summoned. That young man is extraordinary, a destined one, capable of summoning multiple hero spirits. Truly remarkable. A sultry voice, strikingly out of place amidst the eerie surroundings, chimed in. A captivating woman clad in a dark red wedding gown, her face obscured by a crimson veil, emerged from behind the group. Chapter 87, Assassination. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Our primary objective remains to refine these heroes' remains, transforming them into gravekeepers' ashes. Indeed, the bothersome little rats have fled, so be it. Half an hour later, the 100-strong Second Legion of the temple advanced like a great dragon, majestically entering the narrow path of the Oblivion Gorge. With a sudden tug on the reins, the leading commander of the Second Legion, Reinhard, abruptly halted his steed. Beneath the swirling snow, two slender figures approached along the path ahead. This sight caused the inherently vigilant man to narrow his eyes slightly. His gaze fell upon the young man beside him, accompanied by a girl clad in black armor, who murmured, "A heroic spirit? How rare indeed. My lord, I possess the latest intelligence from the camp ahead." Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Reinhardt furrowed his brow slightly and gestured for the two guards who had approached to allow the man to come closer. This individual was likely an adventurer seeking a bounty, and behind him stood one of the Empire's strongest legions. Reinhardt regarded the young man with indifference. As the young man drew near, he bowed respectfully and spoke in a hushed tone. "Great commander of the Holy Knights, may I express my utmost respect to you?" Reinhardt nodded slightly and replied coolly, "Speak of the information you possess. I shall reward you commensurate with its significance." The young man lifted his gaze, revealing a handsome and delicate visage. He hesitated and said, "This intelligence was actually discovered by my attendant. She should report it to you." Before Reinhardt could respond, the girl in black armor approached him slowly, prompting him to frown and admonish her softly. "You may report from where you stand." However, as soon as the words left his lips, the girl suddenly propelled herself forward with remarkable speed, striking down towards the hooves of his white steed with a swift blade. Simultaneously, the young man unsheathed a short dagger, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp sword energy that shot forth instantaneously. True to his title as the commander of the Holy Knights, Reinhardt sprang from his mount at the very moment the girl attacked, making a decisive leap to abandon his horse. The white steed let out a pained cry as its legs were severed, collapsing helplessly to the ground, blood staining the surrounding snow crimson in an instant. Upon landing, Reinhardt displayed no signs of sorrow or hesitation. His golden aura erupted forth as he prepared to retaliate against the girl, only to hear an uncanny proclamation. "You shall be unable to move for 3 seconds." An unseen force immediately suppressed his entire being, rendering him helpless as he watched the heroic spirit's dark blade crash violently against his golden aura armor, scattering countless fragments of golden energy. In that moment, Reinhardt's attributes were revealed to Lin Luo. Reinhardt, commander of the Second Holy Legion, level 35, attack power 600, agility 170, defense 380, health 50,000, energy 10,000, experience 320,000, skills 5, martial arts, blooming flowers, unleashes 15 strikes in an instant, dealing physical damage equal to 13 times attack power, consumes 150 energy. Cooldown 5 seconds. 6, master level swordsmanship, enhances all sword techniques by 20. In an instant, Reinhardt comprehended the malevolent intent and audacity of this assassin. The adversary audaciously sought to claim the head of this commander amidst a multitude of foes. As the obsidian blade struck against the surface of his aura armor, his countenance flushed with intensity, prompting him to unleash aura eruption. A more formidable power surged forth from within him, yet he remained ensnared by this binding force. Remain calm. The damage inflicted by this maiden is not substantial. With the protection of aura armor and aura shield, he could surely endure. Such a control technique could not hold him for long. Chapter 88. Let it burst. A new world. The surrounding temple knights, not lacking in intelligence, swiftly rallied to support their commander. However, the terrain was constricted, and only a handful of knights could rush forth, only to be violently struck down by a flurry of sword energy and verdant tendrils. Despicable, witch cult, assassins. If you possess the prowess, face me in direct combat. Reinhardt bellowed in fury upon witnessing this scene, his inner aura surging in tandem with his emotions. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he beheld another figure emerge. Clutching a tome and draped in a dark cloak, this individual resembled a scholar, and the binding force upon him evidently stemmed from this newly appeared foe. The second heroic spirit. How could this be? In the fleeting moment of Reinhardt's astonishment, he sensed the oppressive force upon his body beginning to wane. Just as excitement coursed through him, he abruptly felt the strength within him dissipating at an alarming rate. This is troubling. The assassin's blade bears a sinister secret. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was engaged in obstructing the remaining temple knights attempting to assist. Suddenly, a torrent of invigorating energy surged into his being. Simultaneously, A series of notifications reverberated in his ears. Your stand-in, Kagaya, Dark Emperor form, has activated Ravaging Blade on Reinhardt. Successfully seized 2,410 aura points. Your stand-in, Kagaya, Dark Emperor form, has activated Ravaging Blade on Reinhardt. Successfully acquired Technique, Flame Devouring Wave Sword, 30 power. Your stand-in, Kagaya, Dark Emperor form, has activated Ravaging Blade on Reinhardt. Successfully obtained Master Level Swordsmanship, 30 power. Your stand-in, Kagaya, Dark Emperor form, has successfully secured Aura Shield, 30 power. Your stand-in, Kagaya, Dark Emperor form, has successfully appropriated 180 attack power. Your stand-in, Kagaya, Dark Emperor form, has successfully acquired 15,000 health points. Begone. Just as Kagaya prepared to strike once more, her blade clashed directly with Reinhardt's greatsword. It appeared he had finally broken free from the constraints of Book of Wishes. Reinhardt retaliated with a swift, floral dance, forcing her back, then darted like lightning towards the cloaked, heroic spirit. If he could eliminate this controlling, heroic spirit, he was confident he could withstand the two adversaries. At that moment, Lin Luo unexpectedly lowered his defenses, leaving an opening wide before his heroic spirit. Reinhardt felt a flicker of surprise, perplexed by the young man's intentions. However, the sword in his hand exhibited no hesitation, piercing directly toward his heart. The sharp longsword, infused with a golden, surging aura, inched ever closer to Lin Luo's unguarded heart. At this moment, cold sweat trickled down Lin Luo's forehead. Finally, when the blade was but a few centimeters from his heart, a commanding voice suddenly resonated in the void. I am the savior. Who dares to provoke my authority? The longsword in Reinhardt's grasp was instantaneously halted by an invisible force, unable to advance even a fraction further. At that moment, a towering figure with two wings sprouted from behind Lin Luo. How could this be? A third heroic spirit? Wasn't a destined one, limited to a single heroic spirit? The scene, exceeding his comprehension, sent tremors through the heart of the young commander of the Temple Legion. In the next instant, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. Just as he prepared to retreat, Kagaya lunged forward with a blade. And that demonic whisper echoed once more. You shall be rendered immobile for the next second. Lin Luo had scarcely completed his wish when the elongated arm of the savior shot up. Waves of transparent spatial distortion materialized around Reinhardt's head. As terror etched across his face. Explode. New world. Blade of frenzy. No. The swirling snowstorm erupted in an instant, engulfing the young commander clad in golden aura armor. Within the tomb of heroic spirits, several necromancers from the witch cult, observing through the water mirror technique, were momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding in the Forgotten Gorge. What on earth? Is this Lich Bride, one of ours? Why were we not notified and instead sent undead monstrosities to slay him? Is this not a blunder? The Lich Bride, adorned in a striking red wedding gown, fell into a brief silence before muttering in astonishment, I was not informed either. Could it be that the witch cult fears we are no match for these imperial hounds and has secretly dispatched envoys? Chapter 89. A delightful misunderstanding? Ha ha ha. It seems the higher-ups have orchestrated everything. We shall focus on refining the remains of these heroes. Damn it. Commander, hold on. Fight. Rescue our commander. At all costs. The Temple Knights charged forward. A tremendous explosion sent the accumulated snow on the ground and the stormy winds in the air flying, momentarily shrouding the scene in a white mist. Witnessing their commander ensnared in the enemy's onslaught, the Temple Knights surged forward in a frenzy. As they plunged into the white mist, they were violently repelled by yet another explosion. When the mist finally dissipated, they beheld their commander fallen beneath the blade of the girl clad in black armor. Congratulations, player. Your stand-in, Kagaya, Black Emperor form, has slain Reinhardt. You have gained 5,760,000 experience points. Level 8 kills yield 900 experience points. Wishing for battle, effect. Gain 200 experience points for slaying monsters. The act of vanquishing these players not only yields a meager amount of experience points, but also fails to produce any spoils. Apart from Lin Luo's own determination to seize a few skills and attributes, the gains are rather insignificant. However, in pursuit of acquiring a sufficient quantity of remains of the fallen, such actions are unavoidable. Engaging the remaining Temple Knights proves to be a futile endeavor, offering little value. Thus retreating emerges as the wisest course of action, devoid of their leader and the assistance of players. These Temple Knights pose scant threat to the necromancers of the witch cult. One particularly corpulent undead abomination rasped in a grating voice, noble envoy from afar. Please allow me to escort you inside. Leave the Imperial hounds outside to us. Initially, Lin Luo aimed to conceal himself and instigate conflict between the two factions. Yet his actions seemingly incited a misunderstanding among the witch cult grave robbers. Was this maneuver part of the strategy? Damn it, he couldn't recall. Thus he had to adapt on the fly. Lin Luo, ever audacious, noted how the myriad undead creatures parted to grant him passage and boldly followed suit. Old Chi. How much energy did we expend in eliminating that individual? A total of 358 energy points were consumed, leaving us with 1,682 points in reserve. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo clicked his tongue. Evidently, the strength of that Legion commander was formidable, having restrained him for merely a few seconds at the cost of 130 energy points. Of course, had he not commanded the Savior and Lord of Wishes to expedite the elimination of the opponent, perhaps so much energy would not have been necessary. Moreover, this brief skirmish illuminated the overall combat capabilities of his side. All in all, it wasn't too much of a loss. He hoped that this secret realm would ultimately yield satisfactory rewards. Lin Luo followed the foul-smelling abomination as it meandered past numerous barracks and into the Tomb of Heroes. Within the subterranean chamber of the Tomb of Heroes, Lin Luo encountered 5 necromancers of the witch cult, and a peculiar woman clad in a red wedding gown, her face obscured by a red veil. Her curvaceous figure was indeed appealing, though he pondered what visage lay hidden beneath the veil. With a legendary assassin like me in close proximity, these 6 mages could perish 1,000 times over in an instant. However, this was not the moment for their demise. Killing them might lead to an immediate conclusion of the secret realm, so it was prudent to play along and discover what the remains of the fallen truly were and where they resided. Behind Lin Luo stood his formidable combat avatars, Kagaya and Black Emperor, exuding an air of invincibility before the mages. The opposing party, too, scrutinized this rare, chosen one, accompanied by multiple heroic spirits. The atmosphere within the underground chamber grew tense. Lin Luo remained silent, uncertain of what to say, fearful that a careless remark might unravel his ruse. At last, the woman in the wedding gown broke the silence, her voice enchanting and melodious, reminiscent of silver bells. Esteemed messenger, I extend my gratitude for your timely assistance. May I inquire if you have brought any significant directives with you? Directives? I have a vital command to convey. It is indeed you who facilitated my entrance here. Is it not? Lin Luo silently lamented, and suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He deliberately adopted a pose of profound authority, crossing his arms. And with an air of pretense, he countered, what else could there be? How have you fared with the tasks assigned by the higher-ups? Upon hearing his words, the cloaked necromancers exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, respectfully admitting, Honorable Messenger, after 10 days of ritual, we have made preliminary progress in the crafting of the Frost Dragon. Take me to see it. Lin Luo felt a surge of joy within and waved his hand, initiating a shift in power dynamics. This was the moment to test his acting skills. He needed to embody an authoritative demeanor while ensuring a seamless flow of dialogue, leaving no room for contemplation on their part. Should he falter in his performance, the only recourse would be to escalate into chaos, resulting in unpredictable rewards. The necromancers, perceiving his directness, found their suspicions of this sudden messenger considerably alleviated. Then please, esteemed messenger, follow me. After a brief silence, a woman clad in a crimson wedding gown led the way deeper into the Tomb of Heroes. The walls of the passage were adorned with eternal lamps, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the narrow corridor. For a moment, silence enveloped them, leaving only the sound of their footsteps echoing. Soon, they arrived at an underground hall, where the lighting was somewhat dimmer. In the center of the hall, a large circle of necromancers in gray robes surrounded a mysterious entity, their hands weaving spells that radiated an eerie, chilling energy. In the midst of them, a colossal skeletal dragon emerged, partially obscured. As Lin Luo stepped closer, he was astonished to discover that this skeletal behemoth towered at least 3 to 4 men in height, its bony spines nearly brushing the ceiling of the hall. The wings, extending from its skeletal form, measured over 10 meters in length. The imposing dragon skull, resting silently on the ground, exuded an aura of dread and dominance. Could this be the creature of this secret realm? Judging by its presence, it could hardly be a mere level 35 entity. He quickly assessed that, upon revival, this skeletal dragon would undoubtedly approach level 40, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary players at levels 30 to 35. You have worked hard. How much longer will it take to complete the crafting of this frost dragon? The higher-ups are already pressing for results. Lin Luo feigned satisfaction, nodding as a leader might to encourage his subordinates. Chapter 90. Everyone, proceed with the crafting of the remains. Honorable Messenger, this frost dragon will require approximately 2 more days to be fully crafted. Initially, we were concerned that the arrival of the Second Legion of the Holy Temple would pose a challenge, but now, with your assistance, we can finally proceed with our work in peace. A necromancer raised his head, revealing a visage marked by age, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. The wrinkles contorted together like a withered chrysanthemum. Lin Luo nodded noncommittally. It appeared that this frost dragon was not originally meant to inhabit this secret realm. Unless the players who entered were woefully inept, allowing the practitioners of the witch cult to fully forge the frost dragon, the outcome would undoubtedly be fatal. By the way, where is the remains of the fallen? My energy was severely depleted during the recent battle, and I am in dire need of replenishment. Lin Luo inquired directly, casting his gaze upon those awaiting instructions. He had no interest in when the frost dragon would be completed, His sole concern was the location of what he desired most. The remains of the fallen? The elderly necromancer, whose smile was anything but pleasant, stiffened at the mention and hesitantly replied, "My lord. The remains of the fallen have been largely consumed in the crafting of the frost dragon. Only a few remain." Though Lin Luo felt puzzled internally, his expression remained impassive. "Bring them to me at once." Inside, there were some gray, crystalline fragments. Lin Luo reached out and gently grasped a handful, immediately feeling a wondrous power infuse his body. Simultaneously, the energy of his doppelganger began to recover gradually. Remains of the fallen. Quantity, 1 portion. Effect, slowly restores 100 points of doppelganger energy. Is this all there is? Lin Luo's gaze swept over the meager 5 portions, which would only restore 500 points of energy. He had already expended 358 points to defeat the commander of the Temple Knights, and he would need more energy to vanquish these foes. There was hardly any profit to be gained. "My lord, the remains of the fallen are an essential component in the creation of the frost dragon. We are left with only this." The unattractive necromancer's tone was tinged with difficulty. "Can the remains of the fallen be procured further?" Lin Luo pressed on, refusing to relent. At that moment, a woman who had been silently observing stepped forward. "My lord, if we were to gather more remains of the fallen, it would hinder the progress of the frost dragon's creation." Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively, asserting without doubt, "Cease the crafting of the frost dragon for now. Focus entirely on the creation of the remains of the fallen. However, you need not worry, as long as you diligently produce the quantity I require. You may resume your original task afterward." The necromancers exchanged glances, clearly conflicted as this contradicted their primary objective. "What is this? Do you dare defy my command?" Lin Luo did not grant them time to react, his voice dropping to a commanding tone. Behind him, the Black Emperor and Kagayaheim took a step forward. "We dare not. Please forgive us, my lord." The necromancers, intimidated by his presence, hastily apologized and scurried off to summon their subordinates. "Everyone, pause your tasks for the moment. We must prioritize the crafting of the remains of the fallen for our lord." The gray-robed necromancers, after a brief tumult, obediently dispersed to retrieve the buried heroes' corpses. Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. What was the purpose of crafting the frost dragon? Was it merely to trouble him? Or should he obediently focus on producing the ashes of the deceased? However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, as the hall became busier, the woman clad in a crimson wedding gown quietly melded into the crowd, disappearing deeper underground. The absence of ghouls to assist with the labor was quite troublesome. No more complaints. Our army of the undead was engaged in a fierce battle with those imperial hounds above. Truly, this emissary was a source of endless trivialities, forcing a distinguished necromancer like him to move corpses and perform menial tasks. "Shoo, are you seeking death?" Among the 2 or 3 dozen necromancers, some were hauling bodies, while others had commenced the incantation of necromantic spells, beginning the refinement of corpses. Lin Luo, supervising from the sidelines, observed for a while and discerned some insights. The imperial heroes dragged from their coffins, though deceased, still harbored vestiges of formidable power within their bodies. Upon being refined using specialized necromantic spells, they would yield ashes of the deceased, an item that gradually restored the energy of substitutes. The process took roughly an hour to produce a single portion of ashes of the deceased, a rather sluggish pace. Lin Luo mused that while it was acceptable to delay dinner, he still needed to seize Guotao's talents later that evening. He couldn't remain here indefinitely. Chapter 91. Slacking off? Exposure? This efficiency was abysmally low. One must acknowledge that the Holy Land in the forest could yield over 1,000 energy units in about 2 hours, with minimal energy expenditure. Lin Luo glared at the 5 black-robed mages standing idly by, cursing inwardly as he realized that they were merely lazing about. Abruptly, he called out to them, "Come here. Emissary, what is your command?" One of the elder necromancers hurried over, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Do not dare to laze about. Join me in the crafting of ashes of the deceased." The 5 were momentarily taken aback. As high-ranking necromancers, such simple tasks were beneath them. Lin Luo scolded them softly, then added, "You lot are moving those bodies too slowly. Black Emperor, lend a hand. The rest of you, stand here and focus on refining the ashes of the deceased." In that moment, his imposing presence silenced them, compelling them to join the ranks of those refining the ashes of the deceased. Meanwhile, Black Emperor soared into action, swiftly grasping 2 corpses from the tomb and tossing them beside the necromancers. With the addition of these 5 senior necromancers to the processing line and Black Emperor taking over the heavy lifting, the pace of crafting ashes of the deceased accelerated significantly. Only then did Lin Luo nod in satisfaction. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something. His gaze swept across the dimly lit underground hall, yet he found no trace of the woman in the red wedding gown, who had seemingly vanished to indulge in her own leisure. In the deeper recesses of the bustling tomb chamber, within the dimly lit confines, an arcane formation emanated faint waves of energy, adorned in a form-fitting scarlet wedding gown. The Lich Bride danced her hands through the void with fervor. The distance from the witch cult remained considerable, making it quite troublesome to establish contact. That messenger always seemed rather peculiar, so it was prudent to confirm matters. As time gradually flowed by, a circle of pitch-black flames suddenly ignited in the emptiness above the formation, revealing a hazy silhouette at its center. A raspy, chilling voice emerged from within. "What seems to be the issue on your end? Why contact me at this moment?" The Lich Bride respectfully explained, "My lord, I beg your forgiveness for the interruption. We have encountered no issues. Rather, with your assistance, we have repelled those imperial hounds." "Assistance? What assistance?" The figure at the heart of the flames fell into a moment of silence. A sense of foreboding enveloped the Lich Bride, prompting her to hastily inquire, "My lord, were you not the one who dispatched a fated one to aid us?" "A fated one? The fated ones within the cult have their own missions. None are available to assist you." The silhouette in the flames seemed to grasp something, and a discernible shift in its tone emerged. "What precisely has transpired on your end?" The Lich Bride swiftly recounted the bizarre occurrences, employing the water mirror technique to present the scene of fervent alchemy, where the ashes of the departed were being meticulously crafted for the esteemed audience. The figure within the circular black flames fell silent, clearly intrigued by this revelation. After a prolonged contemplation, it spoke, "I do not recognize this individual. There is no such entity within the witch cult. However, you claim he aided in repelling the Holy Knight Order and even slayed a legion commander. Are they friend or foe?" While the ashes of the departed can restore the power of heroic spirits, such potent entities are rare, rendering their utility to us rather limited. Moreover, a heroic spirit of the valor you describe is indeed a rarity. You assert he can forge contracts with multiple? Quite astonishing. The figure pondered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The Lich Bride, taken aback by the complexity of the situation, promptly sought guidance. "My lord, what course of action should we pursue? He has slain imperial forces," indicating a stance against them. "If his sole requirement is the ashes of the departed, then you shall acquiesce to his demands. However, there lies a complication. Your activities have become exposed, and the death of the legion commander may attract even more formidable adversaries. You must expedite the creation of the frost dragon and depart swiftly." After a brief moment of contemplation, the dark silhouette appeared to devise a plan. "Invite him to the witch cult. If he desires the ashes of the departed, we shall furnish him with as many as he wishes." "Understood, my lord." The Lich Bride bowed respectfully and then waved her hand, severing the connection. Having successfully crafted 6 portions of the mourner's ashes, along with the previous 5, it was a commendable achievement. Lin Luo gazed at the aged necromancer before him, who wore a rather unpleasant smile as he reverently presented a black box containing the freshly made ashes. "Well done, you've worked hard. Continue your efforts, do you understand?" Upon receiving praise, the necromancer's smile grew even more ghastly as he quickly nodded and murmured, not hard at all." Watching him hastily retreat, Lin Luo couldn't help but stroke his chin in satisfaction. With the addition of these 5 evidently formidable individuals, and with the Black Emperor assisting in the transportation of corpses, the speed of crafting the mourner's ashes had increased to 1 portion every half hour. He believed that with continued diligence, he would soon achieve energy independence. Chapter 92. No more pretenses. I'm laying my cards on the table. Just as he felt a pang of hunger and contemplated indulging in a steaming, spicy burger, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a red figure. He instantly felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, "Where have you been slacking off? Hurry up and get to work." It was quite absurd. Lin Luo treated both genders equally, even if one possessed an alluring figure. It was unreasonable to lounge about for 2 hours, after all. When Lin Luo noticed that the woman remained silent and stood 10 meters away, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. "May I inquire who you are, and what your purpose is for infiltrating our ranks?" The unusual woman finally spoke, her tone no longer respectful but tinged with suspicion. Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. He realized he had been exposed, yet he quickly regained his composure. The absence of hostility in her tone suggested she was not in a hurry to act. Disappointed, he shook his head and said, "I initially intended to engage with you as an envoy, but it seems I have only elicited your suspicion. Very well, no more pretenses. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am a peerless master seeking vengeance against the Empire and drawn to the witch cult. I have come to ally with you. What do you mean by wanting to engage with us as an envoy, only to be met with suspicion? Why not state your intentions directly?" The Lich Bride silently cursed, but, considering his prowess, her tone softened slightly with allure and tact. "Such a master as yourself is certainly welcome among our witch cult. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" "Black Emperor," Lin Luo replied. He had not anticipated the narrative to unfold in this manner. What a bizarre development. In his previous life, while accompanying other players through the secret realms, they had simply followed the storyline. Typically, once the plot concluded, the adventure ended. Encountering a situation where the narrative could extend further was indeed a first for him. What if they wouldn't let him leave? That would be troublesome. Though he was currently quite powerful, he lacked confidence in defeating all the high-level experts within the witch cult. After a moment of hesitation, the Lich Bride inquired, "How many portions do you require?" Lin Luo declared, "At least 20. The Lich Bride hurriedly shook her head, stating, "There is no time. You eliminated the commander of the Temple Legion this afternoon. The Empire has undoubtedly dispatched powerful experts. We must immediately resume the creation of the Frost Dragon. We can no longer waste time crafting the remains of the deceased for you. Lin Luo furrowed his brow slightly, responding, "What is there to fear with me here? When the Empire's experts arrive, I shall naturally strike them down. You simply focus on crafting the remains of the deceased. After all, boasting costs nothing." By the time the Empire's experts arrived, they would have long since fled from these necromancers. However, this time the Lich Bride did not acquiesce. Instead, she resolutely stated, "It is not that I look down upon you, but those who approach are certainly of the third transition in strength. Such individuals are on an entirely different level from us. I am truly sorry, but we can no longer forge the remains of the deceased for you." Lin Luo did not anticipate that his bravado would fail to sway her. Indeed, women were not so easily deceived, and that old man bide was far simpler to manipulate. With a silent sigh, he slowly approached her. This movement caused the Lich Bride to momentarily pause, her delicate form suddenly tensing. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. "Do not be alarmed. First, let us partake in a meal. You have never tasted this, have you?" As the Lich Bride inhaled the crisp air, an unimaginable aroma wafted toward her. This fragrance seemed to awaken her long-lost appetite, and she incredulously asked, "What is this?" Yet, none of the delicacies compared to the allure emanating from the peculiar bag before her, and she could not help but anticipate the delectable flavors within. Lin Luo stepped before her, producing a hamburger and offering it to her. "You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. We can discuss matters afterward." The Lich Bride extended her pale hands to accept it, unwrapping the packaging. After a moment of hesitation, she placed the hamburger beneath her red veil and took a gentle bite. An explosion of unimaginable flavor filled her mouth. "What is this culinary delight? It is exquisite." Lin Luo quietly inserted the Guardian's dagger into her body, stating calmly, "Martial technique, flame-dispersing wave sword." Unending sword chi. The combined forces erupted within her instantaneously. Just as she intended to react, countless, gale, sword chi, surged forth from her being. "Congratulations, player. You have slain the Lich Bride, earning 3,640,000 experience points. Killing above level 6 grants 700 experience points. Heart's Desire, 100 battles, effect, gaining 200 experience points from monster kills." Upon hearing the notification, Lin Luo wasted no time. He swiftly withdrew his blade and dashed toward the unsuspecting mages in the distance. Simultaneously, the Black Emperor wielded the corpse in his hands as a weapon, charging directly into the throng of mages. Instantly, a cacophony of wails, curses, and commands erupted. "Help! What is happening? Why are we suddenly in a killing frenzy? Where did the enemy come from? The spirit of the envoy has gone berserk. This is bad. That is not the envoy. It is the enemy. Everyone, attack. Our undead army is still on the ground. Run." Lin Luo coldly observed the panicked fleeing necromancers and promptly unleashed a chaotic slaughter. Death entwined. Lin Luo sought to evade, yet he found himself ensnared by a black ray that seemed to possess a life of its own, wrapping around him entirely, rendering him momentarily stunned. You, an assassin, are doomed to perish under my death entanglement. Once your heroic spirit loses its master, it shall vanish." The black-robed sorcerer cackled. "Death entanglement? What a pathetic skill. Break free." Lin Luo's magical defenses were indeed lacking. However, his health stood at a formidable 44,360 points, rendering the mere 1,000 points of magical damage inconsequential. The sorcerer was taken aback as he witnessed Lin Luo effortlessly extricate himself from the death entanglement, as if casually pulling away a mere strand of rope. Chapter 93, Slaying the Frost Dragon. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and countless sword energies erupted from within him. In the next instant, he felt all strength abandon him, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Yet, even in his final moments, he murmured in disbelief, "This speed is unmistakably that of an assassin. Why did death entanglement fail against him?" Lin Luo, along with his 2 combat-oriented stand-ins, had nearly cleared the entirety of the underground tomb's chambers in less than half a minute. As he searched for survivors, an ancient, wrathful voice suddenly echoed from the opposite side of the immense dragon's skeletal remains. "Revive, Frost Dragon. Annihilate this vile assassin." A sense of alarm surged through Lin Luo as he observed the once motionless dragon skeleton, where 2 ethereal blue flames ignited within its skull, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground. In that instant, the skeleton of the Frost Dragon appeared to be infused with a soul, abruptly rising from the ground, its colossal form threatening to fracture the ceiling of the hall. At this moment, as it awakened, Lin Luo swiftly assessed its attributes. Frost Dragon, status, incomplete, level, 35, attack power, 480, agility, 89, defense, 520, health, 90,000, experience points, 360,000 skills. Indeed, it matched the difficulty of level 35. Lin Luo felt a sense of reassurance upon viewing the status panel. The Frost Dragon boasted a massive physique, yet its power was not markedly superior to that of the ugly commander. "Black Emperor, will take the offensive. Kagaya, you go eliminate that old sorcerer." Lin Luo commanded, charging forward alongside the Black Emperor from both flanks. The Frost Dragon, perceiving these challengers, let out a fearsome dragon roar, followed by a sweeping frost breath. Surrounded by a myriad of swift wind sword chi, which whirled like a meat grinder, Lin Luo shattered the torrent of frost breath, propelling himself onward. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor braced himself firmly, intertwining his hands to withstand the assault. Is that all you've got? Berserker's Roar 30. Lin Luo, unwavering, charged towards the colossal Frost Dragon, unleashing a thunderous, primal roar as he opened his mouth wide. The Frost Dragon, having just concluded its breath attack, was momentarily paralyzed by the ferocity of his bellow. Crush the earth, 30. Bow before me. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Luo soared into the air, bringing his sword down with tremendous force upon the Frost Dragon's head, driving its elevated skull back into the ground with a resounding impact. At that moment, the Black Emperor finally surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon the dragon's eye sockets. Aura, 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 aura. Aura, aura, aura. The Frost Dragon, gravely wounded, attempted to lift its head once more, only to be met by a torrent of sword energy composed of countless wind blade attacks, cascading from above and forcefully pressing its head back down. 10,000 swords to the throne. Sword Energy River. Dual Technique. Flame Devouring Wave Sword 60. Destruction Death Ray 60. Dance of Fury 30. Aura, 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 aura. Aura, aura, aura. Lin Luo unleashed a barrage of skills in concert with the Black Emperor's relentless punches, driving the Frost Dragon to emit cries of agony. In the distance, the anguished wails of the ancient Lich sorcerer could finally be heard. Soon after, Kagaya Heim joined the fray, contributing to the onslaught against the Frost Dragon, with the three of them relentlessly attacking. The Frost Dragon found itself unable to even open its mouth to cast another skill, ultimately succumbing to a pitiful demise within the subterranean tomb. Congratulations, player. You have slain the Frost Dragon, earning 6,480,000 experience points. Killing an enemy 8 levels higher grants 900 experience points. Wishful Battle, effect, 200 experience points for each monster killed. Congratulations, player. You have now reached level 28. The health bar of this massive creature was indeed formidable. Lin Luo's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, gradually descending amidst the swirling sword energy. He allocated all 4 of his attribute points to agility, raising it from 218 to 222. He then invested 2 skill points into the skill 10,000 Swords to the Throne, elevating it from level 9 to level 11. Should this skill continue to progress, it would ultimately minimize consumption and reach a state of boundless sword energy, significantly increasing the frequency of his attacks. The difference between launching 10 sword energies and 100 simultaneously is indeed profound. Chapter 94, Diamond Level Sword Artifact. Frostmourne. As for the defensive sword energy shield, it was of little use for now. After all, the best defense is a good offense. Similarly, the Sword Energy River, which enhances the attack power of each sword energy, was not urgently needed at the moment, as he could also elevate his attack power through plundering, and more swiftly at that. All right, my dear companions, emerge now. It is time for you to lend a hand. Lin Luo clapped his hands joyfully, surveying the chaotic underground tomb, and summoned all his avatars into action. Upon the emergence of the Lord of Wishes, he promptly set about collecting the spoils of battle. No, you must obediently get to work, Lin Luo declared, flicking his finger against the forehead of the succubus queen with an air of seriousness. Oh no, Sister Kagaya, my master is bullying me. The succubus queen, having been flicked on the forehead, ran off in tears to seek solace from Kagaya. Lin Luo smiled faintly, casting a glance at the floating orb of flesh nearby. While the succubus queen was indeed rather unreliable, the matter of the fetal movement also required urgent attention. Which emotion would suit you best? Never mind. I shall ponder that later. Come forth, Green Goblin. Lin Luo shook his head, deeming it unnecessary to rush this matter for the time being. From behind him, several green tendrils emerged, swiftly rummaging through the corpse of the frost giant dragon. In no time, his seasoned expertise led him to extract a long sword from the dragon's spine, emanating waves of chilling air. He also unearthed a frost-white horn from its claw. Lin Luo held the finely crafted sword, adorned with a dragon's head, in his hands and marveled, incredible. I never expected to acquire a diamond-tier weapon. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. In his previous life, he had spent a full 3 years merely to obtain a single diamond-tier weapon, the Crimson Lotus God Spear. One can only imagine the rarity of such high-tier weaponry. He immediately began to inspect the attributes of this artifact. Frostmourne quality, diamond tier, rare level restriction, level 27 class restriction, melee class. Second transition attack power, 289 critical hit rate, 15 critical damage, 20 attack speed, 20 armor penetration, ignores 10 points of the target's physical defense. Frost Slash. Each attack reduces the enemy's agility by 2 for 5 seconds, stacking up to 15 times. Wail. Activates the vengeful spirit of the frost giant dragon within the sword, inflicting the hesitation effect on enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown, 1 hour. Hesitation. temporarily halts attacks on the target. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Luo hesitated not for a moment. He immediately listed his previous Guardian Dagger on the auction house of the game interface and equipped Frostmourne. To delay even a second would be an affront to the invincibility of this artifact. This diamond-tier weapon boasted an attack power exceeding that of the Guardian Dagger by over 200, alongside 7 attributes perfectly suited to him. Truly the most formidable equipment at this level. Furthermore, despite being designed for slaying monsters of level 35, it only required the user to be level 27. This is one of the advantages of high-quality equipment, strong attributes with low requirements. In his previous life, weapons with level restrictions below 30 had never manifested in diamond quality. Typically, lower-tier weapons, due to their inferior quality, were easily rendered obsolete as levels progressed. However, this diamond-tier Frostmourne already possessed value at its utmost enhancement. In general, encountering 2 pieces of dark gold-grade equipment in a secret realm of this level, akin to my previous experience, is already quite commendable. It seems the difficulty may play a significant role. Lin Luo possesses theoretical knowledge about the various grades of equipment obtainable from secret realm dungeons that is arguably unparalleled globally. Typically, secret realms at levels 30 to 35 yield golden grade items and equipment. However, the weapon before him is a diamond grade, 2 significant tiers above gold. This clearly surpasses his existing knowledge base. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the underlying reasons. Primarily, he had single-handedly conquered a higher-level secret realm. And during this sanctuary of the forest, he had merely dispatched a faction of enemies without provoking the elves. In contrast, during his current venture in Grave of Weeping, he had annihilated both factions. Such a disparity in difficulty is evident. Lin Luo has begun to discern a pattern for acquiring superior items. He then lifted the Frostwhite Horn to examine it further. Horn of the Frost Dragon. Quality: dark gold, exceptional. Effect: summons a level 35 Frost Dragon, incomplete. Astonishing. To summon a level 35 creature directly? Although its state is incomplete, it remains impressive. Lin Luo marveled. He had only ever encountered such items in the auction houses of gaming interfaces in his past life, each valued at no less than 10 million huaxia coins. Compared to ordinary monsters, this one boasts a richer array of abilities, a colossal form, and robust health, truly a specialized asset for exploration and an unparalleled bulwark. Following this, Lin Luo utilized Green Demon to meticulously gather various valuable materials from the Frost Dragon. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the primary reward of this secret realm was not merely the ashes of the departed for restoring substitute energy, but rather the very Frost Dragon. Had an ordinary player proceeded through the narrative as intended, assisting the Temple Legion in vanquishing the witch cult and its necromancers, they would likely have acquired some materials from the Frost Dragon, as well as a portion of the ashes of the departed. While the other substitutes were preoccupied collecting their spoils, Lin Luo continued to dismantle the bones of the Frost Dragon. Its sheer size was daunting. Despite some bones being of inferior quality, he was reluctant to discard them, having grown up in poverty. Once he had completed the task, his notable gains from this secret realm were as follows: high-quality mana restoration potion, silver, rare 15. Death's Embrace magic scroll, consumable, silver, rare 8. Deadly Ray magic scroll, consumable, silver, rare 5. Return of the Departed magic scroll, consumable, silver, exceptional 3. Ashes of the Departed, gold, exceptional 10. Cursed Crystal Staff, gold, rare. Class restriction, second transfer mage class. Grimoire of the Departed, silver, rare 5. Class restriction, second transfer mage class. Intermediate Robe of the Witch Cult, silver, rare 2. Intermediate Magic Hat of the Witch Cult, silver, common 6. The Blessing of the Desire Witch, golden grade, exceptional. Usable by all classes. The Wedding Dress of the Lich Bride, dark gold grade, rare. Restricted class, second transition mage class. Bronze coins, 589. Silver coins, 350. Gold coins, 270. After Lin Luo meticulously counted the spoils, he nodded in satisfaction. Overall, the net gain, excluding the energy expended, surpassed that of the Sacred Grove. Though it did require a bit more time. Next time, do not even think about slacking off. When I find the time, I will thoroughly oversee your efforts in refining the remains of the deceased. You shall not escape my watch. It is already 5 o'clock, and delving into the secret realms truly consumes time. Upon exiting, Lin Luo casually resolved his dinner on the way before hastening to another secret realm, Sacred Grove. By the time he completed the Sacred Grove, he arrived at Guitao's location, and it was around 9 o'clock in the evening. He gazed through the mist at the brightly lit inspectorate building, murmuring to himself, "So, you are the last one on the hunting list, Guitao. How fortunate you are to be here, though it has caused me a bit of inconvenience." Night fell. Without the sun, the white mist of Hang City appeared considerably dimmer. A colossal, alien hunter was gnawing on a giant locust, slowly devouring it. Suddenly, its elongated head twitched slightly, revealing an even more enticing figure beneath it. "Hey, you oversized insect, get lost." The not-so-bright brain of the alien hunter, instantly perked up at the sound. A human? Chapter 95, Abandonment and Foreknowledge. This was the most delectable morsel in the mist. It seemed to have gone 2 days without a meal. Without hesitation, it discarded the corpse of the giant locust. Its side-like arms slashing downward in an instant. You are quite bothersome, begone. The forelimbs of the alien hunter were seized instantly, and an unimaginable force hurled it away. After a flurry of smoke and mist, it crashed into the wall of a nearby shop. Squeak, squeak. The alien hunter was now utterly enraged. It had not anticipated that its meal would fight back. With a sudden spring, it propelled itself forward at an astonishing speed towards the diminutive figure in the mist. Why are you in such a hurry to meet your end, you foolish creature? Thunder God, aid me. Just as the alien hunter was about to reach its desired prey, a bolt of lightning struck it on the head, followed by the resounding clap of thunder. Luo disdainfully glanced at the charred remains of the enormous insect on the ground, and quickly made his way to a silvery, secret realm ahead. Old, you did not deceive me. The energy farming realm is indeed here. I shall enter and assess whether a strategy is required. He reached out to touch the silver wall, but in the next moment, his expression changed. What? Someone has already cleared the Black Emperor? Damn it. After parting ways with Yutai and the others, Luo first ventured to clear an energy realm assigned to him before hurrying to this nearby unclaimed secret realm. On the shimmering silver screen, lines of text were displayed. Player completion, Black Emperor, time taken, 4 hours and 11 minutes. Secret realm refresh time, 23 hours and 51 minutes remaining. Luo gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Black Emperor, it's you again. I hadn't intended to confront you so soon, but it seems you have come knocking at my door. After muttering a few curses, he calmed himself slightly, thinking that once he subdued this foe, he could finally have a proper conversation with Old Yu. The energy secret realm refreshed every 24 hours, and Black Emperor would undoubtedly return at that time. By merely waiting here, he could catch him unawares, which would indeed simplify matters. Unlike Utaijia's specialized stand, his was a versatile one, and coupled with his own inheritance from the Celestial Master sect, he was akin to a flawless hexagonal warrior. At that moment, Guotao sat in the interrogation room of the Inspection Bureau. Although he had confessed to all his actions over the years and was now detained awaiting trial, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him. After years of such deeds, he often experienced a vague unease, and now it was finally coming to a close. There was no denying that, during the prediction of the future, he had claimed to be a high-level awakened individual seeking protection, only for the Inspection Bureau to dawdle, resulting in his demise at the hands of a mysterious figure. Yet now, he had openly confessed to being a spy, selling information to foreign agents, and was immediately apprehended. With so many inspectors in the Bureau for protection, surely that individual could not harm him now. Furthermore, his abilities, once reported to the state, would undoubtedly be recognized. He was confident that he could redeem himself through meritorious service. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the two inspectors who had just interrogated him began to argue outside the door. Master, it is precisely because of spies like him, who sell information to foreign entities, that countless scientists in our homeland have met untimely ends. Is a mere 2-year sentence all he deserves? The young inspector wore a face of indignation. In contrast, the older inspector sighed and responded, Guotao has confessed and demonstrated a good attitude towards his guilt. Moreover, current policies in our homeland aim to provide opportunities for redemption to those awakened at grade level and above. If he behaves well during his time, he might be out within a year. Given the current calamity, we must adjust our perspectives. I only took some photographs. I never participated in any acts that caused death. Guotao quickly defended himself. Photographs? The young inspector scoffed. It is your very photographs that provided intelligence to those foreign operatives, enabling them to ambush our researchers on their commute, leading to their deaths by vehicular assault. After speaking, he produced a notebook and threw it in front of Guotao. The pages were filled with clear records of the Chinese scientists who had perished in car accidents over the years. Zhou Yuanguang, polymer materials expert. Feng Tanghe, artificial intelligence specialist. Zhang Dabing, genetic engineering scientist. Chen Shuming, advanced weapon chip expert. Zhong Yang, botany expert. Luo Chongtai, lunar exploration specialist. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Guotao forcibly squeezed out a few tears, feigning a look of panic. However, deep within his heart, he felt little remorse. After all, he had merely sold a few photographs and had not harmed anyone. Why should he bear the brunt of this blame? Ultimately, he did not believe he was in the wrong. Rather, he was aware of his impending doom, which drove him to surrender. The young inspector, recognizing the insincerity of his performance, felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the alarm suddenly blared at the entrance. Oh no, could it be that a monster had breached the premises? His expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately leaped to his feet and rushed out. Meanwhile, Guotao, confined to a chair with his hands locked, heard the commotion outside and felt a chill creep into his heart. Could that person dare to invade the inspector's office to kill me? However, he had not foreseen the consequences of his surrender, and thus remained oblivious to the true cause of the chaos in the inspector's office. Just as he was grappling with his fear, the lights in the interrogation room suddenly dimmed. Moments later, a loud noise erupted from behind him. Guotao's entire body trembled as he struggled to turn his head, only to see, shrouded in the dim light, a man and a woman slowly entering through a hole in the wall, as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. Then a young man's unfamiliar voice echoed. So? You were hiding here? What are you looking at? I've come for you. Upon hearing this, Guotao's pupils dilated in terror, and he screamed, No! How dare you follow me here? Someone help. They want to kill me. I've already surrendered. You must come and protect me. Lin Luo paused momentarily, only to quickly grasp the situation. You knew I would come to kill you? Guotao, sensing the murderous intent, immediately began to wail, Please don't kill me. I promise I won't betray anyone again. I can foresee the future. I will surely atone for my sins. Foreseeing the future? Lin Luo's eyes shone with unrestrained joy. Such a remarkable gift. And you chose to use it to undermine the economy of Huaxia? This talent should undoubtedly be put to better use under my guidance. Hand it over. My lord, an inspector is approaching due to the noise, whispered the Lord of Wishes. Materializing behind him. Proceed. Lin Luo's gaze sharpened, and he coolly gestured for action. As Kagaya raised her weapon, Guotao seemed to realize the end was nigh. And he screamed in panic, You cannot kill me. This is the inspector's office. My crimes will be judged by the law. You cannot act. The law. Lin Luo mused for a brief moment before declaring with conviction, I'm afraid here. I am the law. In the next instant, the blade in the girl's hand plunged into Guotao's heart. In his final moments, a look of unwilling resentment clouded his eyes. How infuriating. My substitute is so powerful, yet I am to die in such an inexplicable manner. This is a cursed substitute. A cursed substitute? The mysterious man furrowed his brow slightly. But he and the girl soon vanished through the hole. Shortly thereafter, several enormous insect-like creatures, under the control of the Lord of Wishes, scuttled in to erase all traces of the incident. After Lin Luo departed from the inspectorate, a familiar notification sound soon resonated within his consciousness. Your innate talent, Plunder, has been activated. Please select one from among the target's attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power to plunder. The well-known voice echoed in his ears, allowing Lin Luo to finally lower his guard. After all, it was a talent of the precognition type. Exercising caution was certainly prudent. Talent effect. With his choice made, a brand new power swiftly coursed through his body. Checking his talent, he discovered. Simulate future. Level. Can grow. Effect. Through the host's subjective decisions and choices, future scenarios are textually simulated in the future diary. Cooldown. No cooldown period. Upon reviewing the effects of his talent, Lin Luo immediately grasped that this ability did not exist independently, but rather relied on a substitute for realization. Thus, he summoned forth a new substitute. It appeared as an unremarkable diary, its blue cover inscribed with the word future. Upon opening it, he found it completely blank. Substitute, future diary. Level 1. Strength, 0. Average person, 10. Agility, 0. Intelligence. Defense, 1. Health points, 500. Energy, 200. Energy recovery rate, 1 point per hour. Growth, 170. Action range, 0 meters. Bearing the future. Enables the host to present deduced futures in written form within the diary, visible only to the host. Consumption, none. Cooldown, no cooldown period. Tomorrow morning, it would be time to visit the prison of the inspectorate. Chapter 96. Will the mistress be angry upon discovering this? Under the bright desk lamp, a blue-covered notebook lay atop the table. It appeared to be an ordinary diary. Upon opening it, lines of text began to manifest on the white pages. My name is Lin Luo. By the time you read this sentence, I will have died. November 16th, 2025. The afternoon of the 4th day of the fog-enshrouded city. After visiting my brother in prison, I returned to the Tomb of Weeping in the Secret Realm, where I encountered a young man who claimed to be the contemporary celestial master, Lu Yu. Without a word, he attacked me. I naturally would not indulge him. Yet I could never have anticipated that both the Black Emperor and I were no match for him. After my defeat, he offered me a choice, serve him as a dog or perish. In the end, I, unwilling to submit, met my demise beneath a bolt of lightning. I do not wish to die. I must alter this fatal outcome. As Lin Luo gazed upon the flowing lines of text, his expression shifted. I will die tomorrow afternoon. Impossible. Guotao had once mentioned that his talent was cursed. No, I refuse to die. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo regained his composure. After all, he had been granted a second chance. How could he allow himself to fade away unnoticed here? Every talent exists to assist its host. I have never heard of a talent that harms. Who is Lu Yu? Why does he seek to take my life? Lin Luo calmed his mind and meticulously read the contents of the future diary once more. Indeed, the information recorded in this diary was fraught with ambiguities. The name Lu Yu seemed familiar. Wait, could he be the leader of the renowned folk organization, the Celestial Master Sect, from my past life? The body of the Lord of Wishes gradually materialized within the room, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Not go. Absolutely not. A talent as formidable as this, willingly presented before me. How could I possibly decline? Lin Luo cared not who his opponent was. the moment they dared to strike him. They had already chosen their path to demise. In this second life, it was his turn to extinguish others. No one would dare to humiliate or slay him again. Not even the leader of the Celestial Master sect. He did not believe that, with his current prowess far exceeding that of ordinary players, bolstered by numerous powerful talents and stand-ins, he would be unable to contend with a single adversary. Even if a formidable stand-in were to arrive, he would not cower. Evading was not his style, regardless of what his future might hold. In this moment of rebirth, if you are a tiger, you shall lie down before me. If you are a dragon, you must coil obediently at my feet. As for why Lu Yu sought to kill him, he could inquire about that when Lu Yu faced his demise. After regaining his composure, Lin Luo's lips curled into a fierce and malevolent grin. Future diary. Continue to simulate the future for me. Upon sensing Lin Luo's resolve, the future diary promptly resumed its calculations. My name is Lin Luo. By the time you read this, I will have perished. November 16th, 2025. Afternoon of the 4th day of the fog-enshrouded city. When the future me, aware of what was to come, returned to the grave of the weeping secret realm, I saw a young man emerging from the mist who, without hesitation, summoned 2 stand-ins. Wait, why do I possess 2 stand-ins? When the Black Emperor and the Lord of Wishes appeared together, the latter displayed a slight surprise. However, after a fierce confrontation, the Lord of Wishes could not withstand the overwhelming desires and collapsed, while the Black Emperor was swiftly suppressed. The thunder from the heavens struck me down once again. What is this? Garbled text? How could this happen? I understand now. Lin Luo exchanged a glance with the Lord of Wishes, both recognizing the critical flaw in the future diary. Master, it seems that the future diary is indeed a stand-in of a certain level. Without your summoning of the remaining stand-ins, it will only proceed with logical deductions. The Lord of Wishes wore an expression of realization and relief. Lin Luo nodded in agreement, finding the old Wish's explanation quite reasonable. Generally speaking, every player possesses only one talent and one stand-in. His unique situation had never been heard of, even in the future. As the Venerable Qi has remarked, a mere stand-in is, after all, just a stand-in. Though it possesses foresight, such insight is fundamentally rooted in common sense. Regrettably, Lin Luo is unable to deduce matters according to conventional reasoning. Upon grasping the crux of the situation, he summoned forth all his stand-ins with a mere thought, instantly crowding the small room. Master, at this late hour, are you yearning for me? Do you wish for my transformation? Upon her appearance, the little girl displayed a bashful demeanor, yet the mistress might become displeased if she were to learn of this. Chapter 97. The Terrifying Lu Yu, Dual-Class Combat Power. Lin Luo, upon sighting this mischief maker, could not help but cover his forehead. Mayor, do take a look around you. The Demon Queen then realized that Lin Luo had not summoned her alone, but had indeed called forth all his stand-ins. With an adorably dazed expression, she inquired, Master, do you require so many companions for the night? I am Lin Luo. By the time you read this message, I shall have perished. November 16th, 2025. Afternoon of the 4th day since the city was shrouded in white mist. When I, forewarned of the future, returned to the grave of tears within the secret realm, I resolved to exert every effort and launch a surprise attack. Wait, why do I have 5 stand-ins? This current master is rather extraordinary. 45. As anticipated, the future diary once again displayed garbled text. Clearly, Lin Luo's predicament surpassed its comprehension, yet it soon reverted to normalcy, unveiling a fresh line of text. The outcome caused his pupils to constrict slightly. The adversary is the strongest foe I have encountered since my rebirth. I understand that without exerting my utmost, I shall meet my demise. Thus, I directly merged the Black Emperor with Kaguya, utilizing the skills of the Demon Queen alongside the control of the Wishmaster and the Green Demon to launch an assault. After enduring a fierce battle, I still faced defeat. The 5 stand-ins, endowed with 5 distinct talents, ultimately proved inadequate against the youthful Celestial Master Lu Yu. Even when I unleashed the power inherent to the instance, I still fell beneath the descending lightning. The enemy's stand-ins and talents were simply too formidable. However, I did not depart empty-handed. I discerned that his stand-ins and talent levels were unequivocally the most terrifying grade. I am acutely aware that a stand-in is formidable prior to level 40's 3rd transition, while a person becomes powerful thereafter. What is typically spoken of are grade and grade. Yet a stand-in of grade, given sufficient energy, could potentially contend with those above the 3rd transition. At this moment, levels have temporarily lost their significance. Lin Luo contemplated this outcome, falling into a momentary silence. Nevertheless, it is somewhat comprehensible that 5 stand-ins of grade could not prevail against a stand-in of grade. After all, only a 1 in 10 million chance could birth such a terrifying talent. In my past life, which stand-in with a grade talent did not evolve into a dragon among men, an invincible entity? If 5 of grade could indeed defeat 1 of grade, then such a level would hold little value. With a gentle sigh, Lin Luo beckoned, Black Emperor, come forth and deliver a powerful punch to my head. Standing behind him, the Dark Emperor did not hesitate, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at his head. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of the punch, a terrifying pressure filled the room. The savior swiftly extended his hand, blocking the Dark Emperor's assault from afar. With his arrival, the space became even more crowded, forcing Princess Huiyue and the Demon Queen to temporarily recline upon the bed. However, Lin Luo had no time to dwell on such matters. He immediately activated his talent to simulate the future once more. If this attempt were to fail, he would have no choice but to retreat from the fray. The future diary swiftly manifested before him, revealing line after line of text. My name is Lin Luo. By the time you read this, I will have perished. November 16th, 2025, afternoon of the 4th day of the White Mist lockdown. Wait, I actually possess 6 stand-ins? 1. With the Savior's addition and a substantial influx of energy, this confrontation with the celestial master Lu Yu felt somewhat less daunting. Yet, it soon became apparent that the opponent had resolved to unleash some hidden trump card. Lu Yu, aside from being a level awakener, possesses a terrifying secret treasure. This time, I did not perish under thunder, but rather succumb to a crushed heart. For the first time, I truly sensed the formidable and insurmountable power of a level stand-in. Doubt began to creep into my mind. Was there truly no way out? Unless I have more stand-ins. Yes, brother, indeed. I still have another stand-in of the same caliber as the savior. Upon reading this line, Lin Luo recognized that the future diary indeed simulated his personality, even reflecting how he would think in such circumstances. However, this particular stand-in had yet to solidify its form due to infrequent usage. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly stated, Old Chi, I need to discern which emotion will birth the stand-in and what tactics will utterly defeat Lu Yu. The Lord of Wishes understood that his master had now placed his last hope in the Book of Wishes and the yet-to-be-born new stand-in. Without further ado, he delicately flipped through the pages of the book, which immediately erupted with a dazzling radiance. A hint of astonishment crossed the Lord of Wishes' face. This wish had only cost 20 energy points to fulfill. He then shared the news with Lin Luo, who, upon hearing the strategy to conquer Lu Yu, beamed with delight and summoned his final stand-in, the fleshy doll, before activating his talent to simulate the future once more. My name is Lin Luo. By the time you read this, I will have perished. Wait, I actually possess 7 stand-ins. 1. My name is Lin Luo. By the time you read this, I am still alive. November 16th, 2025, afternoon of the 4th day of the White Mist lockdown. Although he possesses significantly greater strength than a typical awakened talent, capable not only of foreseeing danger, but also wielding a terrifying artifact of suspected sacred level, it is no surprise that he was once the ruler of a formidable faction. Yet, I remain untroubled. This is solely because I have devised an infallible strategy. When Lu Yu summoned his stand, I unhesitatingly chose emotion as the source for the birthing of my own stand. With this immense surge of emotion, my 8th stand was finally born. In this battle, I emerged victorious. However, my sole regret lies in Lu Yu, that wretched scoundrel, managing to escape. The time limit for my fusion had expired, and pursuing him further might yield uncertain outcomes. I did not inquire about his motive for attempting to kill me. Yet I unexpectedly gained tremendous rewards. The artifact in his possession is indeed sacred. An artifact of such caliber is likely equivalent to a blank-level powerhouse. And coupled with his own formidable innate talent, he effectively embodies dual tiers, which explains why he is so difficult to eliminate. Although this battle consumed a considerable amount of stored energy, the final reward certainly outweighs the expenditure. Knowing the outcome in advance, I have begun to eagerly anticipate this confrontation. Upon witnessing the result, Lin Luo confirmed that the Book of Wishes had indeed fulfilled his desire. The strategy to defeat Lu Yu is not particularly arduous. The only challenge lies in selecting the appropriate emotion to serve as the source for the stand-S birthing. After some contemplation, a glint of chilling brilliance flashed in his eyes. Old Chi, can you find a way to eliminate Lu Yu? After all, striking a serpent and failing to kill it could lead to dire consequences. If I could utterly vanquish Lu Yu and seize his tier talent, it would be a permanent solution. Even if it costs me additional energy, it would undoubtedly be a profitable endeavor. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Wishes opened the Book of Wishes and, after a thorough assessment, shook his head in resignation. Master, it is not feasible. This wish would lead to my downfall. A knowing look crossed Lin Luo's eyes. It seems that his stands are still somewhat lacking in level. Defeating the opponent may be achievable, yet ensuring his complete demise is not so straightforward. Postscript. What emotion do you think the protagonist will ultimately choose as the energy source for the stand's birthing? Chapter 98. A Visit to the Prison. Furthermore, according to the records in the future diary, Lu Yu possesses not only tier talent, but also another form of extraordinary ability. Perhaps from the spoils acquired after defeating Lu Yu, I could glean some of his secrets. Alright, everyone, let us rest early. See you tomorrow. After Lin Luo clarified his thoughts, he stood up, gently clapped his hands, and smiled as he bid farewell to his stands. Master, are you not keeping Mayor overnight? When several stands had successively taken their leave, the Demon Queen did not vanish immediately, but instead gradually transformed into a tall, purple-haired beauty. She reclined on the bed, her attire barely concealing her modesty due to her change in physique. With a glimpse of her delicate form and a fragrance akin to orchids, She feigned resistance with a beguiling allure. Master, rest assured, I shall not mention this to the mistress. Master, what would you like to use? Upon transforming into her demon queen form, her demeanor has evidently grown more aggressive, and she now provocatively gazes at him. However, the lingering scent of the two women upon the bed prevents him from regaining his composure. If the host were of a less resolute character, they would likely be thoroughly drained by now. Truly, one more glance, just one more look, and I would surely explode. Draw closer, come nearer. I feel as if I might melt away. Damn it, sleep eludes me. I must step outside and slay a few pests to regain my calm. As morning dawns, although the outside remains shrouded in white mist, a faint light begins to break through. After hastily washing up and consuming a quick breakfast, Lin Luo descends to summon the Lord of Wishes to drive him. With the roar of the engine, the Audi force swiftly vanishes into the fog. The Inspection Bureau prison lies on the outskirts of Hang City, vast in expanse. Due to the fog sealing the city, all detainees have been barred from outdoor exercise. However, the armed forces here are robust, resulting in minimal casualties. As before during his visit to see his brother, Lin Luo approaches the prison gates. Unlike previous occasions, today only 2 armed inspectors huddle in the security room. They are taken aback as Lin Luo emerges from the mist. Officers, I am here for a visit. I have an appointment, Lin Luo states, tapping on the window and presenting his identification materials, waving them in the air. The inspectors, visibly startled, clearly find the appearance of a person emerging from the fog more alarming than that of any creature. One inspector manages to steady himself and quickly strides over, opening the window to reprimand. Didn't the authorities issue a notice instructing you to stay indoors? It's perilous outside. Why are you out here? I assure you, Inspector, I appreciate your concern. Those creatures in the mist pose no threat to me. Lin Luo replies with a smile, summoning the towering Black Emperor, standing at 2 meters tall. To substantiate his claim, he commands Black Emperor to retrieve Giant Locust from the fog. The inspector gazes in astonishment at the imposing figure clad in black armor, effortlessly pinching the writhing Giant Locust in his grasp as if it were a mere wild dog. He is momentarily rendered speechless. Young man, is this your stand-in? Asks the other inspector, appearing slightly older and approaching with curiosity, gun in hand. Lin Luo nods with a smile. Indeed. Officers, may I trouble you to open the gate now? I have urgent matters to discuss with my brother. Upon hearing this, the inspector's expression turns troubled. Young man, you must understand the current situation is exceptional. Our prison is under lockdown, and visits are not permitted. Please return once the fog has lifted. However, Lin Luo is not surprised by this turn of events. He had foreseen it through the future diary, and, utilizing the powers of the Book of Wishes, devised a means to gain entry. He calmly spoke. How about this, officers? Please contact your superiors and inform them that I can assist in eliminating the creatures roaming within the prison, on the condition that I am allowed to enter for a visit. Surely, an exception can be made. The 2 police officers were taken aback. The young man had not only remained, but had also proposed a condition they might find difficult to decline. They stepped back slightly and whispered among themselves. What should we do? Indeed, a large number of insectoid monsters had infiltrated the prison yard, and although we had attempted to eradicate them, we had failed to eliminate them completely, resulting in injuries to a few of our colleagues. This matter is beyond our authority. We should reach out to our superiors. Chapter 99. No one can bully us anymore. They exchanged glances, and one officer instructed Lin Luo to wait a moment while the other used a special communication method to contact the prison leadership. Lin Luo leisurely waited outside for a brief period before he saw the slightly older officer approach him with a warm smile, inviting him inside. Our leader has agreed. Please follow me. Along the way, the officer provided Lin Luo with an overview of the current situation within the prison. Thanks to prior notifications, there had been no casualties. However, due to a lack of understanding of the monsters shrouded in mist, a few officers had sustained injuries during the cleanup, resulting in a state of inaction. Last night, a powerful insectoid creature had breached the prison's interior. Although there were no casualties, it had captured the attention of the officers, prompting them to convene early in the morning to prevent a recurrence. Now, with Lin Luo's involvement, they hoped to manage the disaster with greater ease. With the cooperation of the prison inspectors, Lin Luo soon found himself in the reception area, where he caught a glimpse of his older brother, Zhou Xingdong. Through the transparent glass, the man before him bore a resolute expression, his brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of hardship. Upon first seeing Lin Luo, a flicker of excitement shone in his eyes, quickly replaced by deep concern. Lin Luo, having experienced the trials of 2 lifetimes, had transformed much of his hardship into an exterior facade, yet his voice betrayed an uncontainable excitement. Brother, it's been so long. Once Zhou Shengdong grasped the microphone, his familiar and urgent voice resonated immediately. Lin Luo, why are you here? The outside is teeming with monstrous creatures. Hearing the worry in his brother's tone, Lin Luo pursed his lips, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if something within him threatened to overflow. He managed to smile, inhaled deeply, and choked out, Brother, you need not worry about me. No one will ever bully us again. Zhou Xingdong paused, Sensing that his brother's demeanor today was somewhat peculiar, he quickly asked Lin Luo, "Tell me, have you faced any grievances out there? Do not be afraid. I will come to your aid." However, as he spoke, his voice faltered, and a look of despondency crossed his face. Indeed, although he wished to help his brother, he was powerless to even step outside. No. Lin Luo gazed at his exuberant brother, a smile inevitably curling at the corners of his lips. His brother had always been this way, selflessly prioritizing him above all else. How fortunate it was to be reborn. In this life, no one would dare to bully them again. With a grin, Lin Luo said, "Brother, no one outside can intimidate me now. I have come to bring you a gift. With it, you might soon find your way out." Zhou Xingdong cast a skeptical glance at him, about to speak, when suddenly, he felt a firm slap on his back. An unimaginable force surged into his body, causing him to clutch his chest and curl up. The prison's supervising officers, witnessing the unexpected appearance of the Black Emperor behind the inmate, instinctively raised their firearms, only to see the Black Emperor vanish before their very eyes. "What did you just do? Speak the truth. Hands up." The officers, clearly unsettled by this supernatural occurrence, aimed their weapons at Lin Luo, reprimanding him in hushed tones. Yet, in the face of the ominous gun barrels, Lin Luo remained unperturbed, offering a calm smile. "Gentlemen, there's no need for alarm. I merely brought a few items for my brother. However, this particular item disappears upon contact with a human body, so it should not be deemed dangerous. Surely, that does not violate any regulations?" One of the officers who had escorted him and maintained a level of composure superior to the others. He declared loudly, "Everyone, remain calm. This young man is here to assist us. He has already spoken with the warden, and he is not our adversary." With his reassurance, the tension in the room began to dissipate. However, the next moment, a hoarse growl erupted from within the glass enclosure. Flames of a vivid crimson ignited on Zhou Xingdong's body and the surrounding floor. From within, a knight clad in silver armor, wielding a spear and shield, leaped forth. The Crimson Lotus Knight? Is this my stand? Lin Luo, witnessing the striking figure, felt a genuine joy for his brother. "Brother, with his assistance, you will surely make a mark in prison and earn a reduction in your sentence." With a cheerful tone, Lin Luo reassured, "Rest easy, I have more of these." "Really?" "Indeed." Once Lin Luo followed the elder officer out, the previously gathered supervisors erupted in fervor. What on earth did that young man do? How did he elevate his brother's talent from level to level in an instant? Individuals with level talents are now prioritized by the state for cultivation. Even if they are incarcerated, as long as they are willing to contribute, they can earn a reduction in their sentence. Zhou Xingdong is fortunate to have such a brother. Unlike my sibling, who only squanders resources. Alas, comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Were those two who appeared and vanished like phantoms in armor stands? How astonishing. I had only seen such things online before. I never imagined I would witness two stands in person today. Can talent levels actually be enhanced? If I rush over, will it be too late to acquire his contact information? Did you hear? That visitor claimed he possesses more of those items that can elevate one's talent. I must go and procure some from him. Hey, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Let's go find him together. Current publicly available information. Character, Zhou Xingdong. Position, Brother Lin Luo. Talent, Crimson Courage. Level, Effect, the host gains 1 point of damage immunity for every 3 points reduced from maximum health. Substitute, Crimson Knight. Level, Strength, 170, Normal Human, 10, Agility, 140 Intelligence, 50 Defense, 150 Health, 6,000 Energy, 90 Energy Recovery Rate, 1 point per hour growth, 100 Action Distance, 15 meters, Crimson Shield. Activating, Crimson Power, increases defense by 60 points, consuming 1 point of energy per minute. Crimson Spear, activating, Crimson Power, adds 50 points of burn damage to attacks, consuming 1 point of energy per minute. Chapter 100 Hidden Truths. The scene that unfolded in the visiting room moments ago now appeared on a monitor. It seems this young man is quite remarkable. Once he finishes helping to clear away those monsters, I shall invite him for a conversation. If he wishes to assist his brother in reducing his sentence, I would not object. The mere thought of this made his smile grow ever more pronounced. He then took a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and savored a deep inhale. Subsequently, he pulled out a thick stack of silver items from his pocket and gently placed them on the table. If Lin Luo were present, he would instantly recognize that these were all Fate Roulette single draw tickets. Currently, Fate Roulette single draw tickets are being auctioned in the game interface, each fetching no less than 300,000 huaxia coins. He could effortlessly acquire hundreds of these from prisoners each day, far more satisfying than the risks associated with taking money from others. Having spent his life in public office, he was acutely aware that the future belonged to the strong. He hoped these silver lottery tickets would give his son a head start in life. Only 7 more were needed to accumulate a total of 500. Once this fog clears, he would present them all to his son. Duan Xingfeng, while exhaling clouds of smoke, lightly tapped the table. The total of 493 Fate Roulette single draw tickets had been extorted from those criminals attempting to conquer the secret realm of Sky Tower within the prison over the past few days. Indeed, to enhance their strength or acquire equipment for sale, they must exchange the fate fragments obtained directly for fate roulette single draw tickets to hand over to him. After all, he was soon to be reassigned, and it was the perfect opportunity to reap the benefits before his departure. There was no clear definition of value. For one well-versed in the law like him, this loophole was a perfect opportunity to exploit. The law permits what is not expressly forbidden. The sudden onset of thick fog severed all connections with the outside world, perfectly fueling his ambitions and prompting him to exploit the prisoners even more brazenly. For now, within this prison, he was the sovereign emperor. After finishing his visitation, Lin Luo had, as agreed, assisted the prison authorities in clearing some of the wandering monsters. As he was about to depart, the inspector who had been shadowing him suddenly spoke up to retain him. Lin Luo, our prison warden wishes to meet you. He possesses a means to assist your brother. Lin Luo's expression revealed a sense of inevitability. The entire prison under the inspectorate was ensnared in a dense fog. Isolated and helpless, with no knowledge of when the mist would dissipate. Thus, encountering such a formidable external ally was an opportunity they could not afford to let slip away. He followed the inspector swiftly to the third floor of an office building, where he entered a modest office alone. Inside, he beheld a slightly rotund man clad in police uniform, standing behind a desk, greeting him with a cheerful smile. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. A flicker of surprise crossed Duan Qingfeng's eyes, quickly replaced by hearty laughter. Lin Luo furrowed his brow slightly at the remark. What did it mean? Was there more to his brother's case than met the eye? Duan Qingfeng's smile waned just a touch, and his tone took on a more serious note. What sort of case warrants a 15-year sentence? Your brother, alas, is a pitiable soul. He was merely used as a pawn. Eliminating the monsters? There's no need, for they will inevitably be eradicated in due time. Leaning back in his chair, Duan Qingfeng lightly tapped the desk with one hand. His gaze piercing as he regarded Lin Luo, his voice laden with intrigue. I just witnessed your brother's stand-in awakening through the surveillance. In that instant, Lin Luo comprehended the prison warden's insinuation. His appetites were rather grand, seeking his level's spirit crystal. Oh, Duan Qingfeng had not anticipated this young man would be so difficult to manipulate, and thus resorted to casting a second bait. What if I were to reduce your brother's sentence? Lin Luo's eyes narrowed. This was a proposition he could hardly refuse. Though he possessed the capability to forcibly take his brother away, he understood his brother well enough to know he would never consent. Observing the shift in the young man's expression, Duan Qingfeng recognized he had found his vulnerability and continued. As long as you provide me with the means to awaken a stand-in, any matter can be negotiated. Chapter 101. Do you dare to covet my belongings? Duan Qingfeng felt he had seized the upper hand and relaxed his posture, pouring Lin Luo a cup of tea before continuing. Your brother was framed by the Wang group. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingfeng burst into laughter, as if Lin Luo's inquiry was exceedingly naive. After a couple of chuckles, he resumed, Brother Lin, you are truly too innocent. While it is true they conspired against your brother, they left no evidence behind. Our inspectorate operates on the basis of evidence. All evidence points to your brother. Does that not compel us to apprehend him? A cold smirk formed within Lin Luo's heart. The Wang group was a colossal entity well known throughout Hangqing, their commercial empire intricately woven into the fabric of the citizens' lives and entertainments. If they required a scapegoat, was not his brother, a convicted orphan, the perfect candidate? And what merit did this self-serving warden possess to occupy such a position? Duan Qingfeng observed Lin Luo's silence, but remained unfazed, continuing with a cryptic tone. Lin Luo, heed your uncle's advice. Do not harbor thoughts of vengeance against them. Even with your awakened superior talents, they are not adversaries you can confront. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and every action must adhere to the established rules. As he spoke, a satisfied expression emerged on his face, as if he had Lin Luo completely in his grasp. Do not dwell too much on your brother's predicament. Presently, the opportunity for his sentence reduction lies before you, and you must seize it. Is that object truly the spirit elevation crystal? Excellent. You must act swiftly. Though excitement surged within Duan Qingfeng, his external demeanor remained impassive. With this fortuitous development, his son should also awaken his stand. Upon exiting the office, Lin Luo's expression turned icy. Who dares to covet what belongs to me? How audacious to think they could lay hands on something of Lin Luo's. Truly, it is akin to an ancient tortoise consuming arsenic, inviting doom upon itself. The great quality spirit elevation crystal had been procured through the power of the Book of Wishes after numerous attempts. Even if more existed, he would never part with them. As for reducing his brother's sentence, there were alternative methods at his disposal. Since the warden refused to negotiate and sought to protect those dark forces, a decisive resolution was in order. It was time to replace him with a more responsible warden. As Lin Luo followed the elder police chief out of the office building, he casually inquired, has anyone in your prison awakened a talent above grade? He continued, what is the name of the other inmate with a superior talent? I cannot disclose that, the police chief initially retorted, but then unexpectedly relented. Luo Iba. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the fog behind him, a shadow cloaked in black briefly emerged before vanishing once more. After departing the prison, Lin Luo swiftly disappeared into the mist. The white fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering the surveillance cameras on the towering walls utterly ineffective. In the face of the heavily fortified inspectorate prison, Lin Luo found it no different from an unguarded establishment. As one ages, nostalgia for the past often surfaces. He was born into a lineage of police chiefs. Fresh out of the police academy, he had been filled with fervor, determined to eradicate evil and uphold justice, until a tragic incident claimed his father's life while investigating the Wong group. In that moment, he shamefully retreated. Had he been alone, he would have fought them to the bitter end without hesitation. Yet, now he had a wife and child to consider. If he were to confront the Wong group single-handedly, it would not only spell his doom, but likely jeopardize his family as well. After the Wong group offered him compensation, he chose to settle. Following the transfer of the previous warden, he, ever compliant, became a new puppet under the promotion of his father's murderer. How splendid it is. He mused, if only you had thought differently, father. Though we are police chiefs, we are ultimately mere mortals. If we cannot resist, we must learn to enjoy. Duan Qingfeng was quite content with his current life. The wife yearns for any luxury item she desires. The son has been admitted to an elite school, and the household has employed a maid. Yet, all of this comes at the modest price of bowing one's head. Such is the nature of humanity. One must always bend before those of a higher status. There is no shame in that. Duan Qingfeng suddenly regained his senses. He noticed, at some point, a frail young man clad in a black robe, holding a tome, had appeared before his desk. Behind him stood a formidable figure, armored in pitch black. Who are you? Is the person behind you Lin Luo's substitute? Duan Qingfeng abruptly recalled a scene from the surveillance footage, and his expression brightened slightly. Have you retrieved the Ascension Crystal so swiftly? The frail man in the black robe uttered words that sent chills down his spine in the gentlest tone. We have come to take your life. Chapter 102. It is now mine. As Duan Qingfeng attempted to respond, he felt a blur before his eyes, and in an instant, the Black Emperor had lifted him from his chair. He tried to resist, but a powerful arm crushed one of his wrists, eliciting a pained shriek from him. Help, guards. After a couple of desperate cries, he realized the outside was eerily silent. Cold sweat broke out upon him as he hurriedly pleaded. I was merely trying to inform Lin Luo about his brother. Why must you kill me? The Lord of Wishes sneered. You were trying to inform my master? It seems you intended to lead him to his demise. Furthermore, as a prison warden, you not only disrespect your profession, but also openly discuss how the Wong family seeks a scapegoat. I suspect you are complicit in this matter. As Duan Qingfeng opened his mouth to defend himself, he suddenly felt the other wrist shatter under the grip of the Black Emperor, pain causing him to break into a cold sweat. The Lord of Wishes spoke deliberately. Now is my time to question. You have no right to speak. If you understand, nod your head. Although fear gripped his heart, Duan Qingfeng dared not utter another word, only enduring the excruciating pain and obediently nodding. Satisfied with the response, the Lord of Wishes signaled for the Black Emperor to release him. First question, who from the Wong family betrayed my master's brother? Duan Qingfeng, his wrists contorted and drenched in sweat, slumped into the chair. Upon hearing this inquiry, he trembled involuntarily, a look of struggle crossing his face. As the Black Emperor slowly extended a hand towards him again, he hastily exclaimed, Don't harm me, don't harm me. It was Wang Hengji, the second son of the Wang family, who set Zhou Shengdong up. They sought to steal artifacts from the museum to sell to the empire on which the sun never sets, and in doing so, they framed your brother as a scapegoat. He gasped for breath. Despair etched across his features as he gazed at the two. He realized that even if he escaped today, revealing the Wang family's secrets would surely bring him trouble in the future. Nevertheless, his only hope lay in passing on the 493 destiny draw tickets he had painstakingly collected to his son, Wang Hengji, the second son of the Wang family. I doubt that is all. Continue. I possess the ability to discern lies. Do not attempt to deceive me. Should you utter a falsehood, I shall render you incapacitated. The Lord of Wishes spoke coldly. Duan Qingfeng, observing the imposing figure clad in black armor, hesitated as a colossal hand reached towards him, urgently exclaiming, No, do not act. I shall continue speaking. In truth, your master's brother acted voluntarily, for the Wong Corporation promised him 100,000. The tome of wishes in the Lord's hand began to flutter, his expression swiftly darkening. Duan Qingfeng felt cold sweat trickle down his brow and hastily corrected himself. It was 500,000. 500,000. I misspoke. The Lord of Wishes fell silent for a moment, internally communicating with Lin Luo downstairs, before resuming his interrogation. Why was it when it finally reached my master? Only 10,000 remained. Duan Qingfeng gently closed his eyes, sighing. He understood that revealing the answer would likely seal his fate today. Upon reopening his eyes, he clenched his teeth and declared, You are utterly lawless. Once the mist dissipates, you shall be brought to justice. If you possess the courage, then kill me. Suddenly, Lin Luo's voice resonated from outside the window, and in an instant, the glass shattered as he leaped inside. Lin Luo, you are utterly reckless. Do you believe that awakening a stand grants you immunity from the law? You, like your brother, are indeed a scourge. Upon seeing the main character appear, Duan Qingfeng's eyes reddened. Who took the remaining 40,000? At that moment, he had resigned himself to death, hoping only that his colleagues would pass his belongings to his son. Yet, when he heard the question, he involuntarily spoke. 30,000 was taken by the former warden, and I took the remaining 10,000. Though reluctant, the power of the tome compelled him to divulge the truth. Lin Luo, unfazed by the answer, pressed on. How much do you have in illicit gains? Where is it concealed? He had toiled his entire life amassing such wealth, all the while living in fear, as it was meant to secure his family's future. To disclose it would likely mean it would fall into Lin Luo's hands. However, as an ordinary person whose talent had not even reached the first level, he could not resist the tome's might. Duan Qingfeng could only glare in anger, reluctantly stating, I have a total of 94 million in illicit gains, all stored in cash within the basement compartment of Building 14 in Wuling No. 1. Lin Luo was taken aback upon hearing that the warden possessed nearly 100 million in cash. How long would it take an ordinary person to earn such a sum? Truly, the bold thrive while the timid perish. Additionally, I have 493 single-draw fate will tickets concealed in my belt. A thick stack of silver tickets tumbled forth, but with swift reflexes, he grasped them all in his hands. Duan Qingfeng's eyes widened in despair, fixating on the young man beside him. Yet, upon noticing the imposing figure of the Black Emperor, resembling a towering dark monolith, along with the frail man in a black robe, his expression turned to one of utter despondency. The ill-gotten gains had not caused him great distress, for that sum of money was not particularly convenient to utilize. However, the nearly 500 single-draw tickets were a means for his son to defy fate. The fact that Lin Luo had taken them all was far more painful than death itself. You have managed to acquire such a multitude of fate-will-draw tickets. Splendid. Splendid indeed. Alas, they now belong to me. Lin Luo sneered as he placed the thick stack of tickets into the crystalline space, all while under the despairing gaze of the prison warden. Chapter 103. I have a golden dream. The origin of these fate-wheel-draw tickets was evidently derived from the exploitation of the prisoners below, yet they had now fortuitously fallen into Lin Luo's hands. In the trading zone of the gaming interface, each fate-wheel-draw ticket was valued at over 300,000. With nearly 500 tickets, their worth exceeded 150 million. Moreover, acquiring them in the trading zone required one to vigilantly wait and compete with others for days, wasting invaluable time. How much time would it take to gather 500 tickets? Well versed in the trajectory of future developments, Lin Luo understood perfectly that these fate-wheel-draw tickets represented an opportunity for ordinary individuals to amass wealth overnight. Initially, only a handful of individuals could conquer the first 10 levels of the Tower of Ascendance, resulting in a limited supply of tickets for sale, which were fervently sought after by the affluent. However, as more individuals successfully cleared the initial levels, the value of the tickets began to decline. Ultimately, as various levels of calamity beset reality, ordinary people, desperate to survive, ceased selling the tickets and chose instead to exchange them for real crystals, bringing the powers obtained within the dungeons into the real world. At that time, the price of the fate-wheel-draw tickets would surely rise once more. After Lin Luo utterly shattered Duan Qingfeng's last glimmer of hope, he raised his injured hand, trembling as he pointed at this demon, his entire being quaking with rage, despair, and the complex emotions of survival. You shall not have an easy end, Lin Luo. He then leapt from the third-floor window, his two substitutes simultaneously vanishing from the room. Duan Qingfeng sat in his chair, his chest heaving violently. Pain, fury, despair, and the remnants of survival surged within him like a tempest. He felt his heart bleeding. How dare this young man act so audaciously? There were perilous monsters lurking within the mist. As long as he could survive, he could continue to exploit the prisoners. He would still possess fate-will-draw tickets. As he hopped on one foot towards the door, a furious roar echoed within him. Lin Luo, do you think that awakening your extraordinary talent grants you the right to act with such arrogance? I will make you regret this. How dare you treat me, the warden, in such a manner? You are a lawless scoundrel. However, his distorted expression soon shifted. Why would the door not open? Why would the door not open? At that moment, a distinct sound of insects buzzing suddenly resonated from behind him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ah, help. At around 9 in the morning, his talent for plundering was refreshed once again. He decided to visit the prison to seek out the remarkable talent of Luo Yiba. Such a unique establishment undoubtedly conducted a thorough census and registration of the inmates' abilities. After all, should these prisoners possess extraordinary powers, they would likely be more prone to losing control than ordinary individuals. Although the inspector claimed that the most potent talent among the inmates was only at a certain level, Lin Luo remained undeterred and continued to wish. Are there any inmates in this prison, aside from my brother, who possess talents above this level? Upon hearing his inquiry, the Wishmaster promptly began to peruse the Book of Wishes, from which a dazzling light suddenly emanated. After learning the outcome from the old priest, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. It seemed fortune was indeed on his side. My name is Gao Qi. I am a trafficker of children. Over the span of 3 years, I have abducted 39 children. Yet, I do not perceive my actions as wrong, for I consider myself a person of conscience. Unlike those reviled traffickers, I have never engaged in the grotesque practices of human exploitation. Why have I chosen this path? It is because I harbor a golden dream. I wish to offer hope to families devoid of children. I aspire to provide warmth to children who lack affection in their lives. Nowadays, many parents fail to understand how to love their children. For instance, countless left-behind children grow up without their parents, yearning for love. Do these children not desire a warm home? Do they not long for the care of their parents? Simultaneously, families without children are in dire need of a child. I see myself as a messenger of love, delivering children to where they belong. Yet, to my astonishment, such a benevolent soul as I has been captured and sentenced to 10 years. How many decades can one experience in a lifetime? Why must I, who strive to do good, spend my prime years behind bars? Chapter 104, Talent Level, Hermit. However, it appears that fortune truly favors me. Good deeds do indeed reap rewards. On November 12, 2025, the Great Awakening commenced. My lifetime of virtuous actions has finally granted me the opportunity to alter my destiny. I awakened the rare talent of the Hermit and obtained the level of stand-in, Purple Shadow Vine. An hour after the nationwide awakening, the prison swiftly began to survey and register the awakened talents of the inmates. Being as virtuous as I am, I naturally reported my talent level truthfully to the inspector. Talent level, concealment. Within the prison, under constant surveillance. I dared not utilize my abilities, nor summon my stand-in. Yet, my luck was indeed remarkable. The prison authorities permitted us to visit the secret realm of the Tower of Ascension in the playground, at the mere cost of a fate lottery ticket. Within the tower, after deliberately feigning incompetence and causing the demise of the other 4 companions, I finally created an opportunity to openly experiment with my stand-in abilities and talent. My innate talent as a hidden seer permits me to vanish for an hour within a single day, rendering not only my presence, but also my scent imperceptible. Even the keenest of hounds would be unable to detect my existence, and I am confident that the police dogs would also be at a loss. Moreover, my stand, the Violet Shadow Vine, possesses even greater strength. Its power and speed far exceed that of an ordinary adult, and it can briefly render any object it touches invisible. Yet, I must exercise patience and restraint. At last, the moment of the White Fog City has arrived. Fortune favors me. Oh, monstrous entities lurking in the mist, rally your strength. Should chaos ensue within the prison, my opportunity to escape shall present itself. Alas, has the prison lost power? Quickly, activate the backup generator. Remain calm. Silence. Silence. As the lights within the prison extinguished abruptly, the corridors were plunged into darkness. Instantly, all the prisoners became restless. However, several wardens swiftly arrived, barking orders to maintain order. Silence. Silence. Keep quiet. Unlike the other inmates, Gao Qi did not crowd the bars to witness the unfolding drama. Instead, he sat quietly on his bed, a smile betraying his excitement. Truly, fortune smiles upon the righteous. Once tranquility was restored within the prison, the wardens departed. At that moment, Gao Qi rose slowly and approached the bars, his hands gripping them with determination. In the same cell, Li Xiang, about to utter a word, was suddenly struck with astonishment. From the concrete floor, tendrils of violet vines emerged, swiftly entwining the iron bars. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, his mouth fell agape, akin to a fish gasping for air. With a trembling finger, he pointed at Gao Qi, who had his back turned, and stammered, "Old Qi, have you awakened a top-tier talent? Have you deceived the wardens? Are you attempting a jailbreak?" "Jailbreak? Do not speak so harshly," Gao Qi retorted. "I am but a victim of wrongful accusation. Throughout my life, I, Gao Qi, have committed countless good deeds, yet I find myself imprisoned alongside scoundrels like you. What a farcical twist of fate." In an instant, a violet vine lashed out, striking Li Xiang's face with brutal force, rendering him unconscious. The iron bars creaked and groaned as they bent under the pressure of countless vines. Without hesitation, Gao Qi slipped through the curved bars. His form began to fade, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Now in a state of invisibility, Gao Qi traversed the corridor swiftly, summoning the Violet Shadow Vine to forcefully breach any iron gates that obstructed his path. The sight left the other prisoners in stunned silence. What in the world is happening? Do you see that? Vines are sprouting from the ground, breaking through the iron door. I saw it. It's Gao Qi from the neighboring cell. He has awakened a top-tier stand and concealed his talent. I witnessed him vanish into thin air. He can truly become invisible. Seventh brother, take me with you. Seventh dad. Warden, I report an escape. He was finally on the verge of leaving this den of scum behind. However, their commotion quickly attracted the attention of the police chief. Unfortunately, Gao Qi had already rendered himself invisible. Those who brushed past him were completely unaware of his presence. After leaving the cell area, he hurried into a restroom designated for the officers, utilizing the power of the purple shadow vines to shatter a small pane of glass and swiftly escape through it. As Gao Qi emerged from the restroom, he found himself in the fog-laden prison yard. He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and inhaled the mist with a sense of rapture, softly murmuring, "I am finally free. Oh, why can I not see you?" Is your talent invisibility? A voice suddenly broke through the haze, startling Gao Qi from his tranquil reverie. He opened his eyes wide to see the mist dissipate, revealing 4 figures who were subtly encircling him. Among them were 2 young and handsome men, one of whom bore a rather peculiar appearance. To the left stood a robust figure clad in jet black armor, while to the right was a cold-faced, knife-wielding young woman dressed in a maid's short skirt. 3 of these 4 individuals were stand-ins. Gao Qi remained silent, but his heart raced with astonishment. As a level talent awakened individual, he could naturally discern the distinction between stand-ins and real people. The young man in the center appeared exceedingly youthful and was not donned in police attire, suggesting that he was not a police chief. Were they seemingly waiting for me? Should I use the purple shadow vines to incapacitate them? No. 3 of them have awakened level talents. Engaging them would be disadvantageous for me. Besides, they have merely heard my voice. I could quietly slip away without wasting time here. Just as Gao Qi prepared to make his escape, the young man spoke up. Before my eyes, no one can hide. What nonsense is this fool uttering? Gao Qi found himself thinking that this young man must be somewhat unhinged. Does he believe that mere words can alter reality? My talent is indeed the level hermit. Even the goblins in the secret realm cannot detect me. How could he? Suddenly, a mysterious force enveloped Gao Qi, causing him to instinctively glance at his hands, which were slowly becoming visible in the air. This is bad. Can this person see me? Could his talent be akin to a true sight that penetrates invisibility? As found in games,